What is magical industry? The hallmark of the first industrial revolution was the steam engine, and thus, the thought of creating a magical engine crossed the mind of Xia Lin Karl. I have traversed worlds. No, wait. Have I been reincarnated? He is Xia Lin Karl, also known simply as Xia Lin. In his previous life, Xia Lin was a graduate from a prestigious university, specializing in civil engineering. However, due to life's harsh realities and his own interests, he transitioned through various roles within the engineering sector, from a technician in a steel mill to a minor manager in a textile factory, and then a salesperson in a chemical plant. Xia Lin's journey encompassed a wide array of fields, except for biology and environmental science. Ultimately, Xia Lin found himself reincarnated in this world as Xia Lin Karl, a boy born in the slums of Helgana, the imperial capital of the Sassan Empire. Last night, he unexpectedly awakened memories from his past life through a vivid dream. After a tumultuous mental struggle, he reluctantly accepted his current situation. Suddenly, he recalled something and directed his gaze towards the desk merely 2 steps away from his wooden bed. There lay a new, gray robe, neatly folded, atop which rested an unopened letter. Without needing to break the seal, Xia Lin could surmise its contents. A congratulatory note for completing his studies, informing him of his conscription into the military as an esteemed battle mage. The letter detailed the time and place for reporting to the northern military garrison in the royal capital, where he was to serve for an entire decade to repay the military student loan. 15 days. Xia Lin hastily opened the envelope, and indeed, the contents matched his expectations. The northern military had allotted him a mere 15 days. If he failed to amass the substantial sum of 15 golden lut, he would be thrust into the battlefield, contending against the fanatical zealots from the northwest. As for the survival rate, considering that over 100 military students enroll at the Royal Academy of Magic each year, yet only a handful had returned to this vibrant land in the past 40 years, the odds were grim. Deep in contemplation about how to acquire the required 15 golden lut within the short time frame, Xia Lin felt a glimmer of hope for rescue. As a graduate of the Royal Academy of Magic, Xia Lin Karl had mastered 6 zeroing spells: Heat, Clean, Arrowfall, Omen, Recording, and Mage's Hand, alongside 3 first-string spells: Fire Arrow, Mage Armor, and Writing Scrolls. Apart from diligently studying Mage's Hand and Clean, he epitomized the standard template of an academy graduate. Notably, as an exceptional mage, he automatically attained a noble title in the Sassan Empire upon graduation, effectively liberating himself from the impoverished class of his birthplace. Struggling through the depths of the engineering sector, while still finding time to boast on forums, Xia Lin had acquired knowledge in papermaking, gunpowder, textiles, dyes, machinery, metallurgy, construction, inorganic chemistry, and some aspects of organic chemistry. In a world reminiscent of the feudal era of Europe, he was undoubtedly a rare gem among industrial talents. It seems that by leveraging one's strengths, earning the equivalent of approximately 200,000 RMB in just 15 days is indeed a slight possibility. Rising from the only wooden stool in the dormitory, Xia Lin began to pace, engaging in a brainstorming session within his mind to contemplate the industry he should enter. The imperial capital of the Sassan Empire, Helgana, is situated at the confluence of 2 branches of the Mother River, the Seine. The surrounding landscape features vast plains and a few rolling hills. In this fertile expanse, the emperor and nobles cultivate crops such as wheat, rice, soybeans, flax, cotton, orchids, madder, safflower, and logwood. Benefiting from its advantageous geographical location and bountiful plains, Helgana has developed a thriving commerce and handicraft industry, with the textile sector undoubtedly standing as the most dominant. The city's guilds for cotton and linen, textiles, dyes, and tailoring each boast nearly 1,000 members, making them a formidable force in a feudal city with a population of around 600,000. What Xia Lin aims to do is draft the blueprint for the Jenny spinning machine to present his talents to a generous executive in the textile industry who can offer a reward. With a meticulously crafted plan in mind, along with backup plans B, C, and D, Xia Lin seated himself at the table, retrieving a dip pen and parchment to commence his drawings. The civil engineering program also includes courses in geometric drawing and engineering drafting, albeit the standards and specifications for engineering drafting differ significantly from those in the mechanical industry. Fortunately, Xia Lin had learned the norms for mechanical drafting during his career transition, and with his academic foundation still intact, he quickly adapted and began using a block of wood as a straight edge. The principle behind the Jenny spinning machine is quite straightforward compared to traditional spinning machines. It simply arranges the spindles vertically in a manner that allows a person to manage multiple spindles simultaneously. It primarily consists of a wooden frame, coarse yarn tubes, movable tension rods, a crank wheel with a belt, rollers, small wheels connected to the rollers, and vertical spindles linked to the rollers through a knot structure. These wooden components pose no significant difficulty in processing, and any carpenter could easily craft them. This very reason allowed the Jenny spinning machine to flourish during the Industrial Revolution in England. Lacking a variety of drafting tools, even a scientifically inclined individual adept at drawing straight lines and circles must proceed with utmost caution. After all, in the Sassan Empire, where the illiteracy rate exceeds 90% and the art of plant fiber papermaking is non-existent, 5 sheets of parchment cost 1 silver mar, roughly equivalent to 130 RMB in the past. As a child born in a slum located further west than the capital, Xia Lin could not afford to waste resources. Rubbing his sore eyes, Xia Lin stood up and opened the heavy soundproof door, revealing a boy with chestnut golden hair, clad in a knee-length robe, wearing a triumphant expression. The style of the robe was identical to the one he had received in the package earlier that afternoon. Xia Lin pondered for a moment before recalling the existence of this individual. Harper Cole, the son of a tailor from the capital, who, like himself, was a soldier apprentice. This was quite a commonplace occurrence, for in this world, the costs associated with the study of magic are considerable. Consequently, most children from the lower echelons of society, upon being assessed for magical aptitude, would enter into a soldier apprentice contract with the Northern military. The sum of 15 golden lunt was nearly equivalent to a lifetime's savings accumulated through arduous labor by a commoner, making it virtually impossible for any soldier apprentice to escape the fate of becoming a military mage. Chapter 2. The Art of Cleansing. Xia Lin, why aren't you wearing the mage robes? Harper, basking in his moment of pride, noticed Xia Lin glaring at him with a pair of lifeless eyes, completely indifferent to his attire. Discontent, he poked at the ground, hoping to elicit some praise for his new clothes. Despite the flourishing textile industry of the Sassan Empire, common folk seldom had the means to adorn themselves in new garments, let alone in such a fine blended fabric of a mage's robe. Xia Lin, however, did not indulge Harper. He fabricated a lie, deftly steering the conversation back to his friend. If possible, he wished never to don that long robe, a symbol of being mere cannon fodder, but it was not the time to explain such sentiments to his companion. Of course not. Delama and the others rented a carriage, and we pooled some money to celebrate at the tavern. I'm about to head out, Xia Lin. Will you join us? No, thank you. You know I can't spare even a copper piece. By the way, Harper, I recall your family runs a tailor shop. Where do you source your fabrics? If you could enlighten me, I would appreciate it. The actions of these youths reminded Xia Lin of his own graduation gathering in a previous life. He chuckled softly, declining the invitation. Xia Lin understood that if he allowed Harper to pursue this topic further, the next thing he would likely hear was an offer to cover his expenses. Though he lacked an insipid sense of pride, he found himself devoid of both time and inclination for such matters, thus redirecting the conversation to his primary concern to silence Harper. Xia Lin was not well acquainted with the textile merchants of the royal capital. However, his forthcoming plans necessitated such information. Hence, he had set his sights on Harper during the initial planning stages. What do you need that for? I believe it pertains to the Gregor family, correct? Have you heard anything regarding the affairs of the Gregor family? If possible, please share with me. This information is crucial. Well, I suppose I could share a bit. I think I've heard my father mention something about it. It seems that Lord Gregor is in poor health, and his eldest son, Ellen Gregor, is currently managing the family business. Ellen appears to be one of our classmates. However, they are not of our world, Xia Lin. What do you intend to do? If you're short on funds, I could lend you a bit of silver. Just repay me once we reach the north. After a moment of hesitation, Harper, seeing Xia Lin's earnest demeanor, began to divulge the information he had. No, I'm not in need of money, rest assured. Harper, do you know where the Gregor estate is? I have some matters to discuss with Ellen Gregor. As Xia Lin observed Harper, who was genuinely concerned for him, a flicker of fondness ignited in his heart. His principle had always been to repay kindness with kindness and to reciprocate enmity with enmity. Gazing at Harper's youthful innocence and the glimmer of hope in his eyes for the future, Xia Lin silently made a decision. Should he successfully execute his plans and have the means, he would undoubtedly extend a helping hand to this naive friend. After speaking, Harper glanced at the sky and handed the brass key of the dormitory to Xia Lin, saying, "I wish you a delightful time, and thank you." Xia Lin, grasping the key in his hand, sincerely congratulated him. Harper merely nodded with a hint of concern and hurriedly made his way toward the wooden staircase on the left. Time was of the essence. He had to seize every moment to avoid the failure of Plan A without the opportunity to implement a backup plan. The following morning, after exhausting several sheets of parchment, Xia Lin finally completed over 20 drawings of the components for Jinny's spinning machine. Although these drawings were somewhat limited by the drawing tools and did not entirely conform to drafting standards, the lines were commendably neat, and the dimensions were meticulously detailed. In an era still reliant on oral tradition and hands-on teaching, these drawings would undoubtedly pique the interest of some individuals. Carefully organizing the drawings by their labels, he rolled them up with a fine string and tucked them into the sleeve pocket of his robe. Xia Lin proceeded to the lavatory at the end of the corridor, preparing to craft an impressive appearance for the forthcoming negotiations. According to the knowledge he had acquired during his sales career, first impressions were crucial. They often determined whether a salesperson could overcome barriers, such as gatekeepers, to meet their targets when no prior connections existed. Among his spell repertoire was a particularly useful cantrip, a cleaning spell from the transmutation school. Had he been in university, Xia Lin might have eagerly immersed himself in various experiments, submitting numerous papers to the potential journals. However, in this world, there were no journals for him to exploit, nor did he possess the means to conduct experiments. With a wave of his hand, the spell cascaded from head to toe, as if a soft brush were delicately sweeping away the grime, ultimately forming a paste-like substance in the stone basin. It was truly miraculous. Xia Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. If such a convenient magic existed in his previous life, it would likely spell the end for shampoo and body wash manufacturers. The imperial capital of the Sassan Empire, Helgana, was divided into 5 major districts based on cardinal directions. The Eastern District, located at the confluence of rivers, boasted stunning scenery and a pleasant climate, housing the royal palace and noble residences. The Central and Western districts were populated by commoners, while the Northern and Southern districts were situated alongside 2 tributaries, where the docks fostered thriving commerce, serving as the 2 vital arteries of this city of 600,000 inhabitants. Every day, countless vessels traverse the broad Seine River, transporting a myriad of goods to meet the immense demands of the city. Just from the scale of nearly 10,000 workers in the Dockworkers Union, which Xia Lin's father had joined, one could discern the vast quantities of resources that flowed through these 2 dock areas. After walking for over half an hour from the junction of the Eastern District, where the Royal Academy of Magic was located, and the Central District, Xia Lin surveyed his surroundings, gathering information about this world. From these observations, he could deduce the technological level of the city and determine what he should present to maximize his benefits. If time permits, he would engage in conversation with the vendors and shopkeepers to glean information regarding prices and the origins of goods. However, at present, his sole objective is to market the spinning machine he has designed, named Jinny. Chapter 3. Ellen Gregg exuded an aura befitting a sorcerer and a gentleman. Although Xia Lin was merely a 15-year-old boy hailing from the slums, he nonetheless possessed a certain social standing. After all, few dared to treat a mysterious mage with disdain. Thus, he effortlessly followed the enthusiastic directions of passers-by to find Grasstail Avenue, eventually arriving at the Gregg Trading Company, marked by a wooden sign adorned with a depiction of a pearl bird. From the outside, the Gregg Trading Company appeared to be an ordinary 2-story shop. Inside, shelves and hanging rods displayed a variety of fabrics in myriad colors, the vibrant hues of which left Xia Lin quite astonished. He had contemplated venturing into the dye industry, recalling the synthesis methods for dyes such as aniline purple. However, lacking capital, he realized he could not procure the necessary raw materials and equipment for such endeavors, leading him to abandon that notion. Observing the ample variety of dyes in this world, he surmised that unless they could be mass-produced industrially, his synthesized chemical dyes would likely not compete with these natural alternatives. Good day, may I inquire if Mage Ellen Gregg is present? I am Xia Lin Karl, a fellow student from the Imperial Royal Academy of Magic, and I have matters to discuss with him. As Xia Lin entered the shop, he immediately recognized the steward, who was seated at a desk in the back, engrossed in accounting. He approached and gently tapped the desk with his index finger, offering a warm smile as he inquired. Xia Lin Karl. The steward, initially absorbed in figures, looked up with some impatience. However, upon noticing Xia Lin's mage attire, his demeanor underwent a complete transformation, replaced by a welcoming smile. In this realm, a mage's robe symbolized status, and despite Xia Lin's youthful visage, the steward dared not treat him with indifference. "Ah, Master Mage Xia Lin, your timing is fortuitous. Young Master Ellen is soon to arrive at the trading company to review the accounts. Might I suggest you take a seat in the upstairs reception room while you await his arrival? Is that so? Very well." Xia Lin feigned hesitation for a moment before acquiescing. Internally relieved, he had successfully navigated the most challenging obstacle. With this hurdle behind him, he now had a 70% chance of meeting the illustrious Ellen Gregg. Once in his presence, Xia Lin was confident he could persuade him to grant an opportunity to demonstrate the prowess of the Jenny spinning machine. Under the steward's guidance, Xia Lin settled into the reception room. When a nearby attendant inquired about his beverage preference, Xia Lin pondered briefly before requesting a cup of red tea, which he began to savor slowly. This fascinating plant, tea, had only recently been discovered in the south. Yet tea-related beverages had already become all the rage in the imperial capital. This so-called red tea was not brewed from fermented leaves, but was rather a concoction of red sugar and spices. Xia Lin had previously only heard of this drink from Harper, who mentioned that a cup cost 50 copper coins. This was an opportune moment to try it for himself. Fortunately, while the flavor was somewhat peculiar, the sweetness of the sugar left Xia Lin quite satisfied. As Xia Lin savored his red tea, the person he awaited, Ellen Gregg, sat anxiously in a carriage, furrowing his brow in concern for his father's deteriorating health. Ever since his father had been cursed by the natives during a campaign with His Majesty in the Southern Territories a decade ago, his condition had steadily declined. A year prior, the Earl Gregg had managed to stave off the curse's effects with his strength as a silver knight. But now he lay in a prolonged state of unconsciousness, relying solely on potions crafted by an alchemist to sustain his life. Consequently, Ellen had taken on the family's burdens at an early age, commencing his management of the estate and business affairs 3 years ago. Fortunately, with the assistance of loyal stewards and servants nurtured by the family, he had navigated these responsibilities quite adeptly over the years. However, following his father's eventual passing, he harbored doubts about his ability to fully command the Gregg Trading Company. After all, as a lineage that had endured for nearly 2 centuries, while the Gregg family was neither large nor small, it encompassed numerous ventures managed by branches of the family in addition to those overseen by the stewards and servants. At his tender age, Ellen, a mere first-circle mage, lacked the authority to impose his will upon those branches unless he could demonstrate his capability to lead the Gregg Trading Company toward greater prosperity. Contemplating the family's future, Ellen alighted from the carriage and entered the family's trading company, where he noticed the steward responsible for the account audits approaching him with an earnest demeanor, seemingly bearing important news. What could possibly be amiss in the company? Could there be an issue with the accounts? As Ellen's mind raced, the steward spoke. "Young master, your classmate, Sir Xia Lin Karl, is awaiting you in the reception room." "Classmate? Who is Xia Lin Karl?" Ellen's expression reflected his bewilderment. As a noble scion, he had never crossed paths with commoners like Xia Lin during his time at the academy. Even in classes, the noble students were segregated from their commoner counterparts, and he had never taken the initiative to inquire about the common students' affairs. At most, he had heard snippets during idle conversations among his fellow nobles about a few commoners who had garnered attention in the practical magic classes. The steward's countenance shifted slightly, hastily clarifying, "This year's graduates? Perhaps he is a military student? What could such a person want with me?" After a moment's thought, Ellen shrugged. "Well, since he has come, I shall meet him. Although we are not acquainted, we are indeed classmates. Please fetch some pastries." Upon hearing the steward's remarks, Ellen found himself intrigued by this commoner military student who had sought him out. With a wave of his hand, he ascended the stairs. Ellen held no prejudice against commoners. Rather, he simply lacked the motivation to engage with them, as the worlds of nobles and commoners seldom intersected socially. However, since a military student had gone to the trouble of seeking him out, he was more than willing to extend a gesture of hospitality, showcasing his noble demeanor while also discovering the purpose behind this visitor's arrival. At that moment, Xia Lin had already consumed half of his red tea, leaving the remainder untouched to avoid the server's interruption. As Ellen entered the reception room, he found Xia Lin leisurely admiring the decor and paintings adorning the space. One particular painting captured his attention. It depicted armored figures on horseback atop a hill, brandishing whips toward a distant river and thicket, evoking a sense of intrigue within him. After all, The armor worn by the protagonists appears to be crafted from the legendary materials known as mithril and orichalcum, which are said to be worth tens or even hundreds of gold linnets per pound. These two extraordinary metals are typically found in the company of gold and silver, and their remarkable strength, rigidity, resilience, and magical conductivity enable the armors fashioned from them to be donned by mages without any hindrance to their spellcasting abilities. Consequently, there has always existed a fervent cadre of alchemists on the continent, harboring the delusion that they can transmute ordinary gold and silver into these two metals through the art of alchemy. This scene evokes memories of 10 years ago when my father accompanied the great emperor on a campaign to the southern lands. The painting depicts the emperor's most trusted ministers, with the figure cloaked in red being my father. Aaron, unaware of what Xia Lin was truly focused on, noticed the soldier's keen interest in the painting and began to elucidate. Is that so? Did we emerge victorious in that battle? Xia Lin inquired with genuine curiosity, having already heard the sound of the reception room door opening. We won, yet we also lost. We shattered the coalition of the native tribes. However, as the enemy was routed, their shaman unleashed a dreadful curse upon His Majesty the Emperor. My father was by the Emperor's side at that moment. He rushed forward without hesitation, yet he did not intercept the curse but instead shared its burden with the Emperor. For all these years, both my father and the Emperor have suffered under the torment of this curse, with even the priests of the sanctuary rendered powerless against it. Chapter 4. Progressing smoothly. One believes that everything will eventually turn out well. Little did Xia Lin anticipate the story hidden behind this painting. He felt as though he had stumbled into a pitfall, which could not bode well for their ensuing conversation. After a brief silence, he offered some words of consolation to Ellen. Perhaps, my lord Xia Lin, is there a particular matter that brings you to visit today? I recall that the soldiers are soon to embark for the north. Perhaps due to a waning hope for his father's liberation from the curse, Ellen shifted the topic. I have come to visit you, Lord Ellen, to present an opportunity for you, your family, and myself, a chance to alter the course of the world. Xia Lin discerned that Ellen's mind was evidently preoccupied elsewhere, prompting him to swiftly devise a strategy. In a moment of inspiration, he articulated his thoughts with careful consideration. Xia Lin suddenly realized that Ellen appeared to have lost faith in the recovery of his father. Thus, it seemed that once the esteemed Viscount Gregory passed away, the Gregory family would likely find themselves in a precarious predicament. In light of this situation, Ellen would indeed require a solution, and Xia Lin's words could potentially capture his attention. If you have come merely to amplify your rhetoric and mock me, I must decline your company. Our Gregory commerce does not welcome such grandiloquent individuals. However, Ellen furrowed his brow, expressing dissatisfaction, his right hand twitching as if he were ready to summon his personal attendant to dismiss Xia Lin. It was evident that as someone capable of managing such a vast commercial enterprise effectively, Ellen had long surpassed the age of being deceived by empty words. Although Ellen's reaction seemed to diverge from Xia Lin's expectations, Xia Lin found himself at ease. He perceived from Ellen's vehement response that he was not as indifferent to Xia Lin's words as he pretended. Rather, he seemed to regard Xia Lin as a braggart. With this understanding, Xia Lin felt no need for anxiety. He approached the center of the reception room with an air of authority, seating himself at the table and methodically laying out his blueprints on the coffee table. Lord Ellen, since you have graciously afforded me this opportunity to meet, why not grant me a moment longer to demonstrate the conviction behind my words? Please, come closer. Seeing Xia Lin's self-assured demeanor, Ellen, influenced by the curiosity inherent to youth, hesitated but ultimately refrained from sending away his attendant, following Xia Lin's invitation to the coffee table. What is this? Ellen initially suspected that these parchments might be the work of a charlatan, presenting a weathered treasure map to entice him into purchasing worthless documents. He had mentally prepared to ridicule the young man before him. However, upon observing the meticulously laid out parchments, adorned with intricate lines and various numerical annotations, a look of astonishment crossed his face. This is a vertical spindle spinning machine, a device designed to transform coarse yarn into fine thread. This remarkable contraption enables a single individual to operate multiple spindles simultaneously. Do you grasp the significance of this? Xia Lin, aware of the complexity of the blueprint crafted according to modern drafting standards, smiled and elaborated, stating that it implies we could potentially earn profits many times over. However, does such a machine truly exist? If what you speak of is merely the ramblings of a lunatic, you shall gain nothing from me, and I will petition the Mage Guild to revoke your status as a mage. Upon hearing Xia Lin's devilishly tempting words, Ellen's heart raced momentarily as he recalled the hand-operated spinning machine from his memories. Yet, He quickly regained his composure and inquired, "You see, your statement suggests an important point. As long as I am not insane, there is no need for me to deceive you here. Do you genuinely believe that a madman could become a mage? Though this machine does not yet exist, all that is required is for you to present these blueprints to any competent carpenter, under my guidance. He could construct this machine in less than an afternoon, at which point you may validate my assertions." Xia Lin found Ellen's juvenile threat somewhat amusing. He discerned a crucial insight from Ellen's words. The latter had begun to believe in himself. "Is that so? Then perhaps it would not be unwise to attempt this. I have several carpenters in my estate. Since you promise that the machine can be completed in an afternoon, let us take these drawings and proceed together. If it indeed produces the results you claim, feel free to make your requests, provided they lie within my capacity to fulfill." Ellen, though cautious, reasoned that a mage would not resort to deceit for such trivial matters. After all, crafting a spinning machine from wood would not require significant resources or time. He possessed both the means and ability to verify the authenticity of Xia Lin's invention. Should this vertical spindle spinning machine prove to be real, it would signify an astonishing profit. The nearly 1,000 female spinners employed by the Gregor Trading Company could transform all coarse yarn in the market into fine thread, leading to immense returns whether sold or woven into fabric. This would inevitably facilitate the growth of the Gregor Trading Company, bestowing Ellen with the much-needed prestige to suppress the restless factions. Naturally, Xia Lin would not dismiss Ellen's eagerness. The two hurried down the stairs, under the astonished gaze of the guild's overseer, and quickly boarded a carriage, making their way beyond the city limits. "Lord Xia Lin, does your family hail from the textile industry? Your understanding of spinning machine mechanics is quite impressive." "Somewhat," he replied. "My father was a dock worker, and my mother a laundress, though she occasionally took on spinning tasks as well. In my youth, I observed the arduous labor my parents endured, which inspired me to devise improvements for these tools. These blueprints are the fruits of my labor. At the tender age of 12, I was discovered to possess an innate talent for the arcane arts, which led me to become a military student. My purpose in visiting you today is to exchange the vertical spindle spinning machine for a sum substantial enough to dissolve my military agreement." "Dockworkers? Spinners?" Ellen expressed astonishment at Xia Lin's humble origins, incredulously repeating his thoughts, for those engaged in such trades were often regarded as the destitute underclass of the imperial capital. To discover a classmate of such background was indeed surprising. Ahem. However, such a reaction from a mage, particularly one I seek to cultivate as an ally, lacks decorum. Ellen quickly cleared his throat to mask his indiscretion and continued, "I had no idea this vertical spindle spinning machine bore such a tale. Fear not. As long as this device can indeed fulfill your claims, I shall provide ample remuneration. I assure you, this compensation will not only suffice to release you from your contract with the Northern Army, but will also enable you to elevate your family standing, preserving the dignity of both a mage and a noble. I am profoundly grateful for your generosity, Lord Ellen." Xia Lin was taken aback by the smooth progression of his plan, which instilled in him a newfound fondness for Ellen. A clever child with principles such as this was indeed the ideal collaborator for his current endeavors. His primary concern had been the potential loss of the Jenny spinning machine, yet it appeared that the nobility of this world retained a modicum of integrity, not succumbing to unbridled greed. A reward of at least 15 golden lunter could be deemed a substantial sum. While it may not match the grandeur of the Jenny spinning machine, it was more than sufficient for Xia Lin. After all, at this juncture, 15 golden lunter equated to his very life, and aside from a select few items, all else paled in comparison to the value of existence. The prospect of trading the Jenny spinning machine for his life seemed a worthy exchange to Xia Lin. Moreover, the possibility of acquiring several additional golden lunter was enticing, and he began to ponder the potential uses for this surplus. Should it be invested in magical research, or should it serve as capital to initiate another venture? Xia Lin deemed the latter preferable, for research without sustained financial backing is akin to a drifting leaf, and in this world, anything associated with magic commands a high price. The most fundamental items capable of absorbing, storing, and releasing magical energy, such as magic stones, were beyond the reach of his meager reward. Crystals, diamonds, moissanite, zircon, sapphires, emeralds, amber, tourmaline, aquamarine, spinel, peridot, topaz, and chalcedony. These were gemstones of which Xia Lin had only heard in his past life. In this existence, after their enchanting reactions with magic, their value soared, with even the least expensive magic crystals and diamonds fetching no less than 2 golden lunter each. Even with this compensation, Xia Lin believed he could afford only the remnants discarded by gem cutters, priced at approximately 5 silver coins for a small pound. As to the weight of a small pound in grams, Xia Lin had never estimated, but he surmised it could fill the volume of a bottle cap from his past life. In the ensuing conversation, the rapport between the two parties within the carriage grew increasingly amicable. Xia Lin, having never possessed any educational foundation throughout his life, had merely engaged in 6 months of rote learning prior to entering the academy. Occasionally, he would glean bits of knowledge regarding geography, history, and other aspects of culture from his professors at the institution, rendering him quite unfamiliar with the broader contours of the world. Through deliberate flattery and guidance, Xia Lin adeptly extracted a wealth of information from Aaron. This included the general shape of the empire's territories, the names of various feudal lords across the regions, the unique products of different estates and manors, and intelligence pertaining to the ongoing wars in the northern and southern frontiers, with the most crucial tidbit being news regarding the military mages of the Northern Realm. Chapter 5. Jenny's spinning machine in the Academy's promotion directed at the military students. The notion of becoming a military mage in the Northern Territories appeared to be a path brimming with promising prospects. It seemed as though these mages, having studied for merely 3 years, would effortlessly vanquish the fanatic missionaries from the north upon reaching the battlefield. Previously, Xia Lin and Karl wholeheartedly believed in such notions, even nurturing youthful fantasies about them. However, the current Xia Lin harbored not a single letter of faith in those claims. The reality as articulated by Ellen was indeed closely aligned with his suspicions. The Empire trained individuals like them solely to bolster the magical support available at the front lines, to contend with those malevolent clerics wielding arcane powers. Though the military took great care to safeguard the source of spell scrolls, military mages were still required to venture to the front lines. After all, the creation of spell scrolls involved issues of cost and success rates. A first-ring mage stationed at the front could provide 7 to 8 instances of first-ring spell support daily. Yet, being on the front lines inherently implied a high likelihood of casualties, particularly as both warring parties tended to prioritize the protection of each other's spellcasters to minimize losses, resulting in elevated casualty rates for military mages. In contrast to the mages, who could not don metal armor and whose defenses were frail, the clerics of the malevolent light, while also spellcasters, could wield their magic while clad in metal armor. Furthermore, their powers, which the Northerners referred to as the evil light, possessed healing capabilities. With the protection of armor and the restorative might of the evil light, the clerics naturally enjoyed a far greater survival rate on the battlefield than their mage counterparts. Upon hearing Ellen's words, Xia Lin fell into a contemplative silence, a twinge of relief blossoming within him. Had he not awakened the memories of his past life the night before and discerned the discrepancies from various subtle clues, he too might have unwittingly stepped into that perilous pit, much like his naive fellow military students. While he felt a tinge of sympathy for those classmates marching toward their doom, Xia Lin himself was half immersed in the mire, a mud Buddha with little spare energy or time to devote to their plight. After silently offering a blessing for them, Xia Lin resumed his engaging discourse with Ellen. The imperial capital of the Sassan Empire, Helgana, spanned approximately 50 square kilometers. Although Viscount Gregor was undoubtedly a close confidant of the emperor, the estate of the Gregor family was not particularly proximate to Helgana. Xia Lin felt as though the carriage had been in motion for about an hour before finally coming to a halt. The road conditions in this world left much to be desired, even with the plush cushions of the seat. He felt as though his posterior had been jostled into 4 pieces upon disembarking. Nonetheless, the journey had yielded significant rewards for him, and witnessing the camaraderie between Xia Lin and their master had garnered him considerable respect from both the coachman at the front of the carriage and Ellen's personal male servant. Ellen had brought Xia Lin not to his estate, but to a small village named Barrack, inhabited by tenants and serfs of the Gregor family. The village of Barrack lies along the riverbank, boasting convenient transportation, with a lush forest to the south, rich in natural resources. Here, a majority of the artisans from the Greg family estate have gathered. Upon the arrival of the estate owner's carriage, villagers swiftly rushed to convey the news. Before long, a diminutive old farmer, resembling a village chief, hurried over, warmly welcoming the visitors. Under the chief's guidance, Xia Lin and his companions located a carpenter's shed to the south of the village, filled with timber and various tools. Inside the shed, 6 carpenters were busy sawing logs into planks. Upon seeing the chief and Ellen, they paused their work, sensing that there was a task at hand. "I have a design for a spinning tool that requires your craftsmanship," Ellen stated directly, handing over the blueprints to Xia Lin. As a noble, he had little interest in conversing with the carpenters. Initially, the carpenters struggled to comprehend the drawings, but being seasoned artisans, they quickly grasped the concept of the three-view diagrams with Xia Lin's guidance. After reviewing the plans, they exchanged thoughts, and it wasn't long before the darkest-skinned carpenter confidently declared, "My lord, these designs are intriguing. I believe we can create this. Since it's feasible, you may commence immediately. If you successfully craft this tool, I promise each of you a reward of 10 silver marls." Ellen proclaimed, "This is my friend Xia Lin. He is the designer of these blueprints. So feel free to consult him with any questions." He had no intention of retreating to a cool, shaded spot, instead choosing to remain in the chaotic carpenter's shed, intently observing their work until his nimble servant fetched a finished stool from the corner, prompting him to finally take a seat. Xia Lin recognized that his plan had reached a crucial juncture. The successful creation of the Jenny spinning frame would signify the completion of his endeavor. To achieve this, he needed to collaborate closely with the carpenters, as he had never wielded woodworking tools, being a theoretical giant but a practical novice. Thus, he meticulously assigned tasks based on the blueprints to each carpenter, detailing the specifications and processing requirements, effectively conducting a production meeting. The structure of the Jenny spinning frame was relatively simple, with the most challenging aspects being the connection of the spindle and the rotating rod to the crank wheel on the right side. Within half an hour, the skilled carpenters had crafted the frame, roller, and sliding tension rod. The larger wheels were easily repurposed from spare cart wheels available in the workshop, simply requiring the attachment of a crank. The smaller wheel was initially shaped into a rough hexagon from timber before being refined with saws and files to achieve precision. Upon assembling the Jenny spinning machine, Xia Lin attempted to rotate the necessary components, only to realize that the trio of tools, a saw, a plane, and an axe, lacked precision in processing the circular parts. The drum and the spindles emitted creaking sounds as they turned. He applied some soybean oil to the joints and proceeded to hang the coarse yarn on the hooks of the fine spindle, methodically beginning the spinning process. Ellen, having already risen from his seat to watch with great anticipation as Xia Lin meticulously assembled the Jenny spinning machine, was now utterly captivated by the demonstration of its operation. Forward, turn the wheel to collect the yarn, loosen the tension rod. Backward, tighten the tension rod, spin the wheel. The extraordinary power emanating from the intricate wooden mechanical structure left all observers in awe, their eyes widened in disbelief. By divine providence, in such a short span, 3 spindles had produced an astonishing amount of fine yarn. If the remaining 13 spindles were crafted, they could yield at least 2 pounds of fine yarn in a single day, at 5 copper bits per pound. 2 pounds. That would equate to an additional 20 copper bits. The leading carpenter among them, possessing a knack for mathematics and likely familiar with the spinning industry, calculated the potential profits of the Jenny spinning machine and gasped in astonishment. 20 copper bits. Ellen, equally astonished by the machine's efficiency, inhaled sharply upon hearing the carpenter's estimation. He mentally computed the figures and found his conclusions aligned perfectly with the carpenter's projections. A vertical spindle spinning machine could generate a profit of 20 copper coins per day. If nearly 1,000 female spinners in his guild each possessed one, it could potentially bring the Gregg family close to 2 gold lunars in profit daily. Over a year, that would amount to 700 gold lunars. This was double the annual income of the Gregg family. Although achieving this profit hinged on the Gregg Guild's capability to provide such a number of vertical spindle spinning machines and the daily payment of 5 copper bits to each female worker. Even factoring in the cost of the machines and increased wages for the workers, the profit margins remained substantial. Crucially, Ellen perceived a potential for the Gregg family to ascend to the status of a giant in the spinning industry. Historically, while the Gregg Guild was a member of the Imperial Textile Association, it had always appeared diminutive compared to the true titans of the textile industry, subsisting on the meager profits that trickled down from these giants. However, if they could seize control of a pivotal aspect of the textile industry, it might elevate the voice of the Gregg family to a level commensurate with those titans. Was this not the opportunity he had envisioned to lead the Gregg Guild to prosperity? Xia Lin, my dear friend, rest assured, I am not one to be miserly, and I cherish our family's reputation. Your vertical spindle spinning machine shall yield you 40 gold lunars in reward along with the friendship of our family. As thoughts raced through his mind, Ellen excitedly grasped Xia Lin's shoulders and earnestly vowed, "It is my honor. I am grateful for your generosity. Should I devise a new machine, I shall prioritize collaborating with the Gregg family." Xia Lin had initially anticipated receiving 30 golden lut, but to his astonishment, Ellen had raised the expectation by an additional 10 golden lut, filling him with joy and making Ellen appear increasingly agreeable. Should the opportunity arise, Xia Lin would undoubtedly choose Ellen as his partner, for finding such an insightful and generous collaborator is rare. Furthermore, the Greg family holds a significant influence in the imperial capital. And as a first-tier mage and an ordinary honorary knight, Xia Lin believed that he would need the protection of this partner until he could establish himself. I trust you. After all, who could have imagined that merely placing the spindle upright could yield multiple spindles in a single spin? My friend, your divinely inspired wisdom is certain to bring us greater wealth. Chapter 6. The contract seated in a luxurious carriage, possessing a fortune of 40 gold lunter. Xia Lin felt a profound sense of accomplishment. This was not solely due to the successful execution of his plans, but also because the diverse knowledge he had acquired in his previous life was, for the first time, acknowledged by this world. He was confident that such recognition would multiply in the future. However, he still faced a pressing issue. He needed to go to the garrison of the Northern Army to dissolve his soldier contract. Driver, please take me to the Northern Army garrison in the Central District. Certainly, my lord. Inside the carriage, Xia Lin extracted a gold lunter from a linen sack. Admiring the intricate minting patterns, he then carefully placed 14 more coins into the pockets of his mage robe, ensuring that the remaining gold lunter was securely tucked into the safest pocket of his attire. Upon stepping onto the uneven cobblestone streets of the city, Xia Lin was filled with nostalgia. When he had devised Plan A, he had never anticipated it would unfold so smoothly. Before him now stood the garrison of the Northern Army, an unremarkable two-story building resembling a modest and that had troubled him for several days. After standing outside the garrison for a moment, he resolutely crossed the threshold. The first floor resembled a tavern, filled with numerous tables and chairs. At the far end, a counter was occupied by a grim-looking man, whose elongated face bore deep-set eyes accentuated by pronounced bags. His hawkish nose further deepened his somber demeanor. Who goes there? As Xia Lin entered, the man, seemingly engrossed in his ledger or documents, immediately looked up, his gaze sharp and scrutinizing. I am Xia Lin Karl, a soldier scholar from the Imperial Royal Academy of Magic. I have come to dissolve my soldier contract with the Northern Army. Even a man seasoned by the trials of society felt a weight beneath the man's penetrating gaze. Xia Lin sensed that this individual had likely taken many lives, but such matters were not his concern. He steadied his nerves and spoke. Dismissing a contract? How uncommon. This is your soldier contract. You may tear it up or burn it. No one will trouble you for it. Stepping out of the Northern Army garrison and back into the sunlight, Xia Lin felt as though he had shed a heavy shackle. Even the setting sun above was imbued with hues of hope. Without a moment's hesitation, he shredded the parchment worth 15 gold lunter and incinerated the remnants with a fire arrow, then made his way back to the academy. Though he did not shout in exultation, the smile curling at the corners of his lips and his increasingly buoyant steps revealed his elevated spirits. From this day forth, I am the first-ring mage and honorary knight, Xia Lin Karl. Xia Lin silently declared to himself. He opened his door, first fumbling in the dark for a candle and flint. After much effort, he finally managed to light the candle, and then proceeded to Harper's dormitory to see what useful items his friend might have left behind. After an extensive search, Xia Lin discovered that Harper had indeed discarded a considerable number of items, 3 or 4 pristine sheets of parchment, half a bottle of ink, and 2 slightly dulled dip pens. It seemed that Harper had deemed these belongings useful enough to entrust the key to Xia Lin. Although these items had largely lost their significance for Xia Lin at present, the genuine affection they embodied from Harper's youth stirred a sense of sentimentality even in this seasoned individual. Thus, Xia Lin resolved to promptly establish a plan to redeem Harper. After paying 15 gold lunnets to annul the contract, Xia Lin found himself with an additional 25 gold lunnets, considering the various magical pursuits he intended to undertake, which he suspected might be challenging to accomplish alone. He decided to lend Harper 15 gold lunnets and employ him as an assistant for a daily wage of 5 silver marls. A mage proficient in inscribing scrolls could typically earn around 3 to 4 silver coins a day, and Xia Lin deemed a daily remuneration of 5 silver coins for Harper to be quite reasonable. As for the remaining 10 gold lunnets, Xia Lin planned to purchase a residence in the Northern District, facilitating his family's relocation, while also reserving some funds for their living expenses. This endeavor would likely require 4 to 5 gold lunnets, and the surplus would serve as the seed capital for his next project. Reflecting on his hard-working parents who had raised 3 siblings, his elder brother who always looked after him and his sister, as well as his painfully thin and endearing sister, a smile crept onto Xia Lin's face. The following day, after consuming the leftover dark bread from the previous night, Xia Lin ventured into the central district in search of Harper's home. Although he had never visited Harper's residence, he was aware that Harper's family owned a tailor shop named Cole's Tailoring, presumably located near the market in the central district. However, Cole's Tailoring was evidently less renowned than the Gregor Merchant Guild, and after inquiring among passers-by, none could provide information about the shop's whereabouts. Just as he stood outside the market, regretting his failure to ascertain Harper's address earlier, a hesitant woman selling vegetables approached him and ventured, "Esteemed mage, are you in search of Harper Cole?" "Indeed, I am a classmate of Harper, and I have come to see him regarding certain matters," Xia Lin replied. Upon hearing her words, Xia Lin felt a surge of exhilaration. He had not anticipated encountering someone familiar with Harper in this market. It made sense, however. For any child discovered to possess magical talent by the Mage Guild would undoubtedly attract attention in the Empire. Had he simply inquired about the residence of the child identified 3 years prior as having magical potential, he might have uncovered the path much sooner. "Then, esteemed mage, please follow me. I am a neighbor of that boy Harper." The woman, relieved to find Xia Lin devoid of the lofty demeanor she expected from a mage, wiped her hands on her apron and warmly invited him. Following the enthusiastic woman through a labyrinth of narrow alleys, Xia Lin soon spotted the wooden sign of Cole's Tailoring on a pathway scarcely 3 meters wide. Chapter 7. The Assistant Master Mage. "Here we are. Laurent, hurry out. Harper's classmates have arrived." The landlady maintained a courteous demeanor towards Xia Lin throughout their journey, speaking softly. Yet her tone reverted to its natural volume when addressing the Harper family. "Classmates?" At that moment, Harper was engrossed in copying a scroll. A moment's distraction caused the runes on the parchment to ignite with luminescence. Accompanied by the faint glow of the runes, a distorted, transparent substance suddenly materialized in the air, only to dissipate swiftly, leaving the runes on the spell scroll devoid of their magical sheen. Despite his family's careful restraint following his repeated admonitions, he could not escape the disturbances from outside the house. With a resigned sigh, Harper laid down his quill and leaned out of the small attic window to see which classmate had disrupted his work and cost him 3 silver coins. Xia Lin, what brings you here?" The familiar figure below surprised Harper. He had never disclosed his home's specific location to Xia Lin, so he was taken aback that Xia Lin had sought him out. "Hey, Harper, I came to discuss a few matters with you today." Upon seeing his friend's face, Xia Lin smiled and waved. "All right, wait a moment. I was just working on a spell scroll. Your timing is quite fortuitous." Noticing Harper's slight complaint, Xia Lin chuckled, speculating that Harper's reaction stemmed from having just wasted a scroll. He wondered whether it was a 0-level spell costing 40 copper bits or a 1st-level spell scroll worth 80 copper bits. "Greetings, Master Mage. I am Laurent, Harper's father. Please, come inside to speak." At that moment, a frail middle-aged man emerged from the tailor's shop, warmly greeting them. 2 small heads cautiously peeked from the shop's doorway, likely Harper's younger siblings, who were observing Xia Lin with curiosity. In an era lacking medical care and contraceptive measures, there was no notion of selective childbirth. Regardless of their ability to support a family, everyone exerted themselves to have children. Thus, most of Xia Lin's peers had several siblings. "I am Xia Lin Karl, Harper's classmate." Xia Lin politely introduced himself with a nod before stepping inside the shop at Laurent's invitation. "Janet, thank you very much this time. Next time, have Jamie come to make a shirt for me." As Xia Lin entered, Harper's father bid farewell to the satisfied landlady, and Xia Lin then noticed Harper descending from the 2nd floor. "Xia Lin, what brings you to see me today? Aren't you planning to prepare some supplies for your journey?" Harper asked curiously, clearly surprised by Xia Lin's visit. "No, I have terminated my contract with the Northern Army and do not intend to head north." Xia Lin shook his head, uttering words that left Harper in shock. "You terminated the contract? That costs 15 gold lunt. Where did you acquire such funds?" "I see. You borrowed money from Ellen Gregg." "How could Ellen Gregg lend you money?" Harper exclaimed, his face a mask of shock and confusion, clearly overwhelmed by the news that Xia Lin had just revealed. "I created an item and sold it to Ellen for 40 gold lunt. It is as simple as that." "Harper, you contributed to this money as well. Without you, I would never have found Ellen Gregg. I now wish to invite you to become my assistant and embark on a grand venture together. Should you agree, I will pay off your contract and provide you with a daily wage of 5 silver coins. You can gradually repay the 15 gold lunt from the salary." Xia Lin succinctly articulated his intentions, and to bolster his persuasion, he produced a linen pouch from his sleeve, loosened the drawstring, and tossed it onto the tailor's table. The coins within the pouch emitted a crisp and alluring sound, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the tailor shop with the enchanting golden glimmers peeking from the linen bag. 5 silver coins. Gazing at the pouch of gold, Harper was evidently intrigued. Although mages occupied a relatively elevated position in society, earning money was no simple feat. For instance, the creation of scrolls involved issues of success rates. Harper's current success rate hovered around 60%. The cost of a mage armor scroll ranged from 80 copper bits to 1 silver mar, while the selling price fluctuated around 3 silver mars. His mental fortitude allowed him to endure 3 to 4 creations a day, yielding approximately 3 to 4 silver mars. Thus, a daily wage of 5 silver coins surpassed the earnings from his arduous scroll crafting, and it offered greater stability. Most critically, Xia Lin was willing to provide a substantial sum of 15 gold lunt to free him from his contract with the Northern Army. Though many of his fellow military students in the academy yearned for glory in the North, Harper was rather attached to his family and was reluctant to be separated from them for a decade. Previously, he had no choice, but now, Xia Lin had presented him with an opportunity to choose. Yet, could he truly repay 15 gold lunt? Harper, you must agree to Lord Xia Lin. Harper's father, Laurent, whispered urgently, noticing his son's hesitation. The 2 little ones beside him gazed at their brother with pleading eyes, reflecting the deep familial bonds that existed within the Harper family. Harper, do you really believe there are beautiful flowers and maidens awaiting us in the north? I have already inquired with Ellen Gregg. On the borders between the Empire and the Kingdom of Sardin, countless military mages like us have perished without a trace. We are being sent to confront the priests and knights of the evil light. Do you think you can contend with those fervent zealots who would readily sever their own heads? You can repay these 15 gold lunt through your salary. Whether at the rate of 1 or several silver mars daily, the choice is yours. If you doubt my sincerity, we can include these terms in the contract. Xia Lin discerned that Harper was wavering. However, in light of the formidable debt of 15 golden lints, Harper likely harbored some reservations. Seizing the moment, Xia Lin first dispelled Harper's inclination to venture north by revealing the truth about the military mages, then provoked him further. What? Are Dilemma and the others not merely walking to their doom? Upon hearing Xia Lin's revelations regarding the military mages, Harper felt as though his entire worldview had crumbled, and he paid no heed to Xia Lin's provocations. Alas, my strength is sufficient only to save you. Dilemma and the others must rely on divine providence, Xia Lin lamented, shaking his head. His social circle at the academy was exceedingly limited. Harper was his sole friend. Even if Xia Lin possessed another 15 golden lints, he would not choose to rescue Dilemma unless the value Dilemma brought outweighed that sum. After a brief internal struggle, Harper glanced at his 3 family members. His father, now gray-haired, required assistance from Harper and his siblings to tie his hair. Very well. I shall acquiesce, but what will my duties as your assistant entail? Chapter 8. Raw materials. The sinister man whom Xia Lin encountered yesterday was likely the permanent representative stationed in the imperial capital by the northern military. Observing Harper emerge from the office, drenched in cold sweat and with a fixed gaze, Xia Lin realized that Harper had also encountered the seemingly disabled soldier from the previous day. He shook his head in silent disapproval. It appeared that his friend's mental fortitude was rather lacking, which posed a problem, as there would be many matters requiring Harper's attention in the future. What shall we do next, Xia Lin? Harper inquired. First, accompany me to the northern district to purchase a house for my family. Then we shall investigate the market to identify profitable ventures to support our magical research. Xia Lin succinctly outlined their forthcoming tasks before adding, Harper, do you know where to find property listings? Buying a house, is it? Let me think. We should probably visit the Adventurers Guild. Harper replied after a moment of contemplation, suggesting a location that puzzled Xia Lin. He had initially assumed that Harper would lead him to someone akin to a real estate agent from his past life to view properties. Lacking connections in this regard, he expected that someone like Harper, who had grown up in the Central District, would know several individuals engaged in such businesses. Isn't the Adventurers Guild merely a place for posting quests for adventurers? Can one truly purchase a house there? Xia Lin questioned. Certainly. I recall that the Adventurers Guild features a bulletin board for trading information. For a mere silver mar, one can post various buy and sell notices. Many individuals advertise their properties for sale there. If we were to seek out those insufferable real estate agents, the commission fees would be quite substantial, Harper patiently elucidated, noticing that Xia Lin seemed to regard the guild as a mere backdrop for epic tales of dragon slaying. Ah, I see. Then let us go and take a look. Xia Lin nodded thoughtfully, surprised to discover that individuals in this world had already recognized the power of traffic and even attempted to harness it. Indeed, every era has its share of astute minds, though in a realm where the illiteracy rate exceeds 90%, Xia Lin harbored doubts about the efficacy of such advertisements. Upon arriving near the Adventurers Guild in the central district of the imperial capital, the atmosphere was notably vibrant. With a majority of pedestrians, 7 or 8 out of 10, bearing weapons wrapped in cloth. The rare appearance of 2 mages drew attention, and a self-proclaimed vice leader of the Wind Wolf Mercenary Corps approached them in an attempt to recruit, only to be met with their polite refusals, leaving him visibly disappointed. Xia Lin approached the bulletin board stationed outside the Adventurers Guild and discovered numerous trading notices scrawled in charcoal on its lime-washed surface. Together with Harper, they perused the listings, jotting down the contact details for properties available in the Northern District on the parchment they had brought, preparing to visit each one in turn. However, the number of houses for sale in the Northern District is rather limited. Even after searching the bulletin board diligently, the two could only find 4 properties. Xia Lin believed that Harper could handle this task alone, and to enhance efficiency, while simultaneously training Harper, he entrusted him with 5 golden lents, instructing him to procure a suitable house independently. To ensure the chosen property met his expectations, Xia Lin outlined his requirements to Harper. Firstly, the house must possess at least 2 floors, ideally complemented by a garden. If that was not feasible, a single floor with a garden would suffice, as he needed ample space for his forthcoming small workshop production. Secondly, the house should have multiple rooms, with a family of 5. A minimum of 4 rooms was essential for convenience, as Xia Lin had no desire to share a room with his snoring elder brother. For a mage, external disturbances are particularly detrimental to meditation, hence, even the Academy's dormitories for military students are designed as narrow single rooms with thick wooden doors and walls to ensure sound insulation. Naturally, if a mage's mental fortitude and concentration are sufficiently robust, meditating in a noisy environment is not impossible, though it would significantly diminish efficiency. As for other considerations, it would be ideal if he could acquire some basic furniture at a reasonable price, as Xia Lin currently lacked the time and budget to furnish the house entirely. He intended to explore the market for available raw materials, assess their costs, and determine how to generate funds for his research. After agreeing upon a meeting point with Harper, Xia Lin made his way to the largest market in the Central District, the Hema Market. Although this market does not rival the scale of the dock markets in the Southern and Northern Districts, its convenient transportation has led most guilds and trading companies in the imperial capital to establish bases here for the distribution of goods in the Central and Western Districts. These bases connect seamlessly, thus forming the expansive Hema Market, which spans several blocks. In the face of such a vast market, an aimless individual would likely struggle to locate what they need. Xia Lin, however, was not one to squander time without purpose. During the formulation of plans B, C, and D, he had already established a general target. The dye industry is one of the origins of modern chemistry, and according to Xia Lin's historical knowledge of chemistry, in the era of natural dyes, achieving vibrant and even coloration on fabrics that withstand washing requires the use of mordants. Common mordants include alum, soapstone, and copperas, and these minerals became Xia Lin's objectives. As for herbal shops, their significance is self-evident. The Sasan Empire, located in the southern part of the continent, experiences a hot and humid climate, with its southern terrain characterized by swamps and dense forests. Without the physician groups, which evolved from the shamanic traditions of the indigenous people, ensuring basic medical care, the Sasan Empire would likely face annual outbreaks of disease. Herbal medicine represents a novel medical system developed over centuries, synthesizing the shamanic pharmacopoeia and the alchemical practices of pharmacists, and it undoubtedly includes rare components derived from unique flora, fauna, and minerals. Regarding stone shops, Xia Lin's interest lay solely in quicklime, a widely used raw material in the chemical industry. The grocery store served as a means to ascertain the most economical prices for oils and soybeans, with the intention of exploring the production of soap, an essential commodity for any traveler seeking profit. Initially, Xia Lin was merely hopeful of finding a few necessary raw materials to satisfy his needs. However, after an extensive exploration of the vast market, his gains exceeded his expectations. He successfully established stable supply channels for various basic chemical materials such as alum, green vitriol, copper vitriol, Glauber's salt, lime, diatomaceous earth, sulfur, and saltpeter from corresponding shops. Although sulfur and saltpeter are primarily utilized by physicians in small doses, and their availability in herbal shops is quite limited, they nonetheless provide a clear source for sulfuric and nitric acids. Even with just the first 6 chemical materials, Xia Lin's potential for innovation was already considerable. For instance, with diatomaceous earth as a natural adsorbent, he could procure brown sugar in bulk, mix it with diatomaceous earth in a solution, and effortlessly obtain a clear sugar solution, leading to the production of white sugar. By subsequently adding soy milk to this white sugar solution and following a series of processes, he could even create crystal-clear rock candy. In this era, these commodities undeniably promise substantial profits. After an afternoon of diligent research and market investigation, Xia Lin departed from the Herma market, content with his crucial findings. Upon meeting Harper, he received exciting news. A seller was urgently looking to offload a standard 2-story house, approximately 60 square meters, due to financial losses incurred from an investment in maritime trade vessels that had capsized in a storm. The asking price was an astonishing 4 gold luntas. It is worth noting that houses of similar specifications in the Northern District typically commanded prices of at least 5 gold luntas. The moment Harper heard the seller's offer, he decisively expressed his intent to purchase. However, with a sense of responsibility, he engaged in some bargaining, ultimately acquiring the house for 3 gold luntas and 50 silver marls, inclusive of all furnishings therein. This price was indeed advantageous. After receiving the deed, ownership documents, and the remaining funds from Harper, Xia Lin eagerly accompanied him to their new home. The residence, situated on the north side of Silverfish Street in the western part of the Northern District, greatly pleased Xia Lin. The 2-story building, each floor spanning 60 square meters, featured a kitchen, dining room, foyer, and a small restroom on the first floor. The second floor comprised 4 rooms separated by a corridor, with an attic for storage, and even included a generous assortment of old furniture. This included 2 sets of tables and chairs on the first floor, various kitchen utensils, 2 chamber pots in the restroom, wooden beds for the 4 bedrooms on the second floor, as well as bamboo baskets, wooden boxes, and shelves for storage. Gazing upon this nearly move-in ready abode, Xia Lin resolved to bring his parents and siblings from the slums the following day. He then prepared to embark on the business of producing white sugar, while also considering the possibility of manufacturing fine salt, using the brine filtered from coarse salt as raw material for his upcoming plans. In appreciation of Harper, after assessing the condition of the property, Xia Lin unhesitatingly awarded him a bonus of 10 silver marls. Subsequently, he invited Harper to a nearby restaurant for a sumptuous seafood risotto valued at 30 copper bis, and granted him a paid half-day off for the following morning. Every aspect of the operation needed meticulous planning, including the sourcing of raw materials, the required manpower, the specifications and quantities of containers for boiling sugar and salt, the origin of charcoal fuel, and the water source for the solvents. Xia Lin also had to draft the blueprints for the simple centrifuge and filtration apparatus to be constructed. While devising the plan, Xia Lin glanced around the layout of the ground floor kitchen, contemplating the necessity of hiring masons and carpenters to expand the number of stoves and implement fire safety measures. With an area of 60 square meters, designating 30 to 40 square meters as a workshop space seemed entirely feasible. After erecting partition walls, the foyer could be transformed into a storefront for the future sale of produced white sugar, rock candy, and refined salt. However, once profits were realized, he would need to consider purchasing a manor outside the city, ensuring confidentiality and providing ample land for the various factories that would be required in the future. Chapter 9. The slums. After a night of arduous labor, Xia Lin finally completed the plan and process flowchart for the small workshop that transforms brown sugar into white sugar, along with the design of a rudimentary centrifuge made from an iron pot and a wooden axle, as well as a simple filtration device crafted from a bamboo tube. It was only around midnight that Xia Lin finally climbed into bed, utterly devoid of the energy to engage in his usual meditation. Upon rising the next day, he resolved to seek a means to learn the art of light manipulation, or alternatively, to explore the market for candles with a higher luminosity akin to whale oil candles. Prolonged exposure to the dim lighting while working on his drawings would undoubtedly jeopardize his eyesight. After performing a cleansing spell for personal hygiene, he hurriedly enjoyed a delectable yet affordable fish soup rice at a nearby eatery before making his way toward the western slums. Along the route, he observed water carriers hauling flatbed carts and common folk carrying buckets to draw water from the riverbanks and various wells scattered throughout the imperial capital. The sprawling metropolis lacked a municipal water system, aside from residents near the Seine River and those with access to wells. The remaining populace relied solely on human and animal labor to transport the essential water for daily sustenance. A pair of buckets filled with river water cost 1 copper piece, while well water was similarly priced. A single flatbed cart could deliver 10 buckets of water in one trip, allowing for 3 or 4 trips in the span of a morning. At first glance, one might surmise that water carriers enjoyed substantial profits. However, the reality was that these endeavors were controlled by the shadowy organizations of the capital. These individuals collaborated with the residents near the water sources to monopolize the right to draw water, and the carriers driving horse-drawn carts earned merely 5 or 6 copper coins per trip. Growing up in the slums, Xia Lin was acutely aware of the intricacies of these clandestine organizations. Had he not been detected for his mage aptitude, he might have become one of them. From a certain perspective, without these individuals organizing the transport of water for the slum dwellers, the lives of the capital's residents would be considerably affected. As Xia Lin ventured further from the heart of the northern district, the surrounding structures grew increasingly dilapidated. The stone slabs that once covered the sewer systems vanished, allowing the foul stench from the sewers to permeate the air. The odor, reminiscent of his upbringing, instilled an instinctive aversion within him, though he quickly suppressed it. With the sewers no longer visible, the uneven dirt paths became riddled with potholes, and the foul odor intensified, as if he were ensconced within a vast cesspool. Yet, in truth, the situation was not as dire as it seemed. In the absence of sewage facilities and toilets, the impoverished residents had, under the guidance of physicians and the coordination of the Grey organizations, collectively excavated numerous deep pits in their vicinity 7 or 8 years prior, covering them with mats woven from reeds to dispose of their refuse and excrement. Although the grass mats cannot completely eliminate the foul odor emanating from the fermentation of excrement and waste, they have certainly improved the environment to a considerable extent. Otherwise, it would have been improbable for the slums to have remained free of any large-scale epidemics over the past few years. This illustrates that humanity, under any circumstances, will tirelessly strive for survival, and this holds true even for those residing in slums. Xia Lin's arrival quickly attracted the attention of children playing and wandering about the slums. The locals were unfamiliar with Xia Lin. However, upon exchanging glances, the children playfully rushed towards him. A few of them feigned a clumsy attempt to collide with Xia Lin, only to be effortlessly evaded by a swift turn from him. This was an age-old skill passed down in the slums. Some audacious youngsters would resort to using daggers to injure or even kill their targets to evade pursuit. But Xia Lin possessed a far superior mastery of such knowledge. In comparison to the narrow-minded children, the adults in the slums had a much broader perspective. Upon witnessing Xia Lin's mage robe, they cautiously advised the nearby children to refrain from bothering him. After all, in the tale sung by all the bards, mysterious mages are regarded as both formidable and wise beings. It was not until Xia Lin ventured into the northern districts of the slums that he was recognized. A group of children who knew him suddenly surged forward. They were the younger siblings of Xia Lin's childhood companions. Fearless of Xia Lin's mage identity, they curiously touched his robe with their grimy hands, leaving behind a trail of dirty handprints. A few mischievous ones even attempted to pilfer coins from his pockets, only to be met with disappointment as Xia Lin had come unprepared, carrying nothing with him. "You rascals, though this robe may be old, it is worth several silver marks. If you dirty it, you'll have to get your mothers to clean it for me," Xia Lin declared, though he had little recourse against these audacious youngsters. "Ah, the waters of the Seine River are so swift, I bet my mother could make this robe clean," a boy cheekily shouted, implying that clean meant rendering Xia Lin's mage robe utterly unrecognizable. "Alas, you mischievous little ones," Xia Lin sighed helplessly as he made his way home amidst their enthusiastic throng. Not far from Xia Lin, seated absently on a stone before a hut constructed of reeds and mud bricks, Karl anxiously adjusted the spinning wheel for her mother while eagerly gazing towards the eastern road, anticipating the arrival of a familiar figure. Unable to contain herself, Karl restlessly inquired of her mother, "Mom, when will he come?" Xia Lin is your brother. How can you speak of him so casually?" The woman, deeply focused on her spinning, had a face lined with wrinkles and strands of withered hair interspersed with gray. She sternly admonished her daughter. Having received no laundry work that day, she could only spin a small amount of fine thread to earn a meager 4 copper coins. Even combined with the 20 or so copper coins her husband earned, their family of 3 would struggle to have a decent meal the following day. Regarding the matter of her son becoming a distinguished mage, the narrow-minded Lonnie Reed felt no genuine connection. Individuals of their humble status only grasped the mystery and terror surrounding the mages, yet remained oblivious to the utility of the powers they wielded. In this world, the Magical Academy offered no concept of summer or winter breaks, allowing only a single day each month for leave. For 3 consecutive years, Xia Lin had immersed himself in rigorous study and training, otherwise, regardless of his innate talent for magic or relentless effort. A typical boy from the slums could not possibly ascend to the rank of a first-tier mage in merely 3 years. Suddenly, faint shouts echoed from a distance, causing the 2 women spinning yarn to cease their activity and listen intently. The raucous voices of children grew nearer, and both the girl and the matron displayed expressions of delight as they rose to approach the source of the sound. There, amidst a throng of children, appeared Xia Lin Karl, clad in a disheveled mage's robe, helplessly navigating through the crowd. The inhabitants of the adjacent houses stepped outside to witness the unfolding scene. However, at that moment, aside from members of the Grey Organization and those engaged in unsavory professions, the men of the slums were toiling within the city, leaving behind only children and women spinning yarn at home. Upon arriving at the family's doorstep, the children dispersed in a flurry, granting space for the family to converse. Xia Lin bore no possessions, as he had merely come to fetch someone. Yet, Heli was unaware of this and circled around him several times, failing to spot a gift, which caused her face to fall in disappointment. With a somewhat forced smile, Lonnie remarked that their household had no savings, suggesting it might be necessary to borrow money. "No need, mother. You and Heli should tidy up the house. We are moving there today, and you won't have to wash clothes by the river anymore. Father won't need to carry burdens at the docks." Xia Lin ruffled his sister's hair, casting a sympathetic glance at her gaunt frame, and turned to his mother. "What? A house in the North District?" Heli exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief, while the surrounding women exhibited astonished expressions. In the slums, no one wished to remain trapped in such squalor, yet they lacked any skills to ascend. Their labor barely sufficed to feed themselves and their families, leaving little hope of escape. They had not anticipated that today, a family they interacted with daily would indeed depart from this quagmire. "A house." Feeling the mixture of envy and admiration in the gazes around her, Lonnie felt her head spin, as if the world had become surreal. In that moment, she vaguely comprehended what her son's status as a mage truly signified for their family. "Brother, I'll help mother pack our things. By the way, is the house big? Will I have my own room?" "Rest assured, it's quite spacious. Each of us will have our own room." Xia Lin smiled, her gaze directed towards 3 men who had mysteriously appeared amidst the crowd. The onlookers had created a space around these individuals, clearly intimidated by their presence. These 3 were members of a Grey organization known as the Copper Hands, hailing from the slums, and they were once her companions. Had it not been for the revelation of her innate magical talent, she might have found herself among their ranks. Chapter 10. The Copper Hand regarding the Grey organizations. Xia Lin harbored neither disdain nor affection. On one hand, these various Grey organizations had formed the Longshoremen's Union, empowering the dockworkers to negotiate wages with the miserly merchants. Simultaneously, they maintained a semblance of order in the slums and provided numerous job opportunities, effectively filling a gap left by the feudal monarchy's governance at the grassroots level. On the other hand, they resembled parasitic plants, deeply rooted in the lives of the impoverished. Beyond their income from the near-criminal undertakings, they also extracted a portion of the meager earnings that laborers painstakingly earned through their toil, securing a stable income to uphold a relatively affluent lifestyle for their members. For instance, Xia Lin's father, who toiled daily at the docks earning 25 copper bis, had to surrender 3 to them, while his mother, who earned 5 copper bis for every pound of fine yarn spun, had to yield 1. However, over the past 3 years, Xia Lin had little interaction with these organizations and was uncertain as to why they had sent 3 childhood friends to seek him out. "Long time no see, Xia Lin. You must remember us, right?" "Of course, Roy, Adams, Fink. I remember the days when we fought against those rascals from the south, and Oliver was knocked down by you." "I never imagined you all would join the Copper Hand," Xia Lin replied, a hint of nostalgia gracing his features. "Haha, those are bygone days. Now we merely strive for survival." Roy laughed heartily, appearing entirely unscathed by life within the Grey organization, seeming much like the older brother who had once led Xia Lin into countless brawls. "Striving for survival by joining the Copper Hand?" Xia Lin sighed, recalling how Roy had once spoken with youthful dreams of becoming a dragon-slaying adventurer. Now, it seemed that the aspirations of ordinary folk were destined to shatter before the harshness of reality. "Xia Lin, we are not as fortunate as you to become a distinguished mage. Your older brother has become an apprentice to the dock's blacksmith. And now everyone calls you the lucky Karl family. Fink, the short one behind Roy, interjected with a tone of jealousy. Indeed, we have changed, Xia Lin remarked, glancing at Fink with veiled meaning. Despite becoming a mage, you show no concern for your friends. A person as heartless as you has squandered the kindness Roy and Adams extended to you, seemingly oblivious to Xia Lin's insinuation. Fink continued to express his grievances towards this former companion from years past, failing to notice the peculiar smile that crept onto Xia Lin's face, his eyes narrowing slightly, while Roy's expression grew increasingly severe. Fink. Enough. Roy. You. I am merely standing up for you. Suddenly slapped, Fink clutched his cheek in disbelief. Staring at his leader with indignation. Fink, cease your utterances. Roy and I do not require your defense, Adams interjected in a deep voice, breaking his silence. You all. Very well. I concede that I, Fink, have been blind. You have always sheltered that little brat, Xia Lin, and continue to do so now. Fink trembled with rage, casting a glance between his two burly companions before clenching his fists and directing his gaze towards Xia Lin, who still wore a cheerful expression. It appeared he was on the verge of launching himself at Xia Lin in a fit of fury. Indeed, Fink, you remain unchanged, Xia Lin sighed, shaking his head at Fink's menacing demeanor. Since childhood, he and Fink had never seen eye to eye, engaging in numerous brawls. Were it not for Roy and Adams mediating between them, they would have long since parted ways. It seemed that Fink's impression of him remained frozen in time from 3 years prior, a situation that served neither of them well. Roy and Fink instinctively took a step back, and even Adams' usually stoic expression revealed a hint of tension. It was only then that they comprehended that the boy standing before them was no longer the snot-nosed child trailing behind them years ago, but rather Xia Lin, a mage wielding formidable magical prowess. Roy's face turned pale, anxiety etched across his features as he fixated on the flaming arrow. No, Xia Lin, please cease. It was Fink who spoke amiss. We meant no offense. The Copper Hand sent us to seek the friendship of a mage. Over the past 3 years, Copper Hand has provided considerable support to our families. Otherwise, do you think those ruffians from elsewhere would refrain from troubling your family? Is that so? It does seem that way, Xia Lin mused. Very well, I accept your sincerity. Copper Hand has indeed gained my friendship. Should you have any requests that do not impose upon me, Roy and Adams, you may come to find me in the Northern District. As for Fink, that fool who fails to grasp the situation, let us disregard him for now. I trust you will soon ascertain my whereabouts. Upon hearing Roy's words, Xia Lin contemplated for a moment, realizing that over the years, his family had not been disturbed, an unusual circumstance indeed. It appeared that Copper Hand had played a significant role in this. In light of this, Xia Lin felt inclined to extend a favor to Copper Hand and, in turn, assist his 2 childhood friends. Furthermore, maintaining a relationship with such a shadowy organization could prove advantageous at times. Thus, he softened his tone towards Roy, while completely ignoring the trembling Fink, drenched in sweat. Initially, Xia Lin had intended merely to intimidate a brainless bully like Fink. Now that Roy had provided a timely opportunity for reconciliation, Xia Lin saw no reason to make things overly difficult for them, especially since they shared a bond from their youth. Guiding the flaming arrow with his mental energy, he sent it soaring into the sky, where it ultimately transformed into an irregular burst of flames, dissipating like fireworks. Master Xia Lin, we have come to you with a matter of utmost importance to discuss. As the terrifying flame arrow dissipated into the sky, Roy let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly continued speaking. He ceased his attempts at camaraderie, adopting a formal yet respectful address. Observing the onlookers who had hidden themselves to watch, he steeled himself and stepped forward a few paces, speaking in a volume just audible to Xia Lin. Our organization requires a batch of spell scrolls, roughly 20 of those for armor, and 20 that can attack enemies as Lord Xia Lin's spell did just now. 5 silver marls. Xia Lin's mind stirred. A total of 40 spell scrolls at 5 silver marls each amounted to a considerable sum. What purpose could a gray organization like Copper Hand have for such spell scrolls? They surely could not confront the city guards, and in a territorial dispute, employing spell scrolls would be less effective than enlisting a few scrappy youths like Roy from the slums as cost-effective cannon fodder. After pondering without reaching a conclusion, Xia Lin ultimately nodded in agreement. This was an opportunity not to be missed. Although his social circle was limited and he could not summon several mage classmates to craft the scrolls, Harper's acquaintance, the socialite drama, should be able to find sufficient help. By providing them the scrolls for 4 silver coins each, they could profit an additional 40 silver marls. while Xia Lin would gain 40 silver marls for himself and maintain a relationship with Copperhand, a scenario beneficial for all parties involved. Upon hearing Xia Lin's agreement, Roy visibly relaxed, foregoing further reminiscing. They arranged for Adams to collect the goods later, and he promptly departed with Adams and the still trembling Fink. After this encounter, Fink would hopefully learn an important lesson: never provoke those one cannot afford to confront. This served as a small gift from Xia Lin to his childhood companion. Otherwise, he feared that one day, the body of this oblivious individual might be discovered in a cesspool of the slums. Chapter 11. Moving at this moment, Helly and her mother had finished packing their belongings, primarily the family's bedding and utensils, which were stacked on a dilapidated flat cart generously lent by a neighbor. Any items that could not fit were held in their hands, while the neighbor's son, who was of a similar age to Summer's older brother Anthony, was responsible for pulling the cart. Summer recalled that his name was Edmund. The remaining items that could not be taken were left for the surrounding neighbors to take freely, and the mud and straw house was gifted to Edmund's family. Summer, you were quite impressive just now. How did that fiery arrow appear? Was that magic? Can you show me again? As they walked away from the slums, Helly's face radiated vitality, and although she was carrying a rather large earthen jar with her slender arms, she seemed unfazed by the weight. Call me brother. And why are you bringing so many useless things? It will take us a long time to reach the new house, and I won't help you carry them, Summer said with a smile, pinching Helly's face playfully. However, the girl's gaunt cheeks offered little resistance, and upon glancing at her mother's withered appearance, he resolved to improve the family's nutrition moving forward. The harsh life in the slums had sapped much of their vitality, and if this continued, they might not live to see their 30s or 40s. Don't pinch my face. It hurts. Let go if you want me to call you brother. If you keep calling me Summer, you won't have a room in the new house. Summer threatened with a stern expression. Brother, you are my real brother. Helly quickly relented, recognizing that physical threats were futile against Summer's more persuasive tactics. Now that's more like it. Call me brother more often. And when your second brother is in a good mood, there will surely be benefits for you, Summer said, ruffling the hair of the girl who was rubbing her cheeks after he released her. You just know how to bully me. Helly complained as she picked up the jar from the ground once more. You are my sister. If I don't bully you, who else will I bully? Summer laughed heartily, ignoring her eye roll as he took the stacked bowls and jars from his mother. Despite only having 2 meals a day at the academy for the past 3 years, he had sufficient food and nutrition, and with the morning runs, his physical condition was quite good. However, the energy of children is fleeting, and Helly soon began to huff and puff, ultimately handing the jar over to Summer. We're here. That house is it, Summer exclaimed, panting as he set down the bowls and jars, pointing to a 2-story building that was the 7th on the left side of the street. Is this really our new home? Helly released her mother's hand and dashed forward, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she surveyed her future residence. How much did this house cost? Their mother asked, a hint of fear and anxiety in her voice. Less than 4 golden lunter, and it's quite spacious. I plan to set up a small workshop on the 1st floor, and there are 4 rooms on the 2nd floor for you to choose from. The rest will be for me and my brother. Xia Lin discerned that his mother seemed somewhat anxious about his financial situation and continued, upon hearing these words. Edmund felt a mix of envy and jealousy, for the esteemed mage appeared utterly unfazed by a sum of 5 golden lut. In contrast, individuals like them from the slums could scarcely save 10 silver marls over an entire year and would likely never catch a glimpse of a golden lut in their lifetime. Lonnie, having been coaxed by Xia Lin, stumbled into the house to join Helly in selecting their respective rooms upstairs, while Xia Lin and Edmund busied themselves unloading items from the cart. Once everything was moved, Xia Lin handed Edmund a silver marl as a token of gratitude for his assistance. Their families enjoyed a cordial relationship, and with Xia Lin's newfound success, he was not inclined to be overly stingy. Noticing Edmund's exuberant expressions of thanks as he eagerly took the cart away, Xia Lin absent-mindedly stroked his chin, which was still devoid of hair, and began to ponder some future endeavors. However, to establish a foothold in the slums, one must first possess a legitimate claim to intervene and then navigate the intricate web of gray organizations. After a moment of contemplation without clarity, Xia Lin scratched an itchy spot on his arm, only to suddenly change expression. It seemed that a flea, having jumped from Helly during their playful tussle, had taken residence on him. In this era, fleas were a constant companion to the lower classes, as they often lacked the means to bathe. Having been away from the slums for 3 years, Xia Lin had forgotten this particular nuisance. Fortunately, although he lacked chemical agents for pest control, he possessed a versatile cleaning spell. Skillfully casting the spell upon himself, he watched as 3 or 4 fleas curled up and were swept to the ground by the magical energy. A shiver ran down his spine. After all, he had moved quite a number of items, and it seemed he would once again experience the depletion of his mental energy. However, after cleansing all the items brought from his hometown and casting the spell on the eagerly curious Heli and his mother, Xia Lin was pleasantly surprised to find that his mental energy had not yet been exhausted after nearly 20 applications of the zero-circle cleaning spell. Could it be that his mental prowess was on the verge of a breakthrough? Xia Lin pondered in astonishment. In this world, a mage's advancement in circles was not adorned with excessive embellishments. It simply depended on whether the mage's mental energy could manifest spells corresponding to their circle level. The most significant disparity lay between zero-circle and first-circle mages. Zero-circle spells could be cast without the mage's own magical energy, albeit at the cost of being feeble, resembling little more than mere parlor tricks. Conversely, first-circle spells required the mage to cultivate their own magical energy through prolonged meditation and exposure, which would then be infused into the spell model for successful casting. Such first-circle spells possessed sufficient lethality to easily kill or severely injure an unarmored adult. Even against armored foes, mages had numerous first-circle spells capable of inflicting harm through armor, such as the electric shock and fire manipulation spells. Unless the armor was crafted from enchanted metal, endowed with a degree of magical resistance. Chapter 12. After organizing the clutter, Xia Lin instructed his mother and Heli to procure essential provisions from the nearby market. Unlike his father, who toiled as a laborer at the docks, Xia Lin's elder brother had fortuitously saved the daughter of a blacksmith who fell into the water a year ago, thereby securing an apprenticeship as a blacksmith. Although apprentices received no wages, their master provided meals, alleviating the family's burdens. Upon completion of his apprenticeship, he would ascend from the impoverished strata, even among commoners. Blacksmithing was regarded as a respectable profession, which explained why the Karl family was often referred to as the fortunate Karl family by those in the slums. Xia Lin's visit was timely, as it would allow the blacksmith to construct a centrifuge. His design for the rudimentary centrifuge was remarkably simple, comprising a thick-bottomed iron pot with a central rotating shaft. The upper part of the shaft featured a crank mechanism, complemented by a wooden frame and a pot lid, which would secure the centrifuge in place, enabling manual rotation of the shaft to separate molasses from the brown sugar solution. Having never visited Anthony's blacksmith shop, Xia Lin first sought out members of the Copper Hand organization at the docks to clarify his intentions. To his surprise, Old John and Anthony had already been waiting for him. Xia Lin was taken aback by Roy's unexpected attentiveness, realizing that this former playmate was indeed a remarkable individual. Perhaps in the future, he could lend a hand to Anthony, providing him with a broader platform to showcase his talents. Upon seeing Xia Lin, Old John wore a look of satisfaction, patting Xia Lin on the shoulder without uttering many words. In contrast, Anthony rubbed his hands together, hesitatingly and conflictedly inquiring, "No, I still need to visit the blacksmith shop to have something made. Brother, please lead the way. Let us go to the shop where you are apprenticed." Xia Lin found Anthony's reaction puzzling and, after a moment's contemplation, arrived at a conjecture. Could it be that this fellow had indeed become involved with the blacksmith's daughter? All right. Upon hearing Xia Lin's proposal, Anthony broke into a broad, hearty smile. The Karl lineage was commendable. Despite Heli's poor nutrition, traces of future beauty were discernible. Anthony possessed a robust frame, although he had previously appeared somewhat lanky in ill-fitting clothes. After a year of hearty apprentice meals at the blacksmith's, he had developed a solid physique, standing in stark contrast to Old John's frail, stooped figure. At times, Xia Lin questioned whether Anthony was truly his elder brother, as he himself had only recently reached a height of around 1.60 meters, while Anthony had towered over him for several years. Regrettably, Anthony's gentle nature had rendered him reticent during their childhood. Had it not been for the bullying he and Heli endured, Anthony would have remained silent, even the Copper Hand dismissing him. Were it not for a stroke of luck, he might have been destined to a life akin to Old John's, laboring as a dock worker for eternity. As for Xia Lin himself, he had never gazed upon his own visage. However, from the feel of his facial bones, he surmised that his features were relatively well-proportioned, likely not lacking in attractiveness. Anthony. Under Anthony's guidance, the trio made their way to the blacksmith shop where he had apprenticed. Before they arrived, Xia Lin spotted a petite figure clad in a linen shirt and coarse trousers squatting at the entrance of the forge, seemingly engaged in some activity. Upon noticing the three, the figure sprang up with delight, exclaiming joyfully as she rushed over. This girl, who was said to have been rescued by his elder brother, stood at barely 1 meter 60, with short red hair tied into a small ponytail, her face adorned with freckles, and a vibrant smile that easily endeared her to others. In the face of the enthusiastic girl, Anthony bashfully scratched his head, extending his hand for an introduction. I know, you've mentioned it numerous times, that you have a brother who has become a mage. Basie curiously glanced at Xia Lin, then reached into her pocket, retrieving a rather peculiar iron object that resembled a tangled mass of grass, presenting it to Xia Lin. Hello, Xia Lin, I am Basie Buck, your brother's future wife. Huh. The father and son immediately turned their gaze towards the towering figure. No. All right. I confess I have feelings for Basie, and she reciprocates. Father, I wish to marry Basie. Anthony's face flushed crimson as he recognized the intense scrutiny of the three upon him, finally admitting with a downcast demeanor. Congratulations, brother and sister-in-law. Thank you for your gift. What is this peculiar item? Xia Lin smiled as he accepted the gift, finding the peculiar couple quite amusing. After extending his congratulations, he gazed curiously at the odd iron object, inquiring of his future sister-in-law. Basie, undeterred by her craftsmanship, cheerfully wrapped her arm around Anthony's. I understand. I will take good care of it. She was a good-hearted girl. Since they were fond of one another, I shall have a word with Blake regarding this matter shortly. Once Xia Lin finished speaking with Basie, old John, hands clasped behind his back, regarded the sweet couple with a beaming smile. Thank you, father. With old John's approval. Basie's joy was palpable, but then she seemed to recall something, turning her gaze toward Anthony. This is because I have something that needs to be crafted by my uncle, which is why I asked my brother to bring us here. Perhaps you, sister-in-law, could assess whether there are any difficulties in the crafting? Xia Lin withdrew 2 blueprints from his sleeve and handed them to Basie. Well, they do look rather odd, but with my father's skills, it should pose no issue. Basie examined the blueprints, furrowing her brow pensively before speaking. This item, I might be able to forge it by tomorrow evening. But what purpose does it serve? In the midst of a conversation among a few individuals, a robust man emerged from the smithy. He sported a bushy beard and was bare-chested, clad only in a tattered leather skirt that bore the marks of grime. His chest was adorned with a thick tuft of hair, while his fiery red locks, comparable in length to Basie's, were gathered into a towering braid secured by a simple cord, presenting an image reminiscent of a Spartan warrior. By the way, I have given my consent to your union with Basie. However, you must strive to make me proud. Your brother has already acquired a residence in the North District at such a young age. Should you subject my daughter to a life of hardship? Do not blame me for resorting to drastic measures. The burly middle-aged man took the blueprints, scrutinizing them with great attention while stroking his thick beard, and then, feigning nonchalance, he remarked, Father. Upon hearing her father's somewhat menacing words, Basie pouted, placing her hands on her hips and glaring at him. TSK, I have raised a daughter for over a decade, and it seems I am now outdone by a mere brat. Very well, I shall not trouble you further. I will take these 2 drawings. Remember to come by for the goods tomorrow evening. Basie's father and she exchanged glances for a few seconds, but ultimately, under his daughter's discontented gaze, the father relented. He waved his hand dismissively and, with his head bowed, retreated back into the smithy. Chapter 13. White Sugar. Upon their return to Silverfish Street, old John and Anthony beheld their new abode, their faces a tapestry woven with astonishment, anticipation, and an inexplicable hint of trepidation. After all, the sudden leap from the impoverished to the middle class was daunting. Young individuals like Anthony and Helly adapted swiftly to the transformation in their living conditions. Yet for old John and Lanny, who had spent a lifetime in the slums, the experience felt surreal, as if they were caught in a dream. Nonetheless, Xia Lin held steadfast in his belief that they would soon acclimate to this new way of life. For the pursuit of a better existence knows no bounds dictated by social status. As noon approached, despite the prevalent custom of having only 2 meals a day, Xia Lin took it upon himself to celebrate their relocation and his graduation by treating the family to a delightful seafood feast at a nearby restaurant. Typically, their household meals consisted of a haphazard porridge made from vegetables, potatoes, and a scant amount of incompletely shelled brown rice, which often left them unsated. The family prioritized meeting old John's needs as the primary laborer before attending to Lanny and Helly. Thus, after indulging in this rare and sumptuous meal that nearly made Helly's taste buds dance with joy, she found herself feeling significantly closer to her second brother, Xia Lin. In the afternoon, Xia Lin convened with Harper to discuss their forthcoming plans. He entrusted Harper with an important task, to reach out to their classmates in the city and arrange for the production of 20 made shield scrolls and 21st-tier offensive spell scrolls within 10 days. Xia Lin offered Harper a bonus of 5 silver coins as an incentive. Observing Harper's enthusiasm as he set out to contact his fellow military students, Xia Lin chuckled softly and proceeded to the Masons Guild and the Carpenters Guild to seek artisans for the renovations. Xia Lin also took the opportunity to acquire various essential items. After 2 days of renovations, the first floor of his new home underwent a remarkable transformation. The dining area was entirely repurposed, and the wooden dining table was relocated to his room to serve as a desk, thus liberating a considerable expanse of space. The 60-square-meter ground level was divided into 2 sections by wooden walls. The rear section became a workshop and kitchen equipped with 4 stoves, while a designated area housed charcoal and water-filled barrels, leaving ample room for raw materials and miscellaneous items. The front section featured a large wall facing the street that had been reinforced and transformed into a 20-square-meter shop, complete with wooden shelves and ceramic jars flanking either side, culminating in a sturdy counter at the back. These modifications cost Xia Lin a total of 2 gold lunts and 45 silver marls. After successfully installing a rudimentary centrifuge resembling a large iron pot onto a wooden frame and applying bean oil as a lubricant, Xia Lin attempted to turn the upper crank. He quickly realized it required considerable effort. Adding several dozen pounds of brown sugar solution would likely make it exceedingly strenuous. Spending 4 silver coins, he procured 10 pounds of brown sugar for a trial production. He poured the sugar into the centrifuge, gradually adding water to dissolve it, until roughly 6 or 7 pounds of the sugar had completely melted, resulting in a water volume of merely 3 or 4 liters within the centrifuge. Xia Lin estimated that this centrifuge, capable of holding approximately 20 liters of water, could simultaneously process nearly 40 pounds of brown sugar, which translates to around 60 pounds. The yield appeared to be quite satisfactory. Once the brown sugar had completely dissolved, Xia Lin commenced the operation of the centrifuge. With a load of about 10 pounds, the machine rotated with relative ease. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, sensing that enough time had elapsed, Xia Lin ceased the motion and lifted the wooden lid, revealing a distinct stratification in the brown sugar solution. He instructed Harper to fetch a filtering cylinder crafted from layers of silk, fine cotton, diatomaceous earth, and coarse linen, all nested within a large bamboo tube. Xia Lin ladled the brown sugar solution into the filtering cylinder, where the vibrant liquid, after traversing through the intricate layers of the filter, emerged as a crystal-clear stream, flowing through the small opening at the bottom into a ceramic basin below. Due to the dense texture of the filtering layers, the filtration process was rather slow. Xia Lin pondered the possibility of constructing several more filtering cylinders, securing them with a wooden frame, and utilizing larger ceramic basins below to accommodate the process simultaneously. Otherwise, the current efficiency would render the time investment intolerable. After considerable effort, once the brown sugar solution had been entirely filtered, Xia Lin poured the translucent syrup into a small iron basin, which he then placed in a larger pot filled with water for a gentle water bath heating. This method was employed to regulate the temperature of the solution. Direct heating would likely cause the crystallized sugar to oxidize and discolor. As the sweet aroma wafted through the air, after roughly half an hour, Xia Lin successfully obtained a highly concentrated hot sugar solution, which he set aside to cool and crystallize. After a busy afternoon, Xia Lin's small white sugar workshop had finally produced its first batch of approximately 6 pounds of white sugar. "What is this?" Helly, who had been observing Xia Lin's endeavors with curiosity, inquired as she gazed at the pure white sugar crystals in the iron basin. "This is white sugar. You all can have a taste," Xia Lin replied, lacking the desire for further explanation as he focused on scraping the dark brown molasses from the bottom of the centrifuge. This molasses still contained numerous unseparated sugar crystals, but for the sake of efficiency, he decided against further separation, knowing that this sweet, viscous substance held considerable commercial value. "How sweet." Helly cautiously pinched a small amount of white sugar and tasted it, her eyes lighting up with delight at the pure sweetness that graced her palate. "White sugar, is it? I believe that Ellen and her noble entourage would surely pay a handsome price for it." Harper also sampled the white sugar, confidently affirming its quality. "Of course, the cost of purchasing 1 pound of brown sugar is 40 copper bits, and it takes 2 pounds of brown sugar to yield 1 pound of white sugar. Considering the other costs, I must price my white sugar at no less than a silver mar." Xia Lin calculated the expenses and realized that the yield of white sugar from brown sugar was merely a little over 50%. thus determining a seemingly exorbitant price for his white sugar. The abundance of resources in this world far surpasses that of medieval Europe. In the southern regions of the empire, vast fields are devoted to sugarcane cultivation, with the price of brown sugar being relatively acceptable for the common folk, whereas white sugar's cost limits it to a more affluent market. Isn't a silver morley rather extravagant? Old John inquired with a furrowed brow, his concern evident. The recent extravagant expenditures of young Xia Lin have far exceeded the comprehension of this nearly 40-year-old man, with investments that previously would not have been seen in an entire year. This has instilled within him a sense of trepidation, fearing that his son might squander the fortunes amassed through mysterious means. The notion that white sugar could easily fetch a silver morley is particularly bewildering to old John. Rest assured, the price of white sugar will only soar beyond my estimation of a silver morley. Young Xia Lin, however, exhibits a remarkable confidence in his white sugar. While the sources of sweetness in this world are more diverse than those of medieval Europe, the absence of artificial beekeeping keeps the price of honey exorbitantly high. Brown sugar, though rich in flavor, carries the drawback of imparting a strong taste to any pastry it graces. In contrast, white sugar is a pure sweetener, harmonizing effortlessly with various fruits and spices to create more complex and delightful confections. This alone is sufficient to secure white sugar's market among the nobility and merchants. Furthermore, in an effort to expand the market for white sugar, Xia Lin has just conceived a rather ingenious idea. Chapter 14. A visit. While Xia Lin was ambitiously seeking to expand the market for sugar, Ellen Gregg was tirelessly occupied near his estate. He had initially believed that possessing the Jenny spinning machine would secure his position as a leader in the textile industry. However, he soon encountered a minor setback: confidentiality. Although the efficiency of the Jenny spinning machine was over 10 times that of the traditional hand-operated spinner and could reach astonishing multiples after modifications to increase the spindle, the construction of the vertical spindle spinning machine presented no significant technical challenges. Ellen's foremost dilemma lay in safeguarding his prized invention from being appropriated by rival merchants. Historically, merchants had distributed coarse yarn to contractors who had paid a deposit, enabling those contractors to further delegate the work to various spinners. These spinners would either rent or purchase their spinning machines independently, and aside from the few hundred spinners in his territory, the Gregg Company had no direct connection with those in the city. However, in order to maintain the secrecy of the vertical spindle spinning machine while also profiting, Ellen needed to ensure that these spinners were under his control. Consequently, he gradually employed 40 women from his estate, paying them 15 copper pieces each, and erected a large, makeshift workshop of wooden frames and thatch outside his estate. This arrangement allowed him to guarantee that the workers could not take even a single wood chip from the machines. These women, sheltered under the minimally shaded workshop, quickly adapted to operating the vertical spindle spinning machine following a brief training period. As they marveled at the machine's formidable efficiency, they began generating substantial wealth for the Gregg Company. Daily, flatbed carts would deliver copious amounts of coarse yarn from surrounding estates and the city, only to be dispatched with an equal weight of fine yarn. At present, coarse yarn sold for 26 copper pieces per pound, while fine yarn commanded 35 copper pieces. Previously, out of the 9 copper pieces of profit, only 4 belonged to the Gregg Company. However, the situation had changed dramatically, with a fixed-wage system in place. Each spinner earned a mere 15 copper pieces per day, yet they could collectively produce an average of 23 pounds, equating to 230 pounds of fine yarn. The Gregg Company earned 9 copper pieces per pound of fine yarn, allowing each spinner to generate nearly 20 silver marks in profit daily. By the third day, as the number of spinning machines and workers reached 40, Ellen had already accrued a net profit of 4 gold lords, with both the machines and the workforce continuing to grow steadily and rapidly. Driven almost to madness by the staggering profits, Ellen could hardly wait for the completion of the spinning machines. He hastily hired an additional 40 spinners to rotate shifts with the original skilled workers throughout the day. Of course, his motivation was not the welfare of the workers, but rather to cultivate a sufficient number of skilled spinners in the shortest possible time. After all, the efficiency of a novice using a hand-spun machine was worlds apart from that of a proficient spinner operating the vertical spindle machine. He, keenly aware of the disparities in efficiency, preferred that people wait for machines rather than the other way around. As Ellen stood atop the walls of his estate, filled with ambition while observing the spinners industriously at work in the workshop, he envisioned a future where the Gregg Chamber unified the spinning industry. Unexpectedly, he received a visit from the chamber within the city, accompanied by an invitation penned by his friend, Xia Lin, scheduled for the following afternoon. Ellen held a favorable impression of Xia Lin. Despite his humble origins, Ellen greatly admired his ingenious design that had significantly enhanced spinning efficiency. Thus, he instructed his butler to prepare Xia Lin's favored red tea and exquisite pastries for the afternoon's reception. When the clock approached 3 or 4 o'clock the next day, a modest carriage slowly approached the estate. Ellen, alerted by the servant, eagerly made his way to the entrance to greet Xia Lin, only to find him carefully descending from the carriage, cradling a peculiar, oversized wooden box. "My dear friend, there is no need for such formality. To visit me and bring a gift is quite unnecessary," Ellen exclaimed with a warm smile as he approached Xia Lin, who was still clad in his linen wizard robe. "Oh, Ellen, there is a certain etiquette for guests. Were it not for your foresight in recognizing the vast potential of my vertical spindle spinning machine design, I might still be shivering in a dilapidated house in the slums, awaiting a dark future in the north." Xia Lin skillfully complimented Ellen, his gaze drifting to the workshop less than 100 meters from the estate, revealing a hint of surprise. "My friend, is that your idea? Using the factory for confidentiality is truly a stroke of genius." "Haha, indeed. After all, those chambers resemble hyenas on the plains. If I do not keep a close watch, my treasure, your brainchild, will be stolen away," Ellen replied, affectionately patting Xia Lin's shoulder. "Come, I have prepared a sumptuous afternoon tea. Allow me to host you properly." Ellen reached for the large wooden box, but Xia Lin gently stopped him. "I apologize, Ellen, though it contains a gift for you. It also holds something related to our forthcoming collaboration, and it is not yet convenient to unveil it. Please bear with me for a moment. Once we arrive at our destination, I shall reveal the mystery." "Is that so? I look forward to it," Ellen responded, not wishing to press Xia Lin further. Curiously, he glanced at the large box while following Xia Lin, guided by the estate's long-serving steward. Noticing Xia Lin's cautious demeanor ignited Ellen's youthful curiosity, prompting him to ponder what lay within the enigmatic box. Upon reaching the shaded area of the garden set for afternoon tea, Xia Lin added, "Ellen, while I appreciate your kind intentions, please do remove those pastries. I present to you a delightful confection, perfectly suited for enjoyment during afternoon tea. Shall we indulge in this exquisite pastry together?" "Indeed. Very well then. Grandpa Harold, please have them clear everything away, leaving only the beverages." Upon hearing Xia Lin's words, Ellen appeared taken aback. He waved his hand and instructed his venerable butler. "As you wish, young master." The old butler bowed slightly, signaling the waiting maids to remove the pastries that had been prepared. Only then did Xia Lin place the wooden box upon the elegantly carved white marble table, carefully opening it with great reverence. Chapter 15. Cake and sugar. As the wooden lid was gently pushed aside, a circular object with a diameter of 20 to 30 centimeters was revealed within the wooden box. This object, resplendent in white, was decorated with cherries, strawberries, grapes, oranges, and pineapples, presenting a vibrant and appetizing spectacle. "What is this?" Ellen exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the cake that resembled a creation of lime. Curiously, he inquired, "What is this delicacy?" "This is a fruit cake," Summer replied, "a confection crafted from flour, cloud sugar, milk, egg whites, and an assortment of fruits." Summer glanced around and addressed the elderly butler. "Pardon me, could you kindly fetch us a knife and some plates?" "Of course, esteemed guest." In no time, a maid brought the requested items. Summer took the knife and sliced into the fruit cake, revealing a fluffy pale yellow sponge adorned with a 2 to 3 centimeter layer of cream, which looked utterly delectable. After dividing the cake into 8 portions, Summer delicately placed a piece onto a plate and offered it to Ellen, gesturing for him to taste. Ellen stared at the cake, which resembled a work of art, unable to fathom that it was indeed a pastry. He picked up the knife and fork, cut a piece laden with the lime-like topping, and brought it to his mouth, instantly widening his eyes in surprise. What is this flavor?" Ellen was at a loss for words to describe the extraordinary taste he experienced. The rich milk, the sweet sponge, the airy clouds, and the tangy fruit seemed to have been perfectly blended by divine hands, creating such a complex and beautiful flavor. In that moment, he felt as though his tongue and mouth were graced with the bliss bestowed by the divine, and all his worries dissipated in the face of this happiness. Compared to this heavenly creation known as cake, all the renowned and expensive pastries he had previously tasted felt as insignificant as dust upon the ground. "My heavens, this cake is simply exquisite." After savoring it for an extended moment, Ellen finally swallowed the morsel, exclaiming in awe. His reaction sparked curiosity in the well-trained maid and butler nearby, who wondered just how delightful this confection, named cake, could be to so deeply move their opulent master. My friend, do you believe this cake will be well received by the nobility? Summer took a bite of the cake, relishing the familiar sweetness. However, having already tasted it during its preparation at home, he did not exhibit the same enthusiasm as Ellen. Absolutely, Summer. This confection known as cake will undoubtedly be fervently sought after by the aristocracy, even if a single piece were to be sold for 10 silver coins. I would find it utterly reasonable. The cost of a cake with a diameter of approximately 25 centimeters is around 35 silver coins, primarily due to the exorbitant labor costs associated with selecting low-gluten flour, along with the extravagant prices of the seasonal fruits adorning it. If not for the sake of color coordination, Xia Lin could substitute some ordinary fruits, such as cherries or strawberries, thereby potentially reducing costs to around 25 silver coins. However, Ellen remarked that such a fruit cake could surprisingly fetch 80 silver coins. Perhaps he could teach his mother and sister the art of cake making, and simultaneously sell these cakes in their shop. He might even promote the notion of birthday cakes. Who knows? These cakes could sell exceptionally well. After contemplating, Xia Lin deemed this idea rather appealing, yet he was not here to promote cakes, but rather to advocate for the white sugar produced by a small workshop. So, Ellen, what do you believe is a reasonable price for an essential ingredient required to make such a cake? Xia Lin retrieved a small wooden box of the same kind from his pocket, opened it, and placed it on the stone table before Ellen. What is this? Salt? Ellen inquired, peering curiously at the white sugar contained within the box. He scooped a small amount with a spoon and tasted it. The pure sweetness flooded his senses, instantly reminding him of the cake he had just eaten. This is cloud sugar, a delightful crystal formed by the powerful magic of mysterious wizards capturing clouds from the sky and condensing them on the ground. Of course, that's merely my explanation to the outside world. The actual process of making cloud sugar is quite complex, and I cannot elucidate it all at once. I came to visit you today to propose a collaboration with the Gregor Trading Company to sell this cloud sugar. Noting the incredulous expression on Ellen's face, Xia Lin chuckled softly before continuing to explain. Just selling? Merely selling. After a brief silence, Ellen recognized that this cloud sugar, with its unparalleled purity compared to brown sugar, undoubtedly held vast potential. Yet, at this moment, Xia Lin no longer desperately needed the gold. He was disinclined to divulge the intricacies of cloud sugar production to him. The tantalizing prospect of such a lucrative cake, yet only being able to savor a mere bite, was indeed frustrating. Nevertheless, upon observing Xia Lin's confident smile, Ellen sighed and acquiesced. Very well. My friend, the Gregor Trading Company will collaborate with you to sell this exquisite product. But you must inform me of its yield and the lowest price I can obtain from you. An exclusive business? An exclusive business. Though I do not rule out the possibility of new partners joining later. I am willing to buy your cloud sugar at 50 copper bits per pound. Hearing that others might also come to represent the white sugar business, Ellen eagerly raised his offer. My friend, you may be underestimating the yield of cloud sugar. The current 400 pounds is merely the beginning. If the supply of raw materials is sufficient, I will soon acquire a manor on the outskirts of the city, dedicated entirely to producing cloud sugar. At that time, I may sell several hundred or even 1,000 pounds daily. Such a vast enterprise would be beyond the capacity of even the Gregor Trading Company. Furthermore, I must collaborate with the Sugar Guild in the imperial capital. Otherwise, incurring their wrath could lead to my ruin as a mere mage and noble. Can the Gregor Trading Company withstand their fury? Very well. Then it's 30 copper pieces for a silver mar, and I shall promptly open the market. I trust your production can keep pace. After a moment's contemplation, Ellen added, Xia Lin, in the interest of cloud sugar, I believe you must teach my cook the art of cake making. My dear friend, the method of cake creation holds immense value. One cannot expect me to part with it freely. 20 golden lunters seems a fair price. 15. 18. Let us settle on 15. Very well, Ellen. For the sake of our friendship, as steadfast as diamond, I shall part with the cake-making method for 15 pieces. Please fetch paper and pen. Once I have inscribed the instructions, I will proceed to your kitchen to instruct your cook on how to prepare the ingredients. Xia Lin feigned a sigh of defeat. Yet in truth, he harbored little desire to keep the secrets of cake making. As a delicacy aimed at the aristocracy, while it could yield considerable profit, it served little purpose for his aspirations. Xia Lin's ambition was not to become a chef or pastry artist, but rather to delve into the mysteries of magic. Chapter 16. Karl's cake shop. His modest confectionery workshop produced approximately 500 pounds of white sugar daily. Initially, He intended to supply the entire output to the Greg Commerce for distribution. However, in light of his desire to teach his mother and sister the art of cake making for profit, he allocated 100 pounds of white sugar for their use. After supplementing the sugar production and following a day of intensive labor, Xia Lin instructed Harper to deliver the first batch of sugar to the Greg Commerce in town. This shipment, yielding 20 silver marls, invigorated everyone in the workshop, including old John, Lanny, Helly, and Harper, who gazed eagerly at the gleaming coins. With a substantial amount of low-gluten flour left from yesterday's sifting, Helly and her mother had, under Xia Lin's guidance, grasped the fundamentals of baking cakes. Though their confidence remained lacking, fearing the waste of such precious ingredients, they rose early to rouse Xia Lin from his slumber, imploring him to once again guide them through the cake-making process. On this inaugural day of sales, they cautiously prepared 2 10-inch standard cherry and strawberry cream cakes, alongside 2 lavish fruit cakes of the same size for trial sales. Beyond the cakes, Xia Lin, inspired by the leftover molasses from yesterday's sugar refinement, taught his mother and sister how to create a delightful yet more affordable dessert, pudding. This simple yet delectable treat required merely whisking a small amount of white sugar into the egg mixture until fully dissolved, then incorporating milk and cream, before letting it rest and heating it in a water bath for 20 minutes. Once drizzled with brown molasses, the pudding's subtly springy texture and sweet, fragrant flavor earned the enthusiastic approval of the mother and daughter, who readily agreed to include it on the menu. Accompanying these desserts were traditional black tea and freshly pan-roasted green tea, alongside lemon juice and sugar for added flavor. Xia Lin contributed numerous ideas for the little shop, prominently displaying the prices of the items at the counter. The menu read: cherry cream cake, strawberry cream cake, 5 silver marls, each lavish fruit cake, 8 silver marls, each brown sugar pudding, 50 copper bis, each black tea, 50 copper bis per cup green tea, 30 copper bis per cup for a modern individual. Essential marketing and advertising were undoubtedly indispensable. Silverfish Street led directly to the Northern District docks, frequented by a considerable number of pedestrians. Xia Lin instructed Helly to cut the cakes and puddings into bite-sized pieces, presenting them on a wooden display at the entrance while enticing passers-by to try a complimentary sample. Though many of the passers-by were not the target demographic for cakes, the delectable taste would surely spread through word of mouth, eventually attracting those capable of affording such treats. Moreover, the pudding, emphasizing its accessibility, was bound to win the approval of many. Helly, don't be shy. You are the charming figurehead of our Karl's bakery. Exude confidence. On the bustling street, Xia Lin encouraged her sister, Helly, standing beside her. However, how could anyone possibly shout out such peculiar advertising slogans in front of so many people? Helly, clad in a delicate blue dress, hesitated as she spoke. What is there that cannot be done? It's merely a matter of vocalizing. Allow me to demonstrate. Xia Lin shook her head, feeling exasperated by her sister's lack of courage. He could not oversee the bakery's operations every day if Helly did not cultivate her skills now. How would she manage their family business in the future? Karl's Bakery. Fragrant, sweet, and delectably soft cakes and puddings await free tasting. Indulge in exquisite pastries without charge. Everyone, hurry, for once they are gone, they are gone. Xia Lin stood on the street, waving his right hand while cupping his left hand around his mouth, enthusiastically shouting the advertisement he had just crafted. Such a notion of free tasting was unprecedented in this world, upon hearing of the opportunity to enjoy food without cost. Passers-by cast curious glances. Is it truly free? Soon, a woman in a headscarf, holding the hand of a little girl, was drawn in by Xia Lin's announcement and approached hesitantly. She gazed at the beautifully crafted pastries displayed on the wooden stand and inquired, "Is it truly free?" "Absolutely. But each person may only taste once. If you wish for more, you must enter Karl's Bakery to purchase." "Little sister, would you like to try a piece?" Xia Lin asked the little girl with a warm smile, bending down to her level. "Mama, mama." The little girl looked up at her mother, pleading, "Well then, let us have a piece." The woman, reassured by the crowd around her, decided that the young man was unlikely to deceive her. "Here, enjoy your cake and pudding. Be careful not to drop them." Xia Lin carefully skewered a piece of cake and a pudding with a prepared bamboo stick and handed them to the little girl. She eagerly accepted the cake and took a big bite, the sweet, soft flavor causing her eyes to widen in delight. Chew, chew, chew. After a moment of astonishment, the little girl squinted her eyes, blissfully savoring the taste of the cake. Finishing the cake reluctantly, she gazed longingly at the soft pudding, licked her lips, and popped it into her mouth. It was an entirely different experience, yet even more delightful and tender, making her feel as if she had taken flight, embracing the fluffy clouds in the sky. Is it delicious? The woman, witnessing her daughter's reaction, inquired in astonishment. Delicious. Mama, I want more, the little girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the array of cakes and puddings on display, pleadingly shaking her mother's hand. How much for these cakes and puddings? Unable to resist her daughter's pleas, the woman turned to Xia Lin and Helly with a sigh. A slice of cherry or strawberry cake costs 5 silver coins, and a brown sugar pudding is 50 copper coins. Upon purchasing any exquisite dessert, I shall bestow upon you a cup of green tea valued at 30 copper coins. What? How much? 5 silver coins. Then, I shall have that pudding for my daughter. The woman, upon hearing Xia Lin's offer, hesitated as her hand froze mid-reach for the coins tucked within her apron, and she spoke with uncertainty. Very well. Please come to the store. We shall promptly deliver the pudding and green tea to your daughter. And would you care to sample the cake and pudding as well? Each person is entitled to a complimentary tasting. Well then, I shall partake as well. The woman, clearly intrigued by the opulent cake and the alluringly glistening pudding, accepted the bamboo skewer offered by Helly and placed it into her mouth to savor. The rich, sweet flavor instantly ensnared her heart, followed by the delightful, elastic texture of the pudding. The syrupy sweetness and the subtly smooth essence of the pudding harmoniously complemented each other, causing her to marvel as her brows unfurled in astonishment. Chapter 17. The Sweet Temptation. It is no wonder that my daughter craves this novel dessert. I had not anticipated its delightful flavor. Regrettably, the cake is exceedingly expensive. Perhaps the pudding would be more reasonably priced. The woman mused in astonishment, casting aside the bamboo skewer once the lingering taste began to fade. The flavor is exquisite, yet the price is prohibitive. Surely, this delicacy is intended for the aristocracy? These confections are crafted from cloud sugar, and you and your daughter are among the first to sample them. If ever your family celebrates a birthday, you may visit our establishment to purchase a dessert at a discount of 40%. Indeed, no one can resist the allure of sweetness. Summerlin seized the opportunity, eager to promote his birthday cake marketing concept. A 40% discount? That amounts to 3 silver marls, which still feels rather steep. The woman sighed, observing her daughter relishing the treats at a small table in the shop, and deemed the expenditure of 50 copper coins somewhat justifiable. After all, the dreamlike sweetness is an experience she has never encountered in her 30-plus years of life. These cakes and puddings are available for complimentary tasting, correct? As Summerlin conversed with the woman, passers-by on the street, drawn by the mother and daughter's apparent enjoyment of the cake and pudding, began to gather around. Among them was a gentleman clad in scholarly robes, who inquired about the displayed confections. Indeed, esteemed scholar, would you care for a portion? Helly, feeling less anxious, extended the invitation. Yes, I shall have one. The scholar nodded, accepting the skewer with the cake and pudding, savoring them meticulously. He then regarded the siblings with surprise. Such delectable treats. I dare say, even the desserts served at His Majesty's banquet could not rival the taste of this cake and pudding. I believe your business shall flourish. Please, pack one of those. Ah, the luxurious fruit cake for me. Sir, our Karl's bakery has just opened and, regrettably, we do not yet offer packaging services. I can only provide the cake in a wooden box. However, cakes are delicate confections. You must handle them with care to preserve their appearance, while the flavor remains unchanged. A jostled cake may lose its visual appeal. Summerlin, slightly taken aback by the second customer's purchase, patiently clarified. Is that so? No matter, I shall be cautious. The scholar retrieved his coin purse, producing a golden lunt, its dazzling gleam momentarily blinding the onlookers nearby. Summerlin accepted the coin and fetched a wooden box from home, carefully placing the luxurious fruit cake inside, along with 20 silver marls and change, which he presented to the scholar. Oh my goodness! What exquisite flavor does this cake and pudding possess, that even a learned scholar who graces the emperor's table cannot help but extol their virtues. Willing to part with a golden lunt for such a dessert? I must taste it. Quickly, dear girl, allow me to sample the cake and pudding. I wish to purchase a cake. Bring me a pudding. As the scholar cautiously departed from Silverfish Street while cradling a wooden box, a gasp, the origin of which was unknown, echoed through the crowd, awakening everyone from their reverie. Individuals of considerable economic means began to swarm in, eager to purchase the lavish cakes, while those less fortunate hoped to relish the free offerings of cake and pudding or indulge slightly by acquiring a more affordable pudding to savor. Xia Lin felt an immense gratitude towards the scholar and the witty individual who had earlier extolled the merits of the cake and pudding. Had it not been for their enthusiastic promotion, it was likely that they would have sold barely 3 cakes that day. However, he soon realized that the fervor of the crowd was exceedingly intense. After those who tasted the cake and pudding unanimously lauded their exquisite flavors, a palpable interest ignited among the throng for this dessert, reputedly favored by the emperor himself. The passers-by surged forward as if drawn by an irresistible force of nature. Xia Lin was both amused and exasperated. For the first time, he witnessed the rapid escalation of rumors, the phenomenon of 3 people making a tiger. Struggling to instill some semblance of order, he managed to get the crowd to queue properly, only to discover that both the cakes and puddings had vanished. Meanwhile, the 4 iron cauldrons in the small workshop were busily heating sugar syrup in a water bath. Oh no! Xia Lin gazed at the excited patrons lining up outside, eagerly awaiting their turn to sample the new confectionery, exchanging anxious glances with his mother and Helly. It was their first venture into business, and they were utterly unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events. I must take charge of this. You two go and reassure the customers. After a moment's contemplation, he felt a pang of sympathy and descended the stairs to retrieve a stack of parchment. He neatly tore it into small pieces slightly larger than the size of a palm, inscribing them with runes he recognized to serve as anti-counterfeit marks. Then he returned to the workshop to wrap over 20 pounds of sugar in these parchment pieces. Listen to me, everyone, as the crowd grew increasingly restless. Eyeing the empty display, Xia Lin emerged from Karl's cake shop, clutching the sugar packets he had just crafted. I believe you are all aware that today marks the inaugural day of our Karl's cake shop. Thus, we only prepared 4 cakes and a limited quantity of pudding to gauge your reception of our new confections. As of now, all the cakes and puddings have been sold out, and we are deeply touched by your enthusiasm for our establishment. Although we are unable to provide more cakes and puddings today to fulfill your desires, we would like to offer a heartfelt gift to the 24 patrons currently in line as a token of our apology. These parchment packets bear our shop's unique cipher, and with them, you will enjoy a 50% discount on your next purchase at Karl's Cake Shop. Inside these packets, you will find the delightful essence of our desserts, which is none other than the cloud-like, pristine sugar. We hope these small tokens will bring you satisfaction. Now, in an orderly fashion, please step forward to collect our gesture of apology. Thus, the individuals formed a queue to receive the bags of sweets from Xia Lin's hands, while nearby, the mother and Helly finally breathed a sigh of relief. Helly gazed at her brother with admiration, astonished that Xia Lin, who had previously always competed with her for treats, possessed such acumen in business, managing to devise a solution to quell the customers' dissatisfaction in a situation where everyone else felt helpless. Once the customers had departed one by one, the Karl Bakery, having only been open for half a day, closed its doors early to tally the day's earnings. 2 luxurious fruit cakes were sold, 1 cherry cream cake was sold, and 16 brown sugar puddings found buyers. After deducting costs, the net profit amounted to 51 silver marls and 68 copper bits. Upon completing the calculations, the mother and daughter were left in a state of stunned disbelief. This was merely the first day, having produced only 4 cakes, with 1 cake and several puddings portioned for customers to sample. This meant they had effectively sold only 3 cakes and 16 puddings, yet had still garnered a profit of approximately 50 silver marls. If they were to exclude those factors, and if the business at Karl Bakery stabilized, could it not imply that they could potentially earn several golden lunts each day? Chapter 18. The Slave Market. Inspired by the astonishing profits from the bakery, Helly and her mother were ignited with fervent enthusiasm, dedicating themselves to mastering the intricate art of cake making. The challenge lay in achieving the perfect baking temperature in the oven. A moment's inattention could transform a light and fluffy cake into a charred disappointment, adversely affecting its flavor. Even Summerlin faced numerous failures during his initial experiments, resulting in considerable waste of ingredients. Nevertheless, through relentless practice, they surmounted this hurdle, leading to a period where the family scarcely dined, subsisting instead on the remnants of their baking mishaps. As for how His Majesty, currently bedridden, managed to indulge in cake, this was conveniently overlooked by those unaware of the court's affairs. The entrance to Karl's Bakery was thronged with customers almost daily, with the occasional appearance of servants sent by their masters, intrigued by the confections. With only 3 individuals managing the operations, continuous baking was not feasible, as they needed to ensure the refinement of sugar and fulfill their contractual obligations with the Gregor Trading Company. Consequently, they could only produce 8 cakes each day. Thanks to the affluent patronage of nobles and merchants, the cakes baked at Karl's were selling out rapidly, despite the establishment having opened merely 2 or 3 days prior. As Karl's bakery found its footing, Summerlin resolved to entrust its management to his mother and sister. Each evening, he dedicated a little time to teach Helly the fundamentals of Arabic numerals and basic arithmetic, enabling her to maintain the accounts. Helly possessed a remarkable memory, quickly grasping simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, and although she still lacked complete independence, she proved to be a valuable asset to Summerlin. He also contemplated involving his sister-in-law, Bessie. Compared to the somewhat reserved Helly, Bessie's naturally vivacious and cheerful disposition seemed more suited for the role of a shopkeeper. However, before Summerlin could act on this idea, Bessie and Anthony arrived at the bakery. It turned out that Anthony, whom one might perceive as simple and unassuming, had cunningly taken several cakes that morning to charm his sister-in-law and prospective father-in-law. After savoring the delightful treats, Bessie abandoned her responsibilities at the family blacksmith shop and insisted on visiting Karl's bakery with Anthony, though Helly had become more relaxed in welcoming customers. Her skills in handling interactions paled in comparison to Bessie's innate charm. Bessie quickly took charge of the atmosphere within the bakery, efficiently addressing each customer's needs and creating a welcoming ambience that made everyone feel at home. Summerlin could not help but marvel at the natural emotional intelligence some individuals possess. As for Summerlin, his assets had burgeoned over the past 3 days to an impressive 25 golden lunter and 73 silver marls, not counting the copper pieces. Among them, Ellen's purchase of the cake-making method yielded an income of 15 golden lints, while the sugar business generated 6 golden lints over 3 days. Summerlin had merely 1 golden lint and several dozen silver marls left in savings, with the rest being the income from the cake shop over those 3 days. This amount was already sufficient to acquire 2 robust slaves to replace his father and Harper, who toiled daily like old oxen, breathless from labor. One was his own father, and the other was a promising sorcerer. It was unfathomable for them to engage in such menial, unskilled labor. Once 2 strong slaves were procured, Summerlin intended for his father to oversee the sugar workshop, while he and Harper would embark on their magical studies. Additionally, Summerlin planned to purchase a young slave with a foundation in literacy and arithmetic to cultivate as his business assistant. This role would be akin to a steward in a noble family's trading company, typically individuals raised from childhood as elite servants by nobles or merchants. Hiring such a position would not guarantee loyalty, thus Summerlin was prepared to adopt their methods. After discussing the plan to buy slaves with Harper, he sought information on the matter. However, Harper was not well versed in the slave trade, only aware of a slave market known as Fusk in the southern dock area, referred to as such by the citizens of the imperial capital. In the Sassan language, Fusk signifies abundance, indicating the vast scale of this slave market. Donning a long-neglected mage's robe to avert unnecessary trouble, Summerlin readily hailed a carriage heading south and soon arrived at the Fusk slave market. Compared to other markets, the atmosphere of the slave market was distinctly different. The exterior was enclosed by tall wooden fences, with armed guards stationed on either side of the main entrance, exuding a menacing presence, clearly not to be trifled with. Along the pathways within, one could observe wooden cages placed outside various slave trading houses, containing ragged or even naked slaves. Occasionally, noble carriages adorned with family crests and opulent merchant carts would halt in the open spaces at the entrance, from which individuals dressed in various attires would descend, suggesting a prohibition against carriages entering the market. Although Summerlin was not treated with undue regard in his mage's robe, he faced no obstruction as he entered the market. Upon stepping inside, a man with a pair of wispy mustaches and a cunning appearance approached him. "Esteemed mage, do you seek to purchase a servant? We have slaves from across the empire and surrounding kingdoms, southern natives, eastern scions, northern believers, western plurians, and even a fresh batch of half-elves and subhumans from further west. Such a diverse array of slaves? Could you provide me with a detailed introduction?" Summerlin inquired, surprised at the mention of the legendary half-elves and subhumans. Chapter 19. Why certainly, esteemed mage. The man smirked, rubbing his hands together and clearing his throat as he began to expound. The indigenous people from the south are significantly darker than us, shorter in stature, and possess limited strength. However, their endurance is remarkable, and they excel in the use of short bows. A few among them have the knowledge to concoct poisons from herbs, with the average price for both men and women hovering around 30 silver marls. Nevertheless, there are some among them blessed by mysterious shamans. These warriors are robust and endowed with enigmatic abilities, commanding a price of no less than 10 golden lot. The people from the east, the Sainers, bear a resemblance to us, with some understanding our language. Their women, however, possess skin of exquisite delicacy, making them the finest companions. The price for seiner men is approximately 50 silver marls, while the women range between 80 to 120 silver marls. A select few noble women from the seiner kingdom are categorized as medium slaves, elevating their value to 4 or 5 golden lots. The northern devotees also share our appearance, with many speaking our tongue. Most of their men engage in agriculture, while the women are adept at weaving linen, rendering these slaves particularly coveted by landowners. Alas, the majority of these devotees carry an unremovable odor, resulting in their male slaves being valued at around 50 silver marls and females at 60. Those lacking such body odor command an additional 20 to 30 silver marls. To the west, the Plusians possess skin tones akin to the sands of their homeland. They are not farmers but are skilled in handling livestock. Landowners seeking to raise dairy cows, horses, or sheep prioritize them, though the language barrier poses a considerable challenge. As for the half-elves and subhumans further west, they are strikingly beautiful, and it is said they were captured warriors from the Plusians during the war with the Canaanites. These captives possess refined skills in combat, their prowess nearing that of knights. Thus, if you lack sufficient means, do not entertain thoughts of acquiring them. Regarding their price, this batch represents the first in decades from the imperial capital, and I estimate they will fetch upwards of 15 golden lots. Well, it appears you are quite knowledgeable about this market. I shall employ your services. This silver marl is your remuneration for today. Having listened attentively to the market guide's detailed exposition, Xia Lin gained a general understanding of the sources of slaves in the market. He nodded in satisfaction. Producing a silver marl and presenting it to the man, I wish to purchase 2 strong and obedient slaves, along with one who is literate and skilled in arithmetic. Please lead me to a suitable seller. Absolutely, esteemed mage. I am More Red Sun. You may call me Ear Rat. More exclaimed, beaming as he accepted the silver marl. For guides like him, who survive by the slave market, substantial tips may occasionally come their way, yet on average, they earn merely a few dozen copper bits each day. Thus, a silver coin represents a commendable income for him. Slavery has eternally found a market in the underdeveloped productivity of ancient times. And even in the most advanced feudal societies, there exist relationships reminiscent of servitude. Xia Lin accompanied More, observing the slaves confined like beasts in a zoo, available for the scrutiny and selection of prospective buyers. A heaviness settled in his heart. Even the impoverished in the slums of the imperial capital possess basic human rights, whereas these slaves are, by imperial law, mere commodities. Witnessing the battered and numbed expressions of these individuals, Xia Lin was acutely reminded of the stark disparity between 2 worlds. Under Moore's guidance, Xia Lin arrived at a slave trading house named Brook. After a thorough selection process, he set his sights on a Saiyan and a northerner slave. However, the odor emanating from the northerner was quite overwhelming. For the sake of his own olfactory comfort, Xia Lin opted to exchange him for a slightly weaker Saiyan instead. These slaves had endured brutal training, their gazes devoid of anything but numbness and calmness, resembling not humans, but rather beasts of burden used for plowing fields. The total cost for the 2 slaves amounted to 13 silver marls and 1 gold lunt, significantly less than Xia Lin had anticipated. In stark contrast, a young slave with literacy and arithmetic skills commanded an exorbitant price. Such individuals are typically high-ranking captives from battlefields or esteemed male servants who have displeased their masters. The former are often of noble birth from foreign lands, many facing language barriers, while the latter lack guarantees of moral integrity. Xia Lin first eliminated those with language obstacles. Yet despite a prolonged search among the remaining options, he could not find a suitable candidate. Master Mage, if you require a literate and numerate companion, consider me. A boy with a yellowish complexion, clad in a white linen skirt, leaned against the bars of his cage and called out to him. He appeared to be of similar age to Xia Lin, with features markedly different from those of the Empire, strikingly delicate and refined. His neat black hair cropped at ear length. Had it not been for the prominence of his Adam's apple, Xia Lin might have mistaken him for a girl. You? I seek someone proficient in the imperial script and arithmetic. Can you indeed write in the imperial script? This was the first time Xia Lin had encountered a slave who actively sought to be purchased. Intrigued, he approached and recognized the boy as a subject of the kingdom of Peleus, questioning him with skepticism. The price for a high-ranking slave typically hovers around 10 gold lots. Xia Lin was no mere visual creature, nor did he harbor any peculiar preferences. The boy's exquisite appearance would only lend him a slight advantage in impression, not enough to warrant a purchase. I cannot, but Master Mage, acquiring me would certainly not be a misstep. My name is Wyatt Jiais. the second son of a chieftain from the kingdom of Peleus. From a young age, I have studied various disciplines, mastering animal husbandry, horsemanship, arithmetic, history, geography, and astronomy. I can also locate oases in the desert. Had it not been for my elder brother's treachery, who drugged me and sold me into captivity at the port of North Gaza during my slumber, I would now be a chieftain possessing 100 camels. Esteemed mage, you must believe me, I possess a remarkable gift for languages. Although I have yet to master the written script of the Sasanian Empire, I have learned your tongue within merely 2 months of my arrival. You may inquire with the guards who escorted me here, but I implore you not to reveal my identity. Otherwise, you may be compelled to pay a considerably higher price for me. They remain unaware of my true status and merely regard me as a noble's attendant for sale. As Xia Lin approached, Wyatt Jaies lowered his voice and explained urgently. Observing his coherent speech and the absence of signs of toil on his limbs, Xia Lin found himself inclined to believe his words. The term noble's attendant typically refers to those who serve the capricious whims of debauched aristocrats, which explains why the son of the chieftain from the kingdom of Peleus felt compelled to stake his life in calling out to me upon his arrival. After all, it is unlikely that one would engage in servitude under a mage who requires literacy and numeracy skills from his slaves. Being sold as an attendant to nobles or merchants is another matter entirely. Very well, I shall purchase you. I require someone to manage my business affairs in the future, and I harbor no peculiar inclinations. As long as you pledge your loyalty, you shall live comfortably under my auspices. I am deeply grateful, esteemed mage. As relief washed over Wyatt's features, Xia Lin sought out the trader at the guild to inquire about Wyatt's price. A staggering 13 golden lunters and 27 silver marls. It was nearly equivalent to his own ransom. Clearly, those avaricious nobles and merchants have a penchant for such exotic and charming young men. Shaking his head to dismiss the unsettling thoughts, Xia Lin promptly settled the payment and acquired the slave contracts for the 3 individuals, leading them out of the market. Chapter 20. Karl's magic laboratory. Dressed in tattered garments, Wait and the 2 nearly naked sane slaves, adorned only with strips of cloth around their loins, could not traverse the bustling streets of the imperial city without drawing attention. After departing from the slave market and removing their shackles with the key provided by the merchant guild, Xia Lin hired a carriage and first took them to a tailor's shop, where he purchased 3 sets of clothing. For Wait, he procured merely a simple cotton shirt and linen trousers. However, this humble attire emanated an unexpected air of fashionable minimalism from the handsome youth, leaving Xia Lin at a loss for words. The 2 sane laborers received coarse cotton garments, akin to those worn by dock workers, augmented with linen padding on the shoulders. Once clad in their new outfits, the dullness that clung to the 2 sane men seemed to dissipate significantly. Xia Lin also bestowed upon them convenient names for easier reference. The one with a pronounced nose, reminiscent of a martial arts star from a past life, was dubbed Long, while the one with upright hair and a mole on his chin was named Zhu. Yet, there was no time for respite. Hence, Wade accompanied Xia Lin and Harper on another outing. This time, they ventured to a location in the West District, neither too far nor too close to the slums, to purchase a standalone house to serve as Xia Lin's future magic laboratory. With a stable income of approximately 3 to 4 golden lunt per day, Xia Lin was eager to commence his magical studies. The West District, with its less desirable geography, naturally had a greater number of vacant houses for sale than the North District. After wandering for 2 to 3 hours, Xia Lin finally found a suitable residence. The 2-story house, complete with a cellar and a sizable courtyard adorned with shrubs and 3 unidentified towering trees, appeared to be an ideal sanctuary for experimentation. Most importantly, the property, valued at 5 golden lunt, featured a private well within its courtyard. Xia Lin lifted the wooden cover of the well and drew a bucket of water for tasting, discovering the quality to be excellent. This meant he would no longer need to rely on the water vendor passing by each morning. With a large household in mind, Xia Lin purchased several bedding sets, allowing Wait to reside with him. During their leisure moments, Harper would teach Wait the Sassan script, while Xia Lin would impart knowledge of Arabic numerals and arithmetic in the evenings. Moreover, should their magical experiments lead to chaos, Wait would be able to run errands to procure food to sustain them, while he would also be responsible for maintaining the cleanliness of their shared abode. Wait was astonished and apprehensive to find that he would have a room of his own under his new master. From Xia Lin's earlier demeanor towards him, Wait had sensed a subtle distinction between Xia Lin and those who frequented the slave market. It seemed that Xia Lin regarded him as a person, rather than merely a slave. And this impression was indeed validated. Reflecting on Xia Lin's earlier words about needing someone to manage his affairs, Wait felt a twinge of unease within. In truth, apart from possessing considerable confidence in the fields of livestock and linguistics, Wade is rather uninformed about the realm of commerce. Should he mismanage his master's business, he might very well find himself resold. It seems he must devise a strategy. Perhaps observing the merchants and vendors in the marketplace would prove to be a prudent course of action. Initially, Wade contemplated volunteering to undertake the cleaning alone, yet was decisively rebuffed by Xia Lin. His current focus is on the study of magic, researching spells in the arcane. How could he afford to wait for Wade, a youth lacking in strength and seemingly inexperienced in domestic tasks, to slowly tidy up? As anticipated by Xia Lin, this boy, who may possess numerous talents in other areas, has nearly 0 skill points in household chores. Ultimately, Wade found himself fetching water from the yard to wash the cloths, while Xia Lin and Harper worked in harmonious coordination, employing cleaning spells alongside manual labor to address the most urgent areas in need of tidying. The remaining spaces would naturally be left for Wade to clean the following day. After all, he must gradually learn. For what purpose would Xia Lin have placed him here otherwise? Thus, the day drew to a close, marking the establishment of the Karl Magic Laboratory as their worksite. Harper, you need not return to the Karl Cake Shop. You may come directly here instead. If you wish to reside here, there is a room reserved for you. Tomorrow, we shall procure some magical copper, runic ink, runic quills, parchment, various low-tier and first-tier spell scrolls, and mana crystals for our magical experiments. Do remember to arrive early. After a flurry of activity, the three of them finally organized the sleeping quarters for the night and prepared the laboratory for the next day. Xia Lin wiped his brow with satisfaction and reminded Harper. Harper expressed his contentment with the laboratory's environment and nodded in agreement. Originally intending to raise your salary, I shall first waive your accommodation expenses, and in the future, we will settle salaries every 10 days to avoid the inconvenience of daily payments and to simplify accounting. Naturally, Xia Lin welcomed Harper's permanent presence, and extending the salary settlement was a matter he had long wished to discuss. However, now that things have largely fallen into place, it is indeed more suitable to extend the payment period to 10 days to alleviate the complications of accounting. Xia Lin had initially considered a weekly salary system, but regrettably, this world lacks the concept of weeks or days of the week, thus necessitating the adoption of a 10-day pay cycle instead. Very well then, I lack for nothing. Harper accepted the 10-day payment system with a nonchalant nod. To him, the extension made little difference, as all these funds were destined to repay Xia Lin's debt of 15 golden linnets. Chapter 21. The Study of Magic in Any Realm. Embarking on research within a specific field necessitates the establishment of a clear research trajectory. When determining this trajectory, one must contemplate the current advancements in the forefront of that discipline, identifying the junctures where breakthroughs are most likely to occur and the potential results that may be achieved. In this world, there are, of course, no academic journals or conferences to guide magical research. Instead, sorcerers sequester themselves in their abodes, each delving into runes and magic through various legacies or their own explorations. Consequently, it is exceedingly challenging for Xia Lin to ascertain the extent of magical research being undertaken by the sorcerers of this world. However, drawing upon his memories from his time at the academy, Xia Lin identified a pivotal yet overlooked aspect of magical research: the study of the properties of mental and magical energies, as well as the development of quantification instruments. Without quantification, there can be no data. Without data, analysis is impossible, leaving one unable to uncover the fundamental laws of magic. The only instrument that this world might boast is the enigmatic magic crystal ball that Xia Lin encountered during the sorcerer aptitude test, which assesses a child's mental prowess and identifies potential sorcerers. Initially, one must invest 2 to 3 months mastering the meditation techniques to harness and exercise mental energy, successfully extending it into the surrounding space to surpass this threshold. Subsequently, through prolonged meditation, an individual generates personal magical energy, which further facilitates the advancement of foundational knowledge necessary for constructing spell models in the second year of various magical disciplines. This phase is particularly arduous, often requiring a full year to achieve. In the third year, students engage in intense practical spellcasting exercises, striving for a success rate exceeding 90% before partaking in combat practice. This framework for cultivating sorcerers is undeniably practical yet rudimentary. A sorcerer's prowess is entirely manifested through combat and practical courses rather than through the quantification of their mental and magical energies. Such sorcerers adapt well to the rigors of the battlefield, yet without prolonged accumulation of knowledge, they faced significant challenges in advancing beyond the second or even third tier, as their approach relies heavily on rote memorization for spellcasting. This explains the rarity of third-tier sorcerers, even within the Empire, underscoring their distinction as high-tier practitioners. Xia Lin believes his research trajectory should focus on the quantification, standardization, and essence of magic, thereby diminishing the complexity of constructing high-tier spell models and facilitating his ascension to higher realms. Subsequently, he intends to investigate the roles of various known or unknown runes within spell models, ultimately exploring the connections between runes to ascertain whether he can construct new spell models through rune combinations. While he perceives the likelihood of creating entirely new runes as rather slim, he is determined that his research must at least enable him to formulate new spells utilizing existing runes, marking a significant achievement in his scholarly pursuits. Harper and Xia Lin convened a seminar to discuss the forthcoming research endeavors, allowing him to acclimatize to the methodology of exploring magic. Xia Lin devised a rudimentary meditation experiment and prepared to embark on the formal study. Regarding the magical experiments frequently mentioned by Xia Lin, Harper was somewhat unfamiliar with the term's deeper implications, yet Xia Lin was not in haste to enlighten him. Instead, he bound a slender volume of parchment, securing it with twine to a piece of thin wood for ease of writing. Using a dip pen, he meticulously crafted a table, demonstrating to Harper how to fill out the experimental form corresponding to the day's experiments and record the data. The initial entry was designated for the date of the experiment. For instance, if today were the 12th day of the 6th month in the year 1391 of the Empire's calendar, one would note it as 1391-612. Next came the experiment's title, which for today was the exploration of the intrinsic nature of mental energy and magical power. The objective of this experiment was to investigate the various properties of mental energy and magical power, thereby enhancing our comprehension of magic and assisting us in designing instruments to quantify these energies. The subsequent section for materials would be filled in according to the items I would utilize. For group experiments, I would remind you to record them, while I would report the data and experimental phenomena for you to enter into the corresponding sections. For the time being, I shall summarize the experimental conclusions. Observe how I proceed, as in the future, you will independently undertake a portion of the experimental tasks. Xia Lin gestured over the table, and upon seeing that Harper quickly grasped the general idea, he felt reassured to commence the experiment. In his previous life, many had naively positioned science in opposition to magic. However, as a student of the sciences, Xia Lin understood that as long as true magic did not embody a purely idealistic notion, whereby one merely thinks something into existence, then the two realms need not be at odds. Science is a perspective, a methodology that seeks to unravel the essence and operational principles of phenomena through qualitative and quantitative analyses. Conversely, magic, while a supernatural phenomenon, does not imply the absence of inherent laws. Runes are akin to programming languages constructed from machine code, and spell models represent executable programs designed within this linguistic framework. The logic in this relationship is impeccably clear, aligning seamlessly with the characteristics of scientific inquiry. Chapter 22. The Spirit Power Gauge in the First Experiment, the Meditation Exercise. Xia Lin remained still, seated comfortably in a chair, as he began to enter a meditative state. Meditation serves as a fundamental method for mages to enhance their spiritual energy and gain mastery over it. According to Xia Lin's recollections, under normal circumstances, spiritual energy lies dormant. However, upon entering meditation, it becomes invigorated. Those endowed with formidable spiritual energy can even extend their awareness beyond themselves to perceive the external world, a trait inherent to those with a natural affinity for magic. As a carefully selected military student, Xia Lin possessed exceptional spiritual talent, allowing him, after 2 to 3 months of basic meditation, to externalize his spiritual energy. Nevertheless, the manifestation of spiritual energy in this world diverges from its depictions in various literary works Xia Lin had encountered in his past life. It is not visible to the naked eye, and thus does not function as a form of visual radar. Instead, it can only sense the omnipresent magical essence and the existence of other spiritual energies within the air. Only under the influence of runes does it gain the capacity to record myriad details about the surrounding environment, akin to developing eyes and ears. In the realm of magic, spiritual energy and magical energy are intricately intertwined, coalescing to form wondrous spells. Xia Lin aimed to explore their nature and interrelationship through the activation of spiritual energy during meditation. The moment he entered this meditative state, Xia Lin felt as though he had gained an additional pair of hands. This was the first characteristic he discerned about spiritual energy. It is uniformly distributed throughout the body, with no concentration in the brain or heart, nor a deficiency in the limbs. Silently noting this initial finding, Xia Lin extended his spiritual energy outward, soon uncovering a second discovery. Spiritual energy can disturb magical energy. Yet magical energy simultaneously impedes the deeper penetration of spiritual energy into the external world. With his level 1 mage's spiritual energy, he could only extend his awareness to approximately 10 meters. Beyond that, the spiritual energy would need to condense and refine. And when reaching a range of about 300 to 400 meters, it would encounter an impenetrable barrier. Perhaps the capacity of spiritual energy could be quantified by the distance it can reach. Xia Lin contemplated a recording spell he had mastered, composed of runes referred to by his runic course instructor as recording runes, which could activate a portion of spiritual energy to document desired information. This information could be retrieved through the externalized spiritual energy in conjunction with the recording spell. If he were to cast this recording spell on a sufficiently long rope at intervals of 10 meters, and then use his externalized spiritual energy to retrieve the information, would the distance achieved by the spiritual energy, assuming a constant density of magical energy in the environment and disregarding the minor consumption from externalization, not represent a quantification of spiritual energy? The notion of devising a spirit power gauge based on this principle seemed plausible to Xia Lin, leading him to consider the magical energy gauge. The principle behind the magical energy gauge was not overly complex. The consumption of magical energy would be activated upon rune contact. Xia Lin believed that he merely needed to identify a rune with observable effects while eliminating interference from other sources of magical energy. In the midst of brainstorming, Xia Lin naturally recalled the light runes within the luminal magic model and a particular rune from the One Ring spell scroll, the Isolation rune. The former activates and emits light upon the infusion of magical energy, while the latter represents a formidable challenge in mastering the art of scroll writing. As its name suggests, the Isolation rune serves to prevent interaction between the spell model and the ambient magical energy, thereby safeguarding the spell scroll. Its principle lies in the generation of a mental force membrane through the rune's effect on the scroll, utilizing the property of interference between mental force and magical energy to create isolation. For ordinary individuals who cannot project mental force, activating the spell scroll requires tearing a specific section to disrupt this rune, thus awakening the spell model. It occurred to Xia Lin that if he were to inscribe light and isolation runes on a lengthy wooden board using a material with moderate magical conductivity, the user could inject magical energy into the lines of the light rune. This might allow for a rough estimation of the tester's magical capacity based on the number of illuminated light runes. The reason for employing a material with moderate magical conductivity is that Xia Lin feared that an insufficient amount of magical energy could activate multiple light runes simultaneously. While this would enhance sensitivity, it would significantly reduce the effective range, confining its application to the precise measurement of small amounts of magical energy. After all, even during Xia Lin's initial emergence of personal magical energy, he was capable of illuminating dozens of light runes. Having gleaned some insights into the creation of a mental force and magical energy meter, Xia Lin continued to delve into the properties of mental force and magical energy during his meditative state. He soon discovered another characteristic of mental force, its capacity to be stored within magical crystals. This led him to ponder whether the crystal spheres employed during wizard aptitude tests were instruments crafted by mages utilizing this very property. Yet, he remained uncertain whether ordinary crystals could store mental force or if other magical stones possessed the same capability. Furthermore, after storing mental force within the magical crystal, Xia Lin realized he could faintly perceive the mental force contained within the crystal sphere. This led him to speculate whether two separate instances of mental force from the same individual might share such a mysterious connection, encouraging Harper to try as well. He too sensed this enigmatic link, which diminished with increasing distance. Xia Lin temporarily concluded that there exists a connection among like mental forces, with the strength of this connection inversely proportional to distance. Following this series of experiments, Xia Lin systematically outlined several properties of mental force. 1. Mental force and magical energy exert mutual influence. 2. Mental force is uniformly distributed throughout the body and can be projected into the surrounding environment under specific conditions. The projection distance is preliminarily hypothesized to be directly proportional to the total amount of mental force and inversely proportional to the concentration of ambient magical energy. 3. Mental force can be stored within magical crystals, while the ability of ordinary crystals or other magical stones to store mental force remains undetermined. 4. There exists a mysterious connection between like mental forces, the strength of which is inversely proportional to distance. Furthermore, he reached a conclusion during the casting of spells. Fifthly, mental strength can exert a certain influence to control and direct spells. Next, he delved into the study of the nature of magical energy. Regarding this magical essence, Xia Lin intuitively sensed its omnipresence and ceaseless flow. The spell-casting of wizards relies on a small reservoir of their own magical power to harness the ambient energy. Yet, even high-ranking sorcerers seemingly never encounter the plight of insufficient environmental magic, which struck Xia Lin as exceedingly wondrous. Chapter 23. The concentration of magical power reluctant to concede defeat. Xia Lin altered his research approach and first constructed the envisioned instruments for measuring mental and magical energies. He dedicated an entire afternoon to the creation of several lengthy ropes inscribed with recording spells, alongside wooden boards etched with luminous and isolation runes. Harper, observing these peculiar devices, was filled with curiosity. Xia Lin, what are these contraptions? They are my mental and magical energy meters, designed to quantify mental and magical power, Xia Lin replied, rubbing his chin uncertainly. Although he believed that his design principles, rooted in two and proven hypotheses, were fundamentally sound, he still harbored doubts regarding the efficacy of these seemingly rudimentary tools. He first grasped one end of the rope and made his way to the gate, instructing Harper to hold the other end and run down the street. Once the rope was fully extended, Xia Lin entered a meditative state amidst the curious gazes of passers-by, releasing his mental energy to discern the information recorded along the rope. 10 meters, 20 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 360 meters. Soon, Xia Lin sensed he had reached the limit of his mental projection, with the nearest recorded distance being 360 meters. He then utilized a communication spell to prompt Harper to replicate his actions on the opposite end. Harper's findings indicated a distance of 70 meters, given that the rope measured 400 meters in total. It appeared that Xia Lin's mental energy could be quantified at 360 meters, while Harper's amounted to 330 meters. Considering the discrepancies in their spell-casting frequencies, it seemed that Xia Lin's device could indeed serve, to some extent, as a gauge of a mage's mental power. Instructing Harper to remain in place, Xia Lin once again extended his mental energy and discovered that after casting the previous communication spell, he could only detect recorded information up to 310 meters. This suggested that a first-tier spell consumed approximately 40 to 50 meters of mental energy. For simplicity's sake, he decided to adopt meters as the unit of mental energy measurement. By casting another spell, he found that the mage armor consumed 50 to 60 meters of mental energy, while the fire arrow required a similar amount. The consumption for writing scrolls reached 80 to 90 meters, and among the zero-tier spells, both the heating and cleaning spells consumed roughly 10 to 20 meters, while the arrow drop, omen, and recording spells utilized 20 to 30 meters. After a series of spells, Xia Lin felt his mental energy waning, prompting him to cease the experiment and stow away the crude mental energy meter. Should he confirm that the distance of mental projection correlates with the concentration of magical power? Xia Lin could endeavor to devise a method to enhance magical concentration, potentially transforming the mental energy meter into a device akin to a thermometer, thereby significantly increasing its practicality. Next, the magic meter will be tested. The principle of the magic meter is self-evident. It essentially employs light runes to replace the scales of various measuring instruments. Xia Lin instructed Harper, who had not yet expended much magical energy, to touch the input point crafted from magic copper and infuse it with her own magic. Due to the use of low-grade magical beast blood, which has limited magical conductivity, Harper needed to inject approximately half of her magical energy before 10 light runes illuminated on the magic meter. There was no need to infuse more energy, as this was merely a test to ascertain the functionality of the magic meter. Xia Lin recorded Harper's magical capacity as 20 units, with the unit of measurement designated as grids. He then conducted tests on the self-consumption of magical energy for various spells and concluded the human testing phase. The findings indicated that the self-consumption of zero-ring spells ranged from 1 to 1.5 grids, with the faintly glowing state of light runes uniformly recorded as 0.5 grids, while the self-consumption for first-ring spells was between 2.5 to 4 grids. Thus, it appeared that Harper's true magical capacity should be 22 grids. With the data obtained, Xia Lin naturally discerned the correlation between mental and magical energy. Generally, Mental energy was approximately 15 times greater than magical energy. However, such a result was not surprising, as self-generated magical energy arises from the repeated control of external magical forces by mental energy, making their connection entirely logical. With the magic meter and isolation runes at hand, measuring magical energy concentration became feasible. By employing isolation runes and a wooden framework, Xia Lin created a space of approximately 1 cubic meter to shield against external magical energies. He placed the magic meter within this enclosed area and then disrupted the isolation rune at the contact point of the meter. As the magical energy from the surrounding space flowed into the meter through the breach in the mental barrier, the light runes on the magic meter gradually illuminated, ultimately stabilizing at a remarkable 30 grids, with the 31st rune faintly glowing as well. It seemed that the concentration of ambient magical energy was significantly higher than he had anticipated. Even the self-generated magical energy of hiring mages would likely struggle to compare with the ambient forces. Xia Lin mused aloud, and a sudden inspiration struck him regarding another potential application for the isolation runes. If such runes could indeed isolate magical energy, perhaps it was possible to design a spell utilizing multiple isolation runes to create a vast mental barrier to shield against ambient magical energy, thereby compelling mages to rely solely on their own magical energy to cast spells. Such an imposition on mages would be considerable. However, this notion remained merely a hypothesis for the time being, prompting Xia Lin to document it on a piece of parchment before setting it aside. With the magic meter and a method to measure magical energy concentration established, Xia Lin resolved to embark on an experimental journey with Harper and Wyatt throughout the imperial capital and its outskirts to measure the variations in magical energy concentration influenced by various factors. Otherwise, the application of the mental energy meter would face significant limitations. Fink had already departed from their company, presumably having fallen out with Roy and Adams following that day's events. However, Xia Lin remained indifferent to the fate of such a character. He offered the two individuals a remuneration of 80 copper bis a day and proceeded to rent a carriage from the carriage guild, embarking on his outdoor experiments. Thus, a peculiar sight began to unfold in the alleys of the imperial capital. Two young men clad in wizard robes, accompanied by two robust men and a strikingly beautiful girl, scurried about, shouldering a bizarre wooden board and a chest. One of the wizards recited incantations while the other meticulously recorded notes on a scroll of parchment. Were it not for the fact that both wizards had only recently emerged from their childhood, appearing rather innocuous, rumors of a nefarious plot to annihilate the imperial capital might have begun to circulate. Chapter 24. The Magic Concentration Meter 2.0. In this outdoor experiment, Xia Lin selected 20 points in each district of the imperial capital, encompassing slums and various terrains such as plains, hills, and river valleys, also choosing 20 points each. Additionally, several unique locations were included, such as the magical materials shop near the academy and a crystal magic stone mine on the outskirts of the city. However, their group of 5 could only measure one area in a day. Xia Lin, accompanied by Huaite and Roy, was tasked with measuring the magic concentration in the slums and outside the city, while the more familiar Harper and Adams were responsible for the 4 major districts within the city. Both were now first-tier magicians and knights. Thus the city guards in the eastern district would not impede their progress. After approximately 6 days of measurement, they also took the opportunity to deliver the magical scrolls prepared by the military students to Roy and Adams. Xia Lin and Harper compiled the data in the Karl laboratory and discovered that, aside from the influence of measurement accuracy, the magic concentration in the imperial capital and its surrounding areas was generally uniform, consistently measuring at 30 units. Only a few exceptions were noted, specifically those points selected by Xia Lin where the environmental magic concentration exhibited variations. The magical materials shop recorded an environmental magic concentration of 31 units, while the crystal magic stone mine ranged from 32 to 33 units. This was a significant discovery. It indicated that, excluding the influences of mental power and high magic factors such as magic stone mines, the magic concentration in nature was likely consistent throughout. Thus, if an area exhibited abnormal magic concentration, it would certainly indicate the presence of magical phenomena at play. Xia Lin immediately contemplated the myriad applications of this magic concentration meter, such as probing for magic stone mines, seeking out ancient magical relics mentioned in the tales of bards, and searching for potions or magical beasts in remote areas. However, the current version of the meter lacked precision, only capable of measuring whole units, which limited its practical utility. This portion of magical energy could be recorded in microunits, allowing for simultaneous infusion of magic into 2 meters of different ranges using magic crystals, thereby determining the conversion ratio between units and microunits. To facilitate this endeavor, Xia Lin aimed to identify suitable materials for constructing the magic concentration meter to 0, ideally achieving a conversion ratio of 1 unit to either 10 or 100 microunits, which would greatly simplify calculations. Reluctantly, he procured a collection of expensive magical materials from the shop, including a small pound of mithril, priced at 76 golden lunters per pound, and a similar quantity of fine gold, costing 94 golden lunters per pound, and once again immersed himself in experimentation alongside Harper. With magic crystals available as a source of magical energy, they could output magic simply by connecting the runic lines to the crystals. By creating a substantial number of light runes using rune ink made from mixing beast blood with various powdered materials, and then illuminating these runes with a fixed amount of magic from the crystals. Xia Lin and Harper soon established a series of magical conductivity values for the materials, based on the most potent materials available. The magical conductivity of pure mithril is established as the benchmark, assigned a value of 1. 0. Refined gold follows closely with a conductivity rating of 0.95, while magical copper registers at 0.73. The magical conductivity of other biological materials exhibits considerable variability, with the lowest value recorded for a powder derived from the dorsal keratinous organs of a creature known as the stone rhinoceros, which stands at a mere 0.11. In the course of this experiment, Xia Lin unexpectedly discerned a pattern. Materials with superior magical conductivity also possess exceptional mental energy affinity, suggesting a near-proportional relationship between the two. However, it appears that only pure crystal spheres and diamonds can effectively store mental energy, as various magical gemstones and minerals fail to do so. Furthermore, the fluctuations in magical conductivity across different materials adhere to a consistent principle. The greater the magical content in biological materials, the higher their conductivity. Commonly found on the market, the blood of low-tier magical beasts, often used as a base for rune ink, typically has a conductivity value around 0.54. Mid-tier magical blood rates at 0.72, while high-tier blood reaches 0.82. It is thus no surprise that many opt for magical beast blood as the foundation for rune ink. After all, low-tier beast blood is available for a mere 14 silver marls per vial, yielding enough ink for mages to utilize over several months. Although its conductivity is relatively low, its cost-effectiveness is remarkable, and it also demonstrates commendable capability in dissolving various powdered materials. Through these experimental findings, Xia Lin crafted a new version of the magical meter, dubbed 2.0, utilizing mithril and stone rhinoceros blood ink. This version is segmented into 2 parts, allowing for the latter segment to be employed for precise measurement of small quantities of magical energy. The rune lines at the front are composed of stone rhinoceros ink, while those at the rear are made of mithril ink. Consequently, this new magical meter boasts a range of 3,740 units, appearing quite practical. Xia Lin's intention is not to remain secluded in the laboratory, employing his mental energy vision to meticulously measure coordinates with a ruler and compass, but rather to enlist dozens, if not hundreds, of researchers like Harper, who can project mental energy, to undertake these repetitive tasks. He plans to analyze and summarize the data they collect. However, the military students have already transitioned to serve as military mages in the Northern Territories, leaving Xia Lin without such an affordable and reliable source of skilled labor. Naturally, he turns his thoughts to the Royal Magic Academy. Within its halls are numerous younger students who would serve as excellent high-level labor, yet persuading these talents, earmarked by the Northern military, to work for him proves to be a challenge. Thus, Xia Lin must first devise a strategy to establish a cooperative relationship with the Royal Magic Academy. Chapter 25. The Industrial Park Initiative within the Royal Library of the Magic Academy. There exists a wealth of invaluable manuscripts authored by esteemed mages, alongside a plethora of spell scrolls ranging from the 1st to the 5th circle. This rich repository is one of the factors that allure mages of the 3rd circle and above to take up teaching positions at the Academy. In an effort to sway the upper echelons of the Royal Magic Academy, Xia Lin contemplated the significance of paper. Throughout a mage's scholarly journey, parchment remains an indispensable resource. The exorbitant cost of 5 silver marls for a single sheet of parchment has compelled many financially constrained mages to master the art of utilizing every fragment of the parchment for inscribing texts or runes. After all, with a laboratory budget of approximately 26 gold lunnets, the expenditure on parchment alone constitutes nearly 1/25 of the total. Given such limited funds, would it not be more prudent to invest in costly magical materials? Should an individual succeed in producing high-quality, affordable paper, it is certain that no mage would remain indifferent. Xia Lin was willing to share his papermaking techniques with the Academy in exchange for their support. Furthermore, another crucial factor driving Xia Lin's desire to establish papermaking was insufficient funding. He realized that the financial support derived from his sugar workshop and cake shop was utterly inadequate to meet his current and future demands. Thus, he resolved to extricate the sugar workshop from the Karl cake shop and establish a dedicated sugar factory. However, the factory he envisioned was far from the makeshift shelters constructed from thatch and timber, as seen in Aaron. Instead, he aimed to construct brick and cement factories. Considering the power requirements of the sugar factory, it was essential to establish a machine shop to recruit blacksmiths who could commence the manual crafting of rudimentary wooden machinery. The presence of such machinery would facilitate the processing of gears for the creation of a gearbox, enabling the conversion of hydraulic power into the energy required for the new centrifuge. Should the new factory rely on human or animal labor for centrifugation, it would be indistinguishable from the original workshop, severely limiting production capacity. In contrast, stable and continuous hydraulic power stands as the optimal energy source at present. In light of these considerations, Xia Lin realized the necessity of formulating a comprehensive industrial plan to generate the funds required for his magical research. He envisioned the establishment of an industrial park within the slums. However, with limited financial resources and personal capacity, he deliberated extensively and concluded that these factories were indeed essential. He then prepared to unite with others to jointly invest in this industrial park. The initial phase would involve the establishment of 7 factories: a brick factory, a cement factory, a paper factory, a machine shop, a sugar and refined salt factory, a textile factory, and a soda ash factory. Subsequent plans would be contingent upon the successful implementation of these initial endeavors. According to Xia Lin's blueprint, each factory would require an investment ranging from 100 to 400 gold linnets, with production expected to commence within 1 to 3 months. Notably, the steel factory must extract brine from the refined salt to produce magnesium hydroxide refractory bricks to facilitate the construction of a blast furnace, while the soda ash factory would utilize mirabolite, limestone, and charcoal as raw materials, employing the LeBlanc process to manufacture soda ash. The machine tool factory urgently requires the recruitment of sufficient blacksmiths and carpenters for the production of simple machinery, with an initial focus on the technology of gear transmissions. In this initiative, Xia Lin contributes his technical expertise and management skills, while the slums offer affordable land and labor resources. Business associations willing to invest can provide capital and financial personnel. Should they find a factory's technology appealing, they may offer a substantial sum of the urgently needed funds or acquire a 20% stake in one of the 5 factories for a year in exchange for such technology. Given these favorable conditions, Xia Lin believes he can attract some investment. He is indifferent to whether Harper will yield results. His primary goal is to cultivate Harper's ability to think independently and conduct research. In reality, Xia Lin feels akin to a mentor from a past life, guiding a novice researcher who is still grappling with various aspects of inquiry. With Harper arranged, Xia Lin drafted a list for Huaite to procure the necessary tools and materials for papermaking. He then sought out Roy and Adams in the slums, extending an invitation for employment amidst their astonished expressions. To entice the mages of the Magic Academy, Xia Lin understands that mere words will not suffice. He must first produce a batch of paper as samples to demonstrate that its quality is comparable to, if not slightly inferior to, parchment. The paper must effectively support the drawing of runes and spell models to facilitate discussions regarding collaboration. Paper production necessitates manpower, and Xia Lin has already tentatively identified candidates for the directors of the initial 7 factories in his industrial plan. Thus, he decides to enlist the 2 of them to assist in the paper-making endeavor. Leaving Copperhand, Xia Lin, my lord, I am currently entrenched in Copperhand territory. This endeavor may not be as straightforward as you envision. However, Roy, upon receiving Xia Lin's invitation to assume the role of factory director, reportedly a lucrative position, responded with cautious reluctance. Although tempted by the prospect of escaping Copperhand to engage in a more legitimate industry, he cannot yet ascertain whether he would achieve better prospects under the leadership of Xia Lin, a first-ring mage. Having established a positive rapport with Xia Lin and successfully completing the task of acquiring a batch of spell scrolls, Roy has ascended to a minor leadership role within Copperhand, enjoying a comfortable life that merely involves collecting payments alongside Adams. Why, then, would he choose to embark on an uncertain path? The cakes and puddings that have captivated the capital are my enterprises, generating substantial profits of 2 to 3 golden lun each day. My purpose in approaching you and Adams is to invite you to manage these expanding industries, akin to the responsibilities of a business association. I believe you possess greater potential to assist me in managing these matters. I recall your childhood aspiration to become a dragon-slaying adventurer, while Adams dreamed of being a captain. I shall provide you both with a salary of 20 silver marls each cycle, along with a 2 share in the factory's profits. In other words, when the factory earns 100 silver marls, it will be divided between the two of you. In just a few years, your dreams could easily become a reality. Of course, Roy, the realization of your dreams hinges on the existence of dragons in this world. Chapter 26. Employment 20 silver marks? Roy and Adams were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. While they were not particularly invested in the notion of equity shares as mentioned by Xia Lin, given their lack of understanding regarding the concept, they were undeniably captivated by the prospect of such a substantial remuneration of 60 silver marks per month. As a minor leader, Roy managed 2 streets under the copper hands, typically earning 60 to 70 copper bis a day. After remitting a portion to his superiors, the remaining 40 to 50 copper bis sufficed to support their families. However, with Xia Lin's proposition of 60 silver marks, their eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Xia Lin, my good brother, since you find us of use, feel free to command us. I shall inform our boss immediately, though we may need to leverage your name. With a tangible financial commitment in hand, Roy's demeanor shifted dramatically, his words brimming with enthusiasm. Yet, a hint of anxiety crept into his expression at the mention of severing ties with the Copperhands. Then sign the contract and discuss this matter. Xia Lin replied nonchalantly. I shall soon have need of your assistance. He produced a pre-drafted contract, and after both signed, he promptly bestowed 20 silver marks upon each of them. Observing their expressions, a mix of excitement and trepidation, Xia Lin felt a sense of satisfaction with his monetary strategy. Consequently, the positions of directors for the cement and paper factories were secured. As for the brick factory, Xia Lin intended to enlist his neighbor, Edmund, for the role. Entrusting the sugar and salt factory to his father posed no issues, while the machine shop would be managed by his brother-in-law, Blake Buck. Ellen Gregg would oversee the textile factory, and the soda ash plant would be directly managed by Wyatt. These individuals were among his closest acquaintances. Although they might not possess the prowess to effectively manage large-scale factories, they should assist him through the initial phases without much difficulty. Once the plan commenced, challenges would inevitably arise, and at that juncture, he could replace underperforming individuals as necessary. In Xia Lin's vision, the apex of these factories would be a board of directors, with himself as the primary director. Besides the textile factory assigned to Ellen, he would maintain absolute control over the other factories, with the remaining directors being the investors in these enterprises. To establish a paper mill, it was evident that Roy and Adams alone would not suffice. Thus, Xia Lin envisioned temporarily hiring 10 young men from his neighborhood of similar age, offering a daily wage of 20 copper bis, confident that many would be eager for employment. Upon hearing Xia Lin's intentions, Roy expressed heartfelt gratitude, saying, Xia Lin, you are exceedingly generous. Recently, I am unsure what has transpired, but the price of coarse yarn has surged by several copper bis, while the price of fine yarn has significantly decreased, resulting in the textile merchants in town no longer hiring our sisters for spinning. Currently, households rely solely on the earnings of fathers laboring at the docks or riverbanks for their sustenance. Both Adams and I have experienced a significant reduction in our daily earnings. However, 20 copper bits is quite excessive, especially considering they are merely adolescents. I believe a sum of 10 copper bits would suffice. There is no need to elaborate on the matter of salary reductions. I possess the means to cover this wage. Yet, with the rise in coarse yarn prices and the decline in fine yarn, the potential of the Jenny spinning machine is well understood by Xia Lin. It is likely that the carpenters under Ellen's command have already improved the spinning machine. Consequently, the efficiency of hundreds of spinners using the Jenny machine would equate to that of thousands employing traditional hand spinning methods, which explains the drastic fluctuations in the cotton yarn market, typically stable in the imperial capital. If this trend continues, Xia Lin suspects that the price of coarse yarn will rise significantly, prompting many landowners to consider switching to cotton cultivation after the harvest season, potentially inflating grain prices for the coming year. Xia Lin perceives considerable business opportunities within this news. yet recognizes his own limitations. Despite his awareness, he lacks the capacity to take action. Shaking his head to dispel this thought, Xia Lin realizes that the market changes brought about by the Jenny spinning machine may not be detrimental to him. The reluctance of the spinning merchants to hire workers from the slums implies that the opportunities provided by the gray organizations have been halved. In such times, if he can step forward to offer employment to the impoverished, he might effectively undermine the grassroots of these gray organizations. Contemplating this possibility, Xia Lin accompanies Roy and others back to the neighborhood of his former residence. Adams calls out to several children playing in the street, quickly rallying the residents of 3 streets. Although they have distanced themselves from the Copper Hands, the latter have yet to dispatch new enforcers, and the locals remain unaware of this fact, thus granting Roy and Adams some authority in their discourse. Brothers and sisters, lend me your ears. I am Roy, and I believe you all recognize me. This gentleman is the mage Xia Lin Karl, who hails from our neighborhood, and I trust you have heard of him as well. We are not here to take away the meager copper bits from your pockets, but rather, Xia Lin, who was born and raised in this very district, despite now residing in the city, remains concerned for us who toil in the muck. He is willing to offer our children a temporary job, with a daily wage of 20 copper bits, and all boys aged 15 and older are welcome to apply. We are looking to recruit 10 individuals. Roy raised his hand and loudly addressed the throng of women, children, and young men. As for those idlers engaged in gray activities, Adams did not call them over. 20 copper bits? Is that for real? Brother Roy, I want to sign up, exclaimed a tall, youthful lad of 17, his boyish features still evident, as he raised his hand excitedly. My goodness, truly befitting of a master mage. I wish to enroll as well. Brother Roy, are girls not allowed? My strength is no less than that of boys. Count me in. If you do not pity me, I shall soon be sent by my father to the big house. Faced with a job that promised a wage comparable to that of laboring at the docks, excitement rippled through the crowd. At that moment, a slight girl desperately squeezed through the throng, raising her hand and waving fervently while shouting. Xia Lin recognized her as Emily Sherman, the daughter of a typical scoundrel from the slums, who sought to avoid honest labor at the docks and riverside, instead contemplating dubious schemes. Consequently, the family barely scraped by on the meager earnings from their mother's spinning. Roy, upon seeing Emily, hesitated and glanced at Xia Lin. Let us include Emily. We will need someone to guard the tools and materials while we stay there for several days. 10 may be a tad insufficient. Let us add 5 more. Xia Lin sighed, suddenly feeling a twinge of shame for previously contemplating the benefits the spinning machine could bring him. The weight of the era bore down upon everyone like a mountain. In his past life, he had not truly felt its burden. But now he grasped it all too well. Faced with those who indirectly lost their livelihoods because of him, Xia Lin felt compelled to lend a helping hand. Should he possess the means? Xia Lin, my good brother. Roy paused for a moment, patting Xia Lin on the shoulder before turning back to call out the names of those he deemed reliable from the crowd. As Xia Lin's employer, he had a duty to consider the welfare of his workers. Apart from 2 or 3 frail children chosen out of compassion, the others were relatively strong young men, including Edmund. Once enough individuals were gathered, Xia Lin divided them into 3 groups, each consisting of 5 members, with Roy, Adams, and Edmund appointed as group leaders. After completing the recruitment, Xia Lin led them to the outskirts of the slums to collect various tools and materials purchased by Huaite. Subsequently, the group pushed their carts towards the other end of the slums. Chapter 27. Papermaking Helgana is situated at the confluence of 2 tributaries of the Seine River. Not far from a slum, where a vast expanse of reeds flourishes, the locals naturally derive their building materials from this abundant source. Reeds serve as an exceptional raw material for papermaking, being readily accessible and easy to process, and aside from the common drawback of herbaceous plants, short fibers, they are nearly perfect. Thus, Xia Lin had taken a keen interest in this reed marsh early on. A group of individuals pushed 2 flatbed carts laden with a small stone mill and various papermaking materials and tools to the outskirts of the slum. Under the watchful and wary gaze of the locals, they selected a spot less than half a meter from the riverbank and began to dig pits in teams with shovels. Meanwhile, Xia Lin instructed Huaite to observe the operations of the 3 groups closely. After a while, he inquired if Huaite had discerned anything. Lord Xia Lin, I have noticed several distinctions in their working methods. Roy prefers to inspire his team through words, which seems to invigorate his members. However, his efficiency is rather lacking. Adams leads by example, exerting himself vigorously in digging, and naturally, his team follows suit. Edmund appears to be no different from an ordinary team member. Huaite contemplated for a moment before articulating his thoughts. aware that this inquiry was a test of his capabilities, thus maintaining a respectful demeanor. Quite so. These 3 individuals were chosen by me to manage my enterprises. If I were to entrust you with their supervision, how would you proceed? Xia Lin nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with Huai's observations, and shifted to a new query. I believe I would place a few of my own people beneath them to monitor these 3, Huai quietly proposed after a brief pause. Xia Lin found this response reflective of the young man's upbringing, yet he was not entirely satisfied. No, as a manager, you need not constantly oversee your subordinates. You must grasp 2 essential powers, financial authority and personnel authority. These are the critical elements within any organization. Xia Lin shook his head and instructed, financial authority will eventually be overseen by the financial personnel appointed by the board. You only need to familiarize yourself with this aspect, ensuring you can comprehend the accounts and identify any potential discrepancies. Personnel authority is something you must firmly grasp. These 3 managers have the power to propose candidates for various levels of factory management. However, it will be your responsibility to assess whether these candidates meet the requirements for the factory's development, ultimately submitting your evaluations to me for archiving. Additionally, you have the duty to compile regular reports from these factories for my review, which should include costs, expenditures, profits, employee numbers and fluctuations, equipment operations, market conditions for products, and any issues that need addressing. These 2 aspects will be the focal points of your future work. Financial authority and personnel authority? Huai murmured these novel terms several times, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, the most crucial powers within an organization are these 2. Much like a chieftain who must invariably control the tribe's finances and appoint warriors, shamans, and subordinate chieftains. Upon this realization, Huai cast a gaze of admiration towards Xia Lin, who could elucidate the essence of matters with such clarity. Indeed, his master was a sage. Regarding the report, he meticulously committed the details to memory. After listening to Xia Lin's words, Huai finally comprehended his role under Xia Lin's command. However, as their conversation unfolded, trouble swiftly approached. The vast expanse of the slum could not possibly be governed solely by the Copper Hands Gray organization. The location chosen by Xia Lin was overseen by a gray organization known as Fish Teeth, which vigilantly monitored any intruders onto their territory. Ordinarily, it posed no issue for the slum's inhabitants to harvest some reeds from the area, yet upon witnessing Xia Lin and his group digging holes for an unknown purpose, a menacing man soon approached, flanked by several companions. Roy, well-versed in navigating interactions with such individuals, proactively approached them and, with just a few words, dissipated their hostility, engaging them in jovial conversation. Observing that the group seemed uninterested in encroaching upon Fish Teeth's domain, Roy offered a handful of copper coins, which prompted the man to depart in satisfaction. Having resolved this trifling inconvenience, Xia Lin gained further insight into the grassroots power of gray organizations within the slum. However, within less than an hour, a local resident eagerly ventured to inform the gray organization of their presence, illustrating the extent of control these organizations wielded over the slum. This left Xia Lin in a quandary. Without dismantling these organizations, he could not exploit the affordable labor and land available. Yet, he lacked the strength to confront them directly, relying instead on the powerful merchants and aristocrats. Consequently, collaborating with these merchants and nobles would necessitate conceding more profit. Nevertheless, even if he had to forfeit some gains to the merchants and aristocrats, it was preferable to yielding to the gray organizations, as Xia Lin aimed to establish this place as a stronghold. His primary adversaries were not the merchants and nobles, who had little interest in the area in the short term, but rather the deeply entrenched gray organizations. Before long, 3 adjacent pits, each measuring approximately 3 to 4 square meters and over a meter deep, were excavated. These pits served as the soaking pool, washing pool, and pulp storage pool. To insulate the soil, Xia Lin instructed his workers to gather stones from the riverbank to create a rudimentary lining for the bottoms and walls of the pits, sealing the gaps with a fine mortar made from clay, lime, and sand. Thus, the process of papermaking commenced. After outlining the requirements, the bamboo craftsman pondered for a moment before quoting a price of 10 silver marls per sheet. Xia Lin found this price entirely acceptable, promptly paying the deposit. Upon receiving the deposit, the craftsman and his apprentice swiftly produced the batch of bamboo mats. By this time, the water in the soaking pool had darkened, and upon extracting the soaked materials, they discovered that the reeds and bamboo had softened and whitened. These were then transferred to the washing pool, where river water was repeatedly introduced for thorough cleansing. The resulting tinder reeds and bamboo, along with the wood fibers, were ground into a viscous pulp using a small stone mill, which was then proportionately mixed with water and placed into the pulp storage pool for thorough blending. Pour the pine resin and gelatin mixture prepared by Xia Lin, along with alum water, potato starch, and a small amount of lime, into the container, stirring repeatedly. The resultant pulp in the storage tank appears to possess a remarkably uniform texture and an aesthetically pleasing color. Chapter 28. Collaboration. Xia Lin picked up a bamboo screen and attempted to dip it into the pulp pool to create a sheet of paper. Observing the delicate layer of fine pulp left on the intricate bamboo screen, he felt optimistic about the success of this paper-making endeavor. Once the paper had dried slightly, he carefully peeled it off from the corner and placed it in the wooden frame he had brought along, using a wooden board to press out the moisture. After allowing it to dry for a while, he ultimately produced a finished sheet of paper, approximately 80 by 110 centimeters in size. Incorporating some bamboo and wood fibers, along with rosin, alum water, and starch as strengthening agents, and lime as a whitening agent, the quality of this finished paper was commendable. It felt firm and smooth with a good degree of resilience, although the color retained a slight yellow tinge. "Is this really paper?" Roy remarked. Gazing at the sheet that bore a striking resemblance to parchment, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He approached to touch the item he would soon be responsible for producing, his expression one of wonder. Creating something that appeared quite impressive from a collection of readily available reeds, bamboo, and decayed wood. Xia Lin truly embodied the mystique and wisdom of a mage often depicted in the tales of wandering bards. Indeed, yet whether it meets my precise requirements remains to be seen. With that, Xia Lin sliced a piece of paper, roughly equivalent to 16 open sheets, and attempted to inscribe a light rune upon its surface. He then endeavored to sketch a spell model for a mage's armor on another sheet, utilizing a writing scroll. As before, after disrupting the isolation rune, the mage's armor activated successfully, indicating that the medium indeed bore no significant impact on the spell, or at least, the influence was not overly apparent. This realization eased Xia Lin's concerns, and he proceeded to instruct the neighborhood children on how to use the bamboo screen for papermaking. It wasn't long before several eager learners took to the task, enthusiastically dipping into the pulp pool, even after meticulously washing their feet. Individuals stepping into the pulp pool would inevitably introduce some degree of contamination to the pulp. In the future, Xia Lin planned to construct these pools using cement and bricks to mitigate human contamination and facilitate the standing position of the papermakers, thereby reducing the physical strain involved. Once the pulp in the pool had diminished to a certain level, Xia Lin concluded this round of papermaking. Over the course of 4 days, he had successfully produced over 400 sheets of 16 open paper, with costs merely amounting to the 20 copper bits spent on hiring children each day, alongside various chemical materials totaling around 15 silver morals. The principal expense lay in the tools, which reached a total of 2 golden lut. But these tools would prove useful for future papermaking ventures, so he did not factor this cost into the current experiment. In conclusion, the average cost of a single sheet of paper was merely 2 copper bits, 1/10 the price of a sheet of parchment sold at 20 copper bits, thus demonstrating the potential for profitable large-scale production. Moreover, the quality of the paper was on par with that of parchment, and in Xia Lin's view, it would suffice even for basic ink printing purposes. Amidst the wistful gazes of onlookers, Xia Lin resolved not to dismiss these young individuals hastily. Instead, he bestowed upon Roy 2 golden lunts, instructing him to seek a literate teacher to instruct them in reading and arithmetic. Naturally, the remuneration for such a teacher would not exceed 20 silver morals, and Xia Lin had meticulously arranged the allocation of the remaining funds. Each child involved in the papermaking endeavor would continue to receive 15 copper beats daily, albeit on the condition that they attend literacy and arithmetic classes. Furthermore, he intended to enroll an additional 30 children aged 12 and above to partake in these lessons, though this latter group would receive only 10 copper beats each day. In pursuit of enhancing the future competency of his workforce, Xia Lin was more than willing to invest, recognizing that a higher level of knowledge among laborers significantly reduced the likelihood of production mishaps and concurrently elevated efficiency. Thus, making such preliminary investments was undoubtedly a lucrative venture, not to mention that it would also bolster the reputation he sought. Having organized affairs in the slums, Xia Lin prepared to present his freshly produced paper, alongside his newly developed mental and magical energy gauges, to the Royal Academy of Magic. However, upon arriving at the entrance, he was halted by the guards. At that moment, the graduating military students had already departed, and a new batch had commenced their studies, resulting in a complete lockdown of the campus. Only professors and individuals bearing the dean's signed authorization were permitted entry or exit. Xia Lin pondered whether he might leverage his connections with the Gregg family to secure an appointment with Dean Amos, while also intending to promote his industrial park project to Alan, hoping to extract some benefit from this lucrative venture. My friend, what brings you to my doorstep? I happen to wish to discuss the expansion of cloud candy production. He paused. You may not be aware, but the nobility is utterly enamored with your delightful cloud candy. Each day, the 400 pounds produced are swiftly pre-ordered by various noble households. Nowadays, they forego brown sugar in their tea in favor of cloud candy and lemon juice. A concept originally proposed by your Karl's bakery. By the way, Xia Lin, I have something to share. At the recent banquet, Princess Dorothea, president of the Star Blue Flower Magic Society, expressed interest in the sumptuous multi-layered fruit cake I provided, which in turn piqued her curiosity about you. Alan contemplated for a moment before adding with concern, Princess Dorothea is the consensus choice of our enlightened noble faction for the heir apparent. She is known for her gentle and generous nature and possesses a keen interest in new ideas. Do not feel pressured. I am confident your talents will impress her. Should you gain her favor, you might have the opportunity to ascend from knight to baron, becoming a true noble. I understand. Thank you for your counsel, Alan. Upon hearing Alan's words, Xia Lin was initially taken aback, then swiftly began to contemplate the potential impact of capturing the princess's attention. As for the illustrious name of the Starry Blue Flower Magical Society, he had heard whispers of it within the academy. However, since the magical societies in the institution were predominantly established by the offspring of nobility for social interaction, they did not admit military students, thus his understanding remained rather limited. The Magical Society represents a loosely structured organization rooted in the historical tradition of wizards, where members convene at designated locations to trade magical materials, share various spell information, and exchange research findings. Moreover, they unite to confront external adversaries when necessary. Over the past few centuries, magical societies have played a pivotal role in the evolution of wizards. It is through these exchanges that the contemporary wizards have developed the elemental framework of earth, fire, wind, and water, which serves to comprehend the world. Additionally, this collaboration has led to the emergence of 4 major schools of magic within the empire: the School of Transmutation, the School of Enchantment, the School of Divination, and the School of Illusion, which have systematically categorized various runes, thereby facilitating the learning of spells for the new generation of wizards. Chapter 29. Investment. The Starry Blue Flower Magic Society is a nascent organization of sorcerers, having been established merely 3 years ago. Its members, though predominantly young students from the Royal Magic Academy of the imperial capital and possessing an average rank of merely 1 to 2, wield considerable influence within the city. This is largely attributable to its founder, Princess Dorothea Aherlica, a prodigious second-rank mage who has recently graduated from the academy and is the second in line to the throne of the Sassan Empire. The fact that Summerlin gained the attention of such a prominent figure through something as simple as cake was a most unexpected fortune. Yet, after some reflection, he realized that being noticed by the princess seemed to present more advantages than disadvantages, prompting him to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you for your guidance, Alan. I shall remain vigilant. The purpose of my visit today is twofold. Firstly, I have recently embarked upon magical research and achieved some modest results. I wish to establish a collaborative relationship with the Royal Magic Academy and would greatly appreciate your assistance in arranging a meeting with Dean Amos to facilitate this endeavor. Secondly, I do indeed have plans to expand the production of white sugar. However, this is no simple task. I have devised a proposal for an industrial park and am seeking potential investors for this initiative. In the realm of textiles, I have conceived a design for a new machine. While its anticipated performance may not surpass that of the vertical spindle spinning machine, it promises to significantly enhance weaving efficiency. If you are inclined, you might consider investing 150 golden lunts to acquire this new machine outright. Or perhaps contribute a modest sum of several golden lunts to take a stake in my textile factory. Moreover, I have additional ventures available for investors like yourself, including a brick factory, a cement factory, a paper mill, a machine tool factory, a white sugar and refined salt factory, and a soda ash factory. I hope to enlist your support in promoting this industrial park initiative, as the products from these factories will undoubtedly possess substantial profit margins. For instance, the paper I have brought with me represents the preliminary results from the paper mill. With that, Summerlin instructed Wyatt to retrieve a stack of A4-sized paper from a wooden box equipped with a handle and presented it to Alan. Among the sheets were several adorned with runes and spell models, serving as a compelling testament to the viability of his industrial park proposal. Paper, you say? It appears quite promising. What is the cost of such paper, and what price do you foresee? Can it also be utilized for crafting spell scrolls? As he listened to Summerlin, Alan felt a familiar scent of lucrative opportunity stirring within him, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he eagerly accepted the paper. Upon touching the sheets, he noted their striking resemblance to parchment, and upon flipping to examine the pages inscribed with runes and spell models, his interest was piqued. Currently, the cost stands at 2 copper bits per sheet. Once the paper mill is operational, I anticipate this may be reduced to below 1 copper bit. I believe pricing it at 5 copper bits would be quite reasonable, as this paper, like parchment, can indeed be employed for spell scrolls. I am confident that this will impress Dean Mannon, Summerlin declared with assurance. What? Only 2 copper bits? How much investment does your paper mill require? How can we collaborate? As a mage, Ellen did not need to ponder deeply. Upon hearing the astonishingly low cost, he recognized the immense market potential behind paper. He eagerly inquired once more. I estimate the initial investment to be around 150 gold lunnets, with my paper-making technology counted as an equivalent gold lunnet investment. You may invest any amount of gold lunnets in exchange for shares in the paper mill. Should the mill turn a profit, 80% of the profits will be distributed monthly among the shareholders in proportion to their shares, while the remaining 20% will be allocated as research and development funds to enhance production techniques. However, the paper mill must have a brick factory and a cement factory as prerequisites. Otherwise, the quality of the paper will be compromised, and it will be difficult to keep costs down. The initial investment for both factories is also around 100 gold lunnets. Therefore, I need you to persuade some nobles and merchants to invest in this plan. In doing so, you won't have to worry about the factory's operations and can receive regular dividends from it. If you wish to purchase the technology of the factory, we can also sit down and negotiate. Additionally, there is an extra incentive. Holding 20 of the factory's shares for 1 year will grant the major shareholder a free transfer of the technology used by the factory after that year. Xia Lin meticulously laid out the broad strokes of his industrial park plan, while Ellen listened intently, rapidly contemplating the pros and cons of such a collaboration. Although terms like shares and shareholders were novel in this world, similar concepts had long existed in the realm of commerce. With a little analogy, someone like Ellen, who had a decent understanding of business, quickly grasped their meaning. Initially hesitant, Ellen was immediately swayed when Xia Lin presented his final condition. Currently, over 400 female workers at the spinning factory adjacent to the estate generate nearly 30 gold lunnets in profit for the Gregg family each day. With an investment of 40 to 60 gold lunnets, one could hold 20 of shares in Xia Lin's factory, and after a year, receive a free technology transfer. Such favorable conditions are rare. While others might doubt Xia Lin's integrity, Ellen, having collaborated with him twice before, did not share such skepticism. After weighing the advantages and disadvantages, he resolutely declared, "The Gregg family is willing to support our friend. I can invest 300 gold lunnets to acquire shares in these factories, and I want 40 of the textile factory shares." Investing 300 gold lunnets meant that the Gregg family would have to allocate a significant portion of their liquid assets for this venture. Yet Ellen unhesitatingly proclaimed this substantial figure, demonstrating his profound trust in Xia Lin. Of course, the considerable profits generated daily by the spinning factory bolstered his confidence. Excellent. Although aware that Aaron would inevitably be swayed, Xia Lin was nonetheless touched and impressed to see that Aaron, with but a moment's consideration, had unhesitatingly invested such a substantial sum. It is indeed rare to encounter a 15-year-old youth possessing such audacity. At the age of 15 in his past life, Xia Lin was merely an impassioned and somewhat delusional boy, a far cry from the truly remarkable Aaron Gregor. Once they had agreed that the Gregor family would take the lead in successfully persuading certain commercial associations to join the venture, they would formally sign the agreement. With this matter settled, Aaron began to leverage his connections to create an opportunity for Xia Lin to meet the dean of the Magic Academy. Before long, a response came through his channels, and the outcome was, of course, affirmative. Although the Gregor family was not particularly renowned in the imperial capital, it was nonetheless one of the 15 noble families directly affiliated with the royal court. While Dean Manon Amos found the reason for the Gregor family's visit somewhat perplexing, he would not dismiss the request. Thus, the following day, Xia Lin, armed with the Gregor family's invitation, re-entered the Royal Magic Academy of the imperial capital alongside his attendant, Wyatt, after having lived there for 3 years. Chapter 30. Dean Man in the Royal Academy of Magic in the Imperial Capital is nestled on the outskirts of the Eastern District. Beautifully situated by the mountains and water, it once served as the summer palace of Emperor Sassan VII of the Sassan Empire and Her Majesty, Empress Lillian. According to the professors at the Academy, during her residence at the Summer Palace, Empress Lillian frequently ventured into the commoners' districts to witness the lives of her subjects. In the era of Sassan XIII, the Summer Palace was donated to become the Royal Academy of Magic, which has since cultivated a multitude of talents for the empire. Even to this day, the three main palaces of the summer residence serve as both research and teaching spaces for the professors. From the outside, the Stone Palace, towering 4 stories high, is adorned with a pristine white lime wash. Tall windows are embellished with shards of colorful crystal, while the roof is covered in overlapping fish scale-like tiles of a soft red hue. Verdant ivy climbs gracefully along its walls, and ancient trees below cast dappled shadows on the stone-paved ground, their lush branches teeming with cicadas, evoking the essence of summer. Not far from these 3 palatial structures, the soldiers' dormitory, erected decades ago, stands stoutly with its narrow windows and drab gray exterior, presenting a stark contrast akin to a toad. Xia Lin, accompanied by Huaiyite, entered the central Red Palace. It was class time, yet the bright and spacious lecture halls of his previous life were nowhere to be seen, nor were there any sounds of students reciting their lessons. Instead, each professor had arranged their research rooms with distinct personal flair, with students attending classes in groups of 10 or so. Only the meditation and rune courses, taught personally by Dean Manon, were held in the grand hall on the first floor. Navigating with familiarity, Xia Lin found the dean's office on the top floor. Pulling a rope attached to the door, it swung open promptly. Before him sat his intended target, a middle-aged man with tousled hair and a serene gaze, appearing to be in his 40s. This was Manon Amos, the youngest 5-ringed mage in the history of the empire. At that moment, he was engrossed in writing something with a quill at a sizable desk, and the room was devoid of any servants. Xia Lin surmised that the door had been opened for him by a magical gesture. "Come in, esteemed guests from the Gregg family." As Xia Lin and Huaiyite stepped into the dean's office, Manon Amos set his quill down upon a silver holder, raised his gaze towards them, and the grand door behind them closed automatically. With a gentle expression, he addressed them. "I have heard that someone wished to meet with me. It appears that you are the one. So, my child, what brings you to me?" "Greetings, esteemed Dean. I am Xia Lin Karl, a graduate of this term's military academy. This is my attendant, Huaiyite Jiasi. We have come to pay you a visit and to present some of my recent research." Xia Lin performed a mage's salute to the dean seated behind the desk, introduced himself, and then gestured for Huaiyite to open the portable wooden box they had brought. "A military student? It seems you are indeed one of my pupils. Please, proceed. I will soon be heading to the Golan department." After a moment of astonishment, Dean Yuan revealed a smile of intrigue. As the head of the Royal Academy of Magic, he had never encountered a military student visiting him, especially under the auspices of a noble family. Although he was not particularly interested in the items brought by Xia Lin, he decided to extend an opportunity, both as a mark of respect for a Viscount family and out of care for his own students. With the master's permission, Huaiyite hastily retrieved 2 long wooden boards inscribed with luminous runes, a long cord emanating magical fluctuations, and a stack of white paper from a wooden box. Observing these peculiar items, Dean Yuan furrowed his brow, for he found nothing of particular significance among them. "Dean Yuan, these are my research," Xia Lin began. "This cord is my invention, a mental force gauge. I have inscribed a recording spell at regular intervals along the cord, which documents the distances. By utilizing a mage's externalized mental force to read the farthest distance recorded, one can measure the mage's mental capacity. These 2 wooden boards constitute my magic power gauge. They are inscribed with light runes and isolation runes, allowing a mage to inject their magical energy through the magical copper rune line by merely touching it, thereby measuring the amount of magic power within them. Lastly, this stack of parchment-like paper is my creation. It can be utilized for writing, drawing runes, and crafting spell scrolls, with each sheet costing only 2 copper bits." Noticing that Dean Yuan seemed unimpressed by the utility of his research results, Xia Lin elaborated carefully. "Mental force gauge, magic power gauge, and new style paper?" Initially lacking any expectations for these peculiar items, Dean Yuan found himself intrigued after hearing Xia Lin's explanation. While most mages did not concern themselves with the quantification of mental and magical forces, the measurement of mental capacity proved to be quite useful. As the head of a magic academy, Dean Yuan contemplated several potential applications. For instance, a mage's growth first manifests in the advancement of their mental force. Having a means to measure it would deepen a mage's understanding of their own abilities. The magic power gauge could also serve to determine whether a magical apprentice had advanced to the first tier, as only first-tier mages generate inherent magical power within themselves. Moreover, if this new style paper could indeed fulfill Xia Lin's claims, it would herald a revolution in the magical realm. After all, in the cost of a zero-tier spell scroll, which amounts to 40 copper bits, 20 copper bits are attributed to parchment, constituting a significant portion of the expense. Similarly, in the cost of an 80 copper bit first-tier spell scroll, parchment also accounts for a considerable part. If this new style paper, costing merely 2 copper bits per sheet, could replace parchment, it would enable the Empire to facilitate mass production by low-tier mages, which would be excellent news for the frontline military mages. What you have brought is indeed intriguing. It appears you have not squandered my time. Please, allow me to examine those items. Realizing this, Dean Monan's expression turned considerably more serious as he beckoned to Wyatt. Wyatt hastily placed the items on the desk, and Dean Monan first picked up the stack of papers. He initially crumpled one in his hand, noting the commendable quality of the paper. Subsequently, he explored further, guided by his intuition, and discovered several examples adorned with runes and spell models beneath the stack. This revelation prompted Dean Monan to cast a surprised glance at the youthful visage of Xia Lin, a mere 15 years of age, freshly graduated from military school, yet capable of presenting such remarkable research achievements, truly astonishing. He then examined the mental energy meter and the magical energy meter. The mental energy meter was rather straightforward. Merely a rope affixed with a recording spell, yet the ingenuity of the concept was commendable. The magical energy meter, utilizing light runes in lieu of scales, was equally fascinating. These two rudimentary yet ingenious devices filled a significant gap in magical research, leaving Dean Monan quite astonished. Previously, no one had conceived that magical and mental energies could be quantified. Progress had always been made through repeated attempts to construct higher-tier spell models, gradually advancing to loftier realms. Such an exquisite design. Thus, my Lord Xia Lin, what is your purpose in bringing these items to the Royal Academy of Magic? After reviewing the three objects, Dean Monan nodded in affirmation of Xia Lin's ingenuity, his countenance reflecting a thoughtful demeanor as he inquired. Chapter 31. Collaboration between school and enterprise. Esteemed Dean, I wish to establish a partnership between the Karl Laboratory and the Royal Academy of Magic. A partnership? Sir Xia Lin, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Dean Monan was taken aback, for it was the first time he had encountered a mage boldly proposing such an audacious collaboration with the Academy. After a brief moment of astonishment, he chuckled incredulously. The Royal Academy of Magic has a legacy spanning over a century, during which it has nurtured countless mages, some of whom have even ascended to the esteemed ranks of six-ring court magicians. And now, a mere first-ring mage dares to audaciously seek collaboration with the Academy? No. Dean Monan, I do not approach the Academy as a first-ring mage, but rather as the founder of a magical laboratory seeking collaboration. He continued, furthermore, a lengthy history does not inherently signify superiority. As long as the collaboration is mutually beneficial, both the aged and the youthful possess a foundation for partnership. Our intention at the Karl Laboratory is to forge a cooperative relationship with the Royal Academy of Magic based on shared interests. In this collaboration, the laboratory and the Academy will exchange talents, resources, and research findings in the realm of magic. For instance, I am willing to share my research on mental and magical measurement devices with the Academy. Of course, this is conditional upon maintaining the normal teaching order of the Academy, and we will compensate for any employment or consultation fees. Xia Lin paused for a moment, allowing Dean Monan to digest his words, before presenting the most significant proposition. Crucially, as the inventor of paper-making technology, I am willing to grant the Academy 20 equity in the soon-to-be established paper-making factory, in addition to providing a batch of paper at cost price. After holding this 20 equity for 1 year, the Academy will receive the technology for paper-making at no additional charge. What? You are willing to transfer the paper-making technology to the Academy? Dean Monan had remained silent in response to Xia Lin's earlier statements, but upon hearing the final proposition, his expression shifted to one of shock. He rose abruptly, slamming his hands on the table. This was paper-making technology, a field in which, despite the high illiteracy rates, the consumption power of mages and nobles could generate a vast market for paper. Realizing his own breach of decorum, Dean Monan furrowed his brow and began pacing the room, seemingly weighing the pros and cons of collaborating with the Karl Laboratory. After what seemed an eternity, he finally ceased his pacing. His gaze lingered on the paper before him. But ultimately, he shook his head in resignation. If these terms hold true, as the dean of the academy, I would be most willing to collaborate with the Karl Laboratory. I believe that if the paper is indeed as affordable as you claim, the resultant benefits would be substantial. However, since the academy's inception, there has been a rule that, unless sanctioned by the royal family, no one other than the academy's professors may enter the library, and even the dean cannot alter this rule. Behind the Royal Academy of Magic lies the royal family. Manon Amos is merely the appointed director, incapable of defying the will of the monarchy for mere personal gain. After all, the very existence of the Royal Academy of Magic hinges on the substantial annual funding and various magical resources provided by the royal family. Without these resources, it would be improbable for any mage to squander their research time in the role of a professor. The royal family? Upon hearing the director's words, Xia Lin initially displayed an unmistakable expression of disappointment, but then recalled the potential invitation from the princess, and a flicker of hope ignited within her. After a brief moment of contemplation, she inquired, if I were to obtain the royal family's permission, would that allow me access to the library? Naturally, the director replied. While the royal funding is considerable, you must understand that the pursuit of magical research invariably incurs significant expenses. If we could benefit from the profits of paper production, I believe no one within the academy would oppose it. Moreover, once paper becomes widespread, the research costs for mages would be significantly reduced. Even I would be grateful to the innovator of this new type of paper. Now, my dear child, it is growing late. I have an appointment with Professor Moutz, so I must take my leave. Wait, Your Excellency. There is no need to rush. Although access to the Academy's library requires royal consent, we can initiate other collaborations in the meantime. The 20 stake in the paper mill will be duly transferred to the Royal Academy of Magic upon its establishment. Therefore, I would like to request a dozen or so second-year military students from the Academy to assist us with this project. Our Karl Laboratory would compensate them with 4 silver marks each day. While I received subsidies as a military student, life was still quite challenging. Allowing students from less fortunate backgrounds to earn a decent income in just a few days would benefit the Academy, the students, and our Karl Laboratory alike. Other collaborations? Manon was taken aback that, despite the absence of hope regarding the crucial condition of library access, this child was still eager to collaborate with the Academy. He remarked with surprise, since you remain willing, I can represent the Academy in establishing a partnership with the Karl Laboratory. He then continued, however, the third-year students have only just begun their practical courses and are busy familiarizing themselves with spells to become first-tier mages. The first-year students have just enrolled and cannot even project their mental energy. You should select your candidates from the second-year students. The specific date will be set for 7 days hence. On June 29th, you may return to the Academy and I will arrange for students for your selection. However, you must remember your promise not to disrupt the Academy's teaching order. Of course, I shall be mindful of that. However, there is one matter upon which I require your leniency, Your Excellency. Although the paper mill has yet to be established, could we possibly sign the contract now and grant our Karl Laboratory the rights outlined in the collaboration terms in advance? In the span of 7 days. Xia Lin felt he could afford to wait and readily agreed. However, after a moment of contemplation, he put forth a new stipulation. No problem. But after the paper mill commences production, our Academy will require 10,000 sheets of this specific size each month, provided at the cost price of 2 copper coins. Dean Monan had no intention of waiting until the establishment of the paper mill to finalize the contract. He nodded in agreement and presented a condition of his own. Very well, esteemed Dean, let us draft the contract now. If the terms of the agreement are satisfactory, we can proceed with the signatures. Xia Lin had no intention of haggling over this minor request and readily acquiesced. After all, even the previous small-scale paper production could yield 400 sheets of 16K paper in a single production cycle. Once a larger mill was operational, producing 10,000 sheets of 16K paper would likely only take 4 or 5 days. Furthermore, Xia Lin had yet to reveal to Dean Monan that the cost of paper might decrease once the mill was established. Of course, Xia Lin was wise enough not to play tricks in such matters. The greatest benefit from collaborating with the Academy was not monetary gain, but rather the prestige and the formidable support from the mage community. Thus, he planned to clarify this point later, hoping to earn some goodwill from the Academy. The two parties then drafted a contract based on the previously discussed conditions, allowing the Karl Laboratory to recruit second-year military students from the Academy to assist in research. or to consult professors on various magical inquiries, provided it did not disrupt the normal operations of the Academy. The Royal Academy of Magic in the Imperial Capital would receive a 20% stake in the paper mill under the Karl Laboratory, and the Academy would be able to purchase paper produced by the mill at cost price, with a tentative quantity of 10,000 sheets of standard 16K paper each month. After confirming that the terms of the contract were satisfactory, they signed the agreement. With the successful achievement of his goals, Xia Lin finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Armed with this contract, his Karl Laboratory could boldly assert its influence to deter any potential threats, and he was confident that his industrial park initiative would proceed smoothly. Chapter 32. The Golem System. Having successfully established a collaboration, it was imperative to seize the tangible benefits from this partnership. As Xia Lin recalled the dean's mention of visiting the Golem department to meet Professor Mars, a new idea blossomed in his mind. The Royal Academy of Magic offered 3 courses in the second year: spell scroll creation, potion crafting, and Golem fundamentals. However, due to the exorbitant costs associated with studying potions and golems, most military students tended to gravitate towards the more accessible spell scroll creation course after overcoming this invisible barrier. Xia Lin had harbored a profound curiosity about golems and potions at that time, but opportunities to delve into these esoteric subjects had been scarce, leading him to gradually relinquish his interest. Yet now, with fresh ambitions in the successful collaboration with the Academy, Xia Lin felt compelled to explore the principles underlying golems and potions, seeking to compensate for his unfulfilled aspirations. After careful contemplation, he addressed the dean. "Your Excellency, now that we are in a collaborative relationship, I would like to request a pass that allows me unrestricted access within the Academy. To be candid, I have always been fascinated by golems and potions, but I have never had the chance to engage with them. Therefore, I wish to seize this opportunity to experience the golem and potion courses firsthand." "That poses no issue at all," Dean Manon replied, his demeanor towards Xia Lin noticeably more amiable post-contract signing. This is too precious," Xia Lin exclaimed, recognizing it as one of the insignias of the Empire's esteemed high-level mages. Dean Manon chuckled at Xia Lin's startled expression, perceiving the theatricality in his reaction, then continued, "Xia Lin, since you are eager to explore golems and potions, why not accompany me? I happen to be visiting Professor Mars, and with my presence, I am certain he will showcase his true expertise for you." "Really? That would be splendid." Xia Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement at Dean Manon's considerate invitation to join him in the Golem department, riding on the dean's coattails. Perhaps this little fox could glean some advantages from the Golem department. "Then let us depart. We mustn't keep Professor Mars waiting." "Master? Fear not. This is the dean's 3rd circle flight spell." Xia Lin was initially taken aback, but soon recalled the spell discussed in class, explaining to the flustered Huaite. "It seems you have been quite attentive in class. I believe Professor Smedley would be pleased to know that," Dean Manon remarked, casting a surprised glance at Xia Lin, impressed that he could identify the spell being cast. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force drew open the curtains at the wall, revealing the grand, expansive windows behind them. Under the influence of this unseen magical force, the 3 of them gently floated out of the window. The lofty crown of the ancient tree before the Red Palace suddenly became within reach. At this altitude, one could behold a small section of the densely packed urban landscape below. The exhilaration of flight enveloped Xia Lin's senses, rendering even his mild acrophobia inconsequential, as his attention became wholly absorbed in this newfound vista. "All right, let us proceed." Amidst a blend of excitement, trepidation, and exhilaration, Xia Lin and Huaya swiftly traversed the scene of pale red rooftops, flat stone roads, and lush green meadows beneath them, estimating their flight speed to exceed 30 yards. In this manner, the trio soon arrived at the North Palace, the domain of the Golem department. Entering through an open window on the 3rd floor into what appeared to be Professor Mars's research chamber, the room was lined with wooden shelves, laden with various components fashioned in the likeness of human limbs. The assortment of sizes resembled a dollhouse, while in one corner stood 2 towering grayish-black humanoid figures, which Xia Lin recognized as the golems he had longed to see. Dean Manon, who were these 2? A middle-aged man, pale and disheveled, awaited them at a desk by the window, his expression a mix of surprise and wariness upon seeing the 2 accompanying Manon. "This is our Academy's graduate this year and the founder of the Karl Laboratory, our current collaborator, Xia Lin Karl. He wishes to observe the Golem department. Mars. Let us grant them some privacy for their discussion," Dean Manon replied with a smile. "Collaborator? But Professor Mars's confusion and hesitation were palpable. He wondered what a mere child could possibly contribute to the academy. His thoughts, however, were swiftly interrupted by Dean Manon's stern voice. "Professor Mars, I am the Dean of the Royal Academy of Magic, and I implore you not to question my words." "I understand." The academy's doors were heavily constructed, and Xia Lin possessed no foolish inclination to eavesdrop on a fourth circle mage and a fifth circle mage. Setting aside his insatiable curiosity, he seized the opportunity to delve into the contents of the research room. Instead of examining the two golems at the entrance, he approached Professor Mars's desk, cautiously rummaging for the tomes he sought. It is often said that teaching someone to fish is preferable to simply providing them with a fish. Thus, books detailing the principles of golems were his primary objective rather than finished golems or their components. Before long, he discovered his desired volumes, Fundamentals of Constructing Golems, Runes for Golem Construction, and Soul Core Rune Array, all bound in parchment. These tomes were foundational texts in golemology, each appearing to be substantial works. Even the cost of the parchment alone likely exceeded several golden lunnets. Moreover, Professor Mars's desk held numerous other golem-related books, including a few uniquely bound in beast leather, which looked particularly intriguing. Chapter 33. The Soul Core. Having found the desired tome, Xia Lin settled into a chair and opened Foundations of Construct Golems to begin his perusal. Contrary to its title, the book was anything but elementary. Even with a mind far sharper than in his previous life, Xia Lin found himself grappling with its intricate concepts. In essence, construct golems are magical tools, humanoid or otherwise shaped, crafted using soul cores, runic arrays, and basic materials. These creations typically serve as guardians for mages, protecting their laboratories and combating adversaries. The fundamental principle behind the creation of a soul core is deceptively simple. A mage infuses mental energy into a high-quality, transparent magical crystal or diamond until the gem brims with this energy. Subsequently, the mage guides the mental energy within to form a unique array of runes, allowing the infused energy to give rise to an artificial soul imbued with basic intelligence. Such a magical crystal or diamond then becomes a completed soul core. When placed within a golem and connected through a magical array, it can animate the colossal construct. Moreover, the mage can issue various commands to the golem using their mental energy, and if necessary, take control of the soul core for precise manipulation. Xia Lin found the concept of the soul crystal particularly captivating, perceiving it as a magical version of artificial intelligence. He mused that, through the lengthy research of mages over the ages, this technology had reached a considerable level of sophistication. Merely contemplating the possibilities, he could envision numerous applications beyond the realm of golems. However, the runes associated with the soul crystal appeared exceedingly complex, and he sensed that unraveling their intricacies would take time. Even without permission from the princess, he could circumvent the academy's regulations through this avenue. Yet, the tomes available for borrowing from the library were unlikely to be rare or precious. For instance, unique manuscripts of mage research would certainly not be available for lending. As Xia Lin immersed himself in his studies, a sudden roar emanated from within the research room, causing him to startle. "Mars, as long as I remain the head of the Royal Academy of Magic, I shall never permit you to undertake such actions. Even if the totems of the Earth Dwellers are scarce, you must wait patiently. If the military sends someone to urge you, let them come to me." Moments later, the door to the research room burst open, and Dean Manon stormed out in a fit of rage. Upon seeing Xia Lin, he paused for a moment, his expression softening slightly, yet he spoke in a tone laced with suppressed fury. "Xia Lin, I had a minor dispute with Professor Mars. Pay it no mind. Stay here as long as you wish. If Professor Mars objects to your presence, simply inform him that it was my directive." Faced with the visibly angered Dean Manon, Xia Lin cautiously lifted the 3 books he intended to borrow: Foundations of Construct Golems, Runes of Construct Golems, and Runic Arrays for Soul Cores. "It seems you are genuinely interested in golems. In that case, feel free to borrow them. Just remember to return them once you've finished." After a while, the morose Professor Mouths exited the room. Clearly, he had overheard Dean Manon's words before leaving. With a stern expression, he glanced at Xia Lin and Huai, stating, "I need to step out for a moment. You may borrow those 3 books, but do not meddle with my belongings. Otherwise, prepare to seek the dean for a curse removal." With an exasperated huff, Professor Mouths waved his hand and cast a flight spell, soaring out of the research room. Inside the lab, only Xia Lin and his servant Huai remained, exchanging glances. Xia Lin was taken aback. Could it be that the consumption of mental and magical energy for the flight spell was so minimal? How could these 4th and 5th tier mages treat spells as mere tools for transportation? He was quite curious about the quarrel between Dean Manon and Professor Mouths. Yet neither of them was someone he could afford to provoke, so he buried that curiosity deep within. As dusk approached, Xia Lin instructed Huai to swiftly pack the 3 books into a small wooden box and leave Professor Mouths' classroom. Upon returning to the laboratory, Xia Lin did not even take a bath. Instead, he cast a cleansing spell on himself and retrieved a faint light rune disc crafted by Harper. Illuminated by a magical crystal, the rune disc glowed with an intensity akin to a bright lamp, allowing him to delve into his reading. Back in his domain, surrounded by various materials and tools, Xia Lin's speed in deciphering the runes within the soul core significantly accelerated. However, it was unrealistic to expect to digest all 3 books in a short span. Over the next 3 days, Xia Lin nearly forgot all mundane affairs, completely engrossed in the contents of the books. He even succeeded, through numerous attempts, in constructing one of the crucial runes that formed the soul core of the golem. By the end of the day, his success rate in constructing runes had risen to 30%. At this rate, deciphering all the runes within the soul core would not be an unattainable goal. With the prospect of creating his own soul core looming, Xia Lin prepared a magical crystal ball worth 5 golden lunderts for both Harper and himself, diligently infusing the surplus mental energy into it each day, intending to use it for crafting his own soul core in the future. Sir Xia Lin Karl, here is an invitation from Her Highness Princess Dorothea. She wishes to invite you to afternoon tea at the Anti-Palace tomorrow, as she is quite interested in your new-style desserts. The messenger, clad in a pure black court attendant's attire trimmed with gold, presented the invitation with a friendly demeanor. Understood. I am grateful for Her Highness's invitation. I shall not disappoint her, Xia Lin replied, accepting the invitation with a knowing smile. Following the customs of his previous life, he discreetly slipped a golden lunder to the messenger, and both parties enjoyed a moment of mutual delight. Chapter 34. The tea party. Attending Her Highness the Princess's tea party certainly necessitated a departure from the usual linen robe of a mage. While the mage's robe serves as a social attire for practitioners of the arcane, the distinction in material and tailoring is quite significant. To this end, Xia Lin specially commissioned a silk cotton blend robe from an upscale tailor recommended by Ellen. Such esteemed establishments typically require time to craft formal garments. However, they also offer ready-made options for those pressed for time, which can be tailored to fit perfectly within half a day. Naturally, Xia Lin intended to prepare a new style of dessert, as the princess's invitation stemmed from her keen interest in such delicacies. This task was rather straightforward. Having spent over 20 years single in his previous life, he had honed his culinary skills to capture the hearts of young women, particularly through their fondness for sweets. However, due to the sun and wind exposure on construction sites, his complexion had transformed, resembling that of an African chieftain rather than the youthful charm he once possessed in university. Ultimately, these confections had become mere sustenance for his solitary existence, contributing to his physique. This time, Xia Lin resolved to create cream puffs, conveniently utilizing the high-gluten flour left after sifting low-gluten flour. He began by continuously stirring cream to produce butter, which he then gently heated with water. Once the butter melted, he incorporated the high-gluten flour and stirred until the mixture thickened. He then filled a parchment-lined piping bag with the dough, shaped the puffs, and placed them in a preheated oven to bake. Approximately half an hour later, he retrieved the golden puffs, injecting them with light cream. The shells, exuding a faintly crisp aroma, encased the sweet, smooth cream, resulting in a delightful confection that surpassed the average standard of patisseries from his previous life. Even with an array of high-tech culinary tools back then, Xia Lin could not have achieved such a level of finesse. However, in this life, endowed with a remarkably sharp memory and understanding, he felt his grasp of the knowledge acquired in his previous existence had deepened. Having indulged in a rare bath, Xia Lin donned a complete set of luxurious new attire and carried a wooden box containing the cream puffs as he stepped into the carriage sent by the princess. As they traversed through the western and central districts, arriving at the eastern area adorned with grand estates and palaces, Xia Lin closed his eyes in contemplation, reflecting on his anticipated conversation with the princess. Such a rare opportunity to engage with the upper echelons of the empire was not to be squandered. Compared to the insipid nobility, aligning himself with the princess on the industrial park initiative seemed far more promising. However, the royal family, unlike nobles and merchants, does not prioritize wealth. Their foremost concerns lie with power and governance. Thus, persuading Princess Dorothea would undoubtedly prove more challenging than convincing Ellen. The princess likely harbors considerable political ambition. Otherwise, she would not have cultivated relationships with both nobility and merchants over the years, nor garnered the support of ancient families such as the Gregs. Yet, ambition necessitates the capability to wield it effectively. One can only hope that this princess will not disappoint him. Having mentally prepared a rough outline and drawing upon the information gathered from various sources, Xia Lin displayed a look of anticipation, gently stroking her chin as she murmured to herself. After traversing the grand expanse of the Longyan Palace for quite some time, she finally arrived at the Anthe Palace, where Princess Dorothea resided. The royal carriage seemed to be imbued with numerous enchantments, ensuring a remarkably smooth ride throughout the journey. This was Xia Lin's first experience of such a perfect mode of transport in this world, which she believed rivaled the luxurious carriages of her past life. Indeed, in every realm, the pursuit of a more comfortable and beautiful life remains a universal aspiration. Guided by the palace attendants through a labyrinth of corridors, Xia Lin was greeted by a breathtaking sight as she emerged into a vibrant garden, awash in hues of purple and red. A trellis constructed from bamboo supported lush green vines adorned with blue morning glories, known in this world as star-blue flowers, providing a natural shade for those below. Instantly, her gaze was drawn to the resplendent young lady seated at a marble table, with cascading black hair reminiscent of a waterfall. The girl's mixed heritage was evident in her regal demeanor. Upon her head rested a crown intricately woven from golden and silver strands, at its center a magnificent, translucent ruby. Xia Lin discerned that this crown was an exceedingly precious magical artifact, the golden and silver threads serving as runic lines imbued with enchantments, while the ruby acted as a source of magical energy. The craftsmanship displayed in this crown surpassed the mere act of enchanting objects. It was a sublime design that nearly elicited applause from Xia Lin. Yet, beneath the crown, the girl's beauty was even more striking than the diadem itself. Her deep, clear golden eyes mirrored the world like a serene autumn spring, complemented by a delicate nose and softly pink lips. This exquisite assembly of features, seemingly favored by the creator, bestowed upon the 15-year-old princess an ethereal quality that transcended mere humanity, coupled with the poise and grandeur cultivated within her imperial lineage. Xia Lin felt as though she were not in the presence of a peer, but rather before a figure akin to the illustrious Empress Wu Zetian or Catherine the Great. Though Xia Lin had encountered many individuals of high social standing in her previous life, none possessed the potent aura that this youthful princess exuded. She harbored a suspicion that the crown itself held legendary properties that enhanced the wearer's charm. "Greetings, Sir Xia Lin Karl," the young lady said with a gentle smile, offering him a slight nod of acknowledgement upon his arrival. "Greetings, Your Highness Princess Dorothea. Your beauty renders all the flowers in this garden pale in comparison," Xia Lin replied, steadying her thoughts as she performed a respectful mage's salute. The compliment that followed was not a mere formality, but rather a heartfelt expression that flowed naturally from within. "Thank you for your kind words. Please, have a seat. This is my dear friend, Elsa Hosea, the eldest daughter of Count Hosea. To ensure that you feel at ease, I have specially invited her to join us for this afternoon tea." Princess Dorothea observed that Xia Lin was not captivated by his appearance like those noble youths, which led her to regard him with a heightened sense of esteem. She spoke in a friendly and natural manner. "Greetings, Sir Xia Lin Karl. I am Elsa Hosea. Is that exquisite box there containing the new delicacies you brought?" Elsa Hosea was also a beauty, yet her allure paled in comparison to that of the princess. Nevertheless, Xia Lin found himself more drawn to her. After all, the pressure of conversing with a princess, especially one of such extraordinary charm, was considerable, and a moment's slip could prove perilous. "Miss Hosea, your conjecture is correct. Within this box lies my latest creation in confectionery. I assure you, throughout the entire imperial capital, indeed the whole empire and beyond, aside from myself, you two lovely ladies shall be the first to savor this novel delight." Xia Lin composedly seated himself at the modest marble round table, unveiling the wooden box to reveal cream puffs elegantly nestled in silk. Chapter 35. Cream Puffs and Transformation. "Sir Xia Lin, here we have two young maidens. How can there be two besides yourself?" teased the witty Xia Lin, eliciting a soft chuckle from Elsa as she pointed out the flaw in his wording. "Of course, there can be more than one cream puff. Would the magnanimous princess truly refuse to savor the delectable treat alongside her dearest friend?" Xia Lin replied, winking with a composed smile. As he steadily pushed the wooden box towards the two young ladies, his gaze fixed on Princess Dorothea, eager to observe her reaction. To discern a person's character and abilities through their words and actions is a profound art, and Xia Lin's skill in this regard was merely at a rudimentary level. He sought this opportunity to discern whether the princess was indeed as broad-minded, enlightened, and wise as Ellen had claimed. "Elsa, let us partake together." "Naturally. My friend can share in all my delights." Princess Dorothea nodded, her words reflecting her generous spirit. She speared a cream puff with her fork, intrigued by its slightly crisp exterior and soft interior. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the cream had been ejected within the shell, leading her to nod in understanding as she, alongside the joyfully beaming Elsa, brought the pastry to her lips. A gentle crunch echoed as they bit into the treat. The rich aroma of wheat and butter wafted into their nostrils, followed by the smooth and creamy flavor bursting forth in their mouths. The delightful structure of this confection seamlessly melded two distinctly different tastes, imparting a unique sense of surprise to the taster. "Truly, Sir Xia Lin, you who have crafted the cloud candy and the cake that even His Majesty has praised, this new creation of yours, the cream puff, is equally delightful." After savoring the cream puff, Princess Dorothea blinked in astonishment, offering her commendation. "Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness. The tales about the cake are merely urban legends. I have only achieved a modest success. In truth, my efforts in this realm pale in comparison to my pursuit of the mysteries of magic." Xia Lin, taken aback that such rumors had reached the princess's ears, maintained his composure, wearing a polite smile, uncertain if he was being humble or prideful. "Indeed, Sir Xia Lin, you are quite different from the mages I have encountered before. You are truly amusing." Elsa could not help but chuckle, her words laced with a hint of teasing. "In truth, Miss Elsa, you are not mistaken. I am rather unlike traditional mages. While we all seek to explore the mysteries of magic, their aspirations often lie in acquiring greater power to control their own fate and that of others. My intent is to harness the power of magic to transform the world, making life better for everyone. Certainly, there exists more than one path to achieve this objective beyond the realm of magic. Therefore, aside from my studies in sorcery, I have engaged in a considerable amount of business. Thus, I find myself to be 1/3 mage, 1/3 artisan, and 1/3 merchant." Seizing the opportunity presented by Elsa's remarks, Xia Lin smiled gently and inquired, "Change the world? In what regard do you mean?" Princess Dorothea, indeed intrigued by this topic, allowed a hint of a smile to grace her lips as she eagerly probed further. "Life revolves around 4 fundamental pursuits: clothing, food, shelter, and travel. In my vision, magic should fundamentally transform these aspects of life that are inextricably linked to human existence, rather than being wielded solely for the purpose of slaughter on the battlefield. Imagine a scenario where clothing could be produced in mechanized, automated textile factories managed by golem cores, spinning cotton, linen, and silk harvested from the fields into garments, thereby ensuring that no one would have to shiver in the cold due to a lack of attire. Envision food production augmented by agricultural golems that assist in sowing, cultivating, fertilizing, pest control, weeding, and harvesting, allowing a single farmer to tend to vast tracts of land, thus alleviating the empire's food scarcity. Housing could consist of towering edifices reaching dozens or even hundreds of meters high, each capable of accommodating hundreds or thousands of residents. Within these structures, magical furnishings would facilitate lighting, cooking, cleaning, and personal hygiene through the power of sorcery. Transportation could be revolutionized with vehicles powered by arcane energy, eliminating the need for caretakers to tend to delicate horses. In just 3 days, one could travel from Helgana to the port of Fa. Princess, Miss Elsa, can you imagine? No longer would people fret over sustenance and clothing. Breakfast could consist of bread and milk, perhaps accompanied by a fried egg, while lunch and dinner could feature an abundance of poultry, fish, meat, and seasonal fruits and vegetables. Above, radiant magical lamps would illuminate the surroundings, while convenient and sanitary magical stoves would aid in cooking. A simple mechanism could yield clean water from pipes, rendering the need to fetch water from rivers or wells a relic of the past, should one wish to explore the empire's varied landscapes. A mere handful of copper bits or a single silver mark could secure a ticket, allowing one to board a magical locomotive and reach any corner of the empire within 2 or 3 days. As Xia Lin wove together the potential applications of magic, he painted a vivid blueprint of his former world's future, and indeed, the vision of this transformed realm captivated both Princess Dorothea and the young Elsa. My goodness! 3 days to reach the port of Fa. I dare say even the most skilled mages would struggle to match that speed with their flight spells. Elsa, secure in her life of comfort, showed little interest in other matters, but was particularly intrigued by Xia Lin's mention of the magical locomotive. Perhaps she had once endured a bumpy carriage ride that left her feeling utterly disassembled. It sounds delightful, albeit the likelihood seems slim. Setting aside the costs associated with such endeavors, Sir Xia Lin, what would become of those tailors, farmers, and coachmen rendered obsolete by this advancement? In contrast to her naive friend, Princess Dorothea pondered for a moment before posing a rather incisive question. Magic and the phenomena I refer to as technology inevitably lead to the demise of antiquated industries and the emergence of new ones as they transform the world. For instance, while tailors may lose their bespoke tailoring jobs, they can redirect their focus towards designing exquisite garments and setting fashion trends, for after all, golems cannot discern human beauty from ugliness. Superfluous farmers may evolve into factory workers, operating and managing arcane machinery, while horsemen will transition into drivers of magical locomotives, no longer tending to horses but instead commanding these enchanted engines. Upon hearing Princess Dorothea's inquiry, Xia Lin was taken aback, marveling at the princess's acumen. He realized that she was indeed, as Ellen had suggested, more than a mere ornamental figure. Rather, she possessed profound insights into the essence of many matters, showcasing remarkable capabilities. If he could secure a place aboard the princess's grand vessel, the future might hold promise for him, Xia Lin mused silently. Yet, at this moment, he was merely a young sorcerer, a minor noble invited due to his affinity for pastries, akin to a jester amusing the court at a royal ball. To capture the princess's attention and successfully align himself with her enlightened faction to attain a position of significance seemed a distant aspiration. Chapter 36. Xia Lin and the princess. On the vast expanse of the empire's land, there exist millions of farmers. Do you truly believe that your so-called factory could accommodate such a multitude? Upon hearing Xia Lin's words, Princess Dorothea furrowed her delicate brows, clearly dissenting from his assertion. In her perception, a workshop was merely a place where a handful of artisans gathered to produce goods. A factory ought to be no different. Your Highness, Xia Lin continued. While an ordinary workshop could indeed not house so many farmers, a factory is a different matter altogether. When the first chimney rises from the earth and the machines within the factory begin their civilized roar, change has already quietly arrived. This transformation is most profoundly manifested in the revolution of productivity. Productivity refers to the capacity of an individual or a collective to generate material goods. Currently, the productivity of small workshops can only satisfy the needs of a few dozen individuals. However, within a factory, a single worker can produce several times, even dozens of times, the output of a small workshop. At that point, the dream of everyone being well-fed and warmly clothed will no longer be fanciful. Only such factories can organize hundreds, even thousands, of workers laboring within to produce sufficient goods for society as a whole. How could such a thing exist in the world? Elsa questioned, her expression one of disbelief at Xia Lin's grand vision of a factory that starkly contradicted her worldview. Why could it not exist? Xia Lin countered. The change I speak of is already in motion. Perhaps you ladies might wish to examine the recent fluctuations in the coarse and fine yarn markets in the imperial capital. The prices in these markets have been exceptionally volatile, causing countless spinners to cease operations, and many working-class spinners have lost their employment. This turmoil is a direct result of the innovative spinning machine I designed for the Gregor family, which boasts an efficiency that is dozens of times greater than that of traditional machines. Thus, one spinner now equates to the output of many. In the sheds established outside the Gregor estate, hundreds of these new spinning machines are housed, employing an equally vast number of female spinners. That, in essence, is what I refer to as a factory, Xia Lin elaborated, taking a sip of green tea as he spoke confidently. Is that truly what a factory is? Princess Dorothea mused, having attended a banquet hosted by the Gregor family, where she had become aware of the changes occurring within. She had even inquired about Xia Lin, who had been highly recommended to her by Ellen Gregor. Naturally, she had seen the spinning sheds outside the estate and noted the presence of numerous modern machines. Indeed, that is the rudimentary form of a factory. Furthermore, I have a purpose for this visit, to seek your Highness's support in acquiring a parcel of land within the slums to establish 7 factories, thereby creating an industrial park dedicated to the mass production of red bricks, cement, sugar, paper, soda ash, and textiles. Each of these products holds significant profit potential, and I have already forged a partnership regarding paper production with His Excellency, the Dean of the Royal Academy of Magic, Manon. Does your Highness not find it unsettling that the magnificent capital of the Sassan Empire, Helgana, is adjacent to a slum that is as grotesque as a tumor? I am willing to spearhead an initiative to transform this impoverished area into a new district that rivals the grandeur of both the northern and southern regions. This new district will not only generate a continuous stream of tax revenue, but will also allow the citizens of the empire to bask in the radiance of your highness. Seizing this opportunity, Xia Lin presented his request alongside his long-considered plan for the slum's redevelopment. What kind of support do you require? Beyond prestige, what can I gain? Princess Dorothea, evidently intrigued, understood the profitability of sugar and realized that if the paper were guaranteed by Director Manon, it would likely not disappoint. Firstly, land. I require a legitimate land certificate, currently needing approximately 80 aries, with future demands expected to increase. Secondly, capital. Substantial investment is necessary for the factories. With my industrial park plan totaling 100 golden lints. Currently, only the Gregg family is willing to invest 300 golden lints, leaving 100 golden lints still to be raised. I hope your highness can invest a portion and also assist in rallying those willing to follow you. Thirdly, connections. I need your highness's influence to temporarily hire some royal craftsmen, including blacksmiths, carpenters, and gem cutters. Additionally, I require certain contacts, which I hope your highness can help facilitate. Xia Lin elaborated on his requirements, and then, with a tone imbued with confidence and determination, declared, if your highness is willing to support me, I shall offer 25 of the shares in these factories, making you the largest shareholder. Furthermore, your highness may soon witness the new world I envision, a transformed empire. This empire will be even more formidable than the Sassan Empire founded by Emperor Albiz. It will effortlessly marshal millions of soldiers, each wielding steel swords and clad in fine armor, conquering every inch of land for his imperial majesty. It will produce and transport resources on a scale as vast as the Dragonbone Mountains, ensuring that all within the empire are free from want. Basking in the glory of his majesty, it will conquer the world, incorporating the northern faithful, the southern tribes, the eastern Sains, and the western elves, half-elves, beast-folk, and dwarves into the grand tapestry of this empire. At that time, even the oceans shall not hinder our stride, nor shall the heavens contain our aspirations. Our journey lies in the divine realm above, among the boundless ocean of stars. Such monumental ambition has never crossed the mind of even the empire's second princess, Dorothea. To conquer the entire world and step into the realm of the divine. Does this youth truly comprehend the magnitude of his words? Yet, Dorothea found herself invigorated with a fervor she had not experienced in ages. The last time she felt such a passionate and tumultuous emotion was during her childhood. When she first rode the exquisite half-breed stallion gifted by her father, galloping freely across the endless meadows of the countryside. After weighing the pros and cons, she realized that the potential rewards of this endeavor far outweighed her contributions. Thus, she resolved to heed the deep-seated intuition within her and place her trust. If you can realize what you have promised, then surely you shall obtain what you seek. On this seemingly bright and unremarkable afternoon, Her Highness Princess Dorothea, the second daughter of the Sassan Empire, found herself swayed into the camp of the adept summer forest presenter. Observing them with wide-eyed astonishment, as though witnessing madness, was Elsa Hosea. Chapter 37. The Dwarven Master with the endorsement of Her Royal Highness Princess Dorothea. The benefits bestowed upon Xia Lin are extraordinarily substantial. The first advantage he received was a decree from His Imperial Majesty Emperor Sassan 17. With this, the doors of the Royal Academy of Magic's library swung wide open to him. The second benefit is that Xia Lin now has the formidable backing of the imperial royalty. His industrial park can now be considered a part of the royal estate. Coupled with the influence of the enlightened noble faction led by the princess, he can confidently develop his industrial park. This intangible benefit, when weighed against Xia Lin's relinquishment of 25 of his shares, renders it difficult to ascertain whether it is a loss or a gain, yet Xia Lin firmly believes that establishing a connection with the royal family guarantees his profit. The third advantage is a contingent of 15 royal artisans, all highly skilled carpenters. They hail from the royal estate under the princess's jurisdiction and will heed Xia Lin's every command, crafting various implements for him without any salary burden on his part. The fourth benefit is a substantial investment totaling 500 golden lints provided by the princess and the Hosea family. The fifth boon manifests in the form of the stout, robust dwarven master, Alkin Copperbeard, who stands before Xia Lin, is tousled, reddish-brown hair and beard streaked with gray, reeking of ale and sweat. What factory? I've never heard of such a thing. What brings a mere sorcerer to seek me out? Does the imperial military not know that aside from those elves who can merely shoot arrows, I detest your kind of spell-casting cowards hiding at a distance? Alkin Copperbeard displayed no interest whatsoever in Xia Lin's talk of factories, finding the allure of his own ale far more captivating. It was only after conversing with the princess that Xia Lin learned the astonishing fact that the Empire's master blacksmith, the president of the Blacksmith Guild, is a dwarven master of 243 years. He himself forged the exquisite golden armor worn by Emperor Sassan 17. In recognition of this dwarven master's unparalleled craftsmanship, the Empire enacted a law prohibiting dwarven slavery, liberating all previously enslaved dwarves to become residents of this unprecedented dwarven viscount's territory. These dwarves reside in the Furnace Valley of the Black Mountain, situated north of the imperial capital, where they toil in mining, metallurgy, and ale brewing, rarely venturing outside, truly living the life of their dreams. Upon learning this news, Xia Lin was naturally elated, for dwarves are legendary as innate miners and blacksmiths. Although he remains uncertain of their specific skills, their lifespans, 3 to 4 times that of humans, suggest they possess remarkable craftsmanship. Now, with a skilled workforce of 300 to 400 intermediate and advanced machinists at his disposal, the fabrication of any mechanical component is but a trifling matter. However, even the princess lacks direct command over these dwarves. She can only provide Xia Lin with military credentials granting him entry into the dwarven settlement. Yet persuading the dwarves will ultimately rest upon Xia Lin's own efforts. Master Alkin, I have designed a novel furnace, capable of producing iron castings amounting to tens of thousands of pounds daily. Are you not intrigued? Observing the dwarf master's indifference towards his invitation, Xia Lin reluctantly produced the blueprints of his iron smelting furnace. At last, you humans have grasped the art of iron smelting? Upon hearing Xia Lin's words, Master Alkin, slightly inebriated, stumbled closer and snatched the blueprints, examining them under the dim light of the cavern. These designs appear commendable, seemingly superior to those of our dwarven forges. However, I had encountered such concepts over 80 years ago when I departed from the tribe. Do you truly believe I would be impressed by such trivialities? Master Alkin scoffed, setting the blueprints aside to resume his indulgence in the wine jug. To Xia Lin's surprise, the dwarves had indeed developed the high furnace iron smelting technique. He had assumed that the technological level of this world mirrored that of the traditional blacksmithing he observed at Buck's Forge. Clearly, the dwarves possessed an extraordinary aptitude for forging and metallurgy, having unearthed the high furnace technique a century prior. And what of innovative metalworking tools? Xia Lin, feeling that his technological offerings might not sufficiently sway the dwarves, instructed Wyatt to retrieve a stack of blueprints from a small wooden case, presenting them to Alkin. The engineering drawings he had crafted were evidently unique to this era. Otherwise, Master Alkin would not have deemed his designs noteworthy. Upon seeing Xia Lin produce new blueprints, Master Alkin displayed a flicker of interest. He took the documents, scrutinizing the peculiar devices depicted therein, furrowing his brow. Young mage, what are these contraptions? How do they qualify as metalworking tools? Master Alkin, these tools are known as machine tools, encompassing various types such as lathes, planers, saws, milling machines, drilling machines, and grinders. With these lathes, blacksmiths need not rely on hammers to forge iron. They can directly employ these tools for cutting, milling, sawing, drilling, reaming, tapping, knurling, threading, grinding, and both flat and curved surface processing. Xia Lin explained with a smile, recognizing that he had indeed captured Alkin's attention. Nonsense. How could such things exist in this world? This is undoubtedly an alchemist's trick. We dwarven blacksmiths lack the mage's talent and cannot utilize these tools, Master Alkin proclaimed, unable to fully envision the mechanical workings illustrated in the blueprints, dismissing the extraordinary devices as mere alchemical fantasies. No, Master Alkin. These are the very instruments of our trade. I propose a wager. Although current limitations prevent the fabrication of advanced machinery to achieve all the effects I describe, simpler woodworking machines can indeed be constructed. Surely the dwarves of today do not lack the courage to wager with humans, do they? Xia Lin did not anticipate that this stubborn old dwarf would so readily categorize the machine tool as an invention of alchemy simply due to his own misunderstanding. Thus, he resorted to a strategy of psychological provocation. A wager, you say? Algin, fear no one. Speak, what shall we bet on? Let us stake the efficacy of the woodworking machine tool. If it can demonstrate even a fraction of the capabilities I have described, then Master Algin shall grant me the authority to freely recruit dwarven craftsmen in the Furnace Valley. Excellent. I accept this wager. Should you lose, you must procure for me 10 bottles of wyvern blood wine. Master Algin declared. The wyvern is a formidable mid-tier magical beast, comparable in power to a third-ring mage and capable of flight. Typically, It requires the efforts of a mercenary band of no fewer than 500 to have a chance of hunting one down. Its blood is imbued with rich magical properties and, once brewed, exudes a captivating aroma, with an exceptionally high alcoholic content. A single bottle is worth 10 golden lut, rendering 10 bottles a luxury valued at 100 golden lut, a significant sum even for Xia Lin. Nevertheless, he chose to place his faith in his machine tool. Slamming his hand upon the table. Very well. The wager is established. Chapter 38. Employee records. The establishment of woodworking machinery necessitates a stable power source. With this rationale, Xia Lin successfully lured Master Alkin and 10 of the most esteemed dwarven blacksmiths from their forge valley to his designated territory. Ambitious Xia Lin had already secured financial backing from the Gregg family and the princess, currently possessing a capital of 800 gold lents. Had it not been for the intention to create an industrial alliance to alleviate the pressures imposed by the various guilds in the imperial city, Xia Lin could very well have embarked on this venture independently. However, he understood that a solitary effort could not yield a flourishing enterprise. The establishment of an industrial system encompasses every facet of society, and he lacked the energy to oversee every detail alone. For this reason, he offered an exceptionally favorable condition whereby those holding a 20 stake could obtain his technological transfer within a year, with the territory secured and funds in hand. The immediate course of action was to recruit personnel and procure raw materials and tools. As before, Wait was dispatched to purchase the tools listed by Xia Lin. Meanwhile, a team of royal carpenters led by Master Xiao's Fima, allocated by the princess, commenced the construction of water wheels based on the blueprints provided by Xia Lin. Xia Lin himself returned to his former neighborhood, gathering Roy, Adams, and Edmund along with their 45 young apprentices. The time had come for Xia Lin Karl to establish 7 factories in the impoverished district of Fish Teeth, and these individuals would constitute the very first cadre of employees. As factory workers, they would receive a daily wage of 50 copper bis, contingent upon their mastery of 100 commonly used Sassan words and proficiency in basic arithmetic within 50. Otherwise, they would receive only 25 copper bis. Moreover, Roy Adams and Edmund, as managers, would face a deduction of 2 silver marls from their monthly salaries if they failed to meet such straightforward conditions. Should more than half of their subordinates fall short of his requirements, an additional 2 silver marls would be withheld. Now, Roy, Adams, and Edmund, take these papers and, according to the forms I provide, record the names, genders, ages, parents' names, and literacy and arithmetic skills of these 45 individuals. These records will serve as our employee database, and I shall use them to disperse wages. Master Xia Lin, must we truly know 100 words to earn 50 copper bis? Edmund inquired anxiously, while Adams wore a disconcerted expression. Indeed, no exceptions shall be made. Furthermore, refrain from addressing me as Master Xia Lin. Simply call me boss, Xia Lin asserted, recognizing that many among their ranks might struggle to meet the expectations. Working under his command meant instilling the belief that knowledge equates to wealth and status. Should these 3 initially selected managers fail to embrace the importance of education, it would not be surprising if they were eventually replaced by others. After all, Xia Lin's pace was rapid, and the enterprise he aimed to create would herald a monumental transformation akin to sifting through sand. Boss, I comprehend. Roy was the first to sit at the makeshift wooden table, diligently recording information about his team members. As an astute individual, he consistently seized every opportunity for advancement. Thus, he had also taken to heart Xia Lin's instructions regarding the importance of mastering literacy and arithmetic. What is your name? Roy inquired. I am Polly Cesar, came the reply. Very well, and now your age. Observing Roy swiftly getting to work, Adams and Edmund were compelled to hurriedly establish profiles for their own team members. After a careful observation, Xia Lin noted that the 3 of them were not performing particularly well. Many of their spelling attempts were erroneous. However, recognizing it was still the initial phase, he chose to overlook these mistakes. Ultimately, out of 45 children, only 13 met Xia Lin's criteria and received a daily wage of 50 copper bis. These children, either possessing strong learning abilities or displaying high initiative, would naturally become the next batch of key personnel for factory management under Xia Lin's guidance. During the distribution of wages, the fortunate children who earned an additional 25 copper bis wore expressions of undeniable pride, while those who had not passed the selection, only receiving 25 copper bis, were filled with envy. Among them, several adolescents aged 16 and a half felt embarrassed to realize that their learning capabilities paled in comparison to those of their younger siblings. resulting in a sense of shame evident on their faces. This was the effect Xia Lin aimed to achieve. Subsequently, Xia Lin recruited 5 adult women to oversee the group's meals and instructed Edmund to fetch Huaya from the outskirts of the slums, while he, along with Roy and Adams, marched purposefully towards the domain of the fish teeth. Little mage, we have waited so long, only to see you bring these youngsters. If your machine tools are delayed any longer, it will be a victory for me, Alkin. Upon sighting Xia Lin, Alkin and the dwarves, who had been eagerly awaiting by the riverbank, approached. Being true outliers within the empire, they seldom ventured beyond the Furnace Valley where they had resided for decades. Accompanying Xia Lin to the slums marked the farthest they had ever traveled. Rest assured, Master Alkin, once the water wheel is complete, you shall see my machine tools forthwith. Xia Lin replied with a smile, but soon furrowed his brow at the commotion within the group, signaling to Roy and Adams to address the situation. Typically mild-mannered, Roy commanded a formidable presence when angered, and it was not long before the 30-member team fell into a profound silence. The prospect of being dismissed by Xia Lin meant losing their singularly high-paying job in the slums, a terrifying reality that quelled even the highest curiosity. Once the team had settled down, Xia Lin turned to discuss the necessary components with the dwarven masters. He had already drafted the designs for the water wheel, which he entrusted to Russ Fema, allowing their skilled carpenters, well-versed in their craft, to undertake its construction. However, to convert the power provided by the water wheel into a force that can be utilized by the factory machinery, it is essential to fabricate gears and illuminate the technology of the gearbox. Chapter 39. Gears. The crafting of gears, in this world, presents a formidable challenge. The absence of convenient and efficient gear-cutting machines, or even the simplest of machine tools, necessitates reliance on the blacksmith's hammers, both large and small, to painstakingly shape metal, or resorting to the exceedingly crude method of casting. With the aid of his self-made drawing instruments, Xia Lin swiftly created detailed schematics for the gearbox and internal gears. However, upon the dwarves' attempt to forge the components according to his designs, the resulting products fell woefully short of his specifications. Master Alkin, these are made of white cast iron, which is hard and brittle, rendering it impossible for further processing for use in the gearbox. Is there any way you dwarves can transform this into a form of malleable cast iron? Upon observing the gears, Xia Lin initially felt pleased that they exhibited no apparent deformation. Yet, upon striking the edge of a gear with a small hammer, he was disheartened to see iron shavings crumble away. He shook his head and inquired of Master Alkin, if you desired black iron rather than white, you should have mentioned it sooner. Let us process them a little longer. Master Alkin, having imbibed a hearty sip of the fine wheat ale Xia Lin provided, soon saw the dwarves deftly applying a mixture of their own concocted earth and grease to the cast white iron gears before returning them to the furnace for further heating. Xia Lin understood that this was a high-temperature annealing process, allowing the carbon within the white cast iron to precipitate in the form of graphite, thereby enhancing the iron's properties. Perfectly annealed white cast iron would transform into black, endowing the cast iron with a degree of toughness suitable for rudimentary machining. True to their reputation, the dwarves' metallurgical skills proved exceptional. After several hours, they produced gears of commendable quality from malleable cast iron. When Xia Lin struck the gears with his small hammer again, instead of crumbling fragments, a clear, ringing sound resonated, indicative of well-annealed material with a fine structure. Satisfied, he nodded, permitting the dwarven artisans to smooth and polish the rough edges and surfaces of the cast iron components. Subsequently, he assembled a gearbox using these gleaming, oil-coated black gears. He affixed a wooden steering wheel to the input shaft, while the output shaft was connected to a simple centrifuge's central axis, sourced from his own sugar workshop. The gearbox was supported by a wooden frame positioned above the centrifuge. Then, Xia Lin instructed 2 dwarves to stand on stools and jointly exert their strength to turn the steering wheel. With great effort, they soon set the makeshift centrifuge whirring with a swift whoosh, achieving speeds several times greater than that of manual operation. According to Xia Lin's design, this gearbox, possessing 6 gears, boasted a transmission ratio of 1/16. This meant that a single rotation of the driving shaft would cause the driven shaft to rotate 16 times, a speed sufficient to support the operation of simple woodworking machinery. By the grace of the Lord of Fire, Pride, what marvels have I witnessed today? Upon witnessing this astonishing spectacle, Master Orkin's bleary eyes widened in delight as he gazed at the gearbox birthed by his own kin. Previously, he had held Xia Lin in contempt, complying with his request solely due to the enticing wager of 10 bottles of winged flame dragon blood wine. However, This intricate gearbox began to alter his perception. The notion of utilizing a series of gears to modify rotational speed sparked an understanding within him of its significant application in metalworking. Master Orkin, what do you think? These creations are crafted by your own hands, unrelated to alchemy. Yet, with this and the water wheel soon to be completed, we can power the woodworking machinery depicted in those blueprints, while you laboriously drill a minuscule hole in a block of iron with a bow drill. My woodworking drill press will achieve the same result in mere minutes. This is what I refer to as a new era of metalworking tools, the might of machine tools. With this, you blacksmiths will be true artisans. Seeing the gearbox perform as he had envisioned, Xia Lin beamed with satisfaction, exuding exuberance as he addressed Master Orkin. Though he was intrigued by the gearbox, Orkin, faced with Xia Lin's playful banter, lifted his chin defiantly. Despite his short stature, he retained an imposing presence as he retorted, "The machine tools I speak of will encompass more than just drill presses. The other machines will require the diligent efforts of you, Master Orkin, and your fellow dwarven artisans to bring them to fruition." Xia Lin, having thoroughly grasped the stubborn nature of the short-statured master, smiled warmly at the 10 dwarven masters accompanying Orkin. "No problem. Your exquisite wine is more than ample, far more generous than the chieftain. Besides, with so many novel inventions, I, Von Molten Fire, have lived for so long, yet have never encountered metal processing of this caliber." Among the dwarven masters, one with striking crimson beard pounded his chest and declared in a deep voice, "Bah, Von Molten Fire, you traitor! After all these years, who has provided for you but me? Your good fortune stems from my hard work, and you dare to call me stingy? Had I known back then, I would never have rescued you from the slave trader." Upon hearing the dwarf praise Xia Lin while simultaneously attempting to disparage him, Master Orkin felt a sense of betrayal wash over him, and he shouted in indignation, "Humph! With the craftsmanship of the Molten Fire clan, do you think I cannot become a guest of honor among humans without you? You merely took one step ahead of me." Von Molten Fire crossed his arms, looking down upon Orkin with disdain. Unlike the other dwarves, who appeared submissive, he boldly confronted Master Orkin, seemingly embodying the spirit of his clan's name. "You," Master Orkin, seething with rage, retorted, "even if you are of the priestly clan of the Lord of Molten Fire, our Copperbeard clan's forging skills are by no means inferior to yours. If you doubt it, we can settle this through comparison. Let us compete, then. Who fears whom? How many times have you lost to me over the years? That is fortuitous, for I possess a rather challenging and novel contraption that requires the expertise of all present. Why not have you two gentlemen compete to determine who possesses superior skill?" With a mischievous smile, Xia Lin stoked the flames of rivalry between the 2 dwarf masters, eager to showcase their abilities. "What contraption?" they inquired in unison, their eyes narrowing with intrigue upon hearing that Xia Lin had a task of even greater complexity for them to forge. "Bearings," Xia Lin declared, producing meticulously crafted blueprints which he handed to each of the dwarf masters, one depicting a detailed design of a roller bearing and the other illustrating a ball bearing. Bearings are an indispensable component in industry. Wherever there is a need for an axle, their presence is vital. Without bearings, the axle would be prone to excessive wear, and a significant portion of the power transmitted through it would be lost due to friction during rotation. Take, for instance, the rudimentary woodworking lathe designed by Xia Lin. It would scarcely achieve stable operational efficiency without the aid of bearings. Among the various types, the ball bearing exhibits the most superior performance. However, it is evident that the precision machining of spheres in this world would not meet Xia Lin's stringent standards. Thus, he also devised the roller bearing. The ball bearing serves to broaden the horizons of the 2 dwarf masters, igniting within them a fervor for research and innovation. Chapter 40. Bearings and Precision Cutting Tools. This bearing is quite intriguing. Farn Ronghua examined the rolling bearing blueprints provided by Xia Lin, and, in conjunction with the recently presented gearbox, swiftly grasped the bearing's purpose. It is indeed fascinating. However, how could such diminutive spheres possibly be forged? You wouldn't be pulling our leg, would you? Master Alkin's temper flared swiftly but subsided just as rapidly, returning to his usual demeanor upon Xia Lin's diversion. He scrutinized the rolling bearing blueprints in his possession, regarding Xia Lin with a face full of skepticism. Of course not. The rolling bearings in Master Alkin's hands are undoubtedly impossible to forge at this moment. Yet the rolling bearings in Master Farn's grasp are relatively easier to produce. Xia Lin elucidated the distinctions between the blueprints held by the 2. So there are indeed 2 types of bearings? Masters Farn and Alkin exchanged knowing glances and, in unison, turned away, seemingly reluctant to share the details of their respective blueprints with one another. I believe you underestimate us dwarfs. Is it merely a matter of crafting a sphere? Allow me, Alkin, to forge one for you to behold. Upon hearing Xia Lin assert that the difficulty of producing a ball bearing surpasses that of a rolling bearing, Master Alkin scoffed. Tucking the blueprint into his cloak, he took a swig of ale and summoned 4 dwarf artisans to accompany him toward the forge. Spheres? That truly bodes ill. My lord Xia Lin, permit me to take charge of this rolling bearing. I doubt Alkin will ever succeed in creating a ball bearing. Master Farn, upon realizing the form of the ball bearing, understood that it merely involved substituting metal spheres of lesser resistance for the cylindrical ones depicted in his blueprint. He clicked his tongue, confidently waved his hand, and led away 4 of the remaining 5 dwarf masters, leaving one behind who gazed at Xia Lin with eager anticipation, seemingly left with little to do. Esteemed master, would you assist me in fabricating the wood lathe, saw, milling machine, planer, and drill? Here are the blueprints I have drawn. Once the water wheel and their bearings are complete, we shall be able to test the machinery. Xia Lin, amused by the forlorn expression of the remaining dwarf master, shook his head in jest, handing over a stack of blueprints for him to aid in constructing these machine bodies. These machines, in truth, do not present significant processing challenges. The crux lies within the production of essential components such as cutting tools and grinding wheels. The grinding wheels can be sintered from diatomaceous earth, sand, and corundum, akin to pottery, yet the cutting tools are of a different nature. As one of the core components of the machines, the quality of the cutting tools directly affects the machining capabilities. Inferior tools necessitate frequent replacements during operation, severely impacting processing precision. To address the cutting tool issue, Xia Lin reluctantly purchased half a pound of fine gold powder, intending to melt it into a liquid form for casting several lathe cutting tools. However, when Xia Lin officially commenced the operation, he discovered to his astonishment that the refined gold powder showed no signs of melting in the furnace he had designed, which was capable of reaching temperatures of at least 1,200 degrees. Clearly, the magical metal known as refined gold had undergone a profound transformation from its golden progenitor, exhibiting significantly enhanced properties in terms of hardness, melting point, and magical conductivity. He was left dumbfounded. Was he to forge the blade's tip using the tempered steel from a blacksmith's forge? Not only would such a manufacturing process be cumbersome, but its durability would also pose a significant concern. If the blade tips needed frequent replacement, it would likely consume more time than the machines could afford to have the dwarven masters forge them, making the cost-effectiveness alarmingly low. Fortunately, he recalled that the princess had mentioned Master Aiken possessed the expertise to process refined gold. Thus he sought out Master Aiken once more. You must be joking, lad. You intend to use refined gold for such trivial pursuits? Master Aiken, who had been tirelessly working at the furnace to develop bearings, his eyes bloodshot from fatigue, was incensed by Xia Lin's request. Master Aiken, how can you dismiss this as trivial? Shouldn't a blacksmith place utmost importance on their tools? With a refined gold blade tip, you could manipulate steel as you wish the moment the machine starts. Isn't that the pinnacle of refined gold's utility? Xia Lin was taken aback by Master Aiken's disdain for his woodworking machinery, deeming it unworthy of the refined gold valued at 94 gold lunter per pound. Well, perhaps you have a point, but the cost of processing refined gold is not insignificant. If you provide me with 50 gold lunter, I shall cast the blade tips you require. 50 gold lunter? That's exorbitant. Xia Lin was taken aback by the price quoted by Master Aiken. What do you consider expensive? To process refined gold, we must employ the ancient runic arrays passed down through our Copperbeard clan, and concoct a specific alchemical solution with magical materials. Neither of these expenses is trivial. Do you not understand why refined gold equipment is so costly? I am already offering you a considerable discount at 50 gold lunter. Fine. Let us proceed. Xia Lin, recognizing the near indestructible nature of refined gold, concluded that the blade tip should remain useful after upgrading the woodworking machinery, and thus resolved to bear the cost. A day later, Master Fawn, the master of molten fire, successfully produced iron bearings, emerging victorious in his competition with Master Aiken. To Xia Lin's astonishment, Master Fawn did not employ his own designed furnace but instead utilized an ancient runic disc, a legacy of their dwarven clan, which provided temperatures exceeding 1,500 degrees, directly melting tempered steel into molten iron for casting. The application of magic within industry, as demonstrated, piqued Xia Lin's interest greatly. After some bold entreaties, he acquired Master Fawn's runic disc, only to find that aside from the runes constituting the heating spell and the fire arrow, he could scarcely comprehend the others. In truth, Xia Lin had long contemplated the amalgamation of magic and science to forge a novel magical industry. However, his understanding of industrial processes was rather adequate, while his grasp of magical studies could only be described as superficial. To devise spells that could address the challenges encountered in industrialization was far beyond his current capabilities. He could scarcely claim proficiency in the spells he had mastered. To achieve the synthesis of magic and science, he must first complete a comprehensive research plan. Nevertheless, the inhabitants of this world, steeped in the supernatural forces of magic, have evidently developed numerous methods to harness its power. For instance, the nobles employ luminescent runic discs for illumination within their castle estates and frost runes for refrigeration. These represent the most rudimentary applications of magic in daily life. Additionally, the dwarves have mastered the technique of utilizing magic to achieve high temperatures for metal processing. It is likely that in other regions, magic has been similarly integrated into daily existence, though Xia Lin's current perspective is too narrow to perceive these applications. Simultaneously, witnessing tangible examples of magic's application in industry has sparked a glimmer of inspiration within Xia Lin. While it is true that his magical prowess is limited, it does not dictate all outcomes. For instance, both the arcane spells of the energy manipulation school, Arc and Shock, exhibit considerable potential for industrial application. However, Xia Lin currently lacks the time and energy to delve into such considerations. Thus, he has set aside the idea of applying Arc in an industrial context for the time being. Xia Lin provided blueprints to Master Algin for the fabrication of 4 types of tools: lathe tools, milling cutters, drill bits, and taps. Each tool measures less than 2 centimeters in length, tapering from a broader front to a narrower rear, allowing the small end to be affixed into a steel body for secure attachment to the machine. While this method may be cumbersome, it effectively prolongs the tool's lifespan while minimizing the consumption of precious metals. When distributed across Xia Lin's machinery, the cost of each machine reaches approximately 27 gold lunnets, roughly equivalent to twice the amount of Xia Lin's own ransom. Chapter 41. Hiring dwarves. The performance of the golden alloy blade is indeed remarkable. After assembling the water wheel, gearbox, and lathe, Xia Lin secured a piece of wood onto the lathe's wedge and activated the gearbox. As the power from the water wheel drove the driving shaft, it transferred motion to the driven shaft, causing the wood to commence its rotation, gradually increasing in speed. Xia Lin skillfully fed the cutting tool, and at the point of contact between the golden alloy blade and the wood, shavings began to swiftly emerge, transforming the block into a cylindrical shape. Subsequently, Xia Lin experimented with various metals, utilizing soybean oil as a cutting fluid on wrought iron, cast iron, and the steel refined through the blacksmith's relentless effort. He discovered that the golden alloy blade indeed excelled, effortlessly processing even wrought iron, though it faltered against the harder cast iron and steel. However, the issue did not lie with the blade, but rather with the inadequate rigidity of the lathe's hardwood shaft, which visibly deformed upon contact with the cutting tool and workpiece. By the forge master, what an astonishing sight! The dwarves, captivated by this remarkable scene, gathered around, their eyes gleaming as they reverently caressed the lathe they had crafted with their own hands, akin to cherishing the most precious of treasures. Even Master Alkin joined in their admiration. What do you think, Master Alkin? The entirely new metalworking tools I mentioned are devoid of any alchemical involvement. Yet their efficacy surpasses your traditional hammers by countless measures, Xia Lin remarked with a smile, observing Master Alkin's lack of composure as he explored the lathe. Curse you, boy. You win this time. If you wish to recruit in the Furnace Valley, go ahead. After all, we dwarves have little to occupy our time in the valley, so we might as well earn some coin for ale. Compared to the wager, the dwarves seemed to place greater value on the machine tools Xia Lin had introduced. Master Alkin, these machines are merely the simplest of their kind. They can be upgraded to more efficient and precise advanced models in the future. At that point, crafting gears and the balls within bearings will pose no challenge. Moreover, I possess many other intriguing devices you have yet to see. Why not join me along with your kin? Before long, I will establish a modern steel mill here, capable of producing thousands of tons of steel daily. Do you dwarves not wish to learn how this is achieved? You are the finest craftsmen in the world, and I require your strength to realize my vision. Xia Lin implored, noting the dwarves' keen interest in the machine tools. I am a viscount of the Empire, a royal blacksmith. I shall not join you. However, feel free to recruit my kin. Though that rascal Fawn of the Forge may not be the most skilled, he is competent enough. Whatever your plans entail, discuss them with him, as the others may not comprehend your words. Master Alkin cast a sidelong glance at Xia Lin, gesturing dismissively. As a royal blacksmith, he could not affiliate with another faction, nor did he desire to align himself with the interests of another human. However, with the princess's consent, Master Alkin may allow his kin to accept employment from Xia Lin. It would be more advantageous for Master Alkin to accept the position of honorary advisor to the new Leaf Chamber of Commerce. The role of an advisor entails being consulted when necessary or being invited to the industrial park to resolve challenging issues. Should you wish to observe the park's development, you may enter freely under this title. This position offers considerable flexibility, making it an excellent fit for you, Master Alkin. Seeing his recruitment efforts falter, Xia Lin, undeterred, presented the advisory role to maintain contact with Master Alkin. He was eager to acquire the exquisite craftsmanship capable of processing fine gold, which, according to the dwarves, was a skill even Fane of the Ember clan had yet to master. The new Leaf Chamber of Commerce is the name of the organization Xia Lin intended to establish, symbolizing a new leaf on the industrial tree, representing rebirth and growth in a new world. Advisors, you humans truly possess a myriad of ideas. So be it. Master Alkin pondered the implications of the honorary advisor position, finding it somewhat agreeable, and thus accepted it. Therefore, on behalf of the new Leaf Chamber of Commerce, I formally extend an invitation for employment to the esteemed Dwarven Masters, with a remuneration of 1 gold lunt per 10 days. Fane, as the leader of the Dwarven artisans and the factory manager, will oversee and allocate the production tasks, earning 1 gold lunt and 50 silver mal for every 10 days, along with a 2 share in the factory. Master Alkin, as the honorary advisor of the new Leaf Chamber of Commerce, will receive 2 gold lunts every 10 days. Upon hearing that Master Alkin had accepted the honorary advisor position, Xia Lin felt a surge of joy. It appeared that his hopes for mastering the fine gold smelting techniques were within reach. He generously offered these Dwarven masters an exceedingly high salary. Such a generous salary, I, Fane of Ember, shall remain. Just think of how much ale 1 gold lunt can procure. Truly, Lord Xia Lin is far more generous than the Alkin Patriarch. It seems those little ones refer to Lord Xia Lin as boss. We too should honor him as our boss. You lot, despite my diligent efforts to provide for you, you dare to accuse me of being stingy? Truly, you are a bunch of insatiable jungle wolves. Hearing the complaints from the dwarves, Master Alkin was incensed by the ingratitude of those led astray by Fane of Ember. He signed the contract presented by Xia Lin, ready to teach these audacious individuals a lesson with his fists. Wait, Master Alkin. I assure you, they were merely jesting. There is no need for anger. Here are the blueprints for the brick kiln and cement kiln that I designed. As skilled artisans, you are surely familiar with such constructs. To expedite progress, could you guide us on how to build these kilns? Xia Lin was determined to prevent a conflict among these invaluable Dwarven masters and swiftly diverted the conversation. Alkin Patriarch. We were just joking. Just joking. The few indiscreet Dwarven masters quickly pleaded for forgiveness. Oh, this time I shall let you off the hook. It seems rather unnecessary for us to intervene in such a furnace affair. It is akin to using a dragon-slaying spear to swat a fly. Nevertheless, given that the ale you provided over the past few days has been quite satisfactory, pleasing my kin, we shall extend you this small favor. The proprietor of the industrial park, Xia Lin, has taken a stand to halt proceedings, and Alkin finds it inappropriate to disregard the authority of his employer in reprimanding these dwarven folk. He cast a fierce glance at the few dwarf masters, accepting the wheel kiln and cement vertical kiln designed by Xia Lin. Though he regarded the design with disdain, still, he acquiesced to Xia Lin's request. In truth, Xia Lin initially intended to implement a simple vertical kiln akin to that of the cement factory at the brickworks. However, considering the vast quantity of bricks required for future construction of various facilities, he deemed it more economical to directly employ a wheel kiln capable of continuous production with reduced fuel consumption. To procure the necessary bricks for the establishment of the wheel kiln, Xia Lin deliberately instructed his employees to construct a rudimentary vertical kiln under the guidance of the dwarves at the site of the cement factory. Meanwhile, he set off to the Royal Academy of Magic to select the promised laborers for the Karl laboratory. Chapter 42. The examination at this moment. The entire academy was abuzz with speculation, for not a single soul among the students and professors had ever heard of the Karl laboratory. The sudden collaboration between Dean Manon of the Royal Academy of Magic and such an obscure laboratory sparked a mix of curiosity and dissatisfaction, with many feeling that it tarnished the institution's honor. However, The remuneration offered by Karl Laboratory for temporary researchers was undeniably enticing for silver marls a day, which constituted a substantial income for the second-year cadets hailing from less affluent backgrounds. After all, these second-year students were not yet first circle mages, and the course on spell scroll creation had only just commenced. They had yet to acquire the essential means of income available to lower circle mages, crafting spell scrolls. Thus, while the second years half-heartedly echoed the discontent expressed by their peers from the other grades and the noble students within the academy regarding this collaboration, they were eagerly anticipating the recruitment that would take place 3 days hence. Dean Manon, I truly appreciate your efforts in coming to fetch me personally. On June 29th, at the appointed hour, Xia Lin arrived at the Royal Academy of Magic a few minutes early. After notifying the guards at the academy, he spotted Dean Manon approaching from afar and was momentarily taken aback. Haha, due to our collaboration, there has been some discontent among the students and professors lately. If you were to enter alone, I fear you might not receive the warmest welcome, Dean Manon replied with a wry smile, shaking his head in resignation. I have already informed the professors to assemble the second-year cadets in the Grand Hall of the Rose Palace. You and I shall proceed there together. However, I am merely responsible for gathering the students. Whether they choose to engage with you is entirely their decision. That works perfectly. Xia Lin had not anticipated that Dean Manon's presence was for this reason, and he appeared somewhat surprised. Yet, this was not a significant concern. Once the academy began supplying affordable quality parchment, the resistance towards collaboration with the Karl Laboratory would likely dissipate. As for how to select the talents he required, Xia Lin had already devised a plan. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall on the first floor of the Rose Palace, he found it filled to capacity with over 100 children, all of whom were merely a year younger than himself, the entirety of the current cohort of cadets. In comparison to the Empire's population of millions, their number seemed quite small, however. These cadets had been meticulously selected from the most exceptional 12-year-olds among the lower classes in the capital and surrounding regions, possessing outstanding mental prowess. They were capable of breaking through to the externalization of their mental energy within the designated time frame, representing a rare breed of magical talent, akin to 1 in 10,000. As cadets, their discipline was rigorously enforced by the professors, with long runs each morning being a part of their regimen. Distractions or conversations during lessons were inconceivable within this academy. Even now, filled with curiosity, they maintained a profound silence. Esteemed students of the Royal Academy of Magic, I am Manon Amos. This is Xia Lin, the esteemed founder of the Karl Laboratory and a graduate of the previous cohort. He is personally overseeing the recruitment for this collaborative project. Now, understanding the value of time for our esteemed mages, I shall hand the floor over to Xia Lin, who will elucidate the details of this recruitment. Dean Manon led Xia Lin onto the elevated platform, exchanging a few words before relinquishing the speaking privilege to him. For this recruitment endeavor, Dean Manon had arranged for 3 professors to maintain order, among whom Xia Lin recognized his prophecy instructor, Professor MTRDTLS. The mages, known for their remarkable memory, quickly discerned Xia Lin as a former student, and Professor MTR offered him a curious and friendly nod in acknowledgement. Greetings, fellow students and esteemed professors. I am Xia Lin, as Dean Manon has just introduced. I am a graduate of the previous cohort. However, instead of venturing to the Northern Territories, I earned 15 golden lunt through my own efforts to free myself from the conscription contract. As fellow conscripts, I am certain you are all curious about how I acquired these 15 golden lunt and why I stand before you on this elevated platform today. However, I do not wish to squander your precious time with a lengthy tale. I am the founder of the Karl Laboratory, a partner of the Royal Academy of Magic, and a trusted individual of Her Highness, Princess Dorothea. That is sufficient for you to know. With a flourish, Xia Lin raised his hand to display the tokens bestowed upon him by Dean Manon and the princess. The perceptive professors nearby were immediately taken aback and began to exchange hushed whispers in astonishment. Unfazed by their reactions, Xia Lin continued, thus, although I currently stand as merely a first-tier mage, not significantly more powerful than yourselves, it is imperative that you regard me with respect and value the opportunities one present. For soon, with the support of Her Highness, I shall instigate an unprecedented revolution in magic. One that will reshape our understanding of the arcane arts and redefine the role of magic in our lives. Esteemed students and professors, the grand curtain of history is slowly lifting at this very moment. If you wish to ascend the stage of history and etch your names and achievements in the annals of future magical lore, then please, showcase your talents here and now. As Xia Lin's impassioned speech concluded, he surveyed the audience, noticing their astonished expressions, and nodded in satisfaction at the impact of his words. He then retrieved a stack of approximately 200 examination papers from a nearby wooden box. This set of papers, which I have personally crafted, will serve to assess whether you meet my criteria. Now, I invite a few volunteers to step forward and distribute these papers. After a moment of exchanged glances, a bold student finally approached, followed by 4 or 5 others who mustered the courage to break away from the crowd. Xia Lin took the time to inquire about their names, committing to memory those brave enough to step forward. The children entrusted Xia Lin with 200 meticulously copied examination papers, each crafted letter by 10 diligent scholars, passing them from one end of the long table in the auditorium to the other. Now, allow me to elucidate the rules of this examination. Firstly, each participant shall receive one paper to be answered with a fountain pen. Upon receiving the paper, each individual must inscribe their name in the designated section. During the examination, no whispering or discussing the questions is permitted, nor may anyone glance at another's paper. All responses must stem solely from one's own abilities, and the score shall reflect one's true effort. Should anyone resort to dishonesty, I trust that the fair-minded professors will not hesitate to impose appropriate penalties. The allotted time for answering is approximately 60 minutes. Should anyone choose to forego participation in this recruitment, they may leave their paper blank and refrain from writing their name. Now, let us commence. Observing that all present have received their papers, Xia Lin declared the inaugural examination officially underway. Chapter 43. Temporary researcher. The examination paper crafted by Xia Lin would pose little challenge to even a middle school student from my previous life. However, in this realm, it presents a considerable level of difficulty, for the students of the academy have never encountered anything beyond the most rudimentary arithmetic operations. The 4 major problems on Xia Lin's paper all pertain to plane and spatial geometry, rather than a mere examination. It resembles a collection of exemplary problems from a reference book of my former existence. In truth, this assessment evaluates the students' comprehension of geometry and their capacity for learning. Xia Lin is a second-year cadet at the Royal Academy of Magic. Her father was a sailor aboard the Bluegrass, traversing the waters of the French Sea during the first half of his life, before meeting Luna's mother in the kingdom of Crancerdia. However, fate dealt a cruel hand when smuggled goods were discovered by the kingdom's customs officials, leading to her father's execution by the guards at the docks. With no means of survival left, Luna's mother was forced to flee aboard the Bluegrass, taking up work in mending and laundry. Growing up on the ship, Luna developed remarkable spatial awareness, effortlessly navigating the complex structure of the Bluegrass. At the age of 12, her exceptional mental fortitude was recognized, and she was admitted as a cadet, where her innate talent for runes significantly aided her studies. While others struggled repetitively through trial and error, she intuitively constructed runes, perceiving them as compartments within the Bluegrass. How could anyone find this difficult? Yet today, Luna's confidence was profoundly shaken. Concepts such as 2 points determine a line and the Pythagorean theorem eluded her understanding, leaving her bewildered by the peculiar problems presented. Frustrated, she scratched her head, her dip pen poised above the exam paper, a droplet of ink threatening to stain her work. Glancing around, she noticed her classmates grappling with the paper, and she resolved not to relinquish the opportunity for a lucrative part-time job that offered a daily wage of 4 silver marls. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, opening her eyes to the concise theorems and formulas. Her mind began to race. With a calm demeanor, Luna exhibited the formidable comprehension skills characteristic of mages. Without any guidance, she gradually unraveled the knowledge contained within those straightforward theorems and formulas through self-study. She envisioned various triangles and quadrilaterals, imagining their side lengths and internal angles. Through deciphering the meanings of the peculiar symbols, she realized that this problem could ultimately transform the length of one side into the ratio of another side corresponding to a particular angle. After what felt like an eternity, Luna finally solved the first major problem in plane geometry. A sense of satisfaction washed over her as she released a sigh of relief. Feeling as though she had accomplished something truly remarkable, Luna gazed through the towering crystal windows of the Rose Palace, unable to ascertain how much time had elapsed. Nonetheless, after a moment's contemplation, she resolved to continue, for she discovered that these formulas, theorems, and lines appeared far more intriguing than the Bluegrass number she had known since childhood. Time had arrived. Xia Lin had been engaged in a discussion with Dean Monan regarding Princess Dorothea and the magical reforms he proposed, while simultaneously counting in his mind. In an era devoid of precise timers, he had to rely on this method to gauge the passage of time. Upon counting to 4,000, Xia Lin instructed the students in the auditorium to cease their examinations. All right, please pass your papers from left to right. The students seated at the far right of the long table, kindly bring your collected papers forward. You may discuss amongst yourselves for a moment. I shall grade the papers shortly. What an interesting approach. It resembled the testing methods employed by esteemed scholars to instruct their pupils, surely promising effective results. Though the consumption of paper was somewhat excessive, Dean Monan, taking out a snuff bottle, sniffed with intrigue and remarked on Xia Lin's testing method. Rest assured, Dean Monan, once the paper mill is established, the issue of paper scarcity will no longer hinder the dissemination of knowledge. Judging students' grasp of knowledge through examinations will become increasingly commonplace. Furthermore, various media will emerge, allowing even ordinary citizens to write and publish their own stories, potentially printing them into books for sale. As Xia Lin collected the papers and readied red ink and a quill for grading, he envisioned the cultural expansion that affordable paper could facilitate. Though it seemed fantastical, perhaps a 2 copper per sheet paper could indeed usher in the world you describe. Dean Monan nodded in agreement, having gleaned from their conversation why Xia Lin, a first-ring mage, garnered the princess's support. While he remained skeptical of employing the precious magical core in such so-called factories, the discussion had sparked considerable inspiration. Indeed, who proclaimed that magic was solely for conflict and destruction? The various convenient rune discs utilized in noble estates throughout history were, in fact, a glimpse into the world Xia Lin envisioned. If magic could be proliferated across the empire, how prosperous the community of mages might become. Perhaps within it, extraordinary talents akin to Xia Lin would emerge, unraveling the mysteries of hiring spells that had perplexed generations of sixth-ring archmages. As Dean Monan mused with his snuff, Xia Lin was absorbed in grading the papers with unwavering focus. Despite having provided hints, the understanding capabilities of the mages were remarkably formidable. However, few possessed the skill to tackle the 5 questions that had never before crossed their paths. Many submissions bore only a name, while the remainder of the paper lay blank. Xia Lin meticulously sifted through the submissions and ultimately gathered 23 completed examination papers. Among these, 17 contained 1 to 2 questions pertaining to plane geometry, with an impressive accuracy rate of 100%. It appears that these aspiring mages have successfully grasped the fundamentals of plane geometry. The remaining 6 papers addressed the subsequent spatial geometry problems, 3 of which contained errors. Notably, only 1 paper, authored by a student named Luna Saren, correctly answered all 3 questions, and intriguingly, she even attempted the final complex problem. Upon reviewing her reasoning, Xia Lin recognized that had time permitted, she likely could have completed the entire examination. This revelation sparked a sense of astonishment regarding the mage's capacity for comprehension. After all, while the problems may seem simple, the mathematical symbols and proof formats presented were unprecedented. To comprehend and assimilate the materials provided by Xia Lin in such a short span of time is indicative of not only the formidable memory and understanding required of a mage, but also suggests that this child possesses an exceptional talent in mathematics and geometry. Now, I shall announce the list of candidates who meet the criteria. Those interested may now enter into a temporary researcher contract with the Karl Laboratory, participating in project research from 6 to 10 in the evening. The individuals are as follows. Akasi Knoll. Chapter 44. Arrangements. Luna sat at the long table, oblivious to the hushed conversations of her friends, her fists clenched in anxiety. She had ultimately succeeded in solving 3 problems, and she had a grasp on the solution approach for the final major question. Hearing the complaints of those around her, who claimed they had not managed to answer a single question, she believed she must have met the requirements. Yet, until her name was announced, Luna remained inexplicably tense. Lamb Hubert. Cheers erupted from a boy seated not far behind her, who seemed to have heard his name. He excitedly pumped his fist and let out a quiet cheer, which only heightened Luna's unease. Had she possibly made a mistake on one of the problems? Why was her name still not called? Luna's brow furrowed with worry as she listened to the older boy on stage slowly pronounce a name she was familiar with, Luna Salin. These 23 students will receive a temporary research contract from the Karl Laboratory. However, may I ask who Luna Salin is? She has solved 3 major problems, and I have reviewed her approach to the 4th. There are no issues. I believe you are the top candidate for this examination. As the top candidate, she would receive a daily salary of 8 silver marls, and if she chose to join the Karl Laboratory after graduation, they would cover the contract termination fees for her military student agreement. Xia Lin scanned the auditorium, hoping to locate this intriguing student. Upon hearing that the Karl laboratory was willing to pay a staggering sum of 15 gold lunt for this top candidate, the students below erupted in astonishment. They began excitedly discussing amongst themselves, eager to identify this Xia Lin. Xia Lin is here. Lord Xia Lin Karl, Luna is here. Suddenly, a few girls stood up in the left front row of the auditorium, excitedly shouting towards Xia Lin. Among them was a girl with short blue hair, who appeared somewhat shy and bewildered, taken aback by being singled out and praised in front of so many classmates. Excellent, Miss Luna. Are you willing to join the Karl laboratory? Not as a temporary researcher, but as a formally appointed researcher. As I mentioned earlier, I will pay the termination fees for your military student contract after graduation, and your salary will be 8 silver marls per day, increasing to 12 silver marls per day once you are confirmed after graduation. Xia Lin gazed at the girl, extending his sincere invitation to comprehend and successfully apply the mathematical symbols and formulae he provided, based solely on rudimentary arithmetic. Demonstrated her exceptional talent in geometry, precisely the kind of talent his laboratory desperately needed. 8 silver marls a day? My goodness. If I were in her position, I would undoubtedly accept without hesitation. A temporary researcher only needs to work evenings, barely encroaching on meditation time. If I were chosen, I would certainly agree. Whispers began to circulate within the auditorium. Even the 3 professors on the stage were taken aback by Xia Lin's grand proposal. That was a daily wage, 8 silver marls per day, which amounted to nearly 2.5 gold lunter per month, sufficient to procure a considerable amount of expensive magical materials. Such remuneration was astonishingly offered merely to recruit a second-year military student. Luna, you must accept quickly. That's 8 silver marls. Noticing her friend was still in a daze, several girls surrounding Luna began to urge her anxiously. I agree. Luna then realized her voice had risen too high. Glancing around at her classmates who were staring at her, she instantly turned crimson. As for the other students, they should not feel disheartened. Our Karl laboratory and the academy have numerous collaborative opportunities. When new projects arise, we will return to recruit temporary researchers. So there is no need to envy those selected this time. Having received a mathematical talent of at least SR level, Xia Lin nodded in satisfaction, neatly folding the examination paper and closing the small wooden box. Dean Manon concluded the recruitment for this project, and the 23 selected individuals approached the high platform with a mix of trepidation and excitement, faced with the enticing prospect of 4 silver marls per day. None of the chosen ones opted to decline. Other students gazed at them with a blend of envy and jealousy, following the professor's guidance as they exited the auditorium, animatedly discussing the unprecedented events of the day. Once the 23 temporary researchers had signed their contracts, Xia Lin exchanged names and familiarized himself with them before the group departed from the academy, heading towards the western district where the Karl laboratory was located. Wyatt was also taken to the industrial park by Xia Lin, and he had to venture out alone to procure food. Having finally secured Xia Lin's promise to bolster the laboratory staff, he was visibly eager. Indeed, they are all second-year military students I have recruited from the academy, and they will assist our research in the laboratory every evening. This is Xia Lin, the experimental assistant I have arranged for you. You must guide them to quickly acclimate to the research processes and content. Tomorrow, I will have Wyatt rent a few nearby rooms and procure several carriages, allowing them to stay close to the laboratory at night, facilitating their daily commutes. Xia Lin nodded and continued, Harper, you will henceforth serve as the second-in-command of the Karl laboratory. Your remuneration will increase to 2 gold lunter per 10 days. And if the research topics you oversee yield commendable results, both you and your team members will receive additional bonuses from the laboratory. 2 gold lunter per 10 days? Isn't that a bit excessive? No, I truly do not deserve such a high salary. Harper gasped in astonishment upon hearing about the quadrupling of his pay, anxiously waving his hands in refusal. There is nothing unworthy about it. Had it not been for your support before, I would not have arrived at this juncture. Moreover, I will often be away. The routine management and research progress of the Karl laboratory will still require your oversight. As the second-in-command of the Karl laboratory, I too find the remuneration of 2 gold lunnets for a fortnight rather inadequate. 4 temporary researchers like Luna and her peers. My daily wage for them amounts to 4 silver marls, while Luna, serving as an assistant researcher, earns an impressive 8 silver marls per day. And they are only required to conduct their research in the evenings. Xia Lin shook his head in explanation. Such a high sum? Xia Lin, do you possess such wealth? The income from Karl's bakery should hardly amount to that. Harper expressed his incredulity upon hearing the salaries of the temporary researchers under his command, his face a mask of disbelief as he inquired anxiously. Rest assured, I have secured a substantial investment. With this funding, the operational costs of the laboratory are but a trifling matter. Xia Lin refrained from disclosing the magnitude of the investment or the identity of the investor. Yet seeing Xia Lin's confident demeanor, Harper temporarily set aside his concerns and reluctantly accepted the generous salaries Xia Lin proposed. He resolved to expedite the modeling of the remaining ruins. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the laboratory given its daily expenditure of several gold lunets. Chapter 45. The Brick Factory and the Cement Plant. Observing the temporary researchers swiftly acclimatizing under Harper's management, Xia Lin felt reassured about the progress of the laboratory and ventured once again to the nascent industrial park. The dwarves' expertise in smelting and calcination was undoubtedly at its zenith. No matter how intricate the kiln structure, under their guidance, it was rendered simple and comprehensible. Even this group of adolescents, who had only dabbled in clay, produced commendable results. However, despite this, the unexpected incidents during construction proved somewhat surprising to Xia Lin. Firstly, there was a shortage of manpower. Although Xia Lin meticulously planned for labor and working hours, the reality was that the labor provided by the adolescents from the slums was not as abundant as anticipated. Combined with Xia Lin's ambitious decision to simultaneously construct 3 vertical kilns, the workforce on-site soon became severely strained. This was most evident when Xia Lin realized he had no one available to craft the brick blanks. To alleviate their concerns and temporarily ease the relationship between the parties, Xia Lin instructed Roy to negotiate with them, offering the residents of their territory a new job, gathering clay to produce brick blanks. The specific compensation was set at 1 copper bis for every 10 standard brick blanks produced, with an additional 5 copper bis for every 100 bricks. While this wage appeared generous, meeting Xia Lin's standards was no trivial task. First, they had to retrieve the clay from the river, then crush and sieve it, followed by kneading it with water 5 to 6 times. Only after this could the clay be poured into molds to take shape. Following this step, it was Xia Lin's responsibility to stack these brick blanks near the vertical kilns, separated by sand to fully utilize the waste heat emitted by the kiln for drying. Such labor was quite arduous. A novice could produce around 200 brick blanks in a day, earning 30 copper bis, while an experienced worker might manage for 100. Receiving 60 copper bis, though many of the bricks would not meet Xia Lin's criteria and would be discarded. After deducting the commission for the fish teeth, it could only be said that this was significantly better than working as a porter at the docks. However, one could foresee that this would considerably enhance the power of the fish teeth. To ensure that the fish teeth did not have it too easy, Xia Lin specifically instructed Roy to propose a requirement. Wages would be paid directly to the workers, and any commission could only be collected by the fish teeth through their own submissions or by their members directly requesting it. Humans possess a peculiar trait. That which is yet to be received often belongs to the realm of expectation. When the final distribution falls short of expectations, it can be reluctantly accepted. Yet, if a portion of what is already in their hands is taken away, resentment towards the one who stripped them of their possessions often festers. Xia Lin did not anticipate that this would incite dissatisfaction among the brick makers, leading them to overthrow the fish teeth. But he believed that as long as a rift emerged between the two parties, it would be significantly easier for him to uproot the now weakened fish teeth in the future. With the inclusion of this local workforce, the 3 vertical kilns soon commenced the firing of red bricks. Shortly thereafter, Xia Lin encountered a second challenge. The abysmal infrastructure of the slums resulted in exorbitant transportation costs, causing the supply of coal to be intermittent. Nevertheless, this issue was easily resolved. The affluent Xia Lin directly hired a cargo ship at the dock to transport coal to the loading area, which could then be conveyed down the tributaries of the Seine River to a small bay near the construction site. The waters there were calm and deep, making unloading a trivial task. After addressing these myriad details, and after 17 days, the 3 vertical kilns finally produced a sufficient quantity of bricks. Xia Lin then engaged 10 craftsmen from the stonemasons' guild in the imperial capital, directing them and the dwarves to construct the body of the circular kiln using these red bricks and cement mortar. Once the circular kiln, measuring 3.2 meters in height, 6.8 meters in width, and 12.6 meters in length, was fully erected, Xia Lin finally exhaled in relief. His design featured a simple circular kiln with 12 doors and 8 chambers, allowing for a rotational firing process. 2 chambers would be drying, 2 preheating, 2 firing, and 2 cooling. Upon completion of a batch of red bricks, the flames could be shifted along the circular flue to the next 2 chambers, drawing in cool air through convection from the cooling chambers, which would then be heated in the firing zone before entering the preheating and drying zones. In this manner, the flames would circulate through the flue, enabling the 8 chambers to continuously produce bricks. Each batch of 2 chambers, measuring 3.4 by 2, 8 by 2, 6 meters, could yield 40,000 bricks. With a daily output of 40,000 bricks, Xia Lin felt that as long as the supply of brick blanks and fuel kept pace, his industrial park was on the verge of perfection. To this end, he expanded the workforce of brick makers to a total of 200 people and also developed a new role familiar from his past life, the brick mover. The circular kiln required 4 days for each firing cycle. During the day, the brick movers needed to remove 40,000 cooled bricks from the chambers, while simultaneously transporting an equal number of prepared bricks into the chambers, stacking them in a staggered manner. This labor-intensive task could not be entrusted to Xia Lin's direct employees, necessitating the hiring of brick movers. At a rate of 3 copper pieces for every 100 bricks, the job was more strenuous than brick-making, yet offered greater rewards. A robust and skilled brick mover could easily transport 10,000 bricks in a day, even if the individuals from the slums faced nutritional deficiencies. Moving 3,000 to 4,000 bricks was still attainable, translating to an income of over 100 copper pieces, a veritable high-paying job in the slums, where many local laborers could scarcely amass such funds daily. Thus, when Xia Lin began recruitment, many of his employees were tempted, though upon reflection, they considered that despite earning only 50 copper pieces, their work was far less arduous than that of the brick movers, and they were already on the employment registry. According to the vision Xia Lin painted for them, they would eventually become management personnel in the factory, with salaries poised for further increases. So why would they vie for such exhausting labor? As the substantial construction of the circular kiln reached completion and commenced production, Xia Lin's designed vertical kiln cement was also beginning to produce this essential material for various constructions. The method of producing cement is remarkably straightforward. It involves combining clay with water, limestone, gypsum, and fine sand to create a slurry, which is then transferred to a grinding pan for milling. Following this, the mixture is dried until it reaches a viscous consistency, after which it is blended with charcoal powder to form raw material balls with diameters ranging from 10 to 30 millimeters. Once dried, these balls, along with charcoal blocks, are sent into a vertical kiln for calcination. The resultant product is cement clinker. However, to achieve optimal performance, an additional grinding process is necessary. To facilitate this, Xia Lin designed a simple temporary grinding apparatus. A wooden box with a lid encases the grinding pan, connected externally to a pipe leading to a material collection chamber, while a blower is attached on one side and a windmill-driven mechanism resides above. Thus, 2 individuals can rotate the grinding pan via the transmission device, while another manually operates the blower, allowing the finely ground cement dust to be propelled through the pipe and settle in the collection chamber, thereby continuously producing the finished cement. Chapter 46. Factory Construction. To enhance cement production, Xia Lin undertook the additional task of constructing several fine grinding installations. He also commissioned the Greg chamber to produce a batch of masks crafted from fine and coarse gauze, ensuring that the workers would not inhale excessive dust, which could lead to silicosis. The workforce swelled to an astonishing 600, with 45 individuals emerging as capable managers. Some were tasked with overseeing the bricklayers and brickmakers, while others handled transport workers and cement grinders, and still others managed the cafeteria and resource allocation. Every day, Xia Lin's gold coins flowed out like a relentless stream. By the end of the month, labor costs had reached 90 gold lunt, with additional raw material expenses soaring to 220 gold lunt. Cumulatively, these figures were approaching Xia Lin's projected initial investment. The decision not to hire brick makers originally stemmed from the contentious nature of excavating clay on Fishfong's territory. Thus, employing locals was deemed more prudent. However, for laborers in brick transportation and fine cement grinding, such considerations were unnecessary. Once the paper mill commenced operations, Xia Lin planned to employ his fellow townsfolk in the relatively favorable conditions of the paper factory. With a steady supply of bricks and cement, Xia Lin recruited a batch of construction workers from nearby territories at a daily wage of 30 copper bits. After a brief training session, he entrusted Adams and an employee named Sharp Walter with the leadership of this construction team. Sharp Walter was among the earliest to master Xia Lin's 100 commonly used words and perform arithmetic within 50. His shrewdness and adeptness in executing Xia Lin's directives caught Xia Lin's attention, earning him this opportunity, provided no significant issues arose. Once Adams transitioned to the role of factory manager for the completed cement plant, Sharp would assume the formal leadership of the construction crew, akin to a foreman in a previous life. With this relatively specialized construction team, the pace of industrial park development accelerated dramatically. Following the completion of the foundational work and land leveling, the 5 factories, strategically located along the riverbank, swiftly began their construction. Utilizing the vast and inexpensive labor from the slums, the industrial park transformed visibly day by day. Soon, towering brick-and-mortar factories emerged along the riverside. These structures, approximately 2 stories high, covered areas ranging from 400 to 600 square meters, featuring non-combustible hardwood beams and tiled roofs. To enhance fire safety, a diatomaceous earth layer was incorporated into the roof structure, and 2 water wheels were installed along the riverside to serve as the factory's power sources. Such factory designs were already fit for use. The moment the machine tool factory was completed, Xia Lin ordered the relocation of 4 machine tools, which had been vigilantly guarded day and night beneath a thatched shelter, to the new facility. Concurrently, he instructed the dwarven masters to commence processing wrought iron materials using these machines to produce large centrifuges, piston-type filter machines, water bath pipelines, and coarse salt refining devices, all designed to operate on the power generated by the water wheels. Furthermore, ongoing upgrades for the machine tools were incorporated into the plans of Farn Melfire, the head of the machine tool factory. Once sufficiently precise steel axles, lead screws, and machine beds are crafted to replace the current hardwood axles and wooden beds of the 4 machines, utilizing the hardness, rigidity, and wear resistance of fine metal tool heads. Xia Lin will soon be able to employ these machines as mother machines to produce additional machinery. The machining industry continuously enhances its processing capabilities through relentless iteration, ultimately achieving a degree of precision that is even finer than a hair's breadth. Meanwhile, the various pools of the paper mill have been constructed, employing a water wheel to elevate water, along with an automatic stirring device designed by Xia Lin, which has significantly augmented the production efficiency of the paper mill compared to the previous small workshop. After Xia Lin established production regulations and ensured the workers committed them to memory, Roy swiftly recruited enough laborers with his team of 15 to commence production. A new source of employment emerged in the vicinity of the industrial park, involving the harvesting of reeds from the marshes. A bundle of 60 to 70 pounds of reeds could be sold at the paper mill for 8 copper bits, and a single adult laborer could harvest 300 to 400 pounds in a day. As long as they were not averse to hard work, they could earn nearly half a silver merle in a day's labor. Once the reed stalks were manually stripped of their ends and cut, they would undergo various processes to become slightly yellowed sheets of paper. A portion of the first batch was dispatched to the Royal Academy of Magic, while another segment commenced sales through the Gregor Merchants Guild. The paper mill, comprising the pulping workshop, beating workshop, refining workshop, paper-making workshop, and drying workshop, produced 200 pounds of paper daily, equating to 80,000 sheets. Within a few days, the affordable and high-quality paper captured a significant share of the imperial capital's market. After all, the intricate production of parchment yielded low quantities at exorbitant prices, which could not satiate the perennial demand for paper. Countless scholars, mages, and nobles lauded this novel paper, and for the first time, the industrial park and the slums entered their purview. The production of the paper mill began to generate Xia Lin's initial revenue. Due to the scalable output of the paper mill exceeding his estimations, he ultimately set the price of each sheet at 3 copper bits, while the cost to produce a single sheet was less than half a copper bit. Thus, the paper mill could generate an impressive daily income of 20 golden lut, more than sufficient to cover the ever-increasing expenses of raw materials and labor. Following the paper mill, the production of the white sugar and refined salt factory commenced. With the fine metal tool head machines, the dwarven masters found the processing of softer wrought iron to be both effortless and enjoyable. They swiftly manufactured a cylindrical centrifuge measuring 1.5 meters in height and 0.4 meters in radius, structurally similar to the rudimentary centrifuge Xia Lin had previously employed. The only differences were its shape, larger specifications, and the addition of 2 valves for liquid extraction, along with a water inlet pipe at the top. The water wheel outside the factory turned, driving the pistons to rapidly transform the brown sugar solution into a clear stream flowing into the water bath pipe embedded in the stove. After heating, it became a concentrated white sugar solution, which workers at the end of the pipe ladled into iron basins, securing them with hooks on the side of a flowing water pool to allow the crystallization of white sugar. Chapter 47. Gradual production on another front. There exists a similar rough salt refining apparatus, albeit with the addition of a heating stove beneath the cylindrical cauldron. By incorporating the powdered bark of the soap vine, utilized by the impoverished residents of the slums for laundry, into the boiling brine, a substantial amount of foam is generated to facilitate the crystallization of salt. The remaining brine, when mixed with lime water, yields magnesium hydroxide precipitate. Such dual production lines can yield 500 pounds of white sugar, molasses, and refined salt daily, alongside nearly 100 pounds of magnesium hydroxide, which can be employed in the manufacture of refractory bricks. This output represents a 30-fold increase compared to the original small-scale sugar workshop. Old John, brought by Xia Lin to the newly completed white sugar and refined salt factory, observed in astonishment a centrifuge that was 3 to 4 times larger than his own workshop's, spinning with an unknown force. When Xia Lin proposed that he manage the white sugar and refined salt factory, John gazed anxiously at the over 40 workers in the factory, yet ultimately accepted the position after Xia Lin's persuasion. The daily production of 500 pounds of white sugar and refined salt generates a profit of 60 golden lunt daily for the industrial park, and the market for white sugar in the capital rapidly expands. As for the molasses produced, Xia Lin has chosen to store it for future brewing endeavors, selling it on a small scale nearby at a price of 5 copper bits per block. Fortunately, the capital boasts exceptionally convenient waterway transport, attracting merchants from all directions who, upon witnessing the high price and lucrative profit of this new product that does not occupy cargo space, are eager to purchase white sugar as a profitable return on their journeys. Otherwise, Xia Lin would have harbored concerns about the market's capacity to absorb his white sugar output. Naturally, the Sugar Guild could not overlook such a vast market. Seeing the Gregor Trading Company and Xia Lin Karl amassing wealth, it was impossible for them to remain indifferent. However, the Sugar Guild was internally divided among factions, with the enlightened nobles and merchants inclined towards the princess having already responded to her summons, contributing to the funding for the industrial park. This enabled those supporting the princess to partake in the profits while also filling the remaining 600 golden lunt funding gap in Xia Lin's industrial park. Thus, even when other guild members strongly demanded sanctions against Xia Lin's sugar factory concerning raw materials, Xia Lin was still able to procure sufficient supplies from nobles and merchants in the south who owned sugarcane plantations or had channels for selling brown sugar. Following the commencement of production at the white sugar and refined salt factory, Xia Lin instructed the dwarven masters to manufacture a batch of 200 flying shuttle weaving machines using machine tools. The most crucial component, the springs, was crafted through a process of winding wrought iron wire followed by carbon infiltration and quenching, while the remaining wooden parts were processed with ease and joy, akin to cutting tofu. However, when Xia Lin's weaving factory, equipped with flying shuttle machines, began recruiting sufficient female weavers from the slums to produce fabrics, they soon discovered that the market dynamics had begun to shift in an unusual manner. Despite the Gregor Trading Company and its associates continuing to sell fine yarn in substantial quantities, the price of fine yarn has been incessantly rising, while the price of fabric has experienced a slight decline. A cursory inquiry revealed that the Gregor Trading Company has commenced large-scale sales of fabric once again. Furthermore, the width of their fabric exceeds that of their competitors, and after pricing it 20 copper bits lower than theirs, it has naturally garnered the favor of buyers in the imperial capital. Could it be that the Gregor Trading Company, not content with its dominion over the spinning industry, seeks to extend its reach into the weaving sector as well? Members of the textile industry whose interests have been compromised are once again incensed, however. This time their collective sanctions proved utterly ineffectual against the Gregor Trading Company. Spinning is a vital upstream sector of weaving. Should they offend the Gregor Trading Company, several small weaving enterprises may find themselves unable to procure sufficient fine yarn for production. Moreover, Xia Lin has signaled to the Gregor Trading Company to circulate the notion among the enlightened faction that they will, as before, share the technology of the new weaving machines. Any company in need of these innovative machines need only pay a patent fee to obtain the authorization for their use. Such maneuvers to forge alliances of interest have undoubtedly angered many, yet they have also positioned the Gregor Trading Company as a formidable vanguard of a vast coalition of interests, bolstered by the collective strength of the enlightened faction, as it champions the new technology provided by Xia Lin across various markets with unparalleled success. This also ensures a steady stream of profits for Xia Lin and the investors in the industrial park. In the marketplace, the finished cotton fabric, measuring approximately 1.5 square meters, is priced at 3 silver marks, with production costs typically exceeding 2 silver marks. In contrast, fabric woven using the flying shuttle loom, which boasts a larger width, incurs a cost of merely 1 silver mark and 60 copper bits, even with a retail price set at 2 silver marks. The textile factory stands to gain substantial profits. However, for the time being, Xia Lin and Ellen have chosen not to engage in an overt price war with the Weaving Guild, preferring to maintain a facade of cordiality. Even so, the cotton fabric produced by the factory remains more competitive than that of other companies utilizing traditional looms. After all, a skilled female worker operating a traditional loom can only weave 2 meters of fabric in a day. To produce wider fabric, 2 individuals must collaborate, tossing the shuttle from opposite sides. In contrast, the flying shuttle loom designed by Xia Lin allows a proficient worker to weave 15 meters in a single day, while even novices can produce over 5 meters, and the width is inherently greater than that of traditional looms. Consequently, after the cotton fabric produced by the factory captured a significant share of the imperial capital's fabric market, the factory is able to generate a profit of 30 golden lunt per day for the industrial park. Finally, the eagerly anticipated soda ash plant is set to commence operations. As soda ash is essential for the production of caustic soda, which in turn is vital for soap manufacturing. Beyond soap, soda ash possesses myriad other applications. It can neutralize the acidic substances generated during dough fermentation, serve as a dye fixative, accelerate the decomposition of cellulose in papermaking, and even be utilized in glass manufacturing. The method for producing soda ash is remarkably straightforward. By employing the LeBlanc process, one can react 3 raw materials, anhydrous sodium sulfate, limestone, and charcoal in a crucible at temperatures ranging from 950 to 1000 degrees Celsius, yielding soda ash, calcium sulfide, and carbon dioxide. The resultant products are then crushed and finely ground, dissolved in water, filtered, and subsequently evaporated to crystallize, resulting in the finished soda ash. The residue consists of black calcium sulfide, which can be utilized as an insecticide and in luminous paints. The organization of soda ash factories mirrors that of brick and cement plants, featuring several vertical kilns for reaction and calcination, with water-powered mills employed for grinding. In total, these factories have invested 237 golden, excluding other metals such as silver and copper, with daily profits reaching 110 golden, even before the products from the brick, cement, machine tool, and soda ash factories have been marketed. Chapter 48. A warm welcome. The industrial park is officially completed and operational. Xia Lin is preparing to host a ribbon-cutting ceremony, inviting Her Highness Princess Dorothea and the enlightened noble elite who support her to tour the industrial park. This occasion serves not only to strengthen relations with the princess but also to showcase the factory's production efficiency to the stakeholders. Simultaneously, they must convene the inaugural board meeting of the industrial park, where they will first decide upon a name for the park, clarify the shares held by various stakeholders, and establish a closer-knit commercial alliance rooted in the principles of enlightenment. They will also forge cooperative relationships and assign professional financial personnel to oversee and verify the factory's financial status. At this meeting, Xia Lin will announce the establishment of the new Leaf Chamber of Commerce, which will manage all enterprises under his name. Thus, the newly founded chamber will boast an extensive network across various sectors, alleviating the need to rely on the princess for future business connections. To this end, Xia Lin meticulously prepared a detailed plan for the ribbon-cutting ceremony and stakeholder visit. He commissioned a series of pale pink banners inscribed with welcoming messages for the princess and the stakeholders, exclaiming, "Warmly celebrate the completion and operation of the Imperial Capital Industrial Park. A small step for the industrial park, a giant leap for the empire's industrialization." Moreover, colorful flags will be waved by the workers to create a festive atmosphere, complemented by a bamboo and wood structure for the ceremony's platform, adorned with wildflower bouquets sourced from the countryside. In summary, every effort is made to replicate the vibrant ambience of ribbon-cutting ceremonies from his past life, ensuring that the princess and stakeholders feel valued and at home. To this end, Xia Lin trained a welcoming team to greet guests at the docks, chanting "Welcome." A warm welcome. With everything prepared, all that remains is the arrival of the guests. Xia Lin, in his new gray silk robe, waits at the dock for the prominent stakeholders on August 16th. Wyatt, are all the factories ready? The brickworks, the cement plant, the soda ash factory, have they all been cleaned? We cannot have our guests entering to a cloud of dust. Xia Lin confirmed one last time with Wyatt, who was dressed in a silk-blend long-sleeve shirt and a black waistcoat. Rest assured, master, everything is in order. The workers are ready to produce diligently as the stakeholders tour. Wyatt, sporting a short ponytail, lightly powdered face, and a hint of perfume, confidently assured Xia Lin, despite his composed demeanor. The thought of becoming the manager of the new Leaf Chamber of Commerce under Xia Lin's leadership filled him with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Good. That is reassuring. Xia Lin let out a sigh of relief, turning away with his hands clasped behind his back. Before long, he spotted the luxurious vessel, the Falenya, gliding gently across the surface of the Sexian River, a tributary of the Seine River. At this distance, he could faintly discern the silhouettes of figures standing along the ship's railing. Hastily, he instructed YD8 to inform the various team leaders, prompting the industrial park employees nearby to wave small colorful flags and chant slogans in unison. Welcome, a warm welcome. The echoes of their jubilant greetings reached the grayish-white dock, where Karl Hosea, standing beside Princess Dorothea, chuckled softly. Your Highness, this little mage you admire truly knows how to conjure up novelties. He has orchestrated an enigmatic ribbon-cutting ceremony and gathered so many people to greet us at the dock. Count Karl, do we not require such imaginative individuals to foster our development within the enlightened faction? Although Lord Xia Lin was merely a first-ring mage and an honorary knight of the Empire, his industrial park was generating immense wealth for them daily. When her attendants reported the steady profits from the factories that had begun operations in her industrial park, even the second princess, who owned numerous royal enterprises, found herself somewhat astonished. Consequently, she extended more support to Xia Lin. Indeed, as the Empire's Minister of Commerce, I eagerly anticipate the transformation of this industrial park, in accordance with Xia Lin Karl's promise to Your Highness, into the third north-south district of the imperial capital. The resulting increase in tax revenue will undoubtedly fortify and enrich our empire. The moment approaches, Count Karl, Viscount Hart, let us prepare to disembark. After a brief exchange, as the peculiar grayish-white stone dock drew ever closer to the Falenya, Princess Dorothea addressed her two supporters. Though all were members of the enlightened faction, a distinct hierarchy existed within, dictated by rank and familial power. In such a setting, lesser viscounts refrained from interrupting the conversation between Minister of Commerce Karl Hosea, Captain of the Palace Guard Karl, and Princess Dorothea. Welcome, a warm welcome. As the Falenya docked, the previously indistinct cheers transformed into a resounding chorus. Employees from the industrial park, clad in simple attire, stood on either side of the concrete path, holding pale red banners inscribed with slogans in one hand and waving colorful flags in unison with the other, creating an atmosphere brimming with enthusiasm. Karl was reminded of the scene 10 years prior when his father returned from a southern campaign, greeted by the jubilant populace of the capital, eliciting a sense of satisfaction from the palace guard captain, who had never set foot on a battlefield, as he reveled in the cheers of the crowd. Chapter 49. Infrastructure. The other nobles were equally intrigued by the scene before them, witnessing the enthusiastic welcome from the employees of numerous industrial parks. They felt a refreshing contrast to the usual respect and awe that commoners displayed towards nobility. The princess walked ahead, initially astonished by the solid, seamless, peculiar gray-white stones beneath her feet. After a moment of surprise, she gracefully acknowledged those who welcomed her with a smile and a wave, handling the situation with remarkable poise despite her naturally serene demeanor. Welcome, esteemed Princess Dorothea, and to all the major shareholders. Xia Lin noticed that the princess had opted not to wear her tiara today, making her appear considerably more approachable. He breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward to greet the gathering with a gesture befitting a mage. Your Highness, Sir Xia Lin, this is my father's most trusted minister, the Empire's Minister of Commerce, Count Karl Hosea, and this is my father's most reliable confidant, the Captain of the Royal Guard, Viscount Karl. Princess Dorothea elegantly introduced the two distinguished figures accompanying her, prompting Xia Lin to promptly extend his greetings to the undeniable titans of the Empire. Your Highness, Count Viscount, I trust you are eager to confirm that your investments have borne fruit. Please, allow me to guide you on a tour of the 7 newly completed factories in the industrial park. Following the tour, we shall hold the formal ribbon-cutting ceremony. After exchanging pleasantries, Xia Lin made his timely suggestion. Then, Sir Xia Lin, please lead the way. However, I have a question for you. What are these gray-white stones we are standing on? I can scarcely find a single seam. Did you carve such a large stone specifically for the dock in this road? Count Karl inquired, nodding thoughtfully. Not at all, Your Excellency. In fact, both the dock and the road were constructed from cement produced by the cement factory mentioned in my industrial park plan, Xia Lin patiently explained. understanding that these high-born nobles were likely unfamiliar with the nature and uses of the cement he had described. "Oh, I see. And what about the output and cost of this cement?" Count Colin asked, intrigued by the existence of such a remarkable material, his curiosity piqued by its numerous applications. "Currently, the cement factory can produce 300 pounds of cement daily. With upcoming upgrades to the process, production could soon increase by several times. As for the cost, it is approximately 20 copper pieces per pound, though labor costs are somewhat high. After the upgrades, we anticipate being able to reduce the cost to 15 copper pieces per pound," Xia Lin elaborated. 300 pounds, 20 copper pieces. It could even drop to 15 copper pieces in the future. Count Colin exclaimed, astonished. "Does this mean that this cement is cheaper than the materials from the quarry? Can it be used in the construction of castles?" The nearby Viscount Hart appeared to have developed an interest in the properties of cement, inquiring from his professional perspective. "Certainly. Cement possesses a remarkable plasticity, making it far more convenient than stone for the construction of castles. However, its strength does not rival that of natural stone. In my future plans, cement will serve as an essential material for paving roads, constructing homes, and enhancing the infrastructure of slums," explained Xia Lin. Observing the noble's keen interest in cement, he was confident that once production exceeded demand, a market would swiftly emerge, justifying the considerable sum he had invested in building the dock and the 50-meter-long cement road. "It is extravagant to pave roads with cement. A stretch of such length would cost nearly a gold lunt," cautioned Count Kalin, asserting that shareholders would surely disapprove of such expenditures. However, upon hearing Xia Lin's whimsical proposal, he shook his head in disapproval. "Your Excellency, I must confess I neglected to mention that cement, in addition to being used alone, can be combined with gravel and sand to form concrete. The cost of 1 cubic meter of concrete is merely 17 silver marls, sufficient to pave a surface measuring 2 meters in length, 3 meters in width, and 18 centimeters in thickness. By the way, 1 meter is approximately 0.83 long bini, and 1 centimeter is about 0.83 bini," Xia Lin recounted. Having conducted a cost analysis while formulating his infrastructure plan, Sir Xia Lin, "Even so, paving roads with this cement indeed seems extravagant. We have not repaired the cobbled streets of Helgana for several centuries due to the exorbitant cost of stone," Princess Dorothea interjected. Unable to comprehend Xia Lin's notion of using cement worth 20 copper BZ per weight for road construction. Even according to Xia Lin's calculations, a road measuring 1,000 long bini would cost 10 gold lunts, leading to an enormous investment to cover the slums with such concrete roads. "No, this is not extravagant. Your Highness, Your Excellency, consider how many people and vehicles traverse the uneven roads of the capital daily. Compared to the volume that can travel on a smooth concrete road like the one beneath our feet, the adage to become wealthy, one must first pave the roads holds true. Only with accessible roads can affordable transportation prices be offered. With lower transportation costs, the goods produced in industrial parks can reach broader markets, generating greater profits. While the substantial initial investment in road construction may appear unprofitable in the short term, the long-term economic benefits of establishing a smooth road network around bustling industrial zones far outweigh the costs. In the future new district, only concrete roads will fully unleash the potential of industrial parks, absorbing the inexpensive land and population resources of the slums to construct a brand new area. This is an indispensable prerequisite. Therefore, as a shareholder, in the interest of the industrial parks development, I urge everyone to implement the infrastructure projects in the slums. Otherwise, the notion of a new district will merely exist as a fanciful illusion on paper." Xia Lin did not anticipate that even the enlightened princess would oppose his infrastructure development plan. He furrowed his brow, yet remained steadfast in his convictions. Subsequently, he remarked, "However, if all shareholders are against it, then according to our contract, it would indeed be inappropriate for the board to allocate funds for this endeavor. Thus, let it be. If the board does not approve this plan, we shall initiate an alternative development scheme for the new district. First, we will utilize the land in the slums to construct a series of modern buildings, raising funds for the infrastructure project by offering low-interest home loans to employees. This approach allows us to benefit the community while serving the community. Employees will attain comfortable, standardized housing, and the industrial park will flourish. Given the current salaries of the industrial park's employees, they will easily be able to cover both the principal and interest of these loans. This method is excellent." Upon hearing Xia Lin's proposal, Count Karen pondered for a moment before being the first to nod in agreement. Aside from time, they would need to invest nothing to reap significant rewards. If it proceeds in this manner, I believe no one will oppose it. Sir Xia Lin, you are truly a man of wisdom. Princess Dorothea weighed the pros and cons and realized that Xia Lin's impromptu plan indeed possesses considerable feasibility. She gazed at him in astonishment, admiring his capability to devise a viable solution in such a short time, which deepened her appreciation of Xia Lin's abilities. Chapter 50. The visit. As both individuals extolled the merits of his real estate development project in the otherworldly district, Xia Lin felt no sense of pride. To him, employing real estate as a strategic weapon bore both advantages and disadvantages, the former being the potential to appreciate land value, thereby securing funds for development. The latter, however, was evident. Countless individuals in his past lamented the soaring property prices, toiling their entire lives merely to acquire a single dwelling. Nonetheless, Xia Lin was resolute in not adopting such an approach. His aspiration lay in technological advancement rather than the mere proliferation of capital. This commitment entailed safeguarding the interests of his employees, thereby ensuring the vitality of the industrial system he had meticulously constructed. Accompanied by a group, he arrived at the first demonstration site, a sugar and refined salt factory. The factory's director, Xia Lin's father, Old John, awaited them at the entrance. Upon seeing the esteemed princess and a retinue of opulently dressed nobles, he turned crimson with anxiety. Attempting several times to articulate the introduction he had diligently memorized over the past few days, yet failing to find his voice. Your Highness, the director of the sugar and refined salt factory is my father, John Karl. The small sugar workshop we previously established is managed by him. The white sugar we produce is what is known as cloud sugar. Please follow me. Xia Lin interjected, swiftly diffusing the tension. He led the sizable entourage into the sugar factory, where a vast production area of 400 square meters featured a long, heat-emitting furnace alongside a centrifuge and a filtering machine prominently located near the riverbank. Ladies and gentlemen, behold these machines and the furnace. These constitute my design production lines for sugar and refined salt. The sugar production line is composed of an external water wheel, a centrifuge, a piston-type compression filter, a water bath pipeline, and the furnace below, along with a crystallization pool cooled by running water. Now, allow our staff to demonstrate the efficiency of these machines. Leading everyone to the expansive production line, Xia Lin presented the components amidst curious gazes, then instructed Huaite to signal the employees to commence the production demonstration. With the presence of major shareholders announced, the workers beside the centrifuge had already prepared themselves. Upon receiving Huaite's directive, the laborers promptly lifted bags of raw sugar, ascending the steps adjacent to the centrifuge to pour the contents into the machine. Meanwhile, an employee at the workshop pulled the control lever for the water intake, connecting it to the external water wheel. Subsequently, the management approached the gearbox and pressed the start button. As the gears within the gearbox reset, the centrifuge began to rotate slowly, propelled by the water wheel's power, gradually increasing in speed. This mesmerizing spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from the shareholders. The centrifuged sugar solution flowed through the open valve and pipes into the nearby piston filter, while the employees below opened the gate to extract molasses using a sturdy wooden rake. Now in motion was the piston of the filter. The dark red sugar solution underwent transformation into a clear white sugar solution, flowing into the water bath furnace pipe, separated by iron gates. Shortly thereafter, a group of over 20 employees at the furnace's end was tasked with ladling the sugar solution, now perfectly heated, into iron basins, transporting them to the adjacent cooling pool, where they would hang on hooks to crystallize. This is the industrial process of producing white sugar, which, by harnessing hydropower, alleviates the labor of operators and allows the colossal centrifuge to operate continuously, day and night. Through this process, the sugar factory can produce 500 pounds of white sugar and molasses each day, sufficiently meeting the demands of the entire capital and even enabling exports to other regions and countries. Xia Lin smiled as he explained, observing the astonished faces of the gathered crowd. 500 pounds. Xia Lin, I am truly delighted that I believed in you from the beginning, exclaimed Ellen Gregg, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the intricate machinery on the production line. For within this endeavor lies not only efficiency, but also wealth. Moreover, my friend, here we also have a refined salt production apparatus, which, by adding a specific ingredient to the brine solution and inducing crystallization, allows us to effortlessly obtain 500 pounds of refined salt daily. The leftover brine can even be used to manufacture a unique type of refractory brick for the crucibles in the soda ash factory in the future steel mill. Xia Lin remarked with a smile directed at Ellen, addressing the astonished shareholders. My goodness, I never imagined a water wheel could be utilized in such a manner. Indeed, Sir Xia Lin's intellect is astonishing. He is truly a wizard. Sir Xia Lin, I am beginning to believe in the world you have envisioned, where hundreds and thousands of workers operate machines in factories, producing resources as massive as mountains. From what I see in this sugar and refined salt factory, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Princess Dorothea gazed in wonder at the towering centrifuge and the adjacent piston filter. I believe this day shall not be far off. Your Highness, please continue to follow me, Xia Lin said with a gentle smile to Princess Dorothea. After departing from the sugar and refined salt factory, many nobles in the crowd were calculating the profits of the sugar factory, and the forthcoming paper mill left them even more astounded. Utilizing hydropower to automatically pulp and grind, the machinery extended nearly 100 meters. Accompanied by cement slurry pools and paper makers tirelessly crafting sheets by hand, while transporters moved the paper on small carts to the semi-open drying workshop. The 200 employees in the paper mill appeared both busy and orderly, revealing an industrial beauty that the nobles had never witnessed before. Factory manager Roy's detailed and vivid introduction highlighted a daily production of 80,000 sheets of paper, once again causing the nobles to gasp in amazement. My goodness! Had I known, I would have invested in the paper mill. Don't be absurd. There is no room for our investment in the paper mill. Your Highness, Sir Xia Lin. The Royal Academy of Magic, Hosea, Laurent, Colin, Ed, Eugene, and the Gregg family have already divided the shares of the paper mill. The nobles behind them murmured among themselves, envious of the Gregg family for having discovered such a gem and secured this investment opportunity. Ellen Gregg, the figure of prominence among them, could hardly conceal his pride and satisfaction, clearly delighted with his foresight in recognizing Xia Lin's talent. Among the numerous noble families of the enlightened faction, aside from the Colin family, who have long served as the captains of the Royal Guard, the Aide family, who have held the position of high arbitrators for generations, and the Eugene family, engaged in the trade of magical stones and materials, only the Gregg family, the first to invest, has acquired shares in the paper mill. In hindsight, their foresight was indeed astute, as they have bestowed upon their lineage a veritable golden goose, merely contemplating the daily profits from the sugar and refined salt factory. The paper mill and the textile factory sends waves of exhilaration coursing through him, prompting an involuntary smile that elicits both envy and jealousy from the nobles beside him, who are on average a decade older. The textile factory speaks for itself. The efficiency of the new shuttle weaving machine has left all nobles familiar with the industry utterly astounded, prompting them to engage fervently with Ellen Gregg, the overseer of this enterprise. Within the machine shop, the diminutive masters deftly operate peculiar machinery that is somewhat perplexing, transforming iron into an array of items, which inspires admiration. However, their capabilities are somewhat limited, as they can only process wrought iron, rendering their applications rather narrow. The products of the brick, cement, and soda factories pique everyone's interest. However, the industrial park is currently not selling these goods to the public. Thus, the shareholders can only gaze into the future profits of these three factories through the costs and projected prices provided by Xia Lin. Chapter 51. The inauguration ceremony. After visiting 7 factories, these esteemed nobles finally grasped the concept of industrial production that Xia Lin had articulated. Princess Dorothea became increasingly convinced that Xia Lin's words were not mere rhetoric, and she felt fortunate for her decision to support him. The sheer force exhibited by this industrial park was sufficient to significantly bolster the power of the reformists, rallying more individuals under her banner. This unity would differ from the previous alliances formed solely on political inclinations. It would evolve into a relatively cohesive coalition of interests, wherein members were intricately interwoven. Sir Xia Lin, I am truly pleased to have believed in your words from the outset. Your talent and wisdom are indeed commendable. On their way to the inauguration ceremony, Princess Dorothea's demeanor towards Xia Lin grew increasingly amiable and warm, as she openly praised him before the assembly of nobles. It is my honor, Your Highness. Had it not been for your and Sir Ellen's discerning vision, I could not have achieved such success. This honor belongs to me, to you, and to the reformists. Those stubborn conservatives, clinging to their lands, will never permit such transformations to unfold upon their territories. Now, I kindly ask you and the esteemed shareholders to continue with me. The ceremony is about to commence, and I eagerly anticipate it. Princess Dorothea displayed a modest smile and nodded, following Xia Lin towards the inauguration platform constructed at the entrance of the industrial park. Currently, The total number of formal employees and temporary workers across the 7 factories exceeded 1,000. After more than a month of development, these individuals had begun to cultivate a sense of belonging to the industrial park that provided them with relatively stable and well-paying jobs. In this context, Xia Lin needed only to offer a modest reward, such as a piece of molasses candy, to entice many workers to bring their families to support the inauguration ceremony. The bamboo structure of the platform, adorned with light pink coarse cotton cloth, was thronged with people, rivaling the most bustling streets of the northern and southern docks. Team leaders and group leaders, drawn from various factories, maintained order among the crowd, ensuring they did not cross the white lines marked on the ground, while also keeping an eye out for any ill-intentioned individuals who might disrupt the ceremony. Within the designated area behind the white lines were arranged chairs, round tables, and sun umbrellas, with tables adorned with fruit-shaved ice created from ice blocks produced using Xia Lin's frost runestones. Xia Lin instructed Huai Te to guide the other reformist nobles to their seats below, while he ascended the platform alongside Princess Dorothea, Count Karen, and Viscount Hart. Under their curious gazes, he addressed the crowd to inaugurate the ceremony. Greetings, employees of the industrial park. I am Xia Lin Karl, the head of this industrial park. I believe many of you have heard my name. However, some of our newer employees may not be aware that I hail from a humble background. Having grown up in a slum, my parents labored tirelessly each day, yet they could barely earn enough to feed our family with mere copper bits. The slum has left me with many indelible memories. I recall an occasion when my father was unable to secure employment for 2 consecutive days, leaving our family reliant solely on my mother's meager income from spinning yarn. On the 3rd evening, famished and desperate, my sister and I fought fiercely over a bowl of potato-vegetable porridge, resulting in the bowl being overturned onto the floor, with tears streaming down her face. My mother had no choice but to gather the scattered food from the ground and divide it among us. That night, none of us were satiated, and my sister and I faced our father's wrath as a consequence. To this day, I can vividly recall the sensation of hunger gnawing at me to the extent that I contemplated devouring my own fingers in the throes of starvation. The pain from my wounds felt utterly insignificant. 3 years ago, I was discovered to possess the innate talent of a mage, which brought about a slight transformation in my family's circumstances. Though modest, it allowed us to barely fill our stomachs. It was only after my graduation, armed with the powers of sorcery, that I utilized my talents and intellect to amass a sum of money that ultimately altered my family's existence, liberating us from the slums. Thus, we became known in our neighborhood as the Fortunate Karls. Fortunate? Indeed, we are fortunate to have escaped the slums, a place devoid of hope. Yet, countless families continue to endure the same darkness we once faced, struggling for survival. Motivated to assist others in breaking free from this mire of hunger and suffering, I resolved to instigate change within the slums once I acquired some capability. Xia Lin paused for a moment, surveying the audience that had grown silent in shared empathy, and then spoke with a weighty tone. Transforming the slums, how easily it is said. Here, we have thieves, robbers, and individuals engaged in disreputable trades, alongside members of shadowy organizations who languish in idleness, yet enjoy a life of complacency. Merely a few hundred long bennies away lies the West District, a place where people dwell. Yet, here we are, like rats in the sewers, filthy and toiling daily at the docks for meager wages, or watching mothers and daughters spin yarn tirelessly, all for a handful of copper coins, our only semblance of freedom compared to those enslaved. In hard times, our family faced starvation, even contemplating sending our sisters to the grand houses merely to sustain the rest of us. However, change is indeed possible. Xia Lin looked around at the faces in the crowd, then asserted with conviction, "Now, I implore you to examine your pots and bowls. Has the food within not become considerably more abundant? Even your youngest son can find satisfaction in his meals. On occasion, you may even taste molasses priced at 5 copper bits apiece from the sugar factory. And look at your garments. Are you not clothed in coarse cotton fabric that costs 50 copper bits less than the cheapest on the market? Today, even your little daughters can be adorned in clothing that covers them properly." Upon hearing these words, intimately connected to their lives, the audience began to reflect deeply on Xia Lin's assertions, realizing that indeed, their recent days had improved significantly. And who has brought this forth? It is the factories, the industrial parks, and I, Xia Lin Karl, the architect of it all. Behind me stands the illustrious Princess Dorothea Hirika, who has supported my vision for change, alongside the esteemed nobles of the Enlightenment faction. Most importantly, it is you, the very people The industrial park has provided you with superior employment opportunities compared to the docks, enabling you to harness your potential to transform not only your own lives, but also your families, and even the entirety of the slums. Thus, today's ribbon-cutting ceremony is not merely a celebration of the industrial park's completion by me, the princess, and the lords of the realm, but a jubilant festivity for all of you whose lives have been transformed by this industrial haven. So let us rejoice. Let us exult. Celebrate the inaugural stone that shall reshape the slums. In the future, the transformation will extend beyond just you. It shall also alter the very fabric of this slum and the world beyond. Indeed, Lord Xia Lin speaks the truth. I shall endeavor to work even harder. Let us change the slums. We shall not be mere mice. As Xia Lin's powerful words resonated, the audience erupted into cheers and shouts, their spirits thoroughly ignited. The changes, undeniably, began with the establishment of the industrial park. It is only fitting that they celebrate this beacon of hope that has fundamentally altered their lives. From this moment forth, those who toil within the industrial park have finally cultivated a profound sense of belonging. This is precisely the outcome Xia Lin sought to achieve. Next, I invite Princess Dorothea to deliver her address, followed by the official ribbon cutting. Observing the exuberance of the crowd, Xia Lin beamed with satisfaction as he graciously stepped aside for the princess. His arrival may have altered certain aspects, yet it is evident that change is inherently positive, and these transformations will render this place and the world at large a better haven in the future. After a brief silence, with solemnity and clarity, she declared, I am Dorothea Hirika, the second princess of the Sassan Empire. Today, I have been honored to partake in this ribbon-cutting ceremony, and I wish to convey but a single message to all. The change you have long awaited has arrived. Oh, princess, thank you, your highness, for your benevolence. Thank you for the industrial park you have bestowed upon us. Witnessing the beautiful and noble princess pledge that their lives will improve even further intensified the atmosphere, with some overly enthusiastic individuals yearning to breach the white line to express their reverence. Fortunately, Xia Lin had anticipated such fervor, and the factory employees stood resolutely like rocks, steadfastly guarding against the surging crowd. The fervent and exhilarating atmosphere left the noble dignitaries and attendants utterly astounded as they turned their gaze towards the crowd, some moved to tears by their excitement. For the first time, these long-established elites realized that their endeavors extended beyond mere profit. They were partaking in a grand undertaking destined to transform countless lives. Amidst this charged ambience, Xia Lin instructed 2 employees to lift a delicate, rosy silk ribbon adorned with flowers. The 4 ribbon cutters, following Xia Lin's cue, synchronously snipped the ribbon with precision. I hereby declare the industrial park officially inaugurated. Xia Lin raised his fist triumphantly, heralding the industrial park's inaugural cry into the world. Chapter 52. The Business Alliance. Once the ribbon-cutting ceremony concluded, numerous nobles lingered, reflecting upon the events they had just witnessed. Sir Xia Lin, accompanied by a group, made his way to the makeshift conference room erected within the industrial park. Although modest in its construction, the application of light and frost runes ensured a comfortable atmosphere within. Please, take your seats. Sir Xia Lin addressed the assembly. I'm not entirely acquainted with the specific formalities of this board meeting, so I will now invite Sir Xia Lin to preside over the proceedings. Sir Xia Lin, kindly join me at my side, the princess remarked as she surveyed the room, swiftly locating her place at the short end of the long table. To her left sat Viscount Hart, while the opposing seat was occupied by Count Karen. Sir Xia Lin had initially intended to adopt a more understated position at the center, yet he was invited by Princess Dorothea to sit beside her on the right. I am grateful for your trust, Your Highness. Esteemed shareholders, we have 3 topics to deliberate in today's board meeting. The first pertains to the naming of the industrial park, which will serve as a pivotal point in the transformation of the slums into a new district. Simply calling it the industrial park feels rather unimaginative. The second issue involves the clarification of share distribution within the industrial park, a matter directly concerning the dividends from its current profitability and future arrangements. The third topic is to establish the structure of the board, which will relate to the oversight of financial authority. Furthermore, I propose the formation of a business alliance within our enlightened faction to foster connections among members. Additionally, I will establish the new Leaf Chamber of Commerce, which will oversee all my enterprises. The management of the industrial park will also be conducted through the new Leaf Chamber, with my attendant, Puat Jais, as its leader. This matter requires your awareness, esteemed shareholders, and I hope for your continued support of the new Leaf Chamber and future collaborations. Now, let us commence discussions on the first agenda item, the naming of the industrial park. A name, Perhaps, like the Star Blue Industrial Park? Princess Dorothea suggested with a smile. Her naming style reminiscent of the Star Blue Flower Magic Society she had founded. That is indeed a splendid name. Let it be so. The approval from the assembly was unanimous, as it merely concerned a name, after all, and they were more than willing to heed the princess's choice. The second matter regarding share distribution was of utmost importance to these nobles, directly impacting their vested interests and thus capturing their primary concern. Henceforth, this will be known as the Star Blue Industrial Park. I would kindly request Your Highness to inscribe a dedication for it shortly. Moving on to the second agenda item regarding share clarification. There are a total of 7 factories within the industrial park. I hold a 25% stake in all factories through technology investment, while Your Highness possesses an equivalent 25% stake through an initial investment of 500 golden lot. The remaining share contracts have already been organized. Huit, please distribute those share certificates to the esteemed shareholders. Though Sir Xia Lin could not dispute the princess's taste in naming, his stance mirrored that of the other great nobles. It was unnecessary to oppose her on such matters. Having concluded the first agenda, Xia Lin beckoned for Huai to present the prearranged proof of equity, allowing everyone to acclimate to the atmosphere and procedures of the board. In light of Her Highness the Princess's summons, the influx of nobles investing exceeded Xia Lin's forecasts, resulting in considerable alterations to the equity of the 7 factories within the industrial park. While it was relatively unchallenging for Xia Lin to secure his 25% stake as a proposer and executor of the plan, supported by the princess, the 20% stake belonging to Alan proved to be less easily accommodated. After all, many of the major shareholders present wielded far greater influence than the Gregor family. In the game of larger nobles devouring the smaller, even with their initial advantage and nominal standing, the Gregor family found themselves compelled to relinquish what they had managed to grasp. Indeed, the Gregor family had no objections. Alan Gregor was the first to express his agreement. Having previously conferred with Her Highness and Xia Lin regarding the equity distribution, although the Gregor family had ceded a considerable amount of equity, they had also secured benefits in other areas. A cursory glance at the diminished stakes across the family's factories sufficed for them to acquiesce to this allocation. I have a query, Your Highness. Does Sir Xia Lin, as an ordinary mage, truly merit this 25% stake? Even if he has contributed these technologies and established these factories, such a share seems excessive. After all, even Her Highness herself holds merely 25%. As Alan's words lingered in the air, a viscount sporting a Stalin-esque beard raised a skeptical voice. Regardless of Xia Lin's extensive contributions and the establishment of the industrial park, the nobles perceived no justification for him to stand on par with the princess. Furthermore, compelling the comparatively weaker Xia Lin to yield more would allow them to seize additional opportunities, aligning with the collective interests of the grand nobility. Previously, the great nobles had complied with the princess's allocations without concern, largely due to their ignorance of the potential benefits the industrial park could yield. However, after a personal tour, they had come to regard this golden egg-laying goose with newfound seriousness. Consequently, even though Princess Dorothea had openly expressed her esteem for Xia Lin, the great nobles needed to assess the true weight of Xia Lin in the princess's regard. Yet, the princess's level of appreciation for Xia Lin evidently surpassed their expectations, as she unhesitatingly positioned herself as a staunch supporter in the face of this skepticism. It is indeed an honor to receive your recognition, Your Highness. Xia Lin had anticipated the noble's covetous gaze upon his equity following the tour. After expressing his gratitude for the princess's support and trust, he continued, "It seems that several shareholders are dissatisfied with my substantial stake. I propose a plan that may satisfy everyone: the establishment of a business alliance. The concept of a business alliance is quite straightforward. It is an industrial consortium formed on the basis of mutual interests, wherein members exchange resources, technologies, and services to acquire the necessary raw materials and support from the alliance. For instance, textile factories within industrial parks require fine yarn as a fundamental raw material for weaving. We procure this yarn from the member chambers of our commercial alliance, and the resulting fabric is subsequently sold to our members at a price slightly above cost. This arrangement offers numerous benefits. Firstly, the commercial alliance enables comprehensive regulation of the diverse industries represented by its members, ensuring that the goods produced can find a market while simultaneously allowing members to acquire the items they desire, thereby safeguarding their fundamental livelihoods. Secondly, this collective strength empowers us to rival the various guilds in the imperial capital, granting us a share of market pricing authority and the power to establish standards. With this authority, we can effectively regulate the market, monitor fluctuations in the means of production, and respond appropriately to derive profits or mitigate losses. Thirdly, we can bolster our overall competitiveness. For example, if a competitor's cotton fabric is priced at 3 silver marls, we could elevate the price of fine yarn through the Gregg chamber, compelling textile factories to reduce cotton fabric prices, thereby diminishing the profit margins of our rivals and ultimately reclaiming our original prices to capture a larger market share. Fourthly, the alliance fosters technological advancement. With the establishment of the commercial alliance, we can share various technologies, and when proprietary technologies are utilized, a patent fee can be paid to the developers, along with stipulations regarding the duration of patents within the alliance. For instance, the flying shuttle loom employed by the Xia Lin Industrial Park's textile factory could be included in this technology-sharing repertoire. Consequently, this initiative will invigorate the enthusiasm for research and development of new technologies within the commercial alliance, leading to the emergence of more entities akin to the 7 factories in the industrial park, all serving our collective interests. Through this alliance, the material costs for the industrial park will diminish, overall profitability will increase, and each member chamber will benefit from the growth of the industrial park, making this plan undoubtedly appealing to all involved. Chapter 53. The formation of the alliance. It is indeed an intriguing notion. However, not everyone will benefit from this alliance. Count Karen immediately discerned the shortcomings of the coalition that Xia Lin had constructed. For internal members to acquire inexpensive raw materials, it necessitates that others forfeit a portion of their profits. Consequently, this will inevitably deter those whose interests are compromised from joining the alliance, indicating a decline in the strength of the enlightened faction post-formation. In the short term, this may hold true, yet if we broaden our perspective, the backing of the alliance will undoubtedly enable us to capture a larger market share. Even if profit margins are somewhat constrained, we shall still secure greater benefits. Furthermore, the lethality of 10 branches pales in comparison to that of a single sword when confronted with the conservative faction's sword. Our aim should not be to muster a multitude of branches for numerical supremacy, but rather to forge our strength into steel, sharpening it thereafter. To gain an advantage over the more formidable conservative faction, our enlightened faction must cultivate a closer cooperative relationship internally, and we must be willing to cast aside the short-sighted. After speaking, Xia Lin added with a meaningful tone, most importantly, the industrial park is willing to make contributions to the alliance. Hence, I believe that most of us can attain what we desire within this coalition. This statement was a blatant indication that the Xia Lin Industrial Park requires vast amounts of raw materials while being capable of providing a significant output of products. As long as the industrial park is willing to underwrite the alliance, many within the enlightened faction will be able to derive additional profits from the park's development. Thus, although Xia Lin could not be compelled to relinquish more equity, this approach allowed for a larger share of the industrial park's bounty, leaving the noble elites somewhat satisfied. Meanwhile, those nobles who could not benefit from the industrial park in this manner would find their stake in the park serving as a counterbalance against those who might otherwise siphon excessive profits, thereby safeguarding their dividends from substantial reduction. The stage was no longer one where Xia Lin faced the greedy nobles alone. Sir Xia Lin's reasoning was compelling. Should a commercial alliance provide affordable raw materials and orders, I am confident that I could defeat the Boulder family in the textile, dye, and leather industries, thereby capturing a more substantial market share. In other sectors, I also possess numerous avenues to assist other guilds. A short and rotund viscount, twirling the ruby ring on his finger, nodded thoughtfully, appearing to have grasped the advantages of establishing the commercial alliance. The moment the commercial alliance is formed, it signifies the consolidation and unification of the enlightened faction as power. With the collective support of the alliance and a continuous flow of inexpensive raw materials and orders, its members will hold an absolute advantage over the dispersed conservative faction. However, one must ponder, will this not draw too much attention? As the other nobles grasped the advantages of this discourse, some began to stir with anticipation. However, Princess Dorothea, who would theoretically benefit the most, furrowed her delicate brows and hesitantly spoke. Establishing this commercial alliance would undoubtedly jeopardize the interests of the conservatives, leading to inevitable friction and potential conflict with the reformists, a notion that the astute Princess Dorothea could hardly overlook. Your Highness, I must remind you, the Emperor's health cannot withstand further delay. Should the reformists remain indifferent, I fear many will soon gravitate towards the prince. After all, according to my sources from the head of the court attendants, it seems that His Majesty had once contemplated naming Prince Fearmode as the heir apparent. At that moment, sitting beside the princess, Viscount Hart suddenly dropped a bombshell. His solemn demeanor indicated he was not merely indulging in alarmist rhetoric, but rather delivering a piece of concrete intelligence. What? Naming Prince Firmode as the heir? Such a decision would severely impact our business. I have long heard that the Minister of Agriculture, Count Het, has threatened to increase commercial taxes while reducing agricultural and land taxes. The Minister of State, Forsk, was already known for his indecisiveness. Should Prince Firmode be designated as the heir, he would undoubtedly acquiesce to Count Het's proposal. Upon receiving this alarming news, chaos erupted in the meeting room. The fundamental distinction between the reformist and conservative nobles lay in their family as primary sources of income. The former relied on profits from family-run merchant enterprises, while the latter profited from traditional land estates. For the reformist nobles, even a mere 1% increase in commercial tax could spell significant losses given the scale of their businesses. With His Majesty's health in decline, his inclination must surely lean toward stability. I suspect he has indeed considered Prince Firmode. Princess Dorothea, if you do not take a stand, it will be exceedingly difficult for us reformists to confront the more formidable conservative faction, and inevitably, the throne will belong to your brother. Count Karen urged solemnly as he furrowed his brow upon hearing these discussions. Gentlemen, please grant me a moment to contemplate this matter carefully. Hearing the words of Viscount Hart and Count Karen, Princess Dorothea's expression shifted slightly, and with a frown, she began to ponder whether it was necessary to confront the conservatives head-on. Deep within, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction towards Xia Lin for unilaterally proposing this commercial alliance without prior consultation, placing her in a precarious position. Yet, reason dictated that had Xia Lin not introduced this commercial alliance, Viscount Hart might never have divulged this clandestine information, the implications of which were all too clear to her. Without the support of the captain of the court guards, her chances of triumph in the struggle for the throne would be utterly diminished. Wait, the loss of the captain's support. Upon reflection, Princess Dorothea suddenly realized how perilously close she had come to losing the support of the captain of the Imperial Guard. A wave of alarm washed over her as she grasped the gravity of her situation. No, this cannot continue. Acknowledging the profound shift around her, Dorothea felt a chill of perspiration trickling down her spine, compelling her to resolve immediately. She surveyed the enlightened aristocrats flanking the long table and declared, I understand now. Since we all stand united, let us swiftly establish a commercial alliance. I firmly believe this alliance will enhance our solidarity. As the most legitimate heir of the empire, I shall never abandon my loyal subjects, and I implore you all to refrain from entertaining any compromises with the conservatives. We are well aware that their interests will always diverge from ours. By pledging to establish this alliance under her name, Princess Dorothea could consolidate the strength of the enlightened faction, though it would undoubtedly intensify the conflict with her imperial brother, heralding significant upheaval in the political landscape of the capital. Nonetheless, Dorothea preferred to engage in a fierce struggle against the conservatives rather than remain passive. Rest assured, Your Highness, we shall always stand by your side. The honor you bestow upon us by allowing us to stand with you shall ensure our unwavering loyalty. With the princess's willingness to form a commercial alliance to bolster the enlightened faction's strength in direct opposition to the conservatives, a sense of calm began to settle among the assembly. After vigorous discussions, it was ultimately confirmed that the permanent board of the industrial park would consist of 5 members: Her Highness Princess Dorothea, Count Karen Hosea, Viscount Hart Colin, President Xia Lin Karl of the New Leaf Chamber of Commerce, and Viscount Gladstone Eugene. Among them, the chief director would be Her Highness Princess Dorothea, possessing the rights to initiate board meetings and review agendas. Should any 2 of the other permanent board members co-sign, they could also convene a board meeting. The executive director, Xia Lin Karl, would oversee the training of management personnel, employ staff, and manage the 7 factories within the industrial park, while the remaining 4 directors would be tasked with dispatching auditing financial officers to ensure the factory profits were not misappropriated. This outcome signified the formal acceptance of Xia Lin by the enlightened faction, recognizing him as one of their own. Regarding the commercial alliance, the members, following Xia Lin's guidance, formed a tightly knit network for the mutual exchange of resources, sharing materials, technology, and services, with all matters addressed through regularly convened alliance meetings for negotiation. Each chamber of commerce held 1 seat, and proposals would be discussed and approved based on the principle of majority rule. Every member had the right to propose initiatives, but the authority to review proposals rested with the 5 presiding officers: Her Highness Princess Dorothea, Count Karen Hosea, Count Stuart Lawrence, Viscount Hart Colin, and Viscount Gladstone Eugene. The review authority was independent, meaning any proposal that passed the scrutiny of any one of the presiding officers could be submitted for discussion and voting at the meeting. At the inception of this alliance, Xia Lin promptly introduced a proposal for the establishment of patent rights within the commercial alliance. Princess Dorothea swiftly approved his proposal, and the attending members, swayed by her promise to incorporate all technologies from the industrial park into the realm of patent rights within a year, unanimously cast their votes in favor. What remained were the votes from the absent members of the enlightened faction, including a count from a prominent noble family, 2 viscounts, and other barons alongside ordinary merchants. However, with the consensus of such a multitude of enlightened high-ranking officials, these individuals found themselves unable to oppose the decision. Chapter 54. Proposals and printing press. The initial phase of the alliance was the most opportune moment to lay a solid foundation and initiate significant actions. Following the partial approval of the patent rights proposal, Xia Lin seized the momentum to submit 3 meticulously prepared proposals consecutively. First, under the banner of the commercial alliance, he proposed the establishment of 5 primary schools and 2 secondary schools in the imperial capital to cultivate talents suitable for managing production and research in the industrial park. Xia Lin provided the members with an estimated investment cost for the schools, indicating that, since paper, bricks, and cement could be produced in-house, the actual investment for a primary school would amount to merely 30 golden lot, while a secondary school would require 60 golden lot. To preempt any opposition from the members, he suggested that the funds allocated for technological research from the industrial park's monthly profits could be utilized for this initiative. However, the textbooks would necessitate the hiring of esteemed scholars by the commercial alliance for compilation, according to the contract signed with the shareholders. This portion of funds was designated for the executive director's use, granting the shareholders only supervisory rights. Thus, they would likely harbor no significant objections to investing this intangible capital. After a thorough discussion of the pros and cons, the nobles, initially indifferent to the matter, ultimately approved the proposal, recognizing its potential to secure the future of the commercial alliance, especially under the fervent advocacy of Her Royal Highness and Count Karenberg. Second, a research and development center was proposed to be funded by the alliance, consolidating the technological forces of various commercial chambers for specialized research on core technologies. Xia Lin volunteered to be the chief of the R&D center, stipulating that all technologies developed would be conditionally shared among members in exchange for their annual investment in the center and the privilege to summon craftsmen from their respective chambers as needed. The conditionality referred to the decision-making process in meetings regarding which chamber would benefit from the technologies developed by the center, a provision that the nobles found agreeable. Despite any disdain they may have had for Xia Lin's humble origins, these cunning nobles would not deny his capability to innovate within such a vast industrial park. Thus, the proposal was swiftly approved, as the ability to create significant advancements was deemed beneficial for all members of the alliance. Third, the establishment of an internal commercial bank was proposed, with ownership shares determined by investment contributions. In the future, any chamber requiring funds could obtain low-interest loans directly from the commercial bank after undergoing an evaluation process. Additionally, the financial transactions of the alliance would be conducted through this bank, which would conduct quarterly account audits, subject to review by the bank's board of directors. This proposal was quite unique, and its implications were difficult to fully gauge even for Princess Dorothea and Count Karenberg, as banks represented a completely novel concept in this world. However, as Xia Lin articulated, the functions of a bank could foster closer ties within the commercial alliance and assist the princess and the alliance's upper echelons in better managing their collective affairs. After a round of negotiations regarding mutual benefits, this proposal likewise passed smoothly. Thus, the commercial alliance has evolved into a genuinely formidable organization, intricately intertwined in political, economic, and technological aspects, its collective strength a stark contrast to the primitive guilds of yore. This organization, bearing the nascent traits of modernization, serves as a promising executor for Xia Lin's industrialization ambitions. Such a significant transformation naturally does not escape the attention of the noble elite, even as they embark on the voyage back aboard the Furania. Many aristocrats ponder the implications that the establishment of this novel commercial alliance may have for their families and mercantile interests. Meanwhile, Xia Lin, who holds multiple roles, has begun to work tirelessly. Moreover, the establishment of a commercial bank is imperative to provide the necessary financial resources. Xia Lin's initiatives must await the bank's inception to secure funding. His current focus is on his educational initiative, The initial 5 primary schools, though modest in scale, represent for Xia Lin a spark of potential. Given the inherent inclination of the Celestial Empire's populace, education must not be compromised, even in times of scarcity. To foster rapid industrial growth, the implementation of educational reforms is undoubtedly most beneficial when initiated early. Hence, Xia Lin prefers to invest in research and development funds of the industrial park rather than engage in protracted debates with alliance members during meetings. However, before the schools can be established, Xia Lin must tackle a particularly formidable challenge: the issue of printing technology. Without printing, there can be no educational materials or examination papers. And thus, the very foundation of education is compromised. The intricacies of early movable type printing are not feasible for Xia Lin to contemplate. The efficiency of manually assembling type would render the production of a single book more laborious than that of woodblock printing. Yet, the investment required for woodblock printing to produce textbooks across 3 subjects for 5 grades is prohibitively high. Consequently, Xia Lin is left to consider only 2 printing methodologies. The first is the wax paper ink printing commonly employed in the past for producing pamphlets, while the second is the Gutenberg printing press, a development of movable type technology, along with its accompanying typesetting machine. The former merely necessitates a stack of wax paper, several skilled typesetters with legible handwriting, a metal stylus, and high-quality ink to effortlessly print thousands of repetitive texts. Its drawback lies in the diminishing clarity of the printed text with each successive use of the wax paper, rendering it less suitable for intricate printing tasks. Thus, printing a single page of educational material would require 10 sheets of wax paper, and the typesetters would likely find their hands weary before achieving the requisite 100 pages for the 5th grade curriculum across 3 subjects. Conversely, the latter, as the progenitor of modern printing techniques, is considerably more complex, demanding the invention of specialized printing and typesetting machines. However, its print quality surpasses that of the former by several degrees and can adeptly handle various printing tasks, making the publication of newspapers and journals a trivial endeavor for Xia Lin. After careful consideration, Xia Lin, now financially robust and equipped with substantial technical resources, resolves to directly invest in the Gutenberg printing press and typesetting machine. The structure of the Gutenberg press is not overly intricate. It essentially comprises a wooden frame, a set of movable type plates, and, most crucially, a threaded pressure rod. By rotating the screw, one can ensure that the printing plate beneath it makes close contact with the paper, thereby completing a printing process of remarkably high clarity. The structure of the type picker is quite simple. It utilizes a transmission mechanism to connect a keyboard that controls the switch of the rear storage chamber for type, allowing for the efficient dropping of metal type. Subsequently, a foot-operated spring mechanism pushes the metal type into the composing area, thus accomplishing the task of typesetting with an efficiency that surpasses manual collection from the type tray by several dozen times. This operation resembles that of a typist. A skilled typesetter can arrange a typeset of several thousand words within an hour, following the manuscript. Among these components, the screw presents the greatest difficulty. Prior to the development of the lead screw, only smooth rods existed, and the machines that could not achieve stable feeding relied solely on manual speed control for processing. The task that Xia Lin had previously assigned to Master Farn involved upgrading the woodworking lathe and subsequently researching the lead screw, for which he also explained the principles of the vernier caliper. However, the development of the lead screw is quite challenging, and Xia Lin allocated them 3 months for this endeavor, though he remained uncertain about their progress. Should they encounter insurmountable difficulties, Xia Lin intended to make do with a manually crafted screw, as the requirements for the screw in Gutenberg's printing press were not particularly stringent. It merely needed to exert pressure on the printing plate. Upon arriving at the machine factory with his meticulously drawn blueprints, Xia Lin found Master Farn directing the dwarf craftsman in the installation of a lead screw onto a fully steel lathe, with a high-temperature runic disc capable of melting iron. It was evident that the dwarf craftsman had made significant advancements in the machine's upgrade plan. Xia Lin had only been away for half a month, yet they had already manufactured an all-steel lathe, a development he had not anticipated. Despite this, Xia Lin's primary concern lay with the steel threaded rod on the lathe, which had evidently been crafted to his specifications, the lead screw. Chapter 55. The new machine tool Master Farn, you truly have succeeded in crafting the lead screw. Upon seeing the lead screw, Xia Lin's face was instantly adorned with unabashed astonishment. He was aware that these dwarf masters were advanced craftsmen. Yet to process such a hard steel rod into a threaded form with a manual lathe in such a short span seemed utterly incredible. He pondered the accuracy of this seemingly impressive lead screw. Didn't he say that this lathe would only be deemed complete with this component? Over the past fortnight, we have conducted over 100 experiments, and this lead screw should be the 128th. You arrived just in time to witness the outcome of our trial. Master Fan, however, regarded Xia Lin's astonishment with a degree of indifference. This was not their first attempt at producing a lead screw. It was merely that the previous screws had consistently failed to meet the lathe's precision requirements. Very well, I shall assess your results. As I have a particular machine that necessitates the use of this lathe for processing. Xia Lin adopted an expression of eager anticipation, keenly observing as Master Fan operated the upgraded machine, which was entirely constructed of steel and fitted with a premium cutting tool in place of the woodworking lathe. Master Fan followed the newly devised trial process for the lathe, allowing it to idle for several minutes to ensure stable operation. After halting the lathe, he secured a piece of pig iron to the tailstock and activated the newly designed steel gearbox switch, causing the iron to spin at high velocity. Drenched in cutting fluid, Master Fan adeptly advanced the cutting tool, with metal shavings flying outward. The meticulously crafted steel axle, forged by the dwarves under the ruins, was more than capable of supporting the premium cutting tool's processing of the pig iron. The newly replaced steel axle appeared commendable, devoid of the vibrations that had plagued the previous one. We have meticulously honed and measured these components 3 times, with deviations well within 1/10 of a millimeter. I believe this time we shall achieve success. After a month and a half of dedicated research, the dwarf masters had independently grasped the techniques for assessing lathe performance. Observing the lathe's remarkably stable operation, the dwarves displayed expressions of excitement, engaging in animated discussions amongst themselves. Let us not celebrate prematurely. We have yet to complete the testing. Master Fan declared, his focus unwavering on the iron material. With the lead screw's function, the tool's advancement remained remarkably steady, and soon, spirals of threads emerged on the cylindrical pig iron. After completing the threading process, Master Fan halted the lathe and retrieved Xia Lin's vernier caliper to measure the finished product according to the method Xia Lin had taught him. He discovered that, at 5 random points, the thread pitch, major diameter, and minor diameter exhibited negligible discrepancies, finally feeling a sense of preliminary satisfaction with the steel lathe's performance. Sipping his ale, he joyfully exclaimed to a nearby dwarf master, "Indeed, this steel lathe is truly remarkable. I see no issues in processing pig iron. I am a genius. Haller, quickly fetch another piece of steel." In the midst of the dwarves' eager anticipation, the steel was swiftly secured to the tailstock, and Master Fan commenced his operation once again. The dwarves held their breath, intently observing Master Fan, for it was the challenge of steel, rather than cast iron, that truly ignited their ambitions. However, Xia Lin believed that with the rigidity of the steel shaft, as long as the overall error of the lathe components remained minimal, vibrations during processing could be avoided. Given the hardness of the precision blade, machining steel should pose no significant issues. It merely depended on whether the processing accuracy could meet the required standards. As expected, once the steel ceased its rotation and Master Fan measured the threaded data on the steel, a broad grin spread across his face, revealing his immense excitement. "Magnificent! Simply magnificent! I believe we have succeeded. Boss, what do you think of our little treasure?" he exclaimed. "An exceptional machine tool. I believe our next steps lie solely in upgrading the power to increase the speed and enhancing precision through various methods." Xia Lin was genuinely taken aback by the dwarves' ability to deliver such a delightful surprise so swiftly. After reviewing the recorded data on the log sheet, a smile mirrored on his face. A machine tool of this caliber could be deemed the very foundation of industrial machinery. With it, Xia Lin's potential endeavors were boundless. He approached the cold machine, filled with awe, and nodded toward the jubilant dwarven masters who were already entwined in each other's arms, dancing in celebration. 10 golden lints. Master Fan bellowed, "That indeed amounts to 10 golden lints. The finest quality ale requires merely 21 copper bits per barrel. With this sum, I could indulge for half a year. Boss, you are truly a remarkable and sagacious human. I propose we seek out a tavern and revel for an entire night." The dwarves' contributions warranted such a reward, yet Xia Lin interjected, "Before we celebrate, I require the machines to be crafted. With this new machine tool at your disposal, would you not wish to experience the thrill of operating it?" Xia Lin produced a few notes, handing them to the still exuberant Master Fan, who was busy calculating how long he could revel. The dwarves, momentarily setting aside thoughts of merriment, gazed at the new machine tool with the same fervor as eager patrons fixated on women of a particular profession. Each dwarf lined up according to their forging skills, preparing to operate the new machine, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of interns visiting a machining facility. However, their expertise far surpassed that of mere interns. Within 2 days, the various components of the two machines Xia Lin required were swiftly fashioned by the seemingly clumsy yet deft and stable hands of the dwarven masters. Under Xia Lin's guidance, the dwarves assembled these components, ultimately culminating in the Gutenberg printing press and the colossal keyboard typewriter designed by Xia Lin. After a period of testing, the simple structure of the Gutenberg printing press demonstrated commendable performance. The pressure provided by the newly crafted screw from the lathe was entirely sufficient to firmly press the two printing plates together, achieving an admirable printing effect. However, the typesetter, due to its intricate internal mechanisms, exhibited a slightly larger margin of error in the components produced by the steel lathe, leading to instances where the keys would become stuck despite being pressed. As the printing press currently lacked suitable ink and the typesetter was devoid of movable type, Xia Lin decided to place these two machines, destined to transform the world, in the machine tool factory for the dwarven masters to refine at their leisure. To his surprise, the printing issue was resolved with such ease, prompting Xia Lin to hasten the development of the school's curriculum. Upon reviewing the project progress, following an increase in laboratory personnel, Xia Lin found satisfactory results and chose not to dwell on it further. He settled at his desk in his room, illuminating the rune disk of the micro-lighting spell, and began contemplating the content of the textbooks. Crafting a curriculum is an undertaking of considerable magnitude and complexity. However, as a mage with exceptional memory, Xia Lin possessed the advantage of a comprehensive educational system, painstakingly established by countless educators across the nation, spanning from elementary to university levels. His task was to extract the necessary elements from this system to construct a framework for a 5-year elementary school curriculum for this world. Subsequently, he intended to form a curriculum development team, leveraging connections through the Commercial Alliance to engage esteemed scholars in completing the language arts component of the framework. A proposal that had been ratified during the Alliance meeting, thus alleviating Xia Lin from excessive concern regarding the language aspect. The remaining subjects of mathematics and science would require his personal involvement in their composition. In Xia Lin's view, the material for first-grade students within the Commercial Alliance schools was straightforward: mathematics involving Arabic numerals, basic operations, and geometric recognition, and science, divided into physics and chemistry, primarily covering mechanical motion, mass and density, classification of matter, and the periodic table of elements. While these topics may seem simple in theory, they necessitated Xia Lin's careful consideration of the student's capacity to absorb the information, prompting extensive revisions and refinements. Chapter 56. Textbooks and Newspapers. However, the establishment and development of an industrial system is an imperative task that must be undertaken, and prompt action is preferable to delay. As this framework neared completion, Xia Lin received an invitation from the Business Alliance to meet with their esteemed scholar, Farhan Aid. Farhan Aid is a renowned academic throughout the empire. Having served as the chief editor of the Imperial Dictionary, Xia Lin had spent the preceding 6 months before entering the Magic Academy, studying the text against this very dictionary. In addition, he has authored significant works such as Poetry and Rhythm and the Epic of the Sun King, demonstrating profound expertise in both literature and history. Were it not for the Aid family's affiliation with the Business Alliance, coupled with Xia Lin's acclaim as the innovator of a new type of paper celebrated among scholars in the capital, he might never have had the opportunity to meet him or enlist his assistance in crafting these textbooks. Following a discussion, Farhan Aid expressed a keen interest in Xia Lin's novel educational institution. Traditionally, literacy instruction in this world has been disseminated solely through literacy teachers in the church, making Xia Lin's initiative to establish a school accommodating hundreds of students for such education unprecedented. To witness how Xia Lin intends to establish this school and educate what he envisions as hundreds, if not thousands, of students with these textbooks, Farhan Aid consented to Xia Lin's invitation and reached out to several former colleagues for assistance. Xia Lin secured a serene estate in the Eastern District for these scholars, allowing them to daily compose language textbooks for various grades based on the framework he provided. Lord Farhan, our school's objective is to cultivate talents suited for industrial production. Thus, these poems should only include 1 or 2 accessible and memorable pieces to facilitate the swift acquisition of new vocabulary, rather than inundating the textbooks with complex and obscure texts. After several discussions, Xia Lin finally conveyed his requirements to Farhan Aid regarding the writing approach of the scholars. Nonetheless, Farhan's evident regret at not being able to include his grandiose and elaborate epic in textbooks intended for hundreds or even thousands of students was palpable. Also, we must promote our love for the Xinglan Industrial Park, advocate for technological advancement, and aspire to a brighter new life with new ideas. For instance, could you kindly find a suitable place in the textbooks for these explanatory essays I have written? Xia Lin handed Farhan a few sheets of manuscript paper. Observing his expression as he regarded the straightforward and simple language used in these essays, and he could only shake his head in resignation. Although Farhan quickly grasped the essence of Xia Lin's requirements and executed them well, the two occasionally encountered ideological clashes. Fortunately, this did not hinder the progress of the textbook compilation. After the textbook writing team was formally established and had been operational for half a month, the metal type produced by the machine shop was finally completed. All preparations have been completed, save for the Eastern Wind. The first edition of the first-grade textbooks across 3 subjects has been meticulously compiled. Xia Lin has recruited 5 typesetters and 5 printers, and after several days of training, his small printing workshop has swiftly produced textbooks that exude the fragrant aroma of ink. Upon opening the covers of the mathematics and natural science books, familiar terms such as Arabic numerals, arithmetic operations, linear motion, and acceleration once again come into view, evoking in Xia Lin a profound sense of nostalgia. However, the school remains unbuilt, and these newly minted books, which embody the considerable efforts of Xia Lin and numerous esteemed educators from his previous life, have yet to find their purpose. Similarly, the printing machines and typesetting devices, laboriously crafted and calibrated by the diminutive masters, share a similar fate. As Xia Lin gazes upon the dragon-slaying sword he has painstakingly forged, he resolves to initiate a newspaper, leveraging his technological advantage to seize the unbloody battleground of public opinion. This baronial illegitimate son, skilled in literacy and possessing commendable literary prowess, intends to appoint a capable individual as the interim chief editor of the newspaper. Although Terry Elton has no prior understanding of this unprecedented role, he nonetheless accepts the position with decisiveness. Xia Lin is somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated needing to persuade this candidate. However, it seems that the enlightening princess who attended the inauguration ceremony at the industrial park, along with the progressive aristocrats, has acquainted Terry with the enlightened background that supports him. This is indeed fortuitous, as through Terry's connections, Xia Lin envisions recruiting a dozen or so noble scions of similar standing to serve as editors, reporters, proofreaders, typesetters, and printers, utilizing the same team that produced the educational materials. After several days of intensive training, Xia Lin offers them a weekly salary ranging from 4 to 12 silver marls. Subsequently, he specifically seeks out the princess to convey the significance of this new medium, the newspaper, to the enlightened faction, earnestly requesting her to inscribe the title Imperial Capital Weekly for the publication. He then sets out to gather news from well-informed sources. As for the choice of a weekly format, it stems from Xia Lin's unfamiliarity with the operations of the newspaper industry, coupled with a team of novices. Thus, a trial run as a weekly publication seemed prudent to gauge its market viability and potential influence. The Imperial Capital is home to many well-informed individuals. Yet Xia Lin lacks the necessary channels. He approaches members of the Commercial Alliance, namely the Eugene and Brook Chambers of Commerce. As a noble family aligned with the enlightened faction, the Eugene Chamber deals in gems, magical stones, and estate management, maintaining ambiguous ties with the underbelly of the slums, rendering them particularly astute in matters of news. In contrast, the Brook Chamber specializes in minerals, leather, slavery, land trade, estates, and magical materials. Being a member of the Imperial Capital's Coachman Guild, and thus possesses numerous sources of information, Xia Lin temporarily sets a fee of 10 copper bits, 50 copper bits, and 1 silver marl for daily news from these circles, as long as the news is deemed interesting and meaningful. Journalists stationed near various taverns and tea houses can be contacted to gather information. After passing through a rigorous vetting process, suitable news stories are refined by editors and the chief editor before being sent to the printing room for typesetting, proofreading, and printing. The resulting newspapers are then entrusted to the children of the slums, who eagerly shout and sell them on the streets every first morning of the week. The price of each newspaper is set at 3 copper bits, with the young vendors earning 1 copper bit for every paper sold. Thus, the world will witness a scene reminiscent of bygone eras, with these newsboys enthusiastically calling out extra, extra, to sell freshly printed papers following significant events. As for any guilt associated with employing child labor, it is something that does not trouble Xia Lin in the slightest. Many families in the slums struggle to put food on the table, and such a job is undoubtedly welcomed by numerous children eager to earn their daily sustenance. Moreover, the physical demands of this work are not particularly taxing. The remuneration for the newsboys was also determined with consideration of the high illiteracy rate in this world, which may hinder newspaper sales. In terms of costs, with paper supplied at cost price from the paper mill, the expense of printing 1,000 copies of the Imperial Capital weekly amounts to less than 8 silver morals. Chapter 57. The Holy Grail War. After arranging various trivial matters and setting the launch date for the inaugural issue of the newspaper for October 3rd, on September 29th, the editor-in-chief, Terry, visited the Karl laboratory to consult with Xia Lin. This time, he did not seek assistance in reviewing manuscripts, but rather expressed concern that the junior reporters under his purview had failed to uncover any noteworthy news. The fledgling reporters, newly recruited by the paper, were not particularly enthusiastic about the call for news submissions, resulting in a considerable portion of the 4-page layout of the Imperial Capital Daily being left unfilled. Consequently, editor Terry sought Xia Lin's advice on whether to eliminate half of the pages. "No, we cannot afford to reduce the layout for the inaugural issue." Xia Lin firmly rejected Terry's suggestion. In his view, the first edition of the Imperial Capital Daily, which was intended to make a lasting impression, could not be treated so carelessly. Rather than cutting down the content, it would be more prudent to draw upon the wisdom of our predecessors and serialize a story to fill the empty space, which would also help attract readership. As for the specifics of the story, Xia Lin needed to ponder further. After sending Terry on his way, he contemplated the requirements for the story that would be serialized in the Imperial Capital Daily. Firstly, the narrative should align with the aesthetic sensibilities of the primary readership, consisting of nobles and merchants, incorporating elements such as knights, dragons, and magicians, while also boasting sufficient allure to enhance the newspaper's sales. Secondly, it would be preferable to avoid the inclusion of deities. Although the Church of the Holy See in the Sasan Empire was significantly more subdued than the malevolent Church of the North, Xia Lin believed that writing about divine beings in a world characterized by extraordinary powers might be overly reckless. Thirdly, the length of the story should strike a balance, not excessively long, which would demand considerable time for revisions, nor too short, as it would fail to effectively drive sales. Having established the parameters for the desired story, Xia Lin retrieved pen and paper to embark on a brainstorming session. However, he quickly realized that he could not conjure a single story that met the criteria. Classic fantasy works in online literature invariably feature the presence of deities, and protagonists often possess various extraordinary advantages as time travelers. Without substantial alterations, these narratives would not resonate with the readership of this world. Furthermore, the titles he recalled, such as the Chronicles of Azeroth and Harry Potter, posed even greater challenges. The concepts of Titanic creation and wizards riding broomsticks would be difficult for the inhabitants of this realm to comprehend or relate to. The phrase "only when the book is needed does one lament its scarcity" aptly encapsulated his predicament. Xia Lin couldn't help but lament the absence of his exploration into the illustrious works of Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings trilogy and the renowned A Song of Ice and Fire in his previous life, leaving him devoid of suitable material even for mere imitation. After much contemplation, he swiftly revisited the cultural works he had encountered, and quite unexpectedly, he stumbled upon an anime that had initially eluded his selection, Fate Zero. Fate Zero narrates the tale of 7 heroic spirits from various eras and legends summoned by magicians to the modern age, embroiled in a fierce battle for the omnipotent wish-granting Holy Grail. To Xia Lin's surprise, this narrative seemed to align perfectly with his aspirations. Firstly, the archetype of warriors such as Guan Yu and Qin Xiong is universally captivating, and when combined with the allure of a wish-granting grail, it broadens the potential readership significantly. Secondly, the character of Artoria embodies a noble female monarch, which conveniently lends itself to the enlightened promotion of Princess Dorothea in the future. Thirdly, the storyline allows for substantial creative alterations. For instance, he could replace magicians with sorcerers and modify their motivations to reflect the pursuit of magical essence. Additionally, substituting a few heroic spirits with protagonists from the epic tales of this world would not create significant dissonance, but rather enhance the allure for the knightly class of the Empire. As for the modern backdrop, entirely transforming it to suit the current era would not appear jarring. After the reimagining of Kiritsugu Emilia, he could wield a magical apparatus that draws energy from mana crystals, allowing him to unleash a barrage of magical projectiles. Furthermore, This equipment could also cast a special curse-infused spell, imposing a unique curse on the target that would rebound severely upon the caster whenever magic is invoked. In terms of Fuyuki City, it could be relocated to the distant kingdom of Clancydia across the France Sea, aptly renamed Furtok, which translates to Winter Tree in Sasson. After all, situating the Holy Grail War in the far-off kingdom of Clancydia not only allows for the unfamiliarity of the locale among the majority of his readership, but also facilitates a convenient avenue for creative embellishment. The more he reworked it, the more viable it appeared. After consulting the historian Ferran Aid regarding pertinent historical knowledge, and borrowing 2 widely circulated epic storybooks from the Empire for further study, Xia Lin successfully transformed Fate Zero and dubbed it the more accessible Holy Grail War. The revamped version of the Holy Grail War now featured the following lineup. Saber, the Night King Artoria Pendragon from the historically, yet fictively, extinct nation of Britain. Sorcerer, Karitsugu Emilia, known as the infamous Mage Killer on the continent, a first-rate sorcerer who employs magical equipment to unleash deadly projectiles upon his foes. Rider, the founder of the Sasson Empire, the Dragon Knight Sun King Albiza Helica. Mage, Weber Velvet, a student at the Clock Tower Magic Academy of the Sasson Empire. A first-tier mage who, in his dissatisfaction with his mentor's disdain for commoner students, stole a holy relic. Archer, historically documented, the oldest king of the Aya Church. Blessed by the gods, Aya. Mage, Takomi Dosaka, Tokiomi Tosaka, the head of a long-established alchemist family in the kingdom of Clancydia. A third-tier mage skilled in a unique spell technique that allows the storage of magic within precious magical stones. Berserker, the mightiest knight of the Round Table. The Knight of the Lake, who revered Artoria yet betrayed her due to the treachery of Guinevere, Lancelot. Mage, Kariamatu. A descendant of a long-standing mage family in the kingdom of Clancydia, who, unwilling to learn the family's insect magic, achieved first-tier status through unconventional means. Caster, Count Gillis de Rice of the Kingdom of Austin, known as Bluebeard, who, after the failure of the noble side in the Holy Church's War of Independence 2 centuries ago, was led astray by demons after his saint was burned by enraged. Ignorant worshippers. Mage, Linus Muriu, Ryanosuk Amesu, a young man from the Kingdom of Clancydia, who revels in killing. Lancer, the shining knight Delumudo of the Inshiro Kingdom, who, cursed with a tier mole, betrayed his sovereign. Mage, Kenneth Elmaloy Archibald, a professor at the Clock Tower Magic Academy, one of the 12 monarchs of 4th-tier mage. Assassin, the leader of the assassination organization Assassin from the Kingdom of Plius, a master of disguise known as Hassan of the 100 Faces. Mage, Kray Kodomine, Kirai Kodomine. A priest of the Church of Evil Light, a man of formidable close combat abilities but an empty soul, with changes to both the background and the heroic spirit settings. The main storyline has also undergone certain adjustments. After spending a day and a half drafting the outline, Xia Lin visited the newspaper office to see if Terry had found a suitable ghostwriter. Xia Lin was not particularly interested in dedicating his precious time each day to serialize a story. The candidate Terry found was named Grotfell, one of the rare scholars of commoner origin. Well-versed in epic tales, and even having authored and published a volume titled The Epic of Saran Nor. However, such research did not yield much financial gain. And in this era, publishing was often a self-funded endeavor. Previously, he could only earn a living by teaching literacy and poetry. In the capital, bustling with noble merchants, securing a position as a tutor should have been straightforward for a scholar. However, Grot had once carelessly declared at a banquet that merchants were the parasites of the empire. This remark, once circulated, offended numerous merchants and progressive nobles engaged in industry. After completing his previous position, Grotfell found himself unable to secure a suitable job. Upon hearing that Terry Elton was seeking an individual experienced in crafting epic tales, he eagerly volunteered. As he remarkably met the criteria set by Xia Lin and was chosen as the foremost candidate. "Must I truly undertake such a task, Your Excellency?" Grot inquired, taking the manuscript and glancing at Terry with a perplexed expression. Prior to this moment, he had been unaware that the endeavor he was to embark upon was of this nature. Composing a narrative based on an outline provided by another is a humiliation for any scholar with their own oeuvre, barring the exception of recreating epic tales from historical data, which falls under the realm of reinterpretation. The remuneration of 25 silver marls per fortnight, while not insignificant for someone who had previously served as a poetic instructor for noble families, did not seem particularly generous. Its sole merit lay in the opportunity to exercise his writing prowess while simultaneously engaging in part-time work. Mr. Grot, allow me to introduce you to our esteemed publisher. His Excellency Xia Lin Karl, whose very publication, the Imperial Capital Weekly, bears the name graciously bestowed upon us by Her Highness the Princess. As one of Xia Lin's subordinates, Terry, the editor-in-chief, could hardly dismiss Xia Lin's suggestion, addressing Grot with a stern countenance. Well then, let me give it a try. Grot, having been unemployed for over half a year and feeling the strain of financial hardship, reluctantly made his way to the designated seat at the newspaper office, manuscript in hand, to peruse the draft provided by Xia Lin. However, upon reading the opening lines, astonishment washed over his face. The outline's initial description of the omnipotent wishing machine, the Holy Grail, and the ensuing war involving summoned heroes from various historical eras struck Grot like a thunderclap, as if a door to an entirely new realm had swung open before him. He stood there, momentarily entranced, with a singular thought lingering in his mind. Is it truly possible to write a story in such a manner? The heroes who graced the pages, whether familiar or foreign, transcended the vastness of the continent. Even Grot, a specialist in epics, could not dismiss the existence of these unknown spirits. What united them was their remarkable legacies, worthy of being sung by generations, which had allowed them to manifest once more in the world through the powers of the Grail and relics. What a thrilling narrative it promised to be. Heroes from disparate eras clashing in pursuit of the all-powerful wishing machine. The more Grot delved into the content, the more inspiration surged within him. He felt that with pen in hand, he could craft several pages of epic prose in no time. Must I employ such a straightforward narrative style, Your Excellency Xia Lin? Indeed. What I require is not a conventional heroic epic, but rather an extensive tale to fill the pages of the newspaper. You must learn to adapt to this style. Xia Lin stated, seated beside Terry as he discussed various points regarding the publication. Nodding at Grot's remark, he continued, Very well, I shall give it a try. Please grant me a moment. Although Grot predominantly wrote epic stories, he possessed considerable knowledge of ordinary folklore, and he recognized that the linguistic style of the sample provided by Xia Lin bore a striking resemblance to those tales. Although Grot lamented his inability to craft this tale into a grand epic that bards across the continent could sing, he found solace in narrating this captivating story through a folkloric style. He uncorked the ink bottle and grasped the dipping pen, beginning to write. Despite the torrent of inspiration flowing forth, the pace of his writing with the quill proved to be exasperatingly slow. Meanwhile, Xia Lin sipped tea beside him, contemplating whether to retrieve the typewriter. However, despite its similarities in principle to a word processor, the typewriter demanded even greater precision, particularly with its springs. After a moment's reflection, Xia Lin abandoned this currently impractical idea. Upon reviewing the manuscript, he recognized Grot's remarkable talent. He had adeptly captured the narrative style of the novel on his first attempt. Furthermore, his prose was commendable, retaining the grandeur characteristic of epic tales even after simplification, and skillfully delineating the personalities of the various sorcerers and saints within the narrative. Noticing Grot's anxious demeanor, Xia Lin smiled and remarked, If the response is favorable, I shall consider having the newspaper publish this novel. As a ghostwriter, you could earn a 5% royalty. Additionally, to circumvent potential complications, we will need to adopt a pen name for the serialization in the paper. I propose Mushroom as our pseudonym. Chapter 58. The Sale of Newspapers. Newspapers for Sale. Newspapers for Sale. A brand new serialization by the Mushroom Master. 7 heroes converge in the Holy Grail War. An epic of heroes like you have never witnessed before. Newspapers for Sale. Newspapers for Sale. The inaugural issue of the Imperial Capital Weekly, personally inscribed by Princess Dorothea, is now available for just 3 copper pieces. On the morning of October 3rd, bustling along Silverfish Avenue, 2 children appeared, each carrying a coarse cloth bag and brandishing a stack of papers while shouting incomprehensible phrases. Several curious passers-by approached to inquire, only to discover that they were selling a novel creation called Newspapers, which would announce the latest happenings in the imperial capital every 10 days, allowing everyone to gain insight into various aspects of the city. Moreover, the newspaper promised entirely new stories, distinct from all previous heroic epics. As for the nature of these tales, the oddly dressed children could only vaguely mention phrases like Holy Grail War and the Sun King and the Night King, leaving the listeners in a state of bewilderment. It sounded intriguing, and 3 copper pieces was not a steep price. Perhaps it would be worth purchasing a copy to peruse. While the passers-by were engaging with the newsboys, Scholar Radon Isaac, on his customary morning visit to Karl's cake shop for tea, found himself drawn to this curious novelty reportedly linked to the princess. He stepped forward, producing several copper pieces and handing them to the newsboy. After the somewhat clumsy boy counted the coins twice, Radon received a newspaper that exuded a delightful freshness. "Welcome, Mr. Radon. How splendid to see you so early today." Upon entering Karl's cake shop with the newspaper in hand, he was warmly greeted by Bessie, the shop's charming attendant. It was this kind and attentive service, paired with the renowned delicacies of the imperial capital, that rendered Radon a frequent patron. "Yes, Bessie, I would like a cup of black tea, a slice of fruit cake, and 2 cream puffs, please." With practiced ease, Radon placed his order, settling at a round table by the entrance, where he unfurled the newspaper before him. The first thing that caught his eye was a beautifully penned headline, Imperial Capital Weekly. Radon Isaac was a member of a cadet branch of one of the 16 Viscount families in the imperial capital, and he recognized that this was indeed a typeface commonly used in the royal court, confirming the newspaper's connection to Princess Dorothea. His gaze then swept across the front page, where he encountered several titles composed in novel phrasing. A warm welcome to Her Highness Princess Dorothea Akulika's visit to the Star Blue Industrial Zone to oversee production. 1000 celebrate the inauguration of the Star Blue Industrial Zone. Witnessing the first step of the new district commercial alliance established, Her Highness declares, committed to improving the lives of commoners. Radon found himself perplexed by the meanings behind these innovative titles, sensing that the newspaper indeed maintained a significant relationship with the princess. Otherwise, such an arrangement of her itinerary would not be dared. Nevertheless, he pondered what purpose such publications served for the princess. Shaking his head in confusion, he turned to the next page, where a colossal headline loomed, Holy Grail War. Beside it was a smaller inscription denoting the author, Mushroom. Beneath the title, neatly arranged letters create a striking aesthetic. Radon merely skimmed through a few lines, yet he was swiftly captivated by this unprecedented tale. Through the power of 3 venerable mage families from the kingdom of Clansadia, and with the omnipotent wishing machine, the Holy Grail forged from the 4 elemental spirits, it summons legendary heroes from history as heroic spirits, engaging in battles for the coveted Grail. Even in an era of cultural flourishing, such a fantastical theme effortlessly captures readers' attention, especially in a time when cultural entertainment comprises merely various epics and folklore. I am the architect of all that is good in this world. I am the embodiment of all evils, entwined with the 3 great linguistic spirits for 7 days. Arise from the wheel of suppression, guardian of the scales. This is quite audacious. Yet, is it truly an overreach? This description evidently pertains to Albizahirika, the Sun King and the founder of the Sassan Empire, leaving Radon in a state of confusion. Although Xia Lin altered the dynamic between master and servant, establishing an equal partnership between mages and saints, the subtlety of summoning the Empire's first emperor astonished many readers at the author's audacity. However, as a scholar, Radon Isaac knew that within the epics surrounding Albizahirika, many subsequent creators had woven their own narratives. If those additions are not deemed overreaching, why then does the presence of His Majesty the Emperor in this story constitute an overreach? In the face of Saber Artoria, Lancer de Lomudo cleverly exploited the information gap to compel Artoria to relinquish her magical armament, wounding her left hand with his noble phantasm, the Eternal Rose, thereby gaining an absolute advantage in battle. The strategies exhibited by the heroic spirits and the wonders of their noble phantasms left Radon in awe. Yet, just as the two were poised to determine the victor, a man's resounding voice echoed through the sky. "Stop him! Climberwill! Trample this battlefield!" Climberwill? Familiar with the epics, Radon immediately recalled the legendary dragon companion of the Sun King. Could it be that the Sun King, who had been observing the battle alongside the mage, was making his entrance? Eagerly, he glanced down, and indeed, the Sun King, summoned as rider, commanded his dragon companion to dive, separating the 2 heroic spirits and halting the clash. This was hardly a prudent strategy as a participant in the Holy Grail War. The Sun King should have awaited the resolution of the duel between the Lance and Sword Knights before claiming victory. Just as Radon shook his head at the recklessness depicted in the portrayal of His Majesty the Sun King, mounted upon his dragon and amidst the discontent and wariness of both combatants, opened his arms and laughed heartily. "I am the first emperor who founded the Sassan Empire. Now, heroes from all eras gather here. Why must we slay one another? Rather, noble heroes, why not join my ranks and partake in the sweet nectar of the Holy Grail? After indulging in revelry, we shall together conquer this world." To my astonishment, the reason for the Sun King's involvement at this moment was revealed, leaving Radon momentarily speechless. The seemingly reckless image of the Sun King suddenly grew grander. Indeed, as the illustrious founder of the great Sasanian Empire, how could His Majesty, the Sun King, who spent his life galloping across the lands, stoop to ambushing the two heroic spirits after they had exhausted each other? As the emperor of the mightiest empire on the continent, his magnanimity is ample enough to embrace all heroic spirits. Having grasped this notion, Radon felt a surge of fervor for the Sun King's grandeur. However, he suddenly noticed a blank space beneath the dense text, where a small line on the right read, "To be continued." Chapter 59, The Study of Runes. At this moment, Grot inexplicably sneezed twice, unaware that he was ensnared by the grievances of readers as he continued to refine his manuscript. Meanwhile, the primary author, Xia Lin, was engrossed in perusing the experimental report submitted by Harper. Through these coordinate data, the speed at which mages learned the new runes could be significantly accelerated, as evidenced by the feedback reports submitted by the 23 temporary researchers. However, the patterns and secrets concealed within these intricate coordinate data eluded Xia Lin for the time being. Although he had graduated from a prestigious university and performed admirably in advanced mathematics, there is a saying in the civil engineering field: those who engage in construction squander design. Those who engage in design squander structure. Those who engage in structure squander mechanics. Those who engage in mechanics squander physics. And those who engage in physics squander mathematics. As a civil engineer, Xia Lin could only apply his mathematical knowledge to calculations of bending moment diagrams and shear force diagrams. If he were to attempt to deduce various formulas from a plethora of data like a scientist, and then correlate these with experimental phenomena to uncover their essence, even with his brain's hardware conditions vastly superior to those of his previous life, Xia Lin harbored little confidence. Nonetheless, he contemplated the possibility of nurturing Luna and other talented children to develop in that direction. Setting aside the thick report, Xia Lin pondered thoughtfully. Given the innate talents of the mages, acquiring this new knowledge was remarkably effortless for them. The curriculum he had planned for students over the course of a year was grasped by these mages in merely a couple of weeks. Perhaps he could consider imparting more advanced knowledge to the temporary researchers in the laboratory in the future. Since this topic had been completed, let us proceed to investigate the role of runes within spell models. I have a premonition that our gains from this endeavor will be substantial. After a brief reverie, Xia Lin turned to Harper, who appeared utterly exhausted in his chair. After struggling for a while, Harper could no longer resist the encroaching slumber. He yawned widely, disregarding the possibility of rejuvenating his energy through meditation, and made his way out of Xia Lin's office toward his own room. Seeing that Harper finally permitted himself to rest, Xia Lin, who perpetually maintained a keen interest in magical research, did not squander this rare moment of leisure. He ventured alone into the laboratory to commence his investigation into the role of runes within spell models. He actually had another topic concerning the research of the runes related to the soul core of golems, which pertained to his envisioned future intelligent golem factory. However, it was still too early to discuss such matters. In Xia Lin's view, it was crucial to lay a solid foundation rather than aspire to lofty heights too soon. 172 types of runes loomed before him like a towering mountain awaiting his ascent, and he had formulated a research approach to first categorize these runes. However, the classification Xia Lin proposed was not in accordance with the magical community's categorizations of shaping energy, incantations, prophecies, or illusions, but rather based on his own experiences during spellcasting. He divided the runes into two main categories, Class 1 runes and Class 2 runes, depending on whether the runes could function effectively in an independent state. Initially, he entered a meditative state, endeavoring to construct a flame rune, his most adept and fundamental creation, around himself. This included the Zero Circles heating spell, the first circle's burning hand, ignition, and flame arrow, all of which were essential for crafting spell models. Undoubtedly, the flame rune belonged to a category of runes that could function independently. Subsequently, Xia Lin meticulously experimented with all 172 runes, ultimately categorizing them as follows. The first category included Wind, Spell Type 1, Spell Type 2, Omen, Flame, Frost, Cleanse, Record Spell 1, Record Spell 2, Light, Electric 1, Electric 2, Electric 3, Soul Core Rune Type 1, and Perception Rune Type 1. The remaining 157 runes were deemed the second category, requiring connections with other runes to activate their effects, due to the absence of established names and definitions in the realm of rune magic for many of these runes. Xia Lin had previously instructed Harper and his companions to assign easy-to-remember names to them during the mathematical modeling of these runes, resulting in a seemingly complex nomenclature. Upon completing the classification, Xia Lin was astonished to discover that among nearly 200 runes, only 15 possessed the capacity to function independently. Sensing an underlying issue, he continued his experimentation, revisiting his mastery over the heating spell and flame arrow. The structure of the heating spell was simplistic, formed by the combination of 2 flame runes. Consequently, the mental energy consumed by one heating spell was not greater than that of 2 flame runes, yet the heat generated rivaled that of true fire. Xia Lin estimated that the temperature produced by the heating spell had reached at least 600 degrees Celsius. As for the flame arrow, being a first circle spell, its structure was significantly more intricate. Upon a cursory examination, Xia Lin discerned that its spell model comprised 4 distinct regions, 2 of which were constituted by 2 flame runes and 1 spell type 1 rune. The esteemed Dean Manon had not provided a name or definition for this rune during the rune class, merely presenting the runestone for students to learn and memorize independently. Perhaps in his research, he had not identified a precise application for this rune, leading the Karl laboratory to designate it as spell type 1. During his time at the academy, Xia Lin and his fellow mages had relied on rote memorization and repeated trial and error to internalize this complex spell model, ultimately achieving a successful casting rate over nearly a year of practical spell training, thus becoming a first circle mage. Chapter 60. Hypothesis as a first-tier spell. Xia Lin was able to glean information from the fire arrow that extended beyond mere surface understanding. As the spell model of the fire arrow gradually activated, Xia Lin distinctly sensed a force akin to the ambient magical essence being drawn from within him, a manifestation of his innate magical energy cultivated through prolonged meditation. This self-generated magic, consumed in the process, engendered a unique effect, allowing the fire arrow to amass an ambient magical potency several times greater than that of the heat spell. This exceptional phenomenon likely accounted for the fire arrow's amplified power. Emerging from his meditative state, Xia Lin directed the fire arrow to soar through the window into the sky, culminating in a dazzling display akin to fireworks, which he meticulously recorded for further experimentation. Following this, he explored a series of spells: Cleanse, Fall Arrow, Omen, Record, Mage Hand, and Mage Armor. Even the first-tier spell for inscribing scrolls was attempted, with the prophetic spells Omen and Record particularly captivating Xia Lin's interest. Omen, as its name implies, allows the caster to receive certain premonitions through magic. At first glance, its effects appeared mystical. However, upon casting it, Xia Lin discovered an intriguing similarity to his meditative state. Through Omen, 2 runes he had recently renamed from prophetic runes to meditative runes enabled him to activate his mental acuity, thus perceiving subtle shifts in ambient magic and receiving enigmatic messages. Fragments of thought such as, "How terrifying. I'm so hungry. Where did that foul stench come from? That individual seems dangerous," surfaced, resembling random musings. Despite some disparities between Omen and meditation, Xia Lin found the experience quite fascinating. On the battlefield, mages could potentially utilize Omen to evade lurking dangers, which is why this spell was included on the curriculum for military students at the academy. In contrast, the 0-tier Record spell diverged from its peers, being constructed from 2 distinct runes, Record 1 and Record 2. These runes, previously referred to as recording runes by Dean Manon, were easily distinguishable by their forms, one resembling a prickly sphere and the other a thorn shape. After scrutinizing them for an extended period, Xia Lin was astonished to discover a striking resemblance between the Cleanse rune he mastered and the Fire rune from the Heat spell. Could it be that such patterns were universally present among runes? From these 2 instances, Xia Lin instinctively conceived a hypothesis. If this conjecture held true, it would represent a monumental discovery. Since these runes bore a strong resemblance to one another, it was plausible they were merely variants of the same rune. Thus, if one could comprehend the principles governing these variations, might researchers not be able to create the runes they desired? Even if this path proves to be unfruitful, the ability to categorize runes according to such principles would undoubtedly diminish their variability, thereby enhancing the speed at which sorcerers can acquire new runes. In this regard, Xia Lin felt that mastering the more intricate second-tier spells would certainly require less effort. With this thought, his eyes sparkled with renewed intensity as he entered a meditative state once again. Through countless comparisons and explorations, he ultimately discerned the intrinsic connections present among the dozen or so runes he had mastered: the Flame rune of the heating spell, the Cleansing rune of the cleansing spell, and the Wind rune of the gentle breeze spell were fundamentally the same. Moreover, the Meditation rune, the runes of the recording spell, and a significant number of secondary runes that could not function independently were also of a single essence. The 2 runes that constitute the recording spell were variants of the Meditation rune, and although the 2 unknown secondary runes in numerous spell models varied in form, They were indeed variants of one rune within the recording spell. Xia Lin was still unclear regarding the roles these two runes played within the spell models. However, this revelation filled him with such exuberance that he was abruptly expelled from his meditative state. He promptly documented his experimental report, titled, "A Study on the Variations of Runes and Their Derivatives." Thus far, he had formulated a hypothesis and several preliminary conclusions. Hypothesis 1. Many runes may indeed be variations of certain primary runes. Conclusion 1. The cleansing rune that constitutes the cleansing spell is a variant of the flame rune that forms the heating spell. Conclusion 2. It is likely that there exists a universal rune module within first-tier spells, wherein two of the runes are variants of the recording spell, while the recording spell itself is a derivative of the meditation rune that constitutes the portent spell. Conclusion 3. Xia Lin bent over his desk, rapidly inscribing his hypothesis. After scrutinizing the various conclusions drawn from the experimental report, he swiftly sketched a tree diagram tracing the lineage of these variations. He soon discovered that all 172 runes could ultimately be categorized as derivatives of the wind rune, spell type 1 rune, spell type 2 rune, and the meditation rune. What could this signify? Xia Lin's heart raced with fervor. Could it be that, akin to the 4 fundamental forces of his previous life, this world also harbors 4 fundamental runes? Chapter 61. Rune Determination, a monumental achievement. A truly remarkable discovery. What an extraordinary revelation this is. Yet, apart from himself, no one is aware of it. In light of this outcome, Xia Lin paced excitedly within the laboratory, only to be engulfed by a wave of sorrowful contemplation. In his previous life, such a theoretical discovery would have been sufficient to bestow the highest accolades in academia, but in this realm, Xia Lin lacked any means to disseminate his findings. It seems imperative to establish a journal dedicated to magical theory. How regrettable it would be if others, who might also uncover such invaluable knowledge, were to remain silent due to similar constraints. Perhaps, with the wisdom of a mage, others in the past may have unearthed the relationship between rune variants, yet for various reasons, this knowledge did not endure. Xia Lin silently recorded this thought, channeling his fervor back into his magical research. With the addition of new personnel, he swiftly dined and promptly assigned research tasks, organizing the 23 individuals into groups of 5, with the remaining 3 joining him, to repeatedly test and document the experimental phenomena of the runes whose functions remained unclear. For fundamental runes, is that truly possible? Sir Xia Lin? Luna, his assistant, was awestruck as she perused the experimental reports he had meticulously prepared. However, based on the research methodologies, experimental data, and comparative conclusions of rune coordinates provided by Xia Lin, the theory seemed entirely plausible. Could it be that the 4 elemental forces of earth, fire, wind, and water in the magical realm correspond to these 4 runes? While the wind rune aligned perfectly, the other 3 runes appeared utterly unrelated to earth, fire, and water. Moreover, in Xia Lin's theory, the flame rune was a variant of the wind rune. Luna, you must remember that theory often diverges significantly from reality, and at times, it may even contradict researchers' instincts. In such instances, we should place our trust not in our eyes, but in the precision of mathematical tools. In a world rife with hidden mysteries, only mathematics serves as an eternal measure, capable of revealing the true secrets of existence. Therefore, if the experimental data is sound, you must accept this conclusion. Trust me, this is an unprecedented and magnificent theory, now reduced to the tasks of refinement and validation from various quarters. Should we indeed prove that these 4 runes represent the fundamental runes, you 23, as contributors, will etch your names into the annals of future magical history. Xia Lin imparted these words with a solemn tone, observing as Luna, her expression a mix of incredulity and understanding, nodded in agreement. He continued to direct the team in conducting various spellcasting experiments. After a lengthy span of 25 days, during which Xia Lin seldom stepped outside the laboratory except to attend to essential matters concerning the industrial park and the commercial alliance, the Karl laboratory finally completed the functional assessments of these enigmatic runes. The wind rune has transcended its former identity, now rebranded as the kinetic rune by Xia Lin. It is through this new designation that the powers of wind, fire, ice, and purity are manifested. In essence, this rune facilitates the transformation of magical energy into the kinetic energy of particles, enabling gaseous, liquid, and solid particles to engage in motion, thus giving rise to this novel variant of runic system. The enigmatic spell rune number 1 has been unveiled, and Xia Lin has aptly named it the magical substance rune. As its name suggests, it has the ability to consume magical energy to create a transparent yet tangible magical substance. Furthermore, when combined with other runes, it can generate a myriad of materially existent entities. However, the magical substance is bound by temporal limitations. The more intricate the matter, the greater the magical energy expended during its creation, and consequently, the shorter its duration, lest it be deemed a true divine rune. In the fire arrow, the magical substance rune serves to conjure high-temperature plasma flames, while in the earth spike technique, it can generate the minerals that constitute rock. The sheer potential of the magical substance rune is enough to astound Xia Lin, yet the efficacy of spell rune number 2 is equally remarkable, capable of consuming magical energy to forge force fields. Whether it be gravitational, magnetic, or electric fields, it, along with its 2 variant runes, accomplishes this. The 2 runes forming the zero rings falling arrow technique include the gravitational field rune, which applies a gravitational field around the user to decelerate and redirect arrows. Thus, it can be inferred that this rune is also integral to the formation of the 1-ring featherfall technique, the 2-ring levitation technique, and the 3-ring flight technique. Among the 4 fundamental runes, the meditation rune's purpose is the most elusive. However, through Xia Lin's relentless investment and a high-quality magical crystal-based experimental apparatus, alongside the contributions of 24 researchers, including Harper, he has discerned the true effect of this rune. Previous studies indicated that magical energy and mental power interfere with one another, and the meditation rune exemplifies this interference. It can influence mental power through magical energy, activating the mental faculties of its target, thereby achieving various astonishing effects. This rune's variant has been incorporated into the core of the golem's soul, and after careful contemplation, Xia Lin decided to rename it the Soul Rune for greater accuracy. Thus, the effects of the 4 fundamental runes, the Kinetic Rune, Magical Substance Rune, Gravitational Field Rune, and Soul Rune, have been thoroughly understood, and the remaining runes have been systematically clarified. The record technique's record rune number 1 has evolved into the recording rune, while record rune number 2 has become the preservation rune. Together, they enable the record technique to scan and document environmental or mental transmissions, storing this information on a medium. The perception rune number 1 from the 1-ring spell, which detects emotions, has transformed into the soul enhancement rune. This variant of the soul rune harnesses magical energy to bolster mental power, thereby enhancing cognition and mitigating negative effects directed at the soul. When combined with another Class 2 rune, the mental synchronization rune, it can acutely enable the recipient to perceive the emotions of target beings. Among the 157 varieties of secondary runes, the overwhelming majority of soul variant runes have been elucidated by Xia Lin regarding their functions. These runes can be categorized into 2 types, structural runes and morphological runes. Together, they form the template rune group defined by Xia Lin, which determines the shape of spells. Consequently, there exists a vast array of types, varying significantly, leading nearly all mages in this world to study them as independent, unknown runes. The efficacy of these runes, in turn, corroborates Xia Lin's theories on rune variations and the 4 fundamental runes, bolstering his confidence in his own theoretical framework. Chapter 62. Ascension to the Second Ring. Much like a game of Minesweeper, as one progresses further into the complexities of rune effects, Xia Lin found his research advancing with increasing ease. Yet, amidst the array of runes at his disposal, there remained a particular category of runes whose exact purpose eluded him, those of the second type, which formed the essence of the soul core. However, Xia Lin speculated that these runes were likely related to the intelligence inherent in the soul core, hence he designated them as logic runes, intending to delve deeper into their mysteries in due course. After an arduous 25 days of intricate research, Xia Lin felt as if he had emerged from a different realm upon declaring the conclusion of his project. He held the final report in his hands, perusing its contents with a sense of disbelief. This was merely the pinnacle of achievement he envisioned for his theoretical work. Gaining the acknowledgement of his peers in the magical community would necessitate the theory undergoing rigorous validation through a plethora of runes he had yet to encounter, and subsequently demonstrating its practical utility within the world of magic. Only then could one hope for a comprehensive tome on the history of magic to be penned. As Xia Lin stood beside his desk, surveying the youthful yet accomplished faces of the researchers in the laboratory, a wave of sentiment washed over him. He placed his hand on the final report and continued, "However, there remains another project that requires your attention, namely, the study of rune connectivity within spell models, as well as the endeavor to construct a first ring spell using clean runes. Upon the completion of this phase of research, Our Karl laboratory will have contributed a fundamental cornerstone to the realm of magical studies. In due time, the spells I design may very well come to fruition. Such achievements would undoubtedly earn the respect of the magical community. So let us all exert ourselves and strive diligently. Once the final project reaches its conclusion, I shall personally prepare a grand feast for you all. Upon your graduation, you will receive the same conditions as Luna did. As for you, Luna, your standing in the laboratory will also see an elevation. Boss, can you really cook? If your dishes turn out poorly, it would be better for us to send a few golden lunt to roast skewers instead. Jested temporary researcher Lamb Hubert, eliciting laughter from the surrounding group of youngsters. Fear not. The renowned Karl Cake Shop on Silverfish Avenue in the Northern District is my enterprise. Do you truly believe my culinary skills would falter? Be careful, lest you swallow your own tongue and find yourself rendered mute. My Karl laboratory does not admit disabled researchers. Xia Lin chuckled heartily, patting Lamb on the shoulder. This fellow had been among the first to take the stage and collect his examination papers, bold, quick-witted, and gifted in mathematics. Xia Lin held him in high regard. Once the laboratory expanded into a research institute, he might very well assume the role of deputy director. Stretching leisurely by the window, he gazed at the increasingly withered trees outside, allowing himself a moment of relaxation to attain a more favorable state of mind. Suddenly, he was struck by a poignant realization. Autumn had already arrived. Reflecting upon the myriad experiences he had encountered since awakening the memories of his past life, Xia Lin discovered the wondrous intricacies of life's journey. In merely 5 months, I have established an industrial park where over 1,000 individuals depend on me for their livelihoods. Concurrently, I have earned the trust of the imperial princess and secured a prominent position within the enlightened faction of the empire, which is teeming with high-ranking nobles. Presently, I have relied on my innovative research approach to uncover the most magnificent and vibrantly colored shell on the shores of magic. Seated by the window, I unfurl a scorching ray spell scroll of the second ring and quietly begin to commit the intricate spell model to memory. The increase in quantity is exponential, while the difficulty escalates at an exponential rate. Relying on traditional rote memorization and repetitive casting to advance from a first-ring wizard to a second-ring wizard would be nearly impossible, even for those with considerable intellect, without several years of dedicated effort. After all, constructing a spell model does not employ rulers or compasses. Though the coordinates minimize the error margin, a degree of experimentation is still required. Amidst a surge of intense magical energy, I swiftly direct a searing white light into the air, which dissipates gradually at a distance of 60 to 70 meters. In the brief span of half a second, even the wooden window frame of my chamber bears the charred yellow marks of scorching. While I revel in this success, I cannot help but feel a twinge of trepidation regarding the might of the second ring scorching ray spell. Such power could likely overwhelm a knight clad in plate armor. It is no wonder that wizards hold such esteemed status in this world. I wonder what formidable force a third-ring fireball spell possesses. Could it surpass the impact of a 155mm howitzer shell? Within 10 meters, it would reduce flesh to pulp. And between 10 to 20 meters, it would either spell death or cause grievous injury. Shaking my head to dispel these thoughts, I resume my practice. Having successfully cast the spell once, I grasp the essential elements of constructing the spell model. Over the course of the following day, I achieve another success. After 5 more days, the commercial bank in the 4 major districts of the imperial capital has officially been completed and is operational. The funding for the research center is now in place, and I have stabilized the success rate of casting the scorching ray to over 90%, officially elevating myself to the rank of a second-ring wizard. Just 2 months prior to graduation, I had only attained the first-ring wizard certification from the Wizarding Guild. Now, in just over half a year, I have ascended to the second ring. If this were to be disclosed, fellow wizards would undoubtedly suspect that I had consumed some rare magical elixir. Chapter 63. The Mage's Journal. You have previously violated the terms of our agreement by granting my students a month-long holiday. Is this what you refer to as an unprecedented achievement in magical research? In the office of Dean Manon, a delightful incense wafted through the air, infused with various magical materials that invigorated the spirit. He took the tome handed to him by Xia Lin, and before perusing its contents, he inquired with keen interest. In truth, even if Xia Lin were to enroll all these students into the Karl laboratory and engage Dean Manon directly with the northern military, it would not concern him, given that the maternal lineage of the second princess is indeed that of the northern duke. As I previously articulated through the messaging technique, this magical research is indeed unparalleled. possessing the potential to instigate a revolution within the magical realm. Today, I also wish to seek collaboration with you, Dean Manon. But I shall await your review of my findings first, Xia Lin stated with unwavering confidence. Then I must take a thorough look. Dean Manon had been quite curious about the research topics mentioned by Xia Lin in the messaging technique. However, after consulting a few temporary researchers from the second year, he could not extract any substantial information, primarily because they all insisted on maintaining confidentiality regarding Xia Lin's research findings, which rendered him hesitant to delve deeper. In the magical community, there exists an age-old convention that prohibits inquiring into another mage's research without permission, thus making this his first time witnessing Xia Lin's results firsthand. As Dean Manon turned the pages and gazed upon the glaring title variations of runes and the 4 fundamental rune theories, his curiosity was piqued. Variations of runes? The 4 fundamental runes? What could these possibly entail? Intrigued by this novel terminology, he continued reading, his demeanor shifting from one of contemplation to a growing seriousness. He discovered the correlation between the flame rune and the cleanse rune, proposing a hypothesis regarding variant runes. In summary, among the 172 runes currently mastered by the Karl laboratory, all exhibited variant relationships, originating from the basic runes of kinetic rune, magical substance rune, force field rune, and soul rune. This theory, corroborated through various evaluations, demonstrates a degree of universality, leading me to a bold conjecture. All runes in the magical world are derived from these 4 basic rune variants. After an extensive period spent meticulously reviewing the comprehensive theoretical research report, which spanned a hefty 117 pages, Dean Manon closed the tome and exhaled deeply. After a prolonged moment of contemplation with his eyes closed, he opened them, regarding Xia Lin's still youthful visage with a complex expression. Xia Lin, you truly are a child favored by the divine. Had I not already been acquainted with you, I would never have anticipated that such a meticulous theoretical framework could emerge from a mere 15-year-old. This theory indeed possesses the capacity to revolutionize the current magical domain, clearing the path of thorns and challenges for many aspiring mages. However, there will undoubtedly be many who question your capabilities, not solely due to your age, but also because you have now ascended to the rank of a second-ring mage. How remarkable! It seems that the value of this theory surpasses my initial expectations. Nevertheless, even with your elevation to a second-ring mage, skepticism regarding your abilities will persist. Most critically, the method you have proposed, which diverges significantly from traditional research practices, is unlikely to gain acceptance among mages in the near future. Indeed, I share this sentiment, which is why I sought out Dean Manon today. Xia Lin nodded affirmatively at Dean Manon's commendations, placing his teacup down and gazing out at the verdant leaves swaying in the gentle breeze unique to Helgana in November. Amidst the rustling, withered leaves occasionally drifting from the ancient trees, it seemed to symbolize the closing of an era. Clearly, you have devised a plan. Speak freely. Aside from matters that contravene my principles, I shall grant your requests. Observing Xia Lin's composed demeanor, Dean Manon sighed deeply, leaning back in his plush chair, and retrieved a hefty tome titled Research on Runes from his drawer, fondly caressing its ancient cover with his right hand. I intend to collaborate with the Academy and the Mage Guild under the auspices of the Karl Laboratory to publish a dedicated journal showcasing the magical research findings of mages, aptly named Runes and Magic. In this journal, I shall feature the theories on runes variants and the 4 fundamental runes. I aspire for Dean Manon and the esteemed high-ranking mages of the Imperial Capital to serve as editors of this journal, overseeing the submissions from future mages while persuading the royal family and the Mage Guild to finance awards and support for outstanding magical research achievements. Dean Manon, do you not perceive that the realm of magic has languished in stagnation for far too long? Countless mages remain ensconced in their homes, engaged in endless exploration of runes and magic. While some may achieve certain breakthroughs, they meticulously guard their findings against exposure throughout their lifetimes. Consequently, upon their demise, apart from fragments gleaned from manuscripts by future generations, the remainder dissipates into oblivion. For centuries, aside from magical societies preserving the legacies of ancient mages, how many brilliant ideas have been proposed by extraordinary mages, only to be obscured by the relentless flow of history? Our generation must not perpetuate this cycle. Establishing an open journal will empower mages to exchange their research findings for resources, allowing these ripe fruits to take root in fertile soil and flourish anew, ensuring a future where the magical forests thrive abundantly. This is an inescapable historical mission for our generation. As the most prominent representatives of the mage community's interests, the Royal Magic Academy and the Mage Guild bear the responsibility to collaborate in founding this journal. In doing so, our generation will etch our names into the annals of magical history authored by future mages. Upon hearing Xia Lin's remarks, Dean Man gazed intently at Xia Lin's youthful yet striking face, rendered momentarily speechless. After a heavy sigh, he expressed a sense of inadequacy, reflecting, is it truly so? A journal dedicated to the dissemination of magical theories? I see now that with the support of us high-ringed mages, and through the test of time, your research will ultimately gain recognition. This journal will usher in a transformative era for the magical community, inspiring more mages to share their theories and hastening the exploration of magic. What a profoundly creative idea. As the youngest five-ring mage, I had considered myself still in my youth, yet in your presence, I feel a sense of aging. Thus, let us proceed as you propose. I shall reach out to the higher echelons of the Mage Guild and the esteemed court mages. I am confident they will recognize the significance of this theory and journal. Sir Xia Lin Karl, the future of the magical realm rests in your capable hands. No, Dean Manan. The future of the magical world does not belong solely to us. While new ideas brim with vitality, they also require the guidance of seasoned predecessors to mature swiftly. My new theory is still in its infancy, lacking comprehensive validation from various perspectives. As a senior on this magical path, I hope you might assist me in refining this theory, Xia Lin sincerely replied, shaking his head at the dean's lament. His theory currently encompasses the study of only 172 runes. The world is vast, and who can predict that new runes, which cannot be classified into the existing 4 fundamental runes, may not emerge in the future? It is precisely for this reason that he chose to publish this theory in a journal, inviting more mages to scrutinize it. The future of the magical world should not be the sole domain of the new generation. It must also be shielded by the towering ancient trees that protect the tender saplings from storm and strife. Upon hearing Xia Lin's words, the previously despondent Dean Manan seemed stirred within, silently contemplating the texts on the table. Variations of runes, and the theory of the 4 fundamental runes, and research on runes. Validation, he pondered, I understand now. Since you do not disdain my aged bones, allow me to contribute my own efforts to this magnificent new theory. Chapter 64. Construction and Change. Despite successfully aligning Dean Manan with his vision, the advancement of the Mage Journal necessitated the impetus of the imperial royalty and the esteemed high-ranking mages of the empire. In this endeavor, Xia Lin merely contributed ideas and refined the operational framework of the journal. After engaging in discussions regarding the various aspects of the journal with Dean Manan, they established a framework comprising 3 rotating chief editors for deputy editors and 12 editors. Following a series of activities, the Commercial Alliance convened its inaugural general meeting at the Vanilla Opera House in the Southern District. During this gathering, 376 representatives dispatched by various chambers of commerce officially voted in favor of all previously proposed motions, simultaneously initiating fundraising efforts for their implementation. With the backing of the princess, 2 earls, and numerous barons, members of the Commercial Alliance no longer needed to worry about credibility issues. After depositing their gold lents into the bank, they could conduct commercial remittances using the funds in their accounts, which proved far more convenient and secure than the prior reliance on gold lents. Moreover, the bank commenced the issuance of loans to qualifying members of the Commercial Alliance, aiding their growth and enhancing overall benefits to the alliance. Due to insufficient authority, Xia Lin, aside from being consulted a few times by various noble shareholders regarding banking concepts, remained largely uninvolved in banking affairs. The commercial bank was officially established, and the 5 primary elementary schools located in the capital's northern, southern, central, western, and new districts were poised to commence their site selection and construction synchronously. Additionally, the development plan for the new district, previously proposed by Xia Lin, received approval for implementation during the meeting. Consequently, plans for research centers, schools, modern buildings, and subsequent road construction in the new district were all integrated into Xia Lin's agenda. As the scale of the construction teams expanded and management became increasingly complex, Xia Lin opted to draft a proposal for a construction company, appointing Sharp Walter to spearhead the establishment of the capital's first construction firm. Wholly owned by the New Leaf Chamber of Commerce, with Sharp serving as both general manager and project manager, holding a 2 stake. Subsequently, Xia Lin meticulously organized the workforce under the company's auspices, forming 15 construction teams, each comprising 20 members, with 5 teams constituting a construction brigade. He selected individuals with a certain level of education, including masons and literate youths, to form the management layer, with Sharp concurrently acting as the brigade leader for one of the teams, thereby formalizing this previously disorganized group. As the operations transitioned into a more structured phase, Xia Lin encountered numerous challenges, the foremost being the planning of the industrial park. Situated on the periphery of a slum, the area was replete with vast tracts of unclaimed land. However, in anticipation of future developments within the industrial park, Xia Lin recognized the necessity of meticulously planning the locations of various functional zones. To this end, he embarked on an investigative mission. Early one morning, accompanied by Sharp and the leaders of 2 other construction brigades, Xia Lin ventured to the Yuchi district outside the industrial park. He quickly observed notable changes in the area. The once playful children were conspicuously absent from the streets, likely having gone to the city to sell newspapers for a living. Due to the substantial physical exertion required in the industrial park, coupled with the generous remuneration offered, the purchasing power of the workers has notably increased. Consequently, a number of astute individuals in the neighborhood have commenced the establishment of rudimentary eateries. They have erected numerous thatched huts along the streets, beneath which lie simple tables and large stones. Beside these huts stands a wooden sign, inscribed with the names and prices of the dishes offered. Workers clad in coarse cotton vests sit on the stones, gathered around the small tables, heartily devouring their meals, creating a scene that resembles a village from a bygone era. Xia Lin, enticed by the tantalizing aroma of unknown dishes wafting through the air, decided to forego the industrial park's cafeteria, since he had yet to have breakfast. He pulled Sharp along and found a spot to sit. Shortly thereafter, a woman approached them, carefully scrutinizing the silk robe adorning Xia Lin, and cautiously inquired, "Esteemed mage, what would you like to eat? Let us have a portion of rice for each of us, a serving of mixed soup, a fried egg, a plate of fried silverfish, and a grilled meat chop." Xia Lin ordered, aligning his choices with the names displayed on the wooden sign. He surveyed the surroundings and felt a sense of familiarity with these modest eateries, reminiscent of breakfast stalls from a previous life. Although he remained uncertain about the quality of the food, upon tasting the dishes when they arrived, he was pleasantly surprised to find the flavors quite agreeable, with a generous use of oil and salt that imparted a distinctive taste. Observing the bustling business of the surrounding establishments, he calculated their potential earnings based on the menu prices and felt a sense of astonishment. With 10 tables fully occupied, accommodating 40 individuals, and a turnover rate of 10 during meal times, such a modest eatery could potentially earn over 8 silver marls daily from the workers in the industrial park. A rather lucrative venture indeed. It seemed that the development of the Xinglan Industrial Park had invigorated the local economy, as the residents of the neighboring Yuchi district now had ample purchasing power thanks to the employees of the industrial park, making it quite easy for them to engage in small businesses. Xia Lin gazed at this burgeoning scene with a sense of wonder, attributing it to the benevolence of the owner and the princess. However, those operating the restaurants were required to pay a considerable amount of silver marls to Yuchi daily. While the inhabitants of Yuchi often indulged in free meals here, Sharp and his construction crew appeared to be regular patrons, exhibiting familiarity with the locale. When the topic of Yuchi arose, Xia Lin's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, a nefarious organization such as the Grey Organization would never permit the impoverished denizens of the slums to prosper. In lean times, they would extract 4 or 5 copper bits from the workers daily, but during prosperous periods, even retaining 2 silver marls from a daily income of 4 or 5 would be a challenge. This situation, however, would bolster Yuchi's financial capacity, allowing for the sustenance of more members and likely expanding their operations. Upon inquiring about the recent movements of Yuchi with Sharp, he found that the presence of their members in the streets had indeed increased significantly. It appeared that addressing this scourge was an urgent necessity. Xia Lin silently noted the matter and continued with his breakfast. With the support of the commercial alliance, he no longer regarded these gray organizations with much concern. When the time comes, he could easily borrow the armed forces of several major chambers of commerce involved in land trade to deal with these intimidating yet internally frail gang members. The key lies in identifying an opportune moment, ensuring that the local populace does not harbor discontent. Having emerged from the slums, Xia Lin was acutely aware of the complex sentiments the community held towards the gray organizations. Although the industrial park had provided a better life for some locals, this improvement was transient. To truly usurp the deeply entrenched position of these gray organizations in the hearts of the people and establish dominance in the region would require a considerable amount of time. Chapter 65, Site Selection and Commencement. The tributary of the Seine River, where the industrial park is situated, is known as the Diens River, which translates to reed marsh in the Sassan language, highlighting the vast expanse of reeds in this area. Upon ascending the low hills, one can behold an almost unbroken stretch of tall, withered reeds, save for a sizable clearing near the industrial park, meticulously cleared by workers from the paper mill. It is no wonder that in the small bistro of the Fish-Tooth district, the price of a fried egg is merely 5 copper bits, while the cost of fried fish near the northern docks is similarly modest, suggesting that many children often come here to collect bird eggs and catch fish for sale. Sharp. Captain Simon, Captain Micah, where do you believe we should locate the employee community? After carefully surveying the terrain, Xia Lin relished the gentle caress of the river breeze. Posing the question to the 2 literate youths and the former stonemason, now a construction team leader, behind him. Indeed, I find Manager Sharp's argument quite compelling. This vacant lot is unsuitable for construction. We should select a location closer to our docks, making road construction considerably less troublesome. The trio shared their perspectives, yet Captain Micah, the last to speak, refuted Sharp's proposal. Captain Micah appeared to have discerned the situation. Come, let us inspect that vacant lot below. Xia Lin nodded appreciatively at Captain Micah and led the 3 along the edge of the reed marsh, descending the slope to the area Sharp had indicated. While it was referred to as a vacant lot, it was merely barren in comparison to the dense reeds surrounding it. This open space, sporadically dotted with a few reeds and weeds, spanned approximately 70 to 80 acres. Establishing the envisioned employee community, there posed no significant issues. Utilizing his magical prowess, Xia Lin swiftly excavated a pit approximately 30 centimeters deep in the ground, extracting a clump of yellow-brown soil to exhibit to the 3. Observe closely, he urged, compressing the clump, from which droplets of murky yellow water began to trickle through his fingers. The sight left the 3 in a state of perplexity. I previously mentioned in class that the most critical aspects of construction are the foundation and the substructure. A solid foundation ensures a stable and secure building, thus preventing safety incidents. You see, this area is a river bend. The sediment carried by the Seine River settles here due to the reduced flow speed caused by the river's change in course, resulting in the formation of a sandbank, which explains the lush growth of reeds nearby. The soil in such sandbanks predominantly consists of yellow-brown earth, characterized by a high moisture content. Even the surface soil exudes water upon being squeezed. Building upon this would be akin to constructing on cotton. Do you both still consider this location viable for the employee community? After discarding the clump of soil and brushing his hands clean with a spell, Xia Lin pointed towards the nearby river bend, elucidating the soil's formation to his bewildered subordinates. Surely not. I believe it would be inadvisable. Although the concept of soil genesis as described by Xia Lin was only vaguely grasped, both individuals understood the implications of his query. The suggestion to establish a community for employees visibly disheartened Sharp. Meanwhile, Micah seemed to ponder Xia Lin's words, appearing to comprehend some of the content and displaying a hint of admiration. Despite his experience as a stonemason and a rudimentary understanding of geology, it was nearly impossible for Micah to articulate the terrain and soil genesis with the same clarity as Xia Lin. While I understand that you may not fully grasp this process at the moment, it is crucial to remember that although our current conditions are modest, we must still pay attention to field exploration. For instance, building on soil with high moisture content is inadvisable. Captain Micah, along with several vice captains and technicians from the company who also hailed from stonemasonry backgrounds, were indeed talented. Although your literacy and arithmetic skills surpass theirs, it is essential to seek their expertise regarding these specialized subjects. Their experience can be immensely beneficial, which is precisely why I have paired you, the team leaders from the management literacy class, with those seasoned stonemasons. Our mission at the New Leaf Chamber of Commerce is to create wealth through knowledge. While our current learning conditions may not be optimal, you must learn to acquire knowledge through your work and gradually enrich yourselves. Only then can I entrust you with more significant responsibilities. Once this elementary school is completed, we will establish a night school for workers, at which point you can engage in systematic learning together. Xia Lin recognized that their foundational knowledge was too inadequate, and his words would likely be only superficially understood. Nevertheless, he intended for them to remember the most critical point. When confronted with unfamiliar issues, they should consult professionals. Work is also a form of learning. While such a slogan might have repelled Xia Lin in his previous life on construction sites, it was perfectly suited to the current context. After all, the industrial park lacked many specialists, and Xia Lin could only provide these capable young individuals with some foundational knowledge before allowing them to learn through practical experience. Although there was ample land surrounding the industrial park, much of it had high moisture content, making it difficult to develop. Xia Lin did not wish to leave the construction company to these inexperienced youths, only to see them produce a series of crooked buildings. After 2 days of exploration around the industrial park and imparting knowledge through direct example, Xia Lin chose a plot for the employee community located about a kilometer from the industrial park, on the northern side of the Deans River. The soil structure here was suitable for local foundations, and being upstream from the industrial park meant that the residents' water supply would not be contaminated by the industrial activities downstream. However, until roads were constructed, commuting to and from this location would be somewhat inconvenient for the employees. Once the site was selected and the engineering funds were allocated, 15 construction teams swiftly commenced the excavation and leveling of the land. Xia Lin designed the residential buildings for the employees' community as the simplest cylindrical structures, comprising 3 floors. Any higher, and the water tower and pump he devised would be unable to deliver water effectively. Each level accommodates 6 suites, each consisting of 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen with a total area of 65 square meters. The external corridors, open and airy, connect these suites, while suspended drying racks grace their peripheries. At both ends of the corridor, there are public baths, restrooms, and staircases segregated by gender. Water supply is only available in the baths and restrooms on each floor. Installing separate plumbing for each suite would incur exorbitant costs due to the iron piping and complicate construction for these inexperienced workers. Despite the absence of steel reinforcement, the strength of bamboo-reinforced concrete suffices for such rudimentary edifices. Each building is equipped with its water tower, pump, and water cart, alongside a sealed septic tank. The projected construction period for each building is 65 days, with a cost of 15 golden lot. Initially, buildings will be erected, with subsequent expansion contingent upon demand. The planned elementary school for the impoverished community has also been situated adjacent to the employees' community. For safety reasons, the school buildings are limited to 2 stories, each housing 10 classrooms and a large restroom. Without glass, the design features large window frames fitted with paper-covered wooden frames for illumination, resembling a shorter, elongated version of the cylindrical buildings. A total of 2 teaching buildings and a single-story row of offices, storage rooms, and a cafeteria are required for the 5 grades. The anticipated construction period for each teaching building is 75 days, costing 7 golden lot, while the single-story row of facilities is estimated at 30 days and 5 golden lot. The Research and Development Center has been strategically placed at a considerable distance from both the slum and the industrial park to maintain confidentiality. Given that the center will necessitate extensive facilities, land requirements are substantial. Thus, construction has yet to commence as preparations are still underway. One significant issue within the employees' community is the absence of electricity and the scant 5-square-meter kitchen, which lacks space for a stove. Unless the industrial park permits these employees and their children to dine in the cafeteria, their daily cooking needs must be addressed. To remedy this, Xia Lin conceived the ingenious idea of utilizing coal ball stoves. Close to the capital, there are coal mines, and the convenience of hydraulic transport renders coal prices remarkably low, merely 15 copper bits per pound. The coal supply agreement with the industrial park and its allied members stipulates an even lower price of 12 copper bits per pound. Xia Lin only needs to commission the machine tool factory to produce a batch of coal ball stoves and coal ball machines, and establish a coal ball workshop within the industrial park, employing 10 individuals to oversee the manufacturing of coal balls, thereby perfectly resolving the issue. As days pass, bamboo scaffolding rises at the construction site, with workers tethered by ropes erecting walls on increasingly taller structures. Occasionally, locals gather to marvel at the unprecedented 3-story buildings in the slum, expressing their astonishment. Xia Lin also makes regular visits to monitor the progress and assist the construction team leaders in overcoming any challenges encountered during the work. One day, Xia Lin observed the attire of the workers and felt a sense of dissonance. After much contemplation, he realized that this group of construction workers lacked even the most fundamental safety helmets. As a civil engineer, how could they be without their essential safety gear? Although it was merely a modest three-story building and devoid of the advanced engineering plastics from his previous life, the most rudimentary version of a safety helmet, a bamboo hat, would suffice. He promptly sought out the bamboo craftsman he had previously collaborated with, and soon a fresh batch of bamboo hats was provided for the workers. Upon seeing them adorned in these simple yet functional hats, Xia Lin was reminded of the atmosphere of construction sites from his past life. This also prompted him to reflect on the labor protection issues within the industrial park. At present, aside from the specialized gauze masks supplied to the workers in the cement factory, there were still no provisions for gloves of various materials, work uniforms, or safety goggles. While the production of some protective gear may pose challenges, cotton gloves and work uniforms could certainly be sourced from the industrial park. With the presence of textile factories, the cost of producing these items would be remarkably low, thus warranting serious consideration for equipping the employees accordingly. Chapter 66. The study of sorcery. Having noted the issues pertaining to safety equipment, Xia Lin remained industrious during his time away from the construction site, addressing various challenges. After meticulously compiling mathematics textbooks for the second and third grades, he proceeded to print a considerable number of examination papers, which he distributed to the temporary researchers in the laboratory for their study. Each evening, Xia Lin dedicated half an hour to elucidating the key concepts within the textbooks to these exceptionally astute mages, simultaneously addressing their inquiries. This cohort of researchers, endowed with remarkable memory and comprehension, was the teaching staff Xia Lin had earmarked for the school. While ordinary mages might dismiss the peculiar mathematical symbols and theories, Luna and her colleagues had already grasped the significance of this knowledge through their previous research endeavors at the Karl laboratory, eagerly absorbing the material. According to their preliminary findings, Xia Lin discerned that there were three distinct methods of connectivity among the runes within the spell model. Upon reviewing these three connections, he noted that the interrelations between the runes bore a resemblance to various chemical bonds. Observing the group's bewilderment when attempting to construct a first-tier spell using the cleansing rune, Xia Lin proposed, perhaps the variant runes possess analogous properties. We might consider referencing the fire arrow spell model to construct a cleansing spell of the same tier. To cultivate the researcher's investigative habits, Xia Lin paired himself with Luna, while Harper teamed up with Lamb. After measuring the parameters, he communicated the specific data of his constructed spell model to Luna and subsequently retracted the mental barrier isolating the spell model from the ambient magical energy. However, this rudimentary spell model failed to activate. Xia Lin only perceived a faint effect emanating from the cleansing runes, akin to a gentle breeze sweeping through, leaving the air devoid of substance. This indicated that some alterations within the cleansing and fire runes had affected the rune connectivity. Thus, it seemed unlikely that referencing the fire arrow spell model would yield any fruitful results. After experiencing a succession of failures, Xia Lin remarked to Luna, who was diligently recording the experimental process. He felt as though half of his mental energy had been expended, and if this continued, he would likely deplete his mental reserves by midday without any progress in the experiment. It was no wonder that, despite the long existence of mages, no recent claims of new spell creation had surfaced. Not to mention, the challenge of rune connectivity was far from trivial. A premonition stirred within him. Yet upon completing the spell model, the sixth experiment ended in failure, yielding no variation from previous results. It appeared that, even in the pursuit of magic, the arcane was entirely unreliable. Mr. Xia Lin, perhaps you should take a moment to rest. I have also mastered the cleansing spell, and I can conduct the experiment in your stead, alleviating some of your burden and reducing the likelihood of errors, Luna suggested, setting down her experimental notebook, her concern evident for the visibly distressed Xia Lin. Very well, you may give it a try, and I shall record the findings. Xia Lin sighed as he picked up the board and pen. Failure, 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 yet more failure. After several days, there was no progress in the laboratory, and feeling somewhat disheartened, Xia Lin realized that his mindset had faltered. He instructed everyone to continue their research while he took some time to recalibrate his thoughts. Logically speaking, the study of new spells was never a straightforward endeavor. Otherwise, how could the myriad spells passed down through the ages number only in the hundreds? Even when approached from a mathematical perspective, investigating a system with nearly 100 variables within a three-dimensional coordinate framework would surely not yield results in a flash. If one failed to uncover the underlying principles, one might dedicate an entire lifetime to the pursuit without achieving any meaningful outcome. With this contemplation, Xia Lin felt a sense of calm wash over him. He resolved to visit the academy, first consulting with Dean Monan, who possessed extensive knowledge of runes, and then heading to the royal library, which had graciously opened its doors to him, to explore the preserved manuscripts of past wizards in hopes of gleaning some insights for his own research. Author's note: yesterday, I received notification from the esteemed Qinghu that my work is set to be published. To be honest, I was not particularly prepared for this moment. Yet it is a journey one must endure. Those who have perused the review section would be aware that this book was recognized only after I had written over 100,000 words. Initially, I intended to go it alone. Hence, I am profoundly grateful to Qinghu for this opportunity. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to my editor and the loyal readers who have accompanied me since the inception of this book. My writing may not be of the highest caliber, but I believe it possesses certain highlights, and I am deeply appreciative of your unwavering support. The impetus for writing this book stemmed from a noticeable scarcity of literature exploring the intersection of magical industry and development, a topic that piques my interest. It was born out of a sense of literary drought, and I sincerely hope for your continued support in the future. Thank you all. On a side note, I must confess that I am somewhat clumsy with my writing. While I will strive to deliver 5 updates on the first day of publication, I will need to revert to my usual update schedule afterward to maintain quality. I can only promise to do my best to provide additional content, and I hope you will not hold it against me. Chapter 67. The Karl Magic Award. Upon arriving at the Royal Magic Academy, Xia Lin sought out Dean Manon, who stood by the window, employing a communication spell that appeared to facilitate real-time dialogue with a high-ranking mage. The communication spell is one of the essential incantations that military students are required to master. Constructed from an intricate model of 2 record runes and preservation runes, indexed rune groups, this spell adeptly simulates the mental fluctuations of the target through a mental energy model. A principle Xia Lin surmised was rooted in the connections discovered during his prior research into the nature of mental energy. Thus, it allows for accurate transmission of information through the varying mental energy waves of different targets. Upon Xia Lin's entrance, Dean Manon acknowledged him with a nod, gesturing with his hands to indicate that he should refrain from interrupting, continuing to articulate his message. In truth, the communication spell merely requires mental energy to convey information. However, if the caster is not entirely focused, the mental energy may inadvertently carry snippets of the caster's psychological state at that moment. Consequently, mages typically prefer to record information orally whenever conditions permit. Reflecting on the tome rune studies, Xia Lin gestured towards the drawer of the desk. Dean Manon glanced at him in surprise and nodded, completing their exchange in silence. Retrieving the hefty volume from the drawer, Xia Lin began to peruse its contents, hoping to glean insights into the traditional approaches of mages studying runes and perhaps find some inspiration for himself. However, the research methodologies of these traditional mages offered little enlightenment to Xia Lin. In fact, their effectiveness paled in comparison to his own methods, which he categorized under empirical theory. It seemed that only those with an innate sensitivity to runes and magic could potentially unearth valuable findings through such approaches. According to a mage's study on the source of the spell-casting power of shamans from southern tribal peoples, there exists a theory that runes may originate from the wondrous magical patterns found within the spell-casting organs of magical beasts. However, I believe that runes, as Master Dolwalter, the relic explorer, posited in his writings, are derived from the ancient languages of the gods, specifically the primordial Elvish and Draconic tongues, he mused. Magical beasts? Primordial Elvish? Draconic language? The hypothesis that runes stem from these ancient languages, once recounted by Dean Manon in his rune class, suggests they are legacies of divine speech imbued with extraordinary power. Yet, these languages have long since faded into legend, with the most recent concrete record of dragon sightings dating back 8 centuries, preserved in an epic tale. Thus, Xia Lin perceived that Ro Yin's dream of slaying dragons was somewhat fanciful. In contrast, magical beasts still inhabit the untamed regions of the continent, posing considerable challenges to human advancement. Upon further reflection, Xia Lin recognized that there must indeed be some correlation between the spell-casting abilities of magical beasts and those of mages. Compared to the long-lost so-called ancient Elvish and dragon languages, Xia Lin found this research approach to be potentially viable. He continued to peruse the context, eager to uncover additional findings from this mage. However, the tome Runic Studies was authored by the esteemed Grand Mage Hagens Venato of the Imperial Court, who, over the span of more than a decade, engaged with various mage communities across the empire to complete this work in the year 921 of the imperial calendar. 470 years ago, during the reign of Emperor Sasan XI, the identity of the mage who posited that the magical patterns serving as the spell-casting organs of magical beasts were the source of runes, had regrettably vanished from historical records. Even if a name were to surface, Xia Lin doubted he could trace any historical existence of this individual, let alone their scholarly contributions. It was indeed a pity that such an enlightened figure, who had inspired him, had been obscured by the relentless tide of history. Raising his gaze, he noticed Dean Manon had concluded his call, seated behind his desk, savoring a pinch of snuff while regarding him. "What do you think of the book? It has provided me with profound insights. I had no idea that everyone studies runes through crystal orbs. It is truly astonishing for a novice mage like myself." Xia Lin was aware that Dean Manon had matters to discuss with him, likely pertaining to the mage journal. He closed the book, lifted a steaming cup of tea to his lips to soothe his throat, and awaited the commencement of their conversation. This book encompasses Grand Mage Hagen's Venato's various contemplations on runic studies. Our generation of mages, with the exception of military scholars, has grown up with such literature. However, it is likely that a new volume, Variations of Runes, and the 4 Fundamental Theories, will soon be added. The 5 Grand Mages have already consented to your proposal. Grand Mage Sagna Rabat, along with Grand Mage Fermi Elan from the Mage Guild and myself, will take turns serving as the editors-in-chief, with the deputy editor and editorial positions arranged by the Mage Guild and the Alchemist Guild. For those mages whose manuscripts are accepted, our journal Runes and Magic will offer rewards under the auspices of the royal family, the Mage Guild, and the Alchemist Guild. Following your suggestion, we will categorize the manuscript evaluations into 4 domains, each worth 5 points, totaling 20 points: significance, innovation, rationality, and practicality. The reward tiers are 5, 50, 100, 200, 300, and 500 gold lot, along with a piece of magical equipment provided by the royal family or the Alchemist Guild, corresponding to scores of 5, 10, 15, 19, and 20 points, respectively. Our assessment of your theory at the editorial meeting was a perfect score of 20 points. Now, you may contemplate how to spend this substantial reward and what magical equipment you wish to select from the treasury of the Dragon Slumber Palace. Observing the astonished expression on Xia Lin's face in response to his words, Dean Manon's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gently inhaled the snuff. Clearly in high spirits. "This, Dean Manon, while I am deeply grateful for the recognition of my research by the esteemed elders, I currently do not lack for research funding." Xia Lin was momentarily taken aback by the substantial reward he had received. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "How about this? Aside from the magical equipment, I would like to use the remaining funds to establish a research award in the realm of magic, to be named the Karl Magic Prize, which will honor wizards who have made significant contributions to the advancement of magical research. In addition to the initial sum of 500 golden lot, I will ensure that the new Leaf Chamber of Commerce allocates 5 of its annual profits to fund this award. The expenses incurred by wizards in their research are considerable, and I believe this prize will encourage many to publicly share their findings, thus fostering the overall development of the magical community, rather than merely hoarding precious metals." Xia Lin considered it far more meaningful to utilize this inaugural reward from Runes and Magic to establish an award akin to the Nobel Prize, thereby promoting the advancement of magic through material incentives. This, he felt, would imbue the first disbursement of the submission bonus from Runes and Magic with greater significance. That is indeed 500 golden lot. Are you certain you wish to allocate it all to this so-called Karl Magic Prize? Dean Manon exclaimed, astonished. As a high-tier wizard, he was acutely aware of the financial burdens associated with magical research and could hardly believe that Xia Lin was willing to use such a substantial sum to support other researchers. "Absolutely," Xia Lin affirmed. "I hope Runes and Magic can promote this initiative in its inaugural pages, encouraging talented yet financially constrained wizards to actively participate in the award evaluation. After all, aside from the Runes and Magic Journal, I have no other means of acquiring information regarding their research outcomes." Xia Lin remarked nonchalantly. In fulfilling his diverse needs, he had never been one to pursue wealth. Rather, he placed greater value on his vocation. If the funding provided by the industrial park could not satisfy his research requirements, the addition of this 500 golden lot would prove ineffectual. Chapter 68. New perspectives. Realizing that his persuasion could not alter Xia Lin's convictions, Dean Manon ceased his insistence. "Dean Manon, I have come today with matters to discuss with you." "Indeed. I believe that utilizing the connections between variant runes to explore new spells presents a commendable avenue of inquiry. As for my suggestion, you might consider experimenting with divination magic. There is a notion that prophecy spells can communicate with the spirits of the four elemental forces, thereby acquiring insights from them, although it may sound somewhat implausible. Akin to a devotee praying to a deity, historical accounts do suggest that some mages have achieved research breakthroughs through this method. Moreover, the professors of divination at the academy have, to varying degrees, experienced revelations through such interactions with the elemental spirits. However, the efficacy of this approach may hinge on one's innate talent for divination. For instance, I have yet to succeed even once. Divination magic? Xia Lin was taken aback by Dean Monan's recommendation. Could divination magic truly be employed in the study of sorcery? Was this not mere mysticism? Dean Monan. In rune studies, the esteemed Archmage Haggins Vernado mentioned an intriguing theory that some believe the origins of runes stem from the magical patterns found within the spellcasting organs of magical beasts. Do you think there is any merit to this idea? The magical patterns within the spellcasting organs of magical beasts? Dean Monan furrowed his brow as he inhaled from his snuff. Indeed, this notion has circulated within the magical community, and I have conducted some preliminary investigations in this area. However, a mage's mental prowess cannot penetrate the living bodies of magical beasts for research purposes. Thus, it stands to reason that the magic and runes mastered by the first mage could not have been derived from magical beasts. I see. Xia Lin felt a twinge of disappointment upon discovering that his newfound path had been so swiftly obstructed. It was true that mental prowess could not probe into other sentient beings with similar faculties, as the mental energies of different life forms would interfere and repel one another. Yet, he soon became aware of another question. What precisely differentiates the mental powers of various life forms? Based on his experiences with mental energy, it appeared to be an intangible essence, possessing characteristics akin to distinct frequencies. The principle of the message spell involves simulating runes through mental energy to replicate the target's mental wave patterns, thus directing the spell toward the intended recipient. However, as mental energy simulations of runes belong to the secondary category of runes, they do not function independently. Xia Lin isolated the index rune group, composed of mental energy simulation runes, kinetic runes, and preservation runes from the message spell, and discovered that they indeed functioned as a cohesive unit. This revelation allowed him to exhale with relief. Had the index rune group failed to operate independently, he would have been confronted with the daunting task of constructing a zero-circle spell through mental energy simulations, potentially leading him back to an impasse. Having achieved success, the next step involves simulating Harper's mental characteristics preserved within the magical crystal. Xia Lin can now attempt to disguise his own mental energy as Harper's in order to infiltrate his body. For safety's sake, after explaining the experiment's purpose and method to Harper, Xia Lin instructed him to enter a meditative state and release his mental energy. Xia Lin then utilized a set of index runes to replicate Harper's mental characteristics. To his surprise, Xia Lin discovered that he did not need to exert control over this disguised mental energy. It seamlessly integrated into the mental energy Harper had projected almost instantaneously. A surge of elation filled Xia Lin's heart. There seemed to be a possibility. However, at the moment the disguised mental energy merged with Harper's, Harper frowned uncomfortably, as if sensing something amiss. Subsequently, Xia Lin's mental energy was inexplicably expelled, and Harper exited his meditative state. Harper, how do you feel? Noticing Harper's peculiar expression, Xia Lin, startled by the change, quickly inquired about Harper's sensations. Although concerned about the experiment's outcome, he certainly did not wish to sacrifice his friend in the process. It felt as though a strange mental energy attempted to penetrate my body through the mental energy I was projecting. I felt a bit uneasy. And then I exited the meditative state. Harper described his experience, furrowing his brow in concentration. At present, I believe there are no lingering issues. Ah, that's reassuring. This means my mental energy successfully simulated your mental characteristics through the rune set, thus melding with your projected mental energy. It appears that this experimental approach possesses feasibility. Consequently, our new spell research might achieve some groundbreaking advancements. Xia Lin noted the observed phenomena and the feelings of both participants, capping his ink pen. Are you certain this will work? Although Harper was well acquainted with Xia Lin's unique research ideas, he was still taken aback by the audacity of this new approach. I believe there should be no issues. Extracting the essence of magic and runes from magical beasts is certainly more reliable than seeking out ancient ruins. Hoping to uncover information about the ancient Elvish language and Draconic tongue hidden within, Xia Lin nodded, rising to prepare for the Adventurers Guild mission to capture a magical beast specimen. Chapter 69. The Commission. Upon arriving at the Adventurers Guild, one was immediately greeted by a bustling atmosphere, teeming with people. Numerous adventurers, clad in armor and bearing weapons, congregated before a wall adorned with various commission boards, diligently selecting suitable tasks. Even in the capital of the Sasan Empire, the number of mages scarcely exceeds 1,000. Thus, the appearance of a rare second circle mage within the guild drew the attention of many seasoned adventurers. Although commissions for mages typically involve the capture of magical beasts and various magical materials, which pose considerable danger, the remuneration offered far surpassed that of tasks seeking escorts for merchant caravans. Many confident and experienced adventurers eagerly accepted commissions from mages. Greetings, I wish to post a commission. Once the preceding adventurers concluded their inquiries and departed, it was soon Summerlin's turn to address the female clerk, who appeared several years a senior. Esteemed mage, what commission do you wish to submit? She inquired. I require assistance in capturing some lower-tier magical beasts, specifically alive. If possible, securing a mid-tier beast would be even better. As for the commission amount, I am somewhat unfamiliar with this aspect. Could you, dear clerk, offer some guidance? Capturing living magical beasts? That is significantly more challenging than simply hunting them. Esteemed mage, currently, the average market price for the magical materials obtained from a lower-tier beast hovers around 1 golden lut. I believe that should you offer 10 golden lut, some mercenary groups may be willing to accept this commission. However, regarding mid-tier beasts, the danger is quite substantial. Only seasoned mid-sized mercenary groups with over 200 members possess the capability to pursue them. To capture one, you would likely need to engage a large mercenary group of 500 members, which would undeniably entail considerable expense. Presently, the profit from selling the magical materials acquired from a mid-tier beast amounts to merely 20 golden lut, yet the peril involved far exceeds that of hunting 20 lower-tier beasts. Aside from a few rare magical materials or mid-tier beasts with bounties placed upon them, mercenary groups typically refrain from targeting such perilous creatures. As for the cost required to secure a large mercenary group for this commission, I cannot make a precise estimation, but it will likely not be less than 200 golden lut. The clerk's expression reflected surprise at Summerlin's request, as she cautiously speculated. Capturing magical beasts was inherently a formidable endeavor. Even seasoned mercenary groups sometimes face defeat, let alone the challenge of live capture. Therefore, she could only offer conservative advice based on her own experience. Is that so? Although Summerlin had anticipated the difficulty of his commission, he was still taken aback to learn that only large mercenary groups, comprising over 500 members, could effectively capture mid-tier beasts. The Royal Academy of Magic did not offer a course in magical beast studies, and the knowledge he had acquired in this life did not encompass such topics, leaving him uncertain about the actual perils associated with lower and mid-tier magical beasts. After weighing the merits of investing such a sum for a mid-tier beast, Summerlin ultimately concluded that it was indeed worthwhile. Compared to some gold lords, he yearned to uncover the primordial secrets of runes from the beasts, aiding his further journey along the path of magic. Then I shall set the commission amount for capturing a low-level beast at 20 gold lords. As for the intermediate beasts, let it be 400 gold lords. At such a tenfold rate, I believe there will be mercenary groups willing to accept my commission, won't there? Hiss. 400 gold lords. My heavens, this young mage actually intends to capture an intermediate beast alive and has set the commission at 400 gold lords. The counters of the Adventurers Guild are open, and Xia Lin conversed with the clerk without any attempt to lower his voice. Upon hearing the details of the commission and the reward, the surrounding adventurers erupted in excitement, casting astonished glances at Xia Lin. 400 gold lords is a staggering sum in the minds of adventurers. Even a third-rank mage rarely offers such a generous reward. Esteemed mage, I believe you need to pay a 20 commission deposit before we can process your request. The clerk, astonished by Xia Lin's boldness, stuttered slightly as she explained the conditions for posting a commission at the guild. Capturing an intermediate beast for 400 gold lords would undoubtedly entice even the largest mercenary groups to act without hesitation. With the aid of some precious potions and magical equipment, a seasoned group of adventurers would certainly stand a considerable chance of capturing a beast that had already revealed its weaknesses. The profit gained would equate to the earnings of these large mercenary groups over half a year. Let the total commission amount be set at 1,000 gold lords, 10 low-level beasts and 2 intermediate beasts. However, I do not have that much money on me at the moment. Please wait a moment while I have my friend bring the deposit. Upon hearing that a deposit was required, Xia Lin nodded in understanding, retrieving a magic crystal from his pocket, which contained Harper's mental energy signature. Only mages can project their mental energy to leave a mark in the magic crystal, thus this form of communication is exclusive to mages. After a surge of magical energy, this spell of communication instantaneously conveyed his message to Harper in a manner Xia Lin found difficult to comprehend. Within 10 seconds, he received a message back from Harper. Understood, I have set out and will arrive shortly. This method of communication, unlike the telephones of Xia Lin's previous life, boasts virtually no delay, making it an exceedingly convenient spell, albeit limited to a specific user group. Upon learning of the substantial 1,000 Gold Lord's commission, the vice president of the Adventurers Guild personally came to greet Xia Lin after receiving the clerk's report. Upon seeing Xia Lin's youthful countenance, the vice president stared in astonishment for a moment, then furrowed his brow in thought before suddenly realizing, "May I inquire if you are the esteemed Xia Lin Karl, the founder of the Star Blue Industrial Park?" "I am Russell Laurie, the vice president of the Adventurers Guild." "Indeed, that is I. Have you heard of me, vice president?" Unforeseen recognition caught Xia Lin off guard as he inquired of the vice president of the Adventurers Guild, a man sporting a goatee. "Indeed. The business alliance maintains a rather close cooperative relationship with our Adventurers Guild. Furthermore, our guild possesses an extensive network of information sources, particularly regarding the Star Blue Industrial Park, known for its production of various new commodities. Given your status, there is no need for a deposit. You may issue your commission directly." Vice President Russell beamed warmly, engaging in friendly banter with Xia Lin. "I see." Xia Lin acknowledged Russell's words with a nod, intrigued by the implications of his information channels. He had momentarily overlooked the fact that within the imperial capital existed a group renowned for their keen awareness of happenings, the intrepid adventurers traversing far and wide. "However, I have already instructed a friend to deliver the deposit, so there is no need to trouble you, Sir Russell, with waiving it. Please retain this deposit within the Adventurers Guild and facilitate its distribution to those adventurers who accept my commission. I am rather occupied and may not be able to personally verify matters at the guild. My requirements are straightforward. I seek live magical beasts, with no more than 3 of each type. Additionally, should any large mercenary groups undertake the capture of intermediate magical beasts, I would appreciate an introduction to their leader." Having conveyed his requests, Xia Lin continued, "By the way, Vice President Russell, would you be interested in collaborating with me regarding information channels? This partnership would not necessitate the Adventurers Guild sharing your exclusive channels. Rather, I would only require the guild to regularly provide me with fresh insights." Chapter 70, Intelligence Cooperation? Might I inquire for further details, Lord Xia Lin? Vice President Russell asked with curiosity, benefiting from the channels provided by adventurers across the empire. The Adventurers Guild indeed engages in the intelligence business as part of its core operations. As the vice president of the Adventurers Guild in the imperial capital, Russell possessed a profound understanding of the intelligence industry. Yet, even with such knowledge, he could not fathom the nature of this collaboration that required no sharing of information channels. "Have you heard of the Imperial Capital Weekly?" Xia Lin inquired. "It is a newspaper established by my Xia Commerce, which requires a plethora of news. Currently, we have formed a partnership with the Eugene Commerce and the Brook Commerce, allowing some of their affiliates and carriage drivers to provide information. Each piece of accepted news will earn them a reward of 10 to 100 copper bis, based on certain criteria. Nevertheless, there remains a significant vacancy in the newspaper's layout, hence I have arranged for a story to be serialized within its pages." Before Xia Lin could finish, he was interrupted by a visibly astonished Russell. "Wait, the Imperial Capital Weekly? I know it. It's the newspaper serializing the Holy Grail War, isn't it? I never imagined it was founded by your esteemed commerce, Lord Xia Lin. By the way, which heroic spirit do you believe will emerge victorious in this war? Surely it must be His Majesty the Sun King, or perhaps the Knight of the Sword, Artoria? Is the Kingdom of Crancidia truly hosting the Holy Grail War? Does a Holy Grail that can grant any wish genuinely exist in this world? How could there possibly be an all-powerful wishing machine in this world?" Vice President Russell, do not take the story's premise too literally. It is merely crafted to garner acceptance for the Imperial Capital Weekly. As for which heroic spirit will claim victory, I believe it is best not to divulge that information prematurely, lest you lose some of your anticipation. Xia Lin responded with a wry smile, surprised that the serialization of the Holy Grail War in the Imperial Capital Weekly had swiftly garnered a following. Indeed, yet it is truly alluring. The gathering of heroic spirits from various eras, competing in martial prowess. If the Holy Grail War were to be published as a book, I would undoubtedly purchase it. Vice President Russell lamented, shaking his head, before continuing, "So, Your proposed collaboration entails that the Imperial Capital Weekly requires us, the Adventurers Guild, to periodically provide intelligence for publication in the newspaper? Precisely. We require intelligence on significant events, such as the progress of wars at the Empire's borders and various happenings within the realm. Even if there is some delay in the information, it is of no concern, Xia Lin affirmed. That poses no issue whatsoever. We can finalize the contract right now. Vice President Russell nodded, instructing an attendant nearby to prepare the necessary documents. If Xia Lin had suggested sharing the Adventurers Guild's intelligence channels, Russell would have undoubtedly declined. If he were to agree, it would require Xia Lin to pay a considerable price. However, exchanging selective intelligence for monetary compensation was akin to the dealings of information brokers in taverns, which posed no problem at all. Upon the signing of the Intelligence Cooperation Agreement, Harper promptly delivered 200 gold lunates, fulfilling the commission. Suddenly, Xia Lin recalled another matter and requested Vice President Russell to assist in publishing a commission to procure certain raw materials. One of these materials is crucial for an impending experiment he intends to undertake. Meanwhile, he also plans to visit the esteemed scholar Fahrenheit, hoping to glean pertinent information regarding this mineral from the erudite academics. After the commission was successfully issued, Xia Lin secured his savings book and glanced at the handwritten amount of 2,134 gold lunates inscribed in special ink, suddenly feeling that his wealth was still insufficient. According to the commission he had just released, the caustic soda plan employs the causticization method to produce caustic soda, which presents no significant technical challenges. This process involves mixing a sodium carbonate solution with lime milk and reacting it at 100 degrees Celsius. Following clarification and concentration steps, a caustic soda solution can be obtained. Given the current skill level of the employees at the soda plant, they are more than capable of executing this task. The soap factory operates on the principle of utilizing fats in conjunction with caustic soda and the reaction of caustic soda with diatomaceous earth to produce soap through saponification, yielding high-quality sodium salts of fatty acids. Furthermore, this reaction generates a highly significant chemical raw material, glycerin. Initially, Xia Lin had planned to employ the crucible method for steelmaking, but he now intends to wait until the completion of that vital experiment to determine the most suitable method for steel production. As for the steel processing plant, its function is quite straightforward. It involves using the machinery from the machine tool factory to produce several steel rolling mills, forging machines, pipe mills, and cutting machines. The initial objective is to achieve the production of narrow steel plates, short steel pipes, and round steel bars. The establishment of the machining factory aims solely to restore the essence of the machine tool factory, allowing it to focus on the production and research of more sophisticated machinery rather than being burdened by machining tasks. After developing steel machine tools, the machine tool factory has become the nucleus of the current industrial park. Xia Lin has instituted stringent security measures, rendering the facility largely inaccessible to outsiders. Only Xia Lin and the Dwarf Master possess unrestricted access. Even workers transporting raw materials must enter the factory under the supervision of the Dwarf Master. Once the machining factory is established, Xia Lin plans to recruit a new batch of employees from the literacy classes within the industrial park, specifically to learn the operation and use of machine tools alongside the Dwarf Masters. Although molasses shares similarities with honey in terms of properties, it possesses merely an extended shelf life and is not impervious to spoilage. Therefore, in addition to supplying the Karl bakery, Xia Lin has instructed the cafeteria to sell these molasses in limited quantities to the surrounding area of the industrial park. Approximately 2 to 3 centimeters of molasses blocks are priced at 5 copper bits, gaining considerable popularity among the labor-intensive workers within the industrial park. Utilizing molasses for brewing can maximize the value of brown sugar while also yielding alcohol as an industrial raw material, presenting numerous advantages. Chapter 71. The arcane rune disc. Upon completing this voluminous plan, which measured a substantial 2 centimeters in thickness, Xia Lin took the opportunity to draft several blueprints for safety equipment. He entrusted these designs to the manager arranged by the Ellen Textile Factory, requesting the production of a batch to be distributed among the formal employees of the industrial park. He then proceeded to the machine tool factory, before submitting this plan for discussion to the board of the industrial park. Xia Lin first needed to ascertain whether the Dwarven Masters had completed the upgrades of all the new machine tools, which were essential for the development of various machinery at the steel processing plant and other factories. Previously, in order to enhance processing capabilities, Xia Lin had allocated a special research fund of 200 golden lunt to Master Orkin for the creation of a new batch of precision blades while the dwarven masters were working on the water pumps. This sum was sufficient to increase the number of machine tools to 12, thereby securing the viability of Xia Lin's forthcoming plans. However, upon entering the steel factory, Xia Lin noticed that the faces of the dwarven masters did not reflect the joy of the machine tool factory's expansion, where everyone could possess their own steel machine tool. Instead, they appeared somewhat troubled. Perplexed, Xia Lin sought out Master Fan, who immediately began to lament upon seeing him. "Boss, we are running out of steel. Isn't it simply a matter of purchasing more steel? I recall that I allocated over 300 golden lunt for the machine tool factory's research fund," Xia Lin responded. The industrial park sets aside 20 of its monthly profits for research funding, a significant portion of which is directed towards the machine tool factory. So how could there be a shortage? The issue is that there is no steel available for purchase in the market. Boss, each fully steel machine tool requires 300 to 400 pounds of steel. We are currently operating 8 machines at once. And even the combined output of the entire blacksmith guild in the capital cannot meet our demands. I have already sent Chief Orkin along with the inhabitants of the Furnace Valley to smelt steel, but from what I see, the steel produced in the valley over half a month can only yield 1 machine tool. We still lack the steel to manufacture 3 more machine tools. Seeing that Xia Lin had not grasped his meaning, Master Fan pointed with exasperation at the enormous and heavy steel machine tools within the factory. There is truly no steel available in the market? Xia Lin was taken aback by Master Fan's assertion that there was no steel, as this exceeded his expectations. He glanced at the massive machines in the factory and pondered. Indeed, given the traditional output of the capital's smelting industry, it was somewhat challenging to satisfy the demands of the machine tool factory in the entire industrial park. After all, these blacksmiths refined steel primarily for the crafting of weapons and armor, while everyday tools and cookware could suffice with cast iron or wrought iron properties. The production of weapons and armor, even in sets of 10, required less than 100 pounds of steel, which their output could easily accommodate. However, a single machine tool consumed 300 to 400 pounds of steel, and even with nearly 100 or 200 blacksmith shops in the capital collectively smelting steel for the industrial park, they still fell short of meeting the machine tool factory's requirements. Xia Lin needed to conduct an experiment to confirm his hypothesis regarding the optimal method for steel production. Once he established that the current capacity of the machine tool factory could fulfill his equipment requirements before the steel processing plant and machining factory were set up, he assured Master Fan that he would resolve this issue promptly. On Blue Kitegrass Avenue in the Southern District, through the connections of the Eugene family, Xia Lin reached out to a master alchemist residing in the imperial capital, known for his potion and rune disc business, Karl. To realize his vision, Xia Lin sought to acquire several magical items, and he might also have a commission for the alchemical apprentices in Karl's workshop. Upon arriving outside Karl's potion shop, Xia Lin introduced himself to the alchemical apprentice guarding the entrance. Shortly after, a disheveled middle-aged man emerged, scrutinizing Xia Lin with a piercing gaze. "I am Karl. You are the Xia Lin Karl mentioned by the great mage Manon, the one who proposed the new rune theory? You know of me?" "Indeed, Master Kani. I am Xia Lin Karl. I have contacted you through the Eugene family, as I have some items I wish to commission your alchemical workshop to complete." Xia Lin was somewhat astonished that strangers had recognized him twice in recent days. Had his reputation already grown so significant? Master Kani furrowed his brow and asked sharply, clearly skeptical of Xia Lin's new theory. Theories are not immutable. Should a new type of rune emerge that cannot be categorized within the 4 fundamental runes, the theory will naturally be updated. This is also why I have decided to present this theory in the soon-to-be-launched Runes and Magic, to subject it to public scrutiny. However, I believe that even if this new theory contains errors, it could still play a significant role in nurturing the next generation of mages, which is why Dean Manon is advocating for my theory. Xia Lin did not expect that Master Kani would be a skeptic of his theory and patiently explained. Somewhat taken aback. "Is that so? Humph. That may indeed be the case. Now, tell me, what is it that you wish to purchase?" Reflecting on the potential changes that his new theory could bring to the magical community, Master Kani found himself momentarily at a loss for words, and his impatience returned. "Speak. What do you need from me?" "I require approximately 10 rune discs for the Zero Ring spell, Arcane Arcana. There may be additional commissions I will entrust to Karl's potion shop in the future, and I hope that your shop can accommodate them." 10 Arcane Arcana rune discs? What do you need so many of these useless trinkets for?" I apologize, but that is a commercial secret, and I cannot disclose it. These rune discs for arcane arcana were the primary purpose of Xia Lin's visit. He intended to test their applicability in industrial settings. He had been inspired by Master Farn's high-temperature rune discs, yet he remained uncertain about their feasibility. After all, while the phenomena produced by spells aligned with real-world occurrences, the magical substances generated by the runes seemed to vanish inexplicably into thin air. Before conducting the experiment, Xia Lin was uncertain whether the current generated by the arcane technique could facilitate an electrolytic reaction. However, based on the performance of the high-temperature rune disc, he estimated his chances to be approximately 82%, with a successful outcome seeming quite likely. Very well, I have exactly 17 arcane rune discs in stock. If you wish to acquire them, each will cost you 1 golden lut. As for subsequent commissions, we shall discuss them later. In response to this rather trivial transaction, Master Connie waved his hand, instructing an alchemical apprentice to retrieve the items from the workshop storeroom, announcing a rather steep price. Nevertheless, Xia Lin understood that this quotation was non-inflated. Unlike one-time spell scrolls, the spells affixed to magical items are subject to permanent enchantment. During this period, they can remain effective with the assistance of magical crystals for power. The higher the ring count of these permanent enchantments, the more expensive the requisite magical materials, which is one reason for the elevated prices of magical items. Even the low-tier luminescent and frost rune discs, frequently utilized by the nobility, command prices exceeding 80 silver marls. And to sustain their operation, one must also draw upon the magic within magical stones. Otherwise, the spell models will inevitably fail. Xia Lin's own creations, the mental energy meter and magical energy meter, face similar issues. However, as both he and Harper are mages, it is not a significant concern for them. 17, you say? I shall take them all. By the way, Master Connie, what is the purpose of crafting so many arcane rune discs? Xia Lin inquired curiously as he retrieved his coin pouch to settle the payment. Generally, such low-damage rune discs are employed for preemptive setups to exploit their numbers in hunting larger, more cumbersome magical beasts. And it is rare for an alchemical workshop to maintain such inventory, which is why Xia Lin sought out Kyle's potion shop. Business confidential. It is of no concern to you. Very well, then please commence the crafting process swiftly, as I may soon find myself in need of these rune discs. Chapter 73. The application of magic. The structure of the zero-ring arc spell runic disc is remarkably simple and requires minimal energy, enabling it to continuously emit arcs of electricity. The power generated is sufficient to easily induce shock in an adult upon contact. The reason Xia Lin procured these devices was to harness a stable and persistent electric current. Electricity, as the cornerstone of the Second Industrial Revolution, finds extensive applications in industry, one of which is electrolysis. Should it be confirmed that the high-energy arcs produced by the arc spell can indeed be utilized for electrolysis, Xia Lin could potentially bypass the use of soda ash in the production of caustic soda, opting instead for the electrolysis of saturated salt water to obtain caustic soda, chlorine, hydrogen, and other byproducts, thus engaging in what is known as the chloralkali industry. Moreover, electrolysis can also be employed for electroplating and the smelting of metals. For instance, tin plate is produced by coating thin steel sheets with tin, which can be utilized in the manufacture of canned goods. While galvanized machine parts are protected against hydrogen embrittlement and rust, metals such as potassium, calcium, sodium, magnesium, and aluminum can also be extracted through electrolysis. Another significant process requiring electricity is electric arc steelmaking, where the extreme temperatures generated by the arcs are used to smelt iron. This is the technology Xia Lin envisions applying in steel mills. If he can successfully implement electric arc steelmaking, the efficiency would undoubtedly surpass that of the crucible method he initially planned by several dozens, if not hundreds, of times. Consequently, the pig iron and wrought iron available on the market could be transformed into various critical steel products, potentially even yielding surplus production for sale. Having been unable to locate graphite in the market of the imperial capital, and with no news from his commission, Xia Lin connected 2 copper electrodes to the arc spell runic disc, inserting the other ends into a saturated saltwater solution. He embedded a magical crystal into the rear of the runic disc. To his delight, as the runic disc activated, faint crackling sounds of static electricity filled the air, and a distinct blue precipitate emerged in the ceramic jar's solution, accompanied by bubbling noises. This was due to the copper electrodes he employed. The anode produced a copper hydroxide precipitate while hydrogen gas was released at the cathode, resulting in small explosions upon contact with the charged copper electrodes. Had he used graphite electrodes, the products would have been sodium hydroxide, chlorine gas, and hydrogen. It appears that the phenomena produced by the spell align perfectly with natural occurrences. Xia Lin concluded with an excited smile, his thoughts already branching out to contemplate various industrial applications of magic. This was relatively straightforward. He designed an energy consumption experiment for the arc spell runic disc utilizing large copper electrodes and saturated salt water. Ultimately, he found that a magical crystal could support the operation of the arc spell for approximately 4 hours, yielding a total of 15 pounds of copper hydroxide precipitate, equating to about 50 kilograms. Based on the measurement data accumulated from his previous experiments, the magical energy of such an ordinary quality magical crystal, polished by a gem craftsman, should be around 180 units, indicating that the energy consumption of the electrolysis spell runic disc is approximately 0.75 units per nanogram. In this light, it is evident that arcane techniques possess a certain practical value in industrial applications, particularly in the realm of electrolysis, where the production of various substances through such methods is undeniably feasible. The next step is to ascertain whether these arcane methods can be employed in the smelting of iron. Although Master Farn's high-temperature rune disc is remarkably effective, it remains a closely guarded secret of their clan, known only to the priests of the Ember clan, who wield magical powers and possess the knowledge to create such a unique rune disc. Rather than relying on this temporarily irreplicable high-temperature rune disc, Xia Lin is more inclined to explore the potential applications of arcane techniques on his own. He ventured into the industrial park with these arcane rune discs and magical crystals as a power source, urgently assembling a construction team to erect a rudimentary kiln, 2 meters in diameter and 3 meters in height, using refractory bricks with small protrusions formed from cement within. Subsequently, he placed 150 pounds of pig iron alongside an equal weight of wrought iron inside, deliberately positioning 5 activated rune discs upon the protrusions with the aid of the mage hand. Amidst a cacophony of crackling sounds that instilled trepidation in the onlookers, Xia Lin observed from a ladder as the surface of the iron began to glow red amidst the dancing blue-white arcs, indicating that the arcs generated by the arcane techniques could indeed produce high temperatures. It appears feasible to utilize the heat from these arcs for steel smelting. However, it remains uncertain how many rune discs would be required to melt the pig iron into molten iron, or how much magical energy would be consumed in the process. Continuing the experiment, as the number of rune discs increased to 10, the pig iron finally began to liquefy, suggesting that the simultaneous activation of 10 arcane rune discs could generate sufficient heat to melt steel. The melting point of steel hovers around 1,500 degrees Celsius, thus indicating that increasing the number of discs effectively enhances the energy output of the arcs. The entire discharge heating process persisted for over 4 hours, during which Xia Lin intermittently adjusted the positions of the rune discs with the mage hand to prevent their destruction by the intense heat within the kiln. Though 3 discs ultimately succumbed to the high temperatures. At last, once the embedded magical crystals within the rune discs depleted their energy, the discharge ceased. Consequently, Xia Lin could estimate the cost and profit of steel production using arcane methods. In the marketplace, the price of 1 pound of pig iron stands at 3 silver merles and 20 copper bis, while wrought iron fetches 7 silver merles and 44 copper bis. And steel is currently priced at 16 silver merles, recently rising to 20 silver merles. The arc furnace requires approximately half an hour to completely melt 300 pounds of raw material, plus an additional half hour for the oxidation reduction reaction. The cost of 10 magical crystals amounts to 20 golden lut, which can support roughly 4 rounds of steel production. Even if an arc furnace weighing just 1 ton is designed, producing nearly 300 pounds of steel in a single cycle, a full day's output could reach about 1,500 pounds, allowing the new leaf trading company to potentially earn around 150 golden lut. This calculation reveals that constructing a magical arc furnace for steel production using arcane techniques holds considerable promise. After completing these calculations, a joyful smile inevitably graced Xia Lin's face. In the face of this outcome, the onlookers were equally astonished. Master Fan exclaimed in disbelief, "Boss, have you truly deciphered the rune disc of our clan?" However, he quickly shook his head, adding, "No, our rune disc does not produce such crackling lightning, and it melts steel at a far swifter pace than your rune discs. Master Fan, may I inquire about the magical energy consumption of your rune disc?" Summerlin, who had just calculated the costs and outputs of this rudimentary arc furnace, found himself intrigued by the rune disc. While the consumption of 10 magical crystals to smelt 4 furnaces of steel was not excessive, He was quite curious about the energy efficiency of the rune discs crafted by the priestly class, who wielded the arcane powers among the dwarves. I am not well versed in this area, but a single magical crystal can refine dozens of pounds of steel without issue. I have not been in contact with my clan for quite some time, and I refrain from using this rune disc lightly. Were it not necessary for the production of machine tools, I would not dare to take it out. For it is a craft that every member of the Flameforge clan must solemnly vow to keep secret upon wielding a hammer, Master Fawn declared, waving his hand dismissively. Is that so? Summerlin, witnessing Master Fawn's deep reverence for the rune disc, momentarily shelved the thought of borrowing it for further study, primarily due to his lack of time. Nevertheless, he pondered that the high-temperature rune disc, constructed from a variant of kinetic runes and flame runes, could directly convert magical energy into heat. This would undoubtedly surpass the energy conversion efficiency of his arc technique rune disc, which transformed magical energy into electricity and then utilized the arc to generate heat. Chapter 74. The Arcane Furnace Lid. Having confirmed that the arcane rune disc could be utilized in the construction of an arcane furnace for smelting steel, Xia Lin once again visited the Karl potion shop. He required the expertise of these alchemists to fabricate the lid for his design of a 5-ton arcane furnace. Once the steel mill and the furnace body were completed, the smelting of steel could commence. However, upon hearing Xia Lin's proposal, Master Karl regarded him with a look of incredulity, as if he were an extraordinary creature. What troubles you, Master Connie? Is my design for the lid unfeasible? No. I am merely pondering how a deity could conceive of a being such as yourself, who would design a furnace utilizing arcane arts. It is no wonder you were able to establish that equally peculiar theory of rune variants in the 4 fundamental runes. Fear not. Your furnace lid can indeed be crafted, though it may come at a rather steep price. As per your specifications, the interior of the lid must withstand high temperatures and possess the ability to conduct magic. As for electrical conductivity, I must admit my understanding is rather limited, but I believe refined gold should suffice to meet your requirements. Master Connie retrieved several sheets of paper and began sketching with a carbon rod. Moments later, he examined his results and nodded in satisfaction. Well, the lid you desire will require approximately 6.5 pounds of refined gold, which translates to 611 golden lut. Adding our labor costs and other material expenses, let us settle on 650 golden lut. 650 golden lut. Xia Lin was taken aback by this exorbitant figure. However, upon reflection, it seemed that only refined gold could fulfill his criteria. Nevertheless, this was untenable. Despite considering himself financially secure, he could not presently afford such an amount. 650 golden lut is not excessive. To process refined gold, I must consult the president of the Blacksmith Guild. Engraving 40 arcane rune arrays onto a lid that spans merely 2 large L, approximately 3 square meters, while aligning the embedded magical stones to achieve the requisite graded activation effect, is no small feat, even for me. Were it not for the intriguing nature of your request, I would be reluctant to take on this commission. Master Connie emphasized the challenges of realizing Xia Lin's vision by tapping the table with his finger. The president of the Blacksmith Guild? Are you referring to Master Alkin Copperbeard? Could it be that even a master alchemist like yourself lacks the techniques to process refined gold? Xia Lin inquired, somewhat astonished by Master Connie's admission. Oh, so you are acquainted with Master Alkin? Perhaps I could offer you a discount of 10 or 20 golden lut. However, processing refined gold is far more complex than you might imagine. I do possess a method of my own, however. Compared to the time-honored techniques passed down through the dwarven clans, the materials it consumes are exceedingly precious, almost equivalent to the value of refined gold itself. Moreover, the results are inferior to those achieved by Master Alkin. Master Connie cast a surprised glance at Xia Lin, shaking his head to refute his assertion. It was indeed due to cost considerations. It appeared that Master Alkin's exquisite processing technique for precious metals was exceedingly rare. As Xia Lin pondered this, he also contemplated the issues surrounding the arc furnace's lid. Since the primary expense associated with the arc furnace lid stemmed from the use of precious metals, he could certainly contemplate substituting this costly material with alternatives. However, after much deliberation, he realized that no other metal could truly replicate the properties of precious metal. While mithril, being more economical, possessed exceptional magical conductivity, it fell short in hardness and rigidity compared to the virtually impervious precious metal. Additionally, its melting point was significantly lower, making it susceptible to the intense heat generated by the arc furnace. One of mithril's most commendable attributes was its ability to acquire a memory-like quality through a distinctive processing method. This meant that armor crafted from mithril could automatically repair itself over time, even after sustaining damage, a truly remarkable phenomenon. Recognizing that pursuing this avenue would lead to a substantial and unproductive investment, Xia Lin ultimately shifted his perspective. He decided to abandon his previous design of inscribing runic formations within the lid and instead opted for an exterior inscription of the runic array, complemented by an insulating layer. The electrical currents generated by the runic array would be channeled into the arc furnace through a cylindrical electrode of precious metal. This approach would significantly reduce costs and eliminate concerns regarding heat insulation within the lid. Once he procured natural graphite and successfully fashioned graphite electrodes, he could replace the relatively expensive precious metal. With this thought in mind, Xia Lin nodded to himself, retrieving paper, pens, and drafting tools to commence the design of the new structure for the arc furnace lid. Master Connie, observing with keen interest from the side. As an alchemist and craftsman among wizards, was equally intrigued by Xia Lin's innovative drafting technique. Before long, Xia Lin completed the blueprints for the new magical arc furnace lid. He laid the drawings on the table and presented them to Master Connie. Master Connie, take a look at this structure for the lid. There is no need to worry about the high-temperature endurance of the formation, nor the conductivity. How long would it take to inscribe the runic formation on a single cylindrical piece of precious metal? What would the estimated cost be? If that is the case, I believe it could be completed within 13 days. With this amount of precious metal, around 120 golden lents should suffice. Master Connie examined the blueprints, providing a rough estimate of both time and budget. Ah, splendid. Then let us formalize a contract for this commission. The time frame can be extended to 14 days, and I will send someone to collect the goods at that time. Of course, Master Connie nodded in agreement. With Master Connie's assurance, Xia Lin finally resolved the issue of the arc furnace lid. However, this was merely a segment of the arc furnace, specifically the lid. Next, he needed to fabricate the main body of the arc furnace and integrate it with the lid produced by the alchemical workshop using refractory bricks and steel. In Xia Lin's design, the primary component of the furnace lid, intricately engraved with a runic array, is crafted from magical copper. However, the magical copper lid lacks thermal insulation properties, resulting in a rather conventional furnace body for Xia Lin's finished electric arc furnace, complemented by a three-tiered lid. This three-layered lid consists, from top to bottom, of an insulation and control layer, a working layer, and a thermal insulation layer, through which a fine gold electrode is threaded. This electrode serves to channel the current generated in the working layer into the interior of the arc furnace. When the time comes to smelt steel, one need only place a specified proportion of pig iron, wrought iron, and lime, procured from the market, into the electric arc furnace and activate the arc magic runic array. The current produced by 10 to 40 runic arrays will then flow through the fine gold rod into the furnace body, utilizing the intense heat of the high-energy arc to melt the iron materials within. The subsequent slagging process is unremarkable, however, due to limited conditions. Xia Lin intends to add only limestone as a desulfurizing and dephosphorizing agent. Other deoxidizers, such as metallic aluminum, metallic silicon, ferrosilicon, and iron are suitable for steelmaking, are absent. Thus the quality of the steel will solely depend on the quality of the pig iron and wrought iron used in the mixture. Chapter 75. Doubt, however. Having resolved the issue with the furnace lid, the arc furnace still requires a steel casing to ensure its strength. And what the industrial park is most lacking at this moment is steel. Under the influence of the industrial park, the price of steel in the imperial city has surged from 16 silver marls to an astonishing 20 silver marls, marking a significant increase of 25. Even then, only a limited quantity of steel, mere dozens of pounds, can be procured. At this juncture, one must rely on the power of commercial alliances to acquire the necessary steel. Once again, Xia Lin arrived before the Longyan Palace in the Eastern District. As a holder of the princess's token, he was quickly granted an audience with Princess Dorothea after a brief announcement. It was afternoon, and Princess Dorothea was engaged in afternoon tea with 3 young ladies from noble families. Though this time they were not in the garden but on the balcony of the anti-palace. The garden outside, even in the depths of autumn, remained picturesque, providing a charming backdrop for the 4 youthful maidens, creating an atmosphere of leisurely elegance. "Good day, Sir Xia Lin. We were just speaking of you." Upon seeing Xia Lin, Princess Dorothea greeted him with a smile, her demeanor poised and seemingly in good spirits. Following her gaze, Xia Lin noticed several copies of the Imperial City Daily placed beside the tea table. "Good afternoon, esteemed Princess Dorothea, Miss Elsa," and the two lovely ladies. Xia Lin performed a courteous bow to the four ladies. Sir Xia Lin, allow me to introduce these two ladies to you. This is Olentina Eugene, the fourth daughter of Viscount Graston Eugene, and this is Delia Elvie, the second daughter of Viscount Monroe Elvie. Princess Dorothea's lips curved into an elegant smile as she introduced the members of the afternoon tea gathering. Good day, Sir Xia Lin. Good day. You are Sir Xia Lin, aren't you? My father has spoken of you. Your talent and wisdom are truly admirable. Not only do you create delicious pastries, but your serialized work Holy Grail War in the Imperial City Daily is also captivating. And you are quite handsome as well. Delia Elvie was a charming girl with soft golden hair and fair skin, yet her personality seemed to differ from her doll-like appearance. This being their first meeting, she boldly cast her admiration towards Xia Lin, her azure eyes fixated on his face, while noticeable blushes adorned her fair cheeks. Xia Lin was taken aback to discover that he had a fan, and a young girl at that, which surprised him somewhat. However, given that she was merely a girl just emerging from her childhood, she did not pique his interest. Xia Lin smiled gently, thinking of her as a rather naive younger sister, and replied, "What you hear may not always be true, Miss Delia. I believe I am not worthy of such adoration from you." Delia, beside them, Orentina, feeling somewhat embarrassed, tugged at her companion's garment, subtly reminding her to temper her infatuation. She then turned to Sir Xia Lin with an apologetic demeanor, saying, "I sincerely apologize, Sir Xia Lin. Del is quite fond of reading folklore and is ever so enamored by the tales of love they depict. I would hardly mind a lovely young lady boldly pursuing her affections. Moreover, it is I who have interrupted your tea gathering today. However, I do have a matter of some importance to discuss with Her Highness the Princess." Xia Lin replied with a smile, indicating that he was unfazed by Del Ervie's abrupt expression, his gaze shifting towards Princess Dorothea. "Is it of great significance?" Princess Dorothea inquired, setting down her teacup after taking a delicate sip of her red tea. "Indeed," Xia Lin affirmed. "Then please, let us sit and converse. The families here are all members of the Commercial Alliance. We have nothing to conceal." After pondering for a moment, Princess Dorothea observed Orentina's apparent discomfort, prompting her to make a considerate decision. "Your Highness, may we sit in on such a significant discussion? Otherwise, perhaps we should take a stroll in the garden," Orentina hesitantly suggested, disregarding the still infatuated Delaware. "That won't be necessary. Although you typically do not concern yourselves with family affairs since you are here, you might as well relay this information to your fathers. They will know how to proceed." "The distillery?" Princess Dorothea listened intently to Xia Lin's words, but her brow knitted in concern upon hearing about the distillery. "While the profits from brewing are indeed substantial, and I do not oppose small-scale operations, your approach suggests a production in vast quantities. Just imagine the grain required. For the stability of our grain supply, I believe it would be wiser to postpone establishing a distillery or to wait until the grain is plentiful. Unless, of course, you intend to brew fruit wines. You need not worry about that, Your Highness. The distillery I plan to establish will not utilize grain as its primary ingredient. Rather, it will employ the molasses left over from sugar production. The beverage produced will not be alesh or spirits, but a sweet and fragrant rum, a novelty that has yet to grace the market. I am confident it will find a favorable audience while also effectively utilizing the molasses from the sugar plant," Xia Lin explained, somewhat taken aback by Princess Dorothea's aversion to the brewing industry. "Rum? Is this yet another innovative brewing technique you have discovered?" Princess Dorothea regarded Xia Lin with a mixture of intrigue and astonishment. "Sir Xia Lin, who exactly are you? How do you possess such vast knowledge, even of things I have never encountered?" "Quite simply, Your Highness, with a keen eye for observation, an inquisitive mind, and thoughtful contemplation, one can swiftly grasp the essence of many subjects with the intellect we mages possess. My inventions are built upon these foundations. Furthermore, knowledge does not solely derive from others. Our lives in the natural world surrounding us serve as the finest educators, as long as we possess a pair of discerning and observant eyes, a mind capable of summarization and contemplation, and a logically coherent scientific approach. We can unveil the essence that lies beneath the surface of things, an essence that embodies the knowledge we seek. For instance, there arises a question, Your Highness, Princess Dorothea. Do you understand why apples fall from trees?" Upon hearing the princess's probing words, Xia Lin responded with calm assurance. Even during the inception of the industrial park, he recognized that his peculiarities would undoubtedly attract the attention of many astute individuals. However, he was well prepared, having resolved to unite all potential allies around a shared benefit. thereby establishing an alliance to withstand external scrutiny. For one who can enlarge the proverbial cake, no group would resist, and within the alliance, Xia Lin merely needed to present some tenuous, yet sufficiently convincing arguments to persuade them, such as his unique thought process and the wisdom of a sage. People tend to believe in what they wish to believe, and as long as Xia Lin's influence remains intact, he harbored no significant concerns regarding this approach. Why do apples fall from trees? Perhaps it is because they have ripened and must drop? Interjected Elsa, her face a mask of bewilderment, utterly unaware of the significance behind Xia Lin's inquiry. Chapter 76. The Day of Catastrophe indeed, if an apple ripens yet does not fall to the ground, how can it propagate its lineage? Princess Dorothea nodded in agreement, articulating her perspective. This insight was decidedly more astute than Elsa's, indicating that Princess Dorothea had contemplated the reasons behind the fruit's descent upon maturation. No, Your Highness, Miss Elsa, I fear you have misunderstood my intention. Allow me to rephrase. Xia Lin proposed mysteriously. As we all know, the mast of a ship is a familiar sight. If one were to consult seasoned sailors, they would reveal that during navigation, it is common for the lookout in the crow's nest to first spot the mast before the hull. Do you comprehend the essence contained within this observation? Previously, in his quest to ascertain whether the world beneath his feet was spherical, Xia Lin had specifically inquired with veteran sailors aboard the luxurious vessel, the Frania. Upon hearing their descriptions of encountering other ships during their voyages, Xia Lin had confirmed that this world was indeed a planet. What essence? Dale foolishly interjected, displaying no inclination for independent thought, her demeanor exuding innocence and naivety. Your Highness, are you aware? Elsa pondered briefly, yet found herself at a loss, turning to Princess Dorothea with a puzzled expression. I am equally perplexed, Sir Xia Lin. Please, dispense with the riddles. State your point directly. Princess Dorothea furrowed her brow in contemplation, shaking her head at Elsa in exasperation, urging Xia Lin to proceed. This indicates that the world beneath us is, in fact, a sphere. We inhabit this spherical domain. Xia Lin ultimately revealed his answer, which left the four ladies present momentarily astonished. Subsequently, aside from Princess Dorothea, the others erupted in laughter. Ha ha! Who would have thought Sir Xia Lin so humorous, claiming we reside upon a spherical entity? Sir Xia Lin, if we dwell upon a sphere, why do those beneath it not tumble into the void? Sir, I believe we ought to engage in a serious discourse. Your remarks are rather outlandish. While the other three girls giggled at his response, Princess Dorothea frowned in discontent, issuing a solemn warning. Upon hearing the answer, she felt her previous serious contemplation somewhat unjustified. Thus, you lack scientific reasoning. In scientific thought, nothing is deemed impossible. If it exists, it is rational. In my studies, we indeed reside upon a colossal sphere. As for why we do not fall, it relates to the matter of the apple's descent. The fundamental reason an apple falls is not merely that it has ripened to propagate. Rather, it is that in its desire to reproduce, the strength of the connection between the apple's stem and the branch diminishes upon maturation. This weakened bond allows the apple to succumb to the Earth's gravitational pull, leading it to the ground. It is the force of the Earth that brings the apple to the ground. I refer to this force as gravity. In my studies of magic, I have also discovered runes that allow for the manipulation of this gravity, enabling mages to cast spells and soar freely through the skies. In response to the teasing and anger from the girls, Xia Lin shook his head and explained, Your Highness, I trust that someone as learned as yourself is familiar with the legend of the Black Sun of Catastrophe. According to this legend, when the sun in the heavens is consumed by darkness, terrifying calamities will befall the earth. This black sun has appeared multiple times throughout the history of our empire. Indeed, some scholars have depicted the occurrence of the Black Sun in the epic of the Sun King. I have heard that within the murals of the Grand Cathedral, there exists a portrayal of the Black Sun battle, the only defeat the Sun King ever faced due to the Black Sun. Although I have not seen it myself, I can imagine the image of the Black Sun, for I have already uncovered its cause, and this phenomenon serves to validate my theory that the Earth is a sphere. Dear maid, could you please bring me a few small spheres? Any spheres will do. The Black Sun of Catastrophe refers to the phenomenon of a solar eclipse. Xia Lin had learned about this specific phenomenon while modifying Fate Zero and reading about the Sun King's singular defeat during the Black Sun battle in the Epic of the Sun King. Go ahead. Princess Dorothea, observing Xia Lin's fearless and articulate discourse, felt a spark of curiosity and spoke to the maid beside her. Soon, through the diligent efforts of a group of maids and guards, 5 perfect spheres made of exquisite chalcedony were retrieved, each entirely transparent. Their high concentration of magical energy even startling Xia Lin. To use such treasures to illustrate the process of a solar eclipse, should they be accidentally damaged, would likely require compensation in the form of shares from an industrial park. Witnessing the maid's cautious demeanor, Xia Lin felt a similar apprehension. He hesitated and then requested of the princess, "Your Highness, might I ask you to hold this chalcedony at this height?" "Allow me. Everyone, please observe. This sphere represents the sun, while the sphere in my left hand symbolizes the silvery moon, and the one in my right hand represents the earth beneath our feet." Xia Lin cast a minor illumination spell on the chalcedony in Elsa's hand. He had mastered this simple first-tier spell during his rune studies. "Please pay close attention, for I will now demonstrate the trajectories of the earth, moon, and sun, as well as the reason behind the occurrence of a solar eclipse." With that, Xia Lin manipulated the two spheres, making the left-hand silver moon orbit the planet, simulating the Earth-Moon system, while simultaneously allowing both spheres to move in an elliptical motion around the sun, held in Elsa's hand. As he moved, the light from the illumination spell cast a noticeable play of light and shadow upon the two spheres in the shadow of the balcony. "What does this mean?" Doll and Orentina gazed at Xia Lin with a look of utter bewilderment, completely oblivious to the meaning behind his gestures. However, Princess Dorothea furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment, only to be struck with astonishment, her beautiful visage revealing a profound shock. Elsa seemed to grasp a glimmer of understanding, her brow knitted as she intently focused on the luminous chalcedony in her hand and the two pieces held by Xia Lin. "Is it truly so?" "No, how could the earth possibly be a sphere?" Princess Dorothea murmured, her mind reeling from the experimental demonstration that had utterly upended her previously constructed worldview. With her intellect, she swiftly connected the scene Xia Lin portrayed with the relationship between the sun and moon, soon realizing that this theory appeared to hold no errors. Rather, it could elucidate many phenomena they had long taken for granted in their lives. No, the earth is indeed a sphere, just like the silver moon and the sun above. Even the stars that grace the night sky share the same essence. Xia Lin asserted firmly, "It is precisely because the earth beneath our feet is a sphere, rotating on its axis, that we experience the changes of daylight throughout our day, resulting in the alternation of day and night. Furthermore, it is the rotation of this spherical earth around the sun that, with varying angles of sunlight reaching our planet, gives rise to the seasonal changes throughout the year. The phenomenon of a solar eclipse occurs similarly. Just as our earth revolves around the sun, the silver moon orbits the earth. It is only when the silver moon positions itself between the earth and the sun that we witness the catastrophic black sun, meaning that during the day, the sun is obscured by the silver moon. If you were to examine the illustrations crafted by scholars or visit the sanctuary to view that renowned mural, you would observe that the edges of the eclipsed portions of the catastrophic black sun are often arc-shaped, revealing the silhouette of the silver moon obscuring the sun. Chapter 77. Scientific thinking, Your Highness. It seems that is indeed the case. Elsa exclaimed incredulously to Princess Dorothea, as signs of nobility. Their education naturally encompassed a plethora of widely circulated epics, and Elsa was well aware of the Battle of the Black Sun as recounted by Xia Lin. "Sila, please fetch the epic of the Sun King from my study." Despite possessing a memory far superior to that of Elsa, Princess Dorothea was resolute in her desire to examine the illustrations within the epic of the Sun King herself. When the epic of the Sun King was brought to the balcony, all eyes were fixed upon Princess Dorothea as she leafed through the pages, while the others awaited the revelation with bated breath. At that moment, Xia Lin harbored a fear that the scholar who transcribed this ancient epic may have indulged in excessive artistic embellishment, thus obscuring its authenticity. Indeed, it is arc-shaped. Elsa, seated beside the princess, beheld the rather ominous black sun depicted in the illustration. Gazing at the serrated yet exaggeratedly arc-shaped edge of the eclipse, she exclaimed in astonishment, "I can't believe it is truly like this. So, our Earth is a sphere akin to the silver moon and the sun? This is utterly unimaginable." Princess Dorothea sighed deeply, her expression a blend of disbelief and wonder. As a second-tier mage, Princess Dorothea possessed the advantages of her kind, extraordinary memory and comprehension, as well as formidable logical reasoning and receptivity. Thus, upon receiving a definitive answer, she swiftly embraced this theory, which aligned more closely with observable phenomena than the prevailing imperial belief in a flat earth. "Sir Xia Lin, is this what you refer to as learning from nature? Even with a mage's intellect, I find it hard to fathom how you discovered this truth. It is no wonder you have invented so many new technologies and proposed groundbreaking initiatives like the Commercial Alliance." After a brief moment of reflection, Princess Dorothea quickly organized her thoughts regarding Xia Lin's earlier explanations, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at him anew. Indeed, Your Highness, I have termed this way of thinking scientific thinking. Science, as I have previously shared with Your Highness and Miss Elsa, is the power that can transform lives in conjunction with magic. Moreover, it is not shrouded in mystery. At its core, it entails observing more, listening more, thinking more, and questioning more. Beneath the surface of every commonplace phenomenon in our world may lie undiscovered laws. Mastering these laws can enable us to reshape nature, enhance our productivity, and improve the quality of life for all. In my studies of magic, I also adhere to this mindset, which has allowed me to uncover connections between variant runes through mathematical modeling and property analysis, ultimately leading to the induction of the 4 fundamental runes' existence. Xia Lin carefully stored the demonstration agate and handed it to a nearby maid, elucidating the essence of scientific thinking to the princess. Perhaps, within our empire, a remarkable sage has emerged. Princess Dorothea, upon hearing Xia Lin's remarks, expressed her reflections to the other 3 ladies regarding her assessment of him. Just as Xia Lin was about to modestly deflect her praise, Her Highness continued, Sir Xia Lin, I believe I have been swayed by your words. While I am intrigued by the scientific reasoning you espouse, I am equally curious about the challenges faced by a sage such as yourself. In our newly established factory, we require a substantial quantity of machinery, each demanding 200 to 300 pounds of steel, totaling approximately 3,000 pounds. We have already exhausted the steel available in the Imperial City, yet it remains insufficient. I hope you will convene the Star Blue Industrial Park Board to discuss potential solutions to this dilemma. In response to the princess's inquiry, Xia Lin readily acknowledged his own concerns. 3,000 pounds. Such an amount is sufficient to equip a guard regiment. Do you grasp the implications of this? The Star Blue Industrial Park Board lacks the capacity to amass such a quantity of steel. Even if our commercial alliance united in effort, it would remain impossible to procure this much steel unless we cease the production of weapons and armor destined for the Northern Territories. Princess Dorothea had already experienced enough astonishment for one day, yet Xia Lin's audacious request left her utterly flabbergasted. Did this astute individual not realize that she was merely a princess? It was inconceivable for her to wield the authority required to gather such vast resources. Your Highness, what if I were to say that once my steel mill is established, it could produce at least 500 pounds of steel daily? Xia Lin asserted confidently, a smile gracing his lips. 500 pounds of steel? Sir Xia Lin, how could that be possible? Exclaimed Dale, who had been silently admiring Xia Lin's eloquence. Though she possessed little affinity for academia or commerce, her upbringing in the Elvey family, which operated in the coal industry, had imparted some understanding of industrial matters. The daunting figure of 500 pounds of steel produced daily was simply overwhelming. 500 pounds of steel? If Sir Xia Lin claims it is feasible, I would be inclined to believe him. However, unless we can persuade Chancellor Forrest to halt military orders for weaponry, it aligns with what Her Highness stated. Our commercial alliance would be unable to procure such a quantity. Elsa, having gained some insight from prior experiences, managed to accept the alarming production figure with a modicum of composure as she analyzed the situation. Then, can the alliance gather 500 pounds of steel? Xia Lin pondered aloud. Given the challenges at hand, he considered the practicality of first constructing the electric arc furnace to produce steel before progressing with the establishment of other factories. 500 pounds? If we extend the timeline to a month, I believe it should be achievable. Princess Dorothea reflected thoughtfully. Then let it be 500 pounds. Within a month, the alliance will provide 500 tons of heavy steel. In exchange, I shall offer 25 of the equity to Her Royal Highness, the Princess, and allocate 40 of the equity for distribution among the alliance members. However, I have a humble suggestion that I hope Princess Dorothea will consider. It would be prudent for the royal family to retain full ownership of the steel mill's equity. Upon uttering these words, Xia Lin felt the myriad obstacles that lay between the handicrafts of the medieval era and the modern industrial age. Were it not for the power of magic, he would likely still be pondering how to forge crucibles for steel production. He sincerely hoped that the magical electric arc furnace he designed would succeed on the first attempt. Otherwise, he would have to seek further assistance from the commercial alliance. Only 40? Only 40. With so many alliance members, Sir Xia Lin, you risk becoming the target of their animosity. Just as Xia Lin and Her Royal Highness exchanged unwavering gazes, the ever-watchful Elsa Hosea raised her delicate brows, cautioning him about the potential consequences of his proposal. Chapter 78. The alliance meeting, Sir Xia Lin. I share your concerns. Your actions are bound to provoke resistance from the members, which would be detrimental to your interests, remarked Her Highness the Princess, her tone tinged with worry. Rest assured, Your Highness, I am well prepared for this matter. During the upcoming alliance meeting, I shall elucidate that supporting me, as well as the decisions made by you, is the most prudent course of action. Therefore, please feel free to inform all members. Xia Lin replied confidently, seemingly contemplating a strategic plan amidst the princess and Elsa's council. Observing his demeanor, Princess Dorothea, though curious and anxious, felt it inappropriate to press further. Hence, she resolved to convene an urgent alliance meeting in her name the following morning. At dawn, members of the commercial alliance gathered outside the Vanilla Opera House in the southern district, having received the princess's missive. The Vanilla Opera House, situated alongside the Seine River on Linsat Avenue, is flanked by various shops, while the opposite side overlooks the bustling river. Carriages bearing the alliance members formed an extensive line along Linsat Avenue, and under the alliance's influence, city guards were deployed to manage the traffic along the thoroughfare. However, the meeting held little significance for them. At most, the prominent members would feast while the lesser ones merely partook of the remnants, perhaps securing a few contracts for raw materials in industrial parks or managing sales of newly introduced products. A long table adorned the stage within the Vanilla Theater, where Princess Dorothea, serving as chairperson, took her seat alongside four esteemed nobles, resembling an official press conference from Xia Lin's previous life, albeit devoid of the media's watchful lenses. The new Leaf Chamber, a vital member of our commercial alliance, has significantly benefited our members through its management of the Xinglan Industrial Park. As the primary beneficiary, the alliance bears the duty to assist the new Leaf Chamber during these trying times. Thus, I have convened this meeting. Now, I invite the president of the new Leaf Chamber, Mr. Xia Lin, to elaborate on the situation. Once the attendants confirmed that all delegates from the various chambers were present, and those absent had provided justifications, Princess Dorothea nodded and rose to deliver a succinct opening address, highlighting the reasons for the meeting. While the members of the Commercial Alliance were well acquainted with the Xinglan Industrial Park, many junior delegates had never encountered Xia Lin. As a figure rose from the front, curiosity surged among them, eager to glimpse the architect behind the formation of the alliance. When Xia Lin stepped onto the stage, expressions of astonishment swept across the faces of the junior delegates. It was not for any other reason than the fact that Xia Lin appeared remarkably youthful, almost akin to the age of their own sons or grandsons. Even though many have long been aware that Xia Lin Karl is merely a 15-year-old youth, they are nonetheless astonished. For there is often a disparity between hearsay and first-hand experience. Good morning, esteemed members of the Assembly. I am Xia Lin Karl. As Her Royal Highness Princess Dorothea has just mentioned, we are preparing to embark on the second phase of the construction plan for the Xinglan Industrial Park. However, prior to the initiation of this plan, we have encountered a significant obstacle, a shortage of steel raw materials. The reason I requested Her Royal Highness to convene this alliance meeting is that I wish to leverage the power of the commercial alliance to procure a much-needed supply of steel for the industrial park. After elaborating, Xia Lin observed the assembly members in the audience beginning to engage in hushed discussions, evidently deliberating the prospects of these new factories and negotiating their respective interests. He continued, is the entirety to be owned by the New Leaf Chamber of Commerce? Does that not imply that the New Leaf Chamber's shares would account for 35? Sir Xia Lin, do you not think your appetite is rather excessive? This contradicts the principle of mutual benefit that our commercial alliance upholds. Upon hearing Xia Lin's words, the audience erupted into a buzz of discontent. Moments later, a viscount from the front row stood up, indignantly accusing Xia Lin, as if it were not they who were demanding that Xia Lin relinquish more of his interests, but rather that Xia Lin was the one extracting flesh from them. Although such behavior contravened the regulations established for the alliance meeting, the 5 presiding speakers on stage remained silent. Princess Dorothea believed in Xia Lin's ability to secure this benefit through his own merit, while the other 4 speakers shared an unspoken dissatisfaction with his approach, a silent opposition. Member Falna, I wish to emphasize that times have changed. In the past, it was the shareholders of the Xinglan Industrial Park who raised the funds necessary for my construction needs, which is why the New Leaf Chamber of Commerce relinquished such substantial benefits to all of you. However, this situation will not become the norm. Once the New Leaf Chamber begins to operate normally and generate profits, we will not require excessive external investments. The 40 equity we offer for investment is precisely to uphold the principle of mutual benefit within our alliance, Xia Lin stated with poise. Yet, He understood that this reasonable rationale would not dissuade the ravenous wolves from their predatory stance. To divert their attention, he shifted the conversation to other matters, rather than fixating on the equity of the new factories in the Xinglan Industrial Park. Perhaps it would be more prudent for you all to consider the imminent challenges our alliance is about to face. What challenges? Our commercial alliance has just been established, and everyone is quite satisfied with the situation it has ushered in. What could possibly be amiss? The irate Viscount Falna was displeased with Xia Lin's avoidance of crucial issues. Nevertheless, the other nobles, familiar with Xia Lin's style from the first board meeting of the industrial park, understood that his mention of topics unrelated to the agenda likely indicated he had some unique insights to share. One Viscount cautiously inquired, as Viscount Falna has stated, "Our alliance has only just been formed. How could there be any problems? What exactly are you trying to convey, Member Xia Lin?" The issues within the alliance are indeed present and have persisted, though the essence of these problems remains largely unrecognized. Before I unveil my riddle, I wish to pose a question. Who is the cornerstone of our commercial alliance? In response to the inquiries of those present, Xia Lin smiled and countered. Who is the cornerstone? That would undoubtedly be our esteemed Princess Dorothea. Indeed, without Princess Dorothea, the formation of our commercial alliance would have been utterly impossible. Amidst the flattery of the crowd, Princess Dorothea gazed contemplatively at Xia Lin's silhouette. At such a moment, why would he broach a topic so unrelated to the agenda? No. While your assertions hold merit, they are rather one-sided. Xia Lin, maintaining his composure, raised his right index finger and gently shook it at the assembly of legislators below. Expressing his thoughts with a hint of regret, the foundation of the commercial alliance is indeed Princess Dorothea, but it is also I, the president of the New Leaf Chamber of Commerce, as well as the esteemed leaders of the chambers present here. I refer to us as the merchant class, adept in trade, facilitating the flow of goods and profiting from it. This merchant class is the very foundation of our commercial alliance and our enlightened faction. While we merchants may engage in various competitions, we all require an open, inclusive, secure, and stable societal environment to safeguard our interests. Thus, we gather under Princess Dorothea's banner, step by step, to establish this commercial alliance. Having articulated his argument, Xia Lin observed as the legislators began to softly discuss this novel yet agreeable perspective. He then inquired, "Do you know who the foundation of the conservative faction is?" "Well, one might say it is the farmers, right? And those obstinate noble landowners." Through Xia Lin's prompting, the legislators began to grasp his line of reasoning. Precisely, it is the farmers and the noble landowners. The farmers yearn for reduced agricultural and land taxes, hoping that their annual toil will yield sufficient grain to exchange for essential goods such as cloth, salt, and oil. Meanwhile, the noble landowners seek to garner greater profits from their land through similar means. Hence, both the conservative and enlightened factions share common interests, which is why they fiercely oppose us. The existence of the empire necessitates the collection of taxes from various groups, intertwining with the issue of profit distribution. Together, under the empire's banner, we aim to enlarge the proverbial pie. However, as the pie remains finite, some will always consume more while others consume less. Therefore, the competition between the conservatives and the enlightened is not for the throne itself, but for the power to divide the pie that the throne represents. The Minister of Agriculture, Count Head Arnold, threatens to increase commercial taxes while lowering land and agricultural taxes to secure the support of these farmers and landowners for the conservatives, thereby granting them the power to partake in the distribution of the pie. The reason the enlightened faction has historically been unable to confront the conservative faction lies in the fact that the agrarian and aristocratic classes, which form the cornerstone of their power, constitute the majority of the empire's populace, while we, the merchant class, remain a minority. Even now, despite having forged a close alliance of interests, this prevailing trend has not undergone a fundamental reversal. On the contrary, our relentless pressure may compel the conservatives to gradually unite, forming an alliance akin to our own. In such a scenario, our strength would be woefully inadequate to oppose them, forcing us to relinquish our share of power in the distribution of resources, relegating us to the status of subjugated laborers who toil to create wealth yet receive scant rewards. This encapsulates the dilemma of alliances that I have articulated. Chapter 79. The Alliance Plan. Are we not left with scarcely any hope of victory? That is not the case. What significance do those farmers hold as a foundation? What Councillor Xia Lin stated is fundamentally erroneous. Upon hearing Councillor Xia Lin's novel analogy of dividing and sharing cake, many of the lesser nobles experienced an epiphany, suddenly realizing why they were inclined to support Princess Dorothea. For the princess epitomizes the interests of enlightened nobility and the mercantile class, Her ascension to the throne signifies their acquisition of the power to partake in the distribution of resources. However, Xia Lin's remarks regarding the comparative strength of allies and adversaries left several astute individuals feeling a sense of despair, prompting some to engage in self-deception. How can farmers not be a cornerstone? They yield various crops and tribute, sending their sons to serve in the military. If our enlightened faction were to seize power, declaring a reduction in commercial taxes while increasing land and agricultural taxes, would not the sons of those farmers rise up alongside the offspring of the military landholding nobles to overthrow us? In response to those who disregard the strength of the lower classes and misinterpret the situation, Xia Lin scoffed. The Sassan Empire, as an imperial entity, possesses a relatively advanced military conscription system, far removed from the medieval imagery of knights leading a band of peasant soldiers into battle. It is rather a blend of a free citizen conscription and a mercenary system. Within this army, it is undoubtedly the conservative forces represented by the numerous landholding nobles and farmers that hold the upper hand. Historical precedents from Xia Lin's past life remind him that the adage spoken by great men, that power emerges from the barrel of a gun, is applicable in over 90 of circumstances. What then shall we do? For the first time, one of the 5 chancellors, the Minister of Finance, Earl Stuart Lawrence, spoke during the alliance meeting. His words heavy with gravity. The hall fell silent, the assembly anticipating Xia Lin to propose a solution. Throughout history, all victors share a common trait. They overwhelm the lesser with greater numbers and strike the weak with strength, Xia Lin asserted with unwavering conviction. That is easily said. If you possess any ideas or plans, please articulate them swiftly rather than dawdling. Counselor Xia Lin, what precisely should we do? The impatient Earl Karen Hosea, seated at the head of the assembly, urged. It is quite straightforward. My proposed alliance strategy is divided into 3 facets. First, we shall establish agricultural cooperatives and initiate agricultural banks, leveraging the technological and financial advantages of our commercial alliance to provide farmers with quality tools and low-interest agricultural loans, thereby extending our influence deep into the vast lands of the empire. Second, we must nominally form our own armed force, not the palace guard, nor the city militia, but a new army. With a military loyal to our commercial alliance, we shall be fortified to confront various unforeseen events. This approach will sever their ties with the conservatives, simultaneously weakening the enemy while augmenting our own strength. Xia Lin articulated his envisioned strategy to vanquish the conservative factions, leaving countless delegates astonished and speechless. Then, can we truly accomplish this? A viscount, after a prolonged silence, voiced an oddly pitched inquiry, akin to a duck grasped by the neck. His question was not born from skepticism regarding the feasibility of Summerlin's plan, but rather from the striking practicality of what was proposed, which resembled a finely tuned machine. If executed meticulously, it could lead them to victory, prompting his question. Of course we can. Decades ago, Her Highness Princess Dorothea's grandfather, Duke Consland, petitioned His Majesty to have the Imperial Royal Guard train a contingent of troops for deployment to the Northern Territories. However, due to various circumstances, it culminated in the Royal Magic Academy establishing a cohort of military students, with the capital providing magical reinforcements to the north. If we could establish a new army in the name of the Duke of the Northern Territories near the capital, I believe His Majesty would acquiesce, exclaimed Viscount Hart. Among the 3 proposals put forth by Summerlin, the formation of a new army posed the greatest challenge. Yet, for a commercial alliance bearing the name of Princess Dorothea, it was not insurmountable. Should they successfully implement the other 2 aspects suggested by Summerlin, they might indeed convert the farmers and landed gentry around the capital into allies, leaving the conservative faction, stripped of its foundation, vulnerable to their machinations. This scenario represented the best possible outcome, at the very least. The influence of the enlightened faction would increase significantly. A truly self-serving, yet brilliant strategy, contemplating the future where the enlightened faction wielded power. Viscount Hart began to regard Summerlin with even greater esteem. If the new army can be established, our chances of success could rise to 50%. Beyond the new army, we also need to cultivate relations with some powerful individuals. Even if we cannot gain their support, we must ensure they do not side with the conservatives, Summerlin stated. Surprised to learn about the backstory of the military students, nodding as he continued. If the alliance could muster a new army, the likelihood of success would significantly increase, as the Imperial Guard also aligned with the enlightened faction. Let me handle this matter with the 2 earls, remarked Princess Dorothea, her face momentarily shadowed with seriousness. The 5 court magi are already inclined towards my side. I believe that by promising additional resources to those generals, they would be willing to remain neutral. As for Marshal Hubbard, although he is aligned with the conservatives, should my father issue a decree, he will not involve himself in the conflict between my brother and me. The two earls and two viscounts beside her nodded in agreement, seemingly recognizing the feasibility of this plan. With these prominent nobles, who possessed the deepest understanding of the empire and the court, believing in their considerable chances of victory, the lower-ranking legislators grew increasingly enthusiastic, and the hall buzzed with animated discussions. Honorable members, should we succeed in vanquishing the conservatives, the interests of the Star Blue Industrial Zone would become trivial. I urge everyone to lend their support to our esteemed member, Summerlin. Let us commence the voting on the proposal now. Contemplating the splendid future that awaited her after assuming power, the ambitious Princess Dorothea could hardly contain her excitement, a rare display of emotion gracing her visage. She surveyed the assembly of legislators below, for the first time acutely aware of the authority she truly wielded. Therefore, I hereby declare that the proposals for steel aid and alliance strategies put forth by Councillor Xia Lin have been approved. Chapter 8. Formulation and ball mill with the proposal of the Alliance's strategic agenda. The focal point of discussion in the Alliance meeting shifted entirely away from whether to provide steel aid to the Xinglan Industrial Park or to deliberate on the equity distribution among the 6 new factories in the industrial zone. After the conclusion of the meeting, Ellen Gregg and a host of noble acquaintances familiar to Xia Lin came over to greet him, engaging in brief conversations. Xia Lin sensed that, due to this agenda, his standing within the Alliance seemed to have significantly risen. Perhaps this can be considered the Xia Lin approach? As he exited the Vanilla Opera House, Xia Lin gazed at the bustling scene of countless sails upon the Seine River, shaking his head in self-deprecation. He prepared to draft a detailed strategic agenda while also instructing Wyatt to initiate discussions with various commercial guilds in the Alliance regarding steel procurement. In Xia Lin's plan, the agricultural cooperative consists of 4 essential steps. The first step involves providing inexpensive iron and steel farming tools to farmers and estate owners, thereby establishing a presence in the rural community. The smelting technology in the Sassan Empire is not particularly advanced, with the price for pig iron reaching 2 silver per pound. Apart from a few well-off freeholders, most farmers rely on wooden farming tools. If they could access affordable iron and steel tools, it is believed that farmers and estate owners would warmly welcome the existence of the rural cooperative. The second step is to connect with farmers, estate owners, and the livestock industry by offering oxen and horses for rent through applications from farmers, further deepening the relationship between the agricultural cooperative, farmers, and estate owners. The region surrounding Helgana predominantly features plains, which necessitate the aid of livestock for cultivation. However, the cost of renting oxen is exorbitant, typically accessible only to estate owners engaged in livestock farming. This approach would allow the Alliance to undermine the influence of estate owners over grassroots farmers and traditional agricultural estate owners while simultaneously enhancing its presence in rural areas. The third step involves the sale of inexpensive goods from the commercial alliance, leveraging cost advantages to drive smallholder economies and workshops surrounding the imperial capital into bankruptcy, thereby integrating farmers and estate owners into the commercial alliance framework. The primary challenge here is transportation. To disseminate goods produced by the alliance to the outskirts of the imperial capital, transportation costs must be minimized. Xia Lin's vision is to construct concrete roads with the empire's resources. Once steel machine tools are developed, the ball mills for grinding cement clinker will not pose a problem. Subsequently, cement factories can continue to establish cement vertical kilns, potentially multiplying cement production several times over, thus providing the necessary conditions for this vision. The remaining tasks rely on the influence of the Earl of Stuart, the Chancellor of Finance, and the Earl of Caron, the Minister of Commerce. They need to pass road construction policies in the court, enabling the municipal government of the imperial capital and the imperial treasury to allocate funds, thereby providing the commercial alliance with both legitimacy and financial resources to implement this plan. The fourth step is to establish contracts with farmers and estate owners for the exclusive purchase of agricultural products and to guide planting agreements, thereby creating agricultural research institutions to ensure agricultural productivity. In the future, through mechanization, industrialization, and large-scale cultivation, we aim to liberate the productive forces of rural areas, enabling farmers to migrate to cities and transform into a workforce. They could also earn additional wages based on their agricultural foundation. This progression signifies that the cornerstone of conservatism has been entirely undermined by the enlightened faction. As the once reliant farmers and landowners have transitioned into semi-agricultural laborers and industrial farm owners, fully integrated into the industrial system established by the Enlightened. Further, should the technological tree of Xia Lin ascend to later stages and unlock ammonia production, the conservatives may never regain their footing. The existence of fertilizers implies that the Enlightened hold advanced productive forces capable of utilizing this disparity to launch a decisive strike. Even if conservatives were to exploit other classes to sustain farmers and landowners, it may not rival the allure of the abundant yields brought forth by enlightened fertilizers. Xia Lin perceives that unlocking ammonia production is rather straightforward, as the high-temperature and high-pressure vessels required can be crafted from various forms of divine metal. However, the cost and yield of this divine metal may pose a challenge. It would likely take 2 years of concerted effort from the Alliance for Xia Lin to confidently unlock this technology. Aside from rural cooperatives and commercial alliances, Xia Lin naturally intends to illuminate the technologies of firearms and artillery for the new army, although this may conflict with the interests of the mage class. As low-level mages may not be as effective against ordinary troops as firearms, this technology would significantly enhance Xia Lin's power. Over the long span of time to come, it is evident that Xia Lin will wield considerable influence over this new army, for aside from Xia Lin, no one possesses the knowledge to utilize these new weapons or train soldiers to maximize their combat effectiveness. However, to unlock this technology, the electric arc furnace must first produce steel, and the pipe rolling machine must be successfully developed and operational. Furthermore, a gunpowder factory must be established to oversee the production of gunpowder. In light of this, Xia Lin added a note to the plan. It is necessary to purchase nitrate mines, sulfur mines, and iron mines in advance as resource reserves. The current momentum of the industrial park's development is promising. Thus, Xia Lin must prepare proactively, extending upstream and downstream within the industry to prevent future essential raw materials from being entirely controlled by the Alliance. Even if Xia Lin's strength is sufficient at that time, he would only be able to secure these production materials through various compromises. Having finalized this plan, Xia Lin instructed the printing room adjacent to his office to produce 5 copies to be delivered to the 5 chairpersons of the Commercial Alliance. With no immediate matters at hand, Xia Lin decided to visit the machine tool factory, requesting Master Farn to manufacture a ball mill to rescue the workers at the cement plant who have been tormented by cement dust, relocating them to the soon-to-be-established caustic soda and soap factories. The principle of the ball mill is quite simple. It utilizes the rotation of the mill's drum to propel a large iron ball within, leveraging the ball's weight to crush the materials. On either side of the ball mill's axis lies a leather bellows and a product chamber, through which air is blown into the interior of the mill, allowing the sufficiently lightweight powder to flow along the sealed cast iron pipeline and settle into the product chamber. For a machine tool factory equipped with a comprehensive suite of turning, milling, planing, grinding, and boring machines, this rudimentary apparatus presents no significant machining challenges, and cast iron suffices for the materials needed. Under the guidance of Master Fane, a group of dwarven artisans swiftly fabricated all the components, while the internal iron balls were first cast and then finally machined. However, the precision of these machine tools appeared to be somewhat lacking, as the ball mill emitted strange metallic grinding noises during operation. Although functional, these sounds revealed certain deficiencies in the machinery. Contemplating this, Xia Lin concluded that enhancing machining precision would require a methodical approach, advocating for consistent practice. He then elaborated on the principles of the screw micrometer to Master Fane. Measuring through a series of intricate threads? That sounds fascinating. Let us see if we can create one. Master Fane expressed his keen interest in the delicate threads of the micrometer and promptly summoned a group of dwarves to experiment with their lathe. Meanwhile, Xia Lin instructed several workers to transport the newly crafted ball mill to the cement factory, which, as usual, was perpetually cloaked in a thin layer of dust, giving it an eternally grimy appearance. Consequently, Xia Lin had stipulated in his production safety management regulations that employees in factories with significant dust, such as brickworks, cement plants, and soda ash factories, must wear the gauze masks provided by the industrial park. Upon hearing of Xia Lin's arrival at the cement factory, Adams hurried out. "Good afternoon, boss." Long time no see, Adams. "I have brought you something wonderful today." Xia Lin greeted Adams with a smile, patting the side of the wagon, which contained the various components of the ball mill in its open compartment. "Really? Boss, what is the purpose of this machine?" Adams inquired, his curiosity piqued by the peculiar large iron ball. "This is a ball mill. With this, The grinding workers in the factory will find their tasks considerably easier. Come, let us proceed to assemble the machine in the cement factory. There should still be surplus power from the water wheel. Xia Lin explained the machine's function. And witnessing its potential, they approached the water wheel's power axle. After installing the massive ball mill, they loaded it with a batch of freshly produced cement clinker. Subsequently, they engaged the gearbox, and the ball mill began to rotate slowly amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. The large iron ball rose and fell rhythmically within, producing a dull thud. Xia Lin instructed a grinding worker to operate the bellows with his foot. After approximately 10 minutes, they halted the ball mill and opened the product chamber, revealing fine cement powder. This truly is a remarkable invention, Adams exclaimed, his excitement palpable upon witnessing the outcome. As the director of the cement factory, he had long grown weary of the labor-intensive process that required 3 individuals to grind the cement clinker. This not only squandered manpower, but no matter how well sealed the equipment was, dust would inevitably escape from the grinding apparatus. Since the 20 grinding units within the factory commenced operations simultaneously, the fine dust on the factory floor had never ceased to linger, forcing him to wear a mask each day. In contrast to the rudimentary grinding devices, this ball mill, while still producing some dust, matched the efficiency of the previous 20 grinding units. Consequently, the amount of dust in the factory was significantly reduced, which was indeed a welcome development for him. With this ball mill, the factory's output should increase considerably, shouldn't it? Adams, could you estimate how much cement we could produce in a day? We are about to commence the construction of roads for the industrial park, and there are numerous subsequent projects that will require cement. Our deficit is still substantial. 600 pounds? That is still insufficient. Please contact the first construction company and request that they build several more cement vertical kilns. I will also instruct the machine tool factory to manufacture additional ball mills, striving to elevate our daily output to 2,000 pounds. Let us work diligently. Adams, it won't be long before you can afford your own vessel, I imagine. Xia Lin smiled at Adams. Initially, he had granted these directors a 2 stake in the company. However, since several factories had consumed their products internally, Xia Lin prepared their dividends based on the estimated output and the projected market price of the goods. Chapter 81. The electric furnace commences operations having swiftly acquired a sufficient reserve of steel. Xia Lin promptly began the construction of the electric arc furnace's body within the already established steel mill. Initially, he needed to cast the steel into the outer shell of the furnace, a task that presented a minor challenge due to the poor fluidity of molten steel, often resulting in thick and simplistic castings. While slightly more complex cast steel components could be produced using this method, they were prone to issues such as hollowness and defects. To address this, Xia Lin proposed a solution involving a rotating casting mold. First, he would create a mold through the lost wax process and then affix a ring of teeth around it, utilizing the power of a water wheel to slowly rotate the mold, thereby enhancing the fluidity of the molten steel poured within. However, upon attempting this method, Xia Lin discovered that the water wheel's power was insufficient to rotate such a heavy mold along with the internal molten steel. Ultimately, he resorted to the rudimentary technique of vibration, where workers would strike the exterior of the mold with small hammers while pouring in the molten steel, using the vibrations transmitted to the interior to aid in filling the mold completely. Although this method was quite primitive and the results were uncertain once the final product emerged, it appeared that the high-temperature runes provided ample heat to the molten steel, allowing it sufficient cooling time to fill the mold thoroughly. In conclusion, the quality of the arc furnace's cast steel outer shell, which had undergone special thickening treatment, was fairly satisfactory, requiring only the removal of excess thickened portions before it could be utilized, which brought a sigh of relief to Xia Lin. Next, he proceeded to construct the furnace body and molten pool within the shell using magnesium bricks, while also installing cast iron water cooling pipes to prevent overheating that could damage the furnace walls. This stage progressed smoothly with the assistance of the Dwarven Masters, and the furnace body was soon completed. Once the electric arc furnace S cover from Karl's apothecary was in place, and the 3-layered furnace cover was affixed to the body, a petite 5-ton electric arc furnace with a diameter of 2.4 meters and a height of 1.6 meters was accomplished. According to Xia Lin's design, this furnace was capable of accommodating 5 tons of charge. The concern remained whether the high-energy arcs produced by the 40 arc rune discs would be sufficient to completely melt the charge. If not, they would have to reduce the load for production, which could lead to long-term damage to the furnace walls. In addition to these considerations, the electric arc furnace lacked an essential component, the lifting system. This system's purpose was to elevate the furnace for discharging slag and molten steel. In Xia Lin's previous life, such systems typically involved hydraulic devices installed at the furnace's base, but he currently lacked such conditions. This, however, was easily resolved with the use of steel cables and a winch. Xia Lin approached the nearest desk, retrieved paper and pen, and began sketching the design for the winch. Along with the necessary drawing equipment for creating the steel cables, specifically, a set of steel plates with small drilled holes facilitated by a drill press, and the completed winch. With Master Farn's rune discs, this small-scale steel processing was quite manageable. What is this contraption? As the arc furnace stood completed, Xia Lin commenced the intricate task of drafting blueprints. Master Fan leaned in beside him, observing the evolving design of the winch structure, stroking his substantial beard as he inquired. What is this contraption? This is a winch, capable of utilizing ropes to haul objects. We require this machine to assist in elevating the arc furnace for the purpose of discharging slag and molten steel, Xia Lin elucidated. Master Fan nodded thoughtfully at his explanation. Realizing why the peculiar arc furnace featured a curved base, it was indeed necessary for the process of slag and steel extraction. Once the blueprint for the winch was finalized, Xia Lin instructed Master Fan to forge several steel plates, upon which he meticulously drilled a series of small holes, ranging from a maximum diameter of 10 to a minimum of 1, creating the simplest form of a wire-drawing grating mold. By firmly clamping 12 slender steel rods to the completed winch and applying versatile soybean oil as the drawing lubricant, they could sequentially draw steel through the small apertures, yielding wires of various diameters. Upon the removal of the load, the finished steel wire underwent cold work hardening, enhancing its strength, with hemp ropes saturated in oil as the core. The team then wove these wires into steel cables with a diameter of 20, forming the essential component of the lifting system. A total of 6 winches were strategically positioned on either side of the arc furnace, 3 of which demanded manual rotation of the immense ratchet winches to provide power. Thick steel cables threaded through pulleys suspended from above the steel plant were affixed to the body of the arc furnace, embodying Xia Lin's ingenious lifting system. Following rigorous testing, this lifting system demonstrated a remarkable ability to elevate one side of the arc furnace in an empty state with relative ease. According to Xia Lin's calculations, even when fully loaded, the manual operation of the 3 ratchet winches would suffice to facilitate the steel discharging process. Upon completion of the furnace firing procedure, Xia Lin summoned a contingent of workers from the brickworks, cement plant, and soda ash factory to commence trial production. The 50 personnel were organized into 5 groups. One group, under Xia Lin's guidance, was tasked with documenting various operational data of the arc furnace and relaying instructions to the other groups, which included 3 dwarf masters keenly interested in the arc furnace's steelmaking process, identified by Xia Lin as promising candidates for the furnace foreman role. The remaining 4 groups comprised 2 responsible for managing the ratchet winches, 1 stationed above the arc furnace on the cast iron walkway to oversee the feeding of materials, and another on the opposite side, equipped with hexagonal steel rods of 22 diameter, tasked with rapid furnace ramming during power outages. Both roles entailed extreme labor and inherent danger, prompting Xia Lin to offer an enticing remuneration of 1 silver mar for a day's work, supplemented by an additional 3 silver mar, along with a 15 golden lunk compensation for their families in the event of an accident. With such generous provisions, these 20 individuals cast aside their fears, donning black eye masks and face coverings, clad in heat-resistant garments and skirts lined with diatomaceous earth, with damp cloths tied around their necks and thick gloves adorning their hands. After extensive simulated training, they prepared to embark on their perilous mission. Load the materials. After several comprehensive rehearsal sessions, during which the employees and workers became well acquainted with the safety production management regulations established for the steelmaking plant, Xia Lin finally announced the official commencement of the charge for the electric arc furnace. A layer of large chunks of lime was first spread across the furnace floor, followed by the addition of pig iron and scrap iron procured from the market. Once the charging was complete, the furnace lid was gently closed, and the workers from the charging team stepped back. With a masterful touch, Xia Lin embedded the magical crystals into the rune disc, activating the arcane runes inscribed on the furnace lid. After a meticulous inspection, he found no signs of electrical leakage, confirming the reliability of the insulation layer he had crafted. This made it feasible for the workers to insert and remove the magical crystals using insulated clamps to initiate the rune disc. As the rune disc came to life, a faint hum of electricity resonated from within the furnace lid, and the surrounding temperature of the electric arc furnace began to rise gradually, soon reaching an intolerable level. Xia Lin began to estimate the approximate time required for the process. Chapter 82. Steel. After approximately 30 minutes had elapsed, Xia Lin instructed his workers to use an iron rod to pry open the furnace door. He leaned in to examine the state of the molten materials inside and found the melting process to be satisfactory. He then directed the workers to ascend the platform and utilize specialized tongs to remove the magical crystal, ceasing its discharge heating. Subsequently, he commenced the secondary charging of materials and the stirring of the furnace. Xia Lin began to elucidate to the three dwarf masters how to observe the melting state of the furnace materials and how to address various anomalies. As this knowledge bore significant resemblance to the dwarves' accumulated experience in smelting, the masters were able to extrapolate further insights. A dedicated recorder was on hand to document these key points and various data for future reference, thereby enhancing the quality of the electric arc furnace operations. The edge of the electric arc furnace was at least 500 degrees Celsius, and the workers toiled under such intense heat, drenched in sweat. The molten materials were even more challenging to manipulate than the piles of or during practice. Within a minute, the foreman of the stirring team signaled for the next worker to take over. The towel and mask of the departing worker, once damp, were now parched, save for a small area moistened by sweat. All right, that should suffice. Reopen the furnace. Seeing the reaction of the furnace materials yielding a satisfactory slag, Xia Lin instructed the workers to close the furnace door once more. They embedded the magical crystal into the rune plate and resumed heating. After another 10 minutes, Xia Lin finally announced the commencement of slag removal. An employee beside him grasped the iron rod and pried open the furnace door once more. A few workers activated the hydraulic winch on the side of the electric arc furnace, gradually lifting the 6 to 7-ton furnace body with a chain. Once the winch was securely positioned, the slag was tipped out. Lacking a deoxidizer, Xia Lin had to instruct his team to sprinkle some carbon powder into the furnace during the reduction phase, safeguarding the molten steel from excessive oxygen absorption, which could deteriorate its quality. After waiting another 10 minutes, Xia Lin declared that steel could finally be released. 5 ladles of varying specifications, each with a thickness exceeding 2, were transported to the furnace front. With Xia Lin's command, 15 workers from 2 teams began to turn the ratchet winch, allowing the searing molten steel to flow through the opened outlet into the cast iron shell and the steel ladle lined with refractory bricks, emitting an astonishing amount of heat. After 5 pours, all the molten steel from the furnace had been transferred into the ladles to begin cooling. Is it successful? After the complete transfer of molten steel from the furnace, Xia Lin, accompanied by the 3 dwarf masters, peered into the open furnace cover to assess its interior. They discovered that everything appeared remarkably well. There were no incidents of material clinging or damage to the inner walls. Xia Lin, somewhat incredulous, remarked on the fortunate outcome. He had prepared himself for repeated experimentation, as even with the electric arc furnace blueprints from his previous life as a reference, the substantial modifications made could yield numerous discrepancies, potentially leading to unforeseen risks that might jeopardize the steelmaking process. The successful trial production can only be attributed to the fact that Xia Lin's modifications did not significantly impact the arc furnace. Aside from the furnace lid, the body of the arc furnace remained largely unaltered, which, according to the principles of the arc furnace, poses no issues. However, the 5-ton capacity of the furnace still seems a tad insufficient. It may sound substantial, yet the volume of steel produced in a single batch barely reached 1 cubic meter. Nevertheless, even under these circumstances, the production efficiency of the arc furnace far surpasses that of traditional blacksmith shops or inferior wrought iron, leaving us to ponder the quality of this batch of steel. Once the molten steel cooled and transformed into slabs, thin slabs, and square billets, Xia Lin employed the spark identification method. This technique assesses the type of steel by observing the shape and color of sparks generated through high-speed friction of the steel against a grinding wheel. Bright lines signify the iron content, while the sparks indicate the carbon content within the steel. Thus, a higher quantity of sparks suggests a greater carbon concentration. After conducting several tests and relying on his experience, Xia Lin concluded that this batch produced high-carbon steel, indicating that the quantity of pig iron used was somewhat excessive, possibly influenced by the carbon powder added during the reduction phase. He instructed the recorder to document his findings and arrange for the steel to be transported to the machine tool factory. While he continued to refine steel alongside the 3 dwarf foremen, the industrial park had procured over 10,000 pounds of pig iron and wrought iron from the market, necessitating swift consumption. Before long, Master Fane and other dwarfs, eager to witness the excitement at the steel mill, arrived to inspect the first batch of steel produced. Boss, I can hardly believe you truly managed to produce steel with this arc furnace, and over 1,000 pounds at that. The quality is exceptional. This means our machine tools and those designs will finally come to fruition. Master Fane exclaimed, grasping Xia Lin's robe with enthusiasm. That's splendid. Rest assured, Master Fane. Our steel mill has only just commenced operations. Soon, we will be capable of producing 500 pounds of steel daily, sufficient for paving roads. Xia Lin responded, unperturbed by the wrinkles in his silk robe caused by Fane's fervent grip. Hearing that the quality of steel from the arc furnace was commendable filled him with joy. He understood well why Master Fane was so exhilarated upon seeing the substantial output of steel. Without it, Xia Lin's forthcoming industrialization plans would suffer greatly. Moreover, steel represents a pivotal step in the industrial park's advancement into heavy industry. With this foundation, future developments in the steel industry and even coal steel composite industries could flourish. Thus, when the quality of the steel was confirmed to meet standards, Xia Lin himself could hardly contain his elation, let alone the dwarf masters, for whom smelting and forging were their greatest passions. Paving roads with steel? Just how much steel would that consume? That seems utterly impossible. You must be jesting. Master Fane, although still caught up in excitement, shook his head in disbelief at Xia Lin's grand vision. Indeed, it is entirely feasible. Once the machinery at each factory is completed, I intend to lay a railway from the docks to each factory within the industrial park using the steel produced by the steelworks. Admittedly, due to limited production capacity, these railways will initially consist of wooden beams encased in steel. Consequently, the ships arriving daily to deliver raw materials can directly unload their cargo onto flatbed cars that will traverse the railway, propelled by a manually operated chain and gear mechanism. This arrangement will facilitate the swift and effortless transportation of raw materials to the warehouses of each factory. Summerlin remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the arc furnace melting steel, vividly painting the future scene for Master Fane and the surrounding employees. As the scale of production within the industrial park expanded, over 100 workers would be required each morning just to transport raw materials. The introduction of such a railway would undoubtedly enhance efficiency and simultaneously reduce labor costs. It sounds quite plausible. You must hasten the construction of this railway. Master Fane mused, contemplating the wooden-steel railway described by Summerlin, sensing a genuine possibility of its realization, and excitedly addressed him. Rest assured, it will come to fruition in due time. Summerlin replied, his expression bright with optimism. With the arc furnace, an extraordinary technological marvel, yielding 25 tons of steel daily, the annual production would amount to nearly 9,000 tons. Even the construction of a genuine railway would be sufficient to span over 100 kilometers. Magic, indeed, is a wondrous thing, effortlessly aiding one in surmounting technological obstacles and accelerating the advent of the arc furnace by countless years. After completing a 3-day trial production, during which several issues arose with the arc furnace, Summerlin resolved each problem and officially concluded the trial, announcing a bonus of 1 golden lunt to each of the 50 employees at the steelworks. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the employees, Summerlin assigned the 3 dwarf masters, who had gradually acclimated to their roles, to take turns overseeing the production of the arc furnace while he proceeded to the machine tool factory. Chapter 83. Rolling Mills and Precision. After the establishment of the agricultural cooperative, the Xinglan Industrial Park was tasked with supplying the cooperative with iron and steel agricultural tools. Iron implements were manageable. With the processing capabilities of steel machine tools, it was effortless to produce a multitude from the available iron materials. However, steel implements could not simply be fabricated from 0.5 mm thin plates. Xia Lin envisioned first employing a hot rolling mill to transform thin slabs into 20 mm thick steel plates, which would then be processed using a cutting machine and a plate mill to create narrow steel strips ranging from 5 to 10 mm in thickness and 200 to 300 mm in width. Subsequently, these narrow strips could be directly sharpened using machine tools or further refined through additional rolling mills to produce thinner steel sheets, thereby reducing material usage. Once sharpened, they could yield excellent hoes, spades, shovels, axes, and other agricultural tools. Thus, it was imperative for Xia Lin to expedite the establishment of the steel processing factory to commence the production of narrow steel plates, short steel pipes, and smooth round rebar. This endeavor involved the research and development of hot rolling mills, plate mills, shearing machines, free-fall forging machines, and pipe mills. Upon the completion of these machines, not only would they facilitate the rapid mass production of steel agricultural tools for the cooperative, but the Xinglan Industrial Park would also possess a formidable production capacity for cold weapons of the era. Through forging and rolling, the steel processing factory could effortlessly yield vast quantities of narrow steel bars, which, with minimal processing, could be fashioned into batches of long swords. In time, there might even be opportunities to collaborate with the imperial military in this domain, thereby securing a foothold within the stronghold of the conservatives. Regarding plate armor, Xia Lin faced an additional challenge. The hydraulic power available was insufficient to operate the large rolling mills he most desired. This limitation was why he had only considered producing narrow steel strips during the planning of the steel processing factory. As the diameter of the rollers increased, so too did the power requirements, rendering the current factory incapable of producing wide, uniform thin steel plates. After convening a research and development meeting with the esteemed dwarven masters from the machine tool factory, Xia Lin elucidated the operational principles, intended applications, precision requirements, and primary challenges of the machines he designed. Following this, the 7 dwarven masters and Xia Lin embarked on an ambitious research initiative. The first task was to develop a hot rolling mill capable of transforming thin slabs produced by the electric arc furnace into hot-rolled thick plates. This machine proved relatively straightforward to develop, primarily necessitating precision among the 20 pairs of rollers, to reduce a 40 mm thin slab to a 20 mm hot-rolled plate. The diameter variance of the rollers could not exceed 5. Otherwise, the surface of the rolled plates would appear uneven and inconsistent. However, the micrometer, critical for enhancing precision, remained merely a design on Xia Lin's blueprints. Regardless of their expertise, the dwarven masters could not create 1,000 fine threads on a nut merely 10 mm long. Consequently, Xia Lin was compelled to devise alternative methods to assist the dwarven masters. After a period of contemplation, he swiftly identified a feasible approach grounded in his experience. Through a dark chamber, a remarkably straight beam of light is obtained, which is then utilized to detect errors on the machine tool's guide rails. By comparing the beam of light with the guide rails and other machine components, discrepancies can be identified and rectified through meticulous polishing, thereby enhancing precision. This concept harnesses the principle of light traveling in straight lines and was employed in various applications during the early industrialization of Xia Lin's homeland, representing a fundamental technique in laser measurement. However, this method demands a high level of skill from the operator, although the human eye can discern an error of 0.1. It is rare to find a craftsman capable of accurately eliminating discrepancies in a dark chamber. Fortunately, Xia Lin is supported by a reliable group of craftsmen. After Master Fan listened to Xia Lin's explanation of the precision achieved through the dark chamber's light source, he nodded in understanding, albeit not fully grasping the concept of light's linear propagation. Nevertheless, Master Fan found Xia Lin's words convincing. Upon entering the dark chamber with the machine components, Xia Lin performed a spell of faint light at the reserved aperture, allowing a slender yet powerful beam to penetrate into the chamber. Master Fan, witnessing this spectacle, was somewhat astonished. However, he quickly focused on the task at hand, following Xia Lin's instructions to utilize the allegedly perfectly straight beam for polishing the machine components. "How is it, Master Fan? Is this method effective?" Xia Lin eagerly inquired. "It is indeed useful, but I certainly won't be doing this again. Staring at that beam nearly blinded me." Master Fan replied, rubbing his eyes with irritation. "This is unavoidable. If only we could create glass and mirrors. We could devise a light-focusing apparatus within a wooden box, incorporating a faint light rune disk. Perhaps we could then generate a laser. Such a laser could create the pathway of light you witnessed in the dark chamber even in shaded areas during the daytime, greatly facilitating our measurements and precision corrections." Starting from the dark chamber, Xia Lin contemplated another application of the faint light spell, laser measurement. He was uncertain, however, whether the focused light produced by the faint light spell could indeed form a pathway in relatively dim conditions during sunny days. Regarding glass and mirrors, the challenge appeared manageable. Xia Lin could currently produce glass, as sodium-calcium glass could be created from diatomaceous earth, caustic soda, and lime. Albeit the process was intricate and required consideration of internal impurities and bubbles. Rather than pursuing glass first, Xia Lin deemed it more prudent to have gem artisans polish several pieces of transparent crystal from natural quartz, while he would procure some glucose and silver nitrate to facilitate a silver mirror reaction to transform these crystal pieces into mirrors. "Can we achieve that kind of light during the day? That would indeed be quite useful," Master Fan remarked thoughtfully. having grasped the significance of straight light. If such a visibly straight beam could be obtained in daylight, it would undoubtedly play a crucial role in enhancing machine precision. On the other side, the meticulously calibrated and polished machine components had been reassembled. Master Farn once again endeavored to process several components, discovering a remarkable enhancement in the precision of the machine, with errors now astonishingly contained within 0.1. With this machine at hand, the task of processing the rolls became far less daunting. Soon, cylindrical cast iron rolls, along with other components of the hot rolling mill, were expertly crafted by the skilled hands of the dwarven masters. The rolls, designed by Xia Lin, possessed a diameter of 200 and a length of 500. Once these rolls were affixed to the frame of the hot rolling mill, a machine boasting 10 pairs of rolls with varying gaps was completed. Each pair of rolls would compress the heated thin steel billets, and after passing through all 10 pairs, the final product emerged as thick steel plates measuring 2, 0, 5, and 20 millimeters. Although powered solely by hydraulic means, this small-scale hot rolling mill, operating in continuous mode, did not demand substantial power, and the trial rolling was met with resounding success. As the elongated thick steel plates were produced, Xia Lin, feeling the coolness of the finished plates, was filled with joy and reflection. The dwarven masters marveled at this machine that could knead and flatten steel as if it were mere dough. From this day forth, the industrial park had finally taken its first step into the realm of steel processing, eliminating the immense waste caused by directly machining steel billets into components, and instead enabling the machining of steel in various specifications. Chapter 84: Agricultural Cooperatives having successfully completed the research and development of the hot rolling mill. The next step involves a series of remaining machinery. The plate rolling mill is straightforward, with the experience gained from the hot rolling mill. Constructing a similar machine poses no challenge. The freefall forging machine is also rather simple, essentially utilizing hydraulic power to gradually elevate a massive hammer. Once the hammer reaches a predetermined height, a clutch mechanism allows it to fall freely, employing the gravitational potential energy of the hammer to forge the workpiece. The precision of this forging machine is not high, and the processing difficulty is minimal, with the only concern being substantial material consumption. After the completion of other components, the enormous 0.5-ton steel hammer must await the completion of the other machines before it can be cast and installed. However, the shearing machine designed by Xia Lin fails to meet the necessary requirements, primarily due to power constraints. Such heavy machinery, which operates on explosive force, cannot achieve its design objectives without robust power. Although hydraulic power can penetrate steel plates to some extent, it falls short of completely shearing them. As a result, Xia Lin can only rely on the saw beds from the machine tool factory to cut the steel plates. While this method is inefficient, it remains a viable option. Next comes the most critical machine, the pipe rolling mill. Initially, Xia Lin believed that with the calibrated precision of the machine tools, processing the inclined rollers might be feasible. However, even Master Farn could not devise a solution for such complex, slanted rollers. Although a pipe rolling mill was successfully fabricated and installed, its precision did not meet expectations. The steel pipes produced were adequate for replacing cast iron water pipes in daily use, but were far from suitable for manufacturing gun barrels. Consequently, Xia Lin resorted to employing a round steel rolling mill. By inserting a 10 mm diameter steel core into a 100 mm long pipe blank after drilling, he utilized the round steel rolling mill to gradually roll it. This method proved effective, yielding short steel pipes of considerable precision, measuring 700 millimeters in length with a deviation not exceeding 0.1, thereby reaching the current limits of the industrial system Xia Lin had established. However, the efficiency remained low, as only 20 such short steel pipes could be rolled in a single day. To achieve large-scale production of rifles, additional machines of this type would need to be constructed. Upon completing the research and development of this series of machines, Xia Lin promptly arranged for the machining factory, which had separated from the machine tool factory, to commence the production of various agricultural implements using steel and pig iron to meet the planned requirements. Additionally, the remaining factory equipment also required to produce steel for their operations. Meanwhile, the commercial alliance began to consolidate efforts, gathering personnel to establish agricultural cooperatives in the small towns surrounding the imperial capital. On December 22nd, winter had already descended upon Helgana, and the cold winds prompted people to don thick garments, benefiting from the decline in coarse cotton prices. Even the impoverished residents with a modicum of savings around the imperial capital could afford to wear simple, coarse cotton overcoats. Approximately 80 kilometers south of Helgana lies a town named Rinboa, a stronghold of conservatives in the domain of the Chester family, who engage in industries such as estate management, timber trade, and land commerce. This quaint town lies not far from the capital, with a branch of the Seine River meandering through it. Thriving in commerce and surrounded by numerous freehold farmers, it has been designated as one of the pilot sites for the Agricultural Cooperative and Agricultural Bank selected by the higher echelons of the Alliance. Amidst the bustling charm of this town, a new shop has unexpectedly opened its doors against the backdrop of a biting cold wind. However, this establishment appears rather peculiar. Although it displays an array of pristine agricultural tools, it is neither a blacksmith's forge nor a merchant's shop. Instead, it is graced with the signs of Luanbois Town Agricultural Cooperative and Luanbois Town Branch of Agricultural Bank, leaving passers-by somewhat perplexed. Come and see. Come and see. Brand new agricultural tools, iron hoes, shovels, and plows are being sold at astonishingly low prices. Additionally, we have new iron pots, axes, sickles, knives, saws, hammers, and hooks all at discounted rates. With just a little extra, you can purchase steel tools. The Commercial Alliance Agricultural Cooperative is offering a variety of tools at unbeatable prices. And today, in celebration of our grand opening, we have a buy 3, get 1 free promotion. Suddenly, the lively street, chilled by the winter breeze, is filled with the bright voices of 2 children. Curious onlookers turn their heads to see the wooden rack behind the children, particularly customized to display an assortment of iron and steel products. These children, having honed their courage as newsboys, are perfectly suited for the task of calling out at the shop front. As they witness the glimmering, high-quality tools and hear the enticing buy 3, get 1 free slogan, many passers-by become intrigued, and a crowd inevitably begins to gather at the entrance of the agricultural cooperative. Yet, faced with this novel sales approach, the people merely engage in hushed discussions among themselves, hesitant to step forward and inquire. After a minute or two, an elderly farmer, balancing a bamboo basket filled with cabbages, cautiously peers at the children, scrutinizing the gleaming tools displayed on the wooden rack. Unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, he steps forward and inquires tentatively, "Children, how much do you sell the hoe and axe for?" The iron hoe is priced at 1 silver mar and 23 copper bis. The steel hoe at 3 silver mar and 12 copper bis. The iron axe at 2 silver mar and 55 copper bis. And the steel axe at 4 silver mar and 12 copper bis. Upon hearing someone finally willing to ask about the prices, a child recently transitioned from newsboy to salesman beams with delight, his cheeks flushed from the cold, as he confidently delivers the information. These prices are etched into their memories, learned through diligent effort for the promise of a daily wage of 30 copper bis and generous commissions, making them more memorable than their own birthdays. 1 silver mar and 23 copper bis for a hoe? How can it be so cheap? And the steel hoe is barely 2 silver mar more than the iron one. Who would craft agricultural tools from steel? What about the iron pot? How much does it cost? Upon hearing prices that undercut similar market offerings by at least 20 copper bis, the crowd erupts into excited chatter, and a man pushes through the throng, eagerly questioning the young salesman. The iron pot requires 6 silver marls and 51 copper bis. Today, all our products are available with a buy 3, get 1 free offer. If anyone is interested in purchasing, we can buy together, which will significantly reduce the cost. Buy 3, get 1 free? Does that mean if I buy 3 hoes, I receive an additional hoe for free? The old farmer, intrigued by this novel proposition, quickly inquired. Indeed, however, this buy 3, get 1 free offer applies only when purchasing 3 of the same item. It does not extend to 3 different items, came the reply. My goodness, does that not imply that your oddly named trading company is bound to incur losses? For hoes for just 3 silver marls and 69 copper bis. After I purchase them and transport them to the countryside for sale, would I not make a substantial profit? Realizing the astonishing profit margin, the onlookers were immediately captivated, forming alliances to seize this opportunity. As the first brave soul successfully acquired 3 axes and received a complimentary one, within mere minutes, the shelves that had once been brimming with inventory began to dwindle rapidly amid the fervent rush of buyers. More individuals, enticed by the gleeful sales associates who were reaping generous commissions, ventured into the agricultural cooperative to procure the mountain of farming tools and implements available within. For the freeborn farmers, borrowing has been an enduring aspect of their lives. When faced with unfavorable seasons, such as the floods from the tributaries of the Seine River or droughts, their meager savings compel them to seek ways to endure the calamities, sometimes even consuming their seeds as food. After weathering the hardships, they must borrow seeds and provisions from the landowners, a process that often leads affluent freeborn farmers to poverty, transforming landowners into tenants, ultimately voluntarily becoming serfs to the landowners. Thus, when the elderly farmers learned that the agricultural bank offered small loans at an annual interest rate of merely 5%, akin to a gift, they were utterly astounded after calculating for much of the day. Even more astonishing was the revelation that these small loans could be repaid with agricultural products upon maturity, requiring merely a supply contract with the respective trading association based on designated agricultural product types, thus eliminating the implicit loss of converting their harvest into currency. A notion that left the astute farmers incredulous, although no farmers immediately availed themselves of such loans due to various concerns. The concepts of the agricultural cooperative and the agricultural bank entered their lives for the first time through today's experiences. President RYD, won't your cooperative incur losses selling these farming tools and implements? It seems the bank allocated only 100 gold lunter to you. A man clad in a silk coat and woolen shirt, observing the bustling scene from the second floor of the agricultural cooperative, curiously inquired of his somewhat corpulent companion with curly brown hair. Rest assured, Director Beckley, do you know the purchase price of the goods we acquire from the Xinlan Industrial Park? Faced with President Baker's concerns, President Reed broke into a hearty grin and, with an air of mystery, replied, "What is the price? Surely it cannot be cheaper than our current pricing, can it?" Observing Reed's demeanor, President Baker inquired with a mix of curiosity and perplexity. "Indeed, it is cheaper than our listed prices, and in fact, the cost of nearly every agricultural tool and implement is reduced by over 5 copper pieces. I have heard that this is due to a newly established steel mill in the Star Blue Industrial Park, which employs an innovative process that brings the cost of smelting a ton of steel down to less than 12 silver marks, a staggering 8 silver marks lower than the market price. Consequently, while the prices of pig iron and wrought iron remain relatively unchanged, the subsidies on steel products have effectively lowered the prices of both pig iron and wrought iron goods. Even with our first-day promotion of buy 3, get 1 free, we are unlikely to incur significant losses. Rather, this strategy will swiftly elevate our agricultural cooperative's reputation in the vicinity of Limbo Town. In time, farmers seeking low-interest loans from your agricultural bank to purchase these tools and implements will undoubtedly flock to you. You must ensure that your tellers are well prepared. We certainly have no issues on our end. However, providing farmers with small, low-interest loans to acquire these tools, which they will repay with specified crops, is indeed an astute proposal from Councilman Xia Lin, as it effectively binds the farmers to our wagon. Yet, I wonder whether these farmers will be able to repay such loans. After a moment of astonishment, President Baker gazed admiringly at the bustling crowd below and remarked, "Otherwise, how could Councilman Xia Lin have proposed such a formidable alliance strategy? My. According to my father, the members of the alliance present that day fell into an immediate silence upon hearing that plan. No one had ever conceived of a way to vanquish those conservatives through such means." President Reed nodded in agreement, equally impressed, as he acknowledged that Xia Lin's 3 strategies were indeed formidable, effectively awakening a previously bewildered business alliance and guiding this colossal entity toward a newfound direction. Chapter 85. Gunpowder. As the agricultural cooperative began to take root and flourish in the surrounding regions of the imperial capital, on another front, the individual renowned as the Sage of the Alliance, Xia Lin, summoned 3 construction teams from the premier architectural firm. Accompanied by some management personnel with backgrounds in literacy classes and master foreign, he commenced leveling land along the banks of the Dianes River, approximately 20 kilometers from the industrial park, to erect various structures. This location, discovered after extensive surveys along the river, was deemed suitable for the Alliance's research and development center. Although it was remote, a deep-water bay accessible through a grove of trees along the riverbank provided a convenient yet discreet transport route. To the south and west, there were virtually no inhabitants. Thus, by simply erecting a fence and clearing obstructive vegetation, supplemented by a team of 10 security personnel from the industrial park, the area could be secured against any unauthorized access without the use of magical means. With the initial groundwork completed, including the construction of the dock, wooden cabins, fences, and roads, Xia Lin procured a small cargo vessel to transport various building materials and machinery to the site. Armed with 700 short steel pipes and a relatively precise steel boring machine, he was poised to unveil the technology of firearms and artillery, with the primary focus on producing gunpowder. After gathering the essential raw materials, saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal, Xia Lin began the process of purifying potassium nitrate. This step posed no considerable challenge. It involved dissolving the saltpeter, heating the solution, and adding soy milk and wood ash water to crystallize potassium carbonate, then filtering out the resulting precipitate before cooling for crystallization. The potassium nitrate crystals obtained through this method were of exceptional purity. Subsequently, Xia Lin mixed the three ground raw materials in a ratio approximating 15:3, in accordance with the optimal formulation for black powder, yielding the most fundamental black powder. However, Xia Lin was far from satisfied with such rudimentary gunpowder. He opted to utilize the small-scale equipment he had brought to further process this black powder by adding water to the powder to induce cohesion. He then employed a manually operated roller to compress it into cakes. After air drying, he passed the cakes through another toothed copper roller. The choice of copper was deliberate, as it does not accumulate static electricity, making it a safer option for a process with explosive potential. This method resulted in the fragmentation of the black powder cakes into granules, which were subsequently screened and polished in a drum mill, ultimately producing smooth, uniform granules. These granules, due to their consistent size and even burning rate, exhibited a potency several levels above that of bulk black powder. Furthermore, such uniform granules facilitated Xia Lin's subsequent operations, specifically the encasement in cardboard. Before hastening to the next step, Xia Lin first sought to test the efficacy of the black powder he had crafted. He filled a ceramic pot, approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, with the black powder, affixing a fuse made from potassium nitrate solution saturated with charcoal and sulfur powder twisted into a fine cord. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed along the riverbank, leaving a shallow crater nearly 2 meters in diameter in its wake. Master Fain and the 20 employees, who had been selected from 7 factories and had attended literacy classes, were left utterly astonished. Good heavens! Boss, your magical prowess is truly formidable, one exclaimed. Surely, this could level a mountain. Truly, you are a mysterious and powerful mage. Amidst the flurry of praise from the employees regarding his magical abilities, Summerlin felt a wave of exasperation. Do not be mistaken. A first-tier spell does not possess such power. What you witnessed was the result of the black powder we just created. This powder ignites fiercely upon contact with a spark, and I brought you here to exploit its properties to craft 2 weapons that could alter the battlefield. Black powder? Those tiny round pellets? Boss, you cannot be serious. Master Fain looked on skeptically, clearly unconvinced that the black granules made from saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal could wield such immense power. If you doubt it, I shall provide you with a smaller sample. You can ignite it yourselves. Summerlin decided to demonstrate practically for his Magic Challenge colleagues. He crafted a small homemade explosive using a pot that was 2 sizes smaller than the previous one and placed the fuse 5 meters away from the bomb's core. To ensure the fuse would not extinguish from being too far away, he braided 3 strands together to create a more reliable ignition source. All right, who will give it a try? Light this fuse with the candle, and upon hearing any strange sounds, run back to us, Summerlin instructed, positioning the second pot and guiding them on the procedure. I'll give it a go. At that moment, Master Fain stepped forward eagerly, and naturally, the others could only watch. After Summerlin and the others retreated to a 30-meter safe zone, Master Fain knelt down and lit the fuse with the candle. As the hissing sound filled the air, he caught a whiff of sulfur and hurriedly dashed towards their direction, following Summerlin's earlier guidance. Before he could cover 10 meters, the fuse reached its end, and a familiar explosion resonated, albeit with significantly less force than before. After a cloud of dust settled, a small crater, less than a meter in diameter, appeared where the pot had been placed, contrasting amusingly with the larger hole created by the previous explosion. By the Lord of Fire, Pruitt, this is exhilarating. Despite his short legs slowing him down and some dust clinging to him, Master Fain could barely contain his excitement and enthusiasm. Perhaps there was a peculiar affinity between the dwarves and black powder. While the others appeared pale and shaken by the explosion, Master Fain was invigorated and even clamored for another round. Well, do you believe it now? Black powder possesses explosive properties and can be utilized to fabricate a weapon akin to a crossbow, albeit with significantly greater power than an unenchanted one. With the advent of a machine tool, the production of lead projectiles presents no challenge. Xia Lin has meticulously designed a friction-based forging machine and has also cast numerous high-carbon steel molds for the rapid stamping of lead bullets. This friction forging machine is relatively uncomplicated, Its operational principle bears resemblance to the Gutenberg printing press previously developed by Xia Lin, both employing a screw to generate downward pressure. However, it operates by utilizing friction discs on either side to drive a horizontally positioned flywheel, thereby rotating the screw to provide the necessary pressure. Such a straightforward forging device is ideally suited for processing the softer material of lead, allowing for the pressing of lead sheets onto the high-carbon steel molds below, yielding several hundred lead bullets in a single forging, both convenient and efficient. As for the ignition mechanism, after careful consideration, Xia Lin has opted against the cumbersome and unreliable match cord, choosing instead to conduct an experiment. He intends to create a small rune disc utilizing the flame runes transcribed from the fire arrow spell model, controlling the connection and disconnection of a magic crystal via a trigger mechanism to provide an open flame source for his firearm. Based on Xia Lin's experience, the combination of such runes should function independently. However, he is uncertain whether the cost of the rune disc derived from this spell model would be justifiable. This approach also presents an additional advantage. The flames produced by this rune disc will undoubtedly incinerate the nitrate paper casing, allowing for the creation of early fixed ammunition in the form of paper cartridges containing a precise amount of black powder. The lead bullet will be secured to the front of the cartridge, while the propellant will be positioned at the rear, facilitating the ease of ammunition loading for the user. Although incomplete combustion of the paper may complicate the cleaning of the barrel, this method may potentially enable the realization of a rapid-fire design ahead of schedule. Chapter 86. The 1391 Rifle. In pursuit of this seemingly promising concept, Xia Lin once again visited Karl's potion shop to discuss the design of the rune disc he required with Master Connie. This rune is derived from the fire arrow, is it not? What purpose do you have for such a rune? This disc cannot launch a fire arrow. It merely coalesces into a flame resembling an arrowhead, rendering it utterly useless. Master Connie, well-versed in various spell models, immediately recognized the origin of Xia Lin's design and inquired with astonishment. Many mages, having spent years studying runes and spell models, understood that certain rune combinations could indeed yield effects, though such spells lacked any real potency and were merely inferior products. Master Connie was taken aback that someone would seek to have him craft such a substandard rune disc. I merely require the flame produced by the fire arrow, which is why I designed this rune disc. Master Connie, could you estimate the cost of constructing this particular model? Xia Lin gestured toward the rune disc he had designed. Approximately 4 centimeters wide and 6 centimeters long, about 3/4 the size of a standard rune disc. While this rune disc requires fewer materials, its potency will be diminished, however. Due to the increased difficulty in engraving, the price will not differ significantly from that of a normal rune disc. But if you only need flame, you could simply use the zero-circle flame spell rune disc, which would be even more economical. Upon hearing that Xia Lin's requirement was merely for the flame produced by this rune disc, Master Connie expressed his surprise. Master Connie, does the flame spell also produce flames? Xia Lin asked, momentarily taken aback by Master Connie's revelation. Among the spells he knew, only the fire arrow and the scorching ray could generate open flames. The zero-circle heating spell reached only a few hundred degrees Celsius, insufficient to ignite gunpowder, which is why he had focused on the fire arrow spell model. Of course, I see you were unaware of this, but that is understandable. Aside from mages who frequently travel outdoors in search of relics needing a source of fire, it is primarily alchemists like myself who master this spell. After all, many nobles and merchants utilize the flame spell rune disc to kindle fire in their homes. After a moment of surprise, Master Connie understood the reason behind Xia Lin's inquiry. After explaining the general utility of the flame spell, he raised a finger, and a flickering orange flame suddenly erupted from his fingertip. See, does this flame meet your requirements? Indeed, it certainly does. Then could you please estimate the cost of this flame spell rune disc, Master Connie? Xia Lin exclaimed with delight at the practical demonstration of the flame spell, realizing it was precisely the spell he desired for igniting gunpowder. He eagerly pressed for an answer. Let me think. Zero-circle spell rune discs are typically quite affordable, but the structure of the flame spell is somewhat complex, so the cost may be higher. It should be around 90 silver marls each. 90 silver marls? Xia Lin hesitated upon hearing the quotation, pondering whether the cost for a single firearm would indeed reach an exorbitant sum akin to a golden lot. The price for 3 firearms could easily equate to that of the most economical suit of armor, rendering this offer anything but affordable. Master Connie, if I were to require a substantial quantity of flame rune discs, say approximately 1,000 for the initial batch, might you extend a discount? Cough. 1,000 flame rune discs. What on earth do you intend to do with such a quantity? Master Connie, who had been poised to sip his tea, nearly choked, almost spilling the brew onto his attire. He set down his cup and, employing a cleaning spell to eradicate the tea stains from the table, inquired with evident astonishment. "Oh, I apologize, but that is a matter of commercial confidentiality," Xia Lin replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Humph, yet another excuse. Very well. If you truly require such a multitude of rune discs, my alchemy workshop cannot accommodate that many at present. However, if you were to order in batches of 100, I could complete one batch in approximately 7 days. I can offer you a rate of 80 golden lunts for 100 discs, but that is my final offer." Upon hearing this familiar line, Master Connie rapped his finger against the table in dissatisfaction, yet he refrained from probing further. Xia Lin contemplated for a moment, feeling that the price was still somewhat steep. Nevertheless, he resolved to procure 100 discs to test their efficacy. If it proved unsatisfactory, he could always pivot to crafting matchlock firearms, which, albeit cumbersome, were significantly more affordable. With the industrial park's processing capabilities, each would cost approximately 12 silver marls. "That's quite agreeable. I can have that ready in no time." Master Connie nodded in affirmation, showing no objections to the request. After assembly, the inaugural firearm, which Xia Lin dubbed the 1391 Model 1 Magical Firearm, was birthed into this world. Although the magical components were confined solely to the firing mechanism, it nonetheless rendered the firearm's cost considerable, justifying its designation as a magical weapon. Having fashioned a batch of cardboard cartridges, Xia Lin, accompanied by a group, ventured into the fields at sunset. They erected a steel target at a distance of 20 meters and secured the 1391 model rifle within a wooden frame. Subsequently, he inserted the cardboard cartridge into the barrel, employing a ramrod to push it to the bottom. Following a brief adjustment of the sights, he stood 3 meters away from the rifle and pulled the trigger with a string. As the internal mechanisms of the firearm engaged, the magical stone struck the flame rune disc, activating it and producing a burst of flame. However, these flames were confined within the breech of the firearm, escaping only through a small one-way valve, igniting the fire paper and the black powder within. A visible flare of light and smoke erupted from the muzzle in the evening sun, and with a resounding bang, the steel target swayed dramatically. Success! Upon witnessing the rune disc of the fireball technique trigger the rifle as he had anticipated, Xia Lin could not suppress his joy. He promptly instructed someone to retrieve the target to assess the formidable power of the Type 1391 rifle. The results were indeed gratifying. The potent black powder enabled the lead projectile to effortlessly penetrate a steel target 2 centimeters thick at a distance of 50 meters. Such destructive capability posed a significant threat to fully armed knights on the battlefield. As they took turns inspecting the small holes, the diameter of a finger, that had appeared on the steel plate, Master Fawn and the staff exhibited expressions of astonishment. However, the inaugural test of the firearm was not destined to conclude so simply. Xia Lin continued to repeat the experiment, incessantly having targets set at greater distances. Ultimately, he determined that the effective range of the Type 1391 rifle, with a barrel length of merely 700 millimeters, was approximately 230 meters, capable of firing in rapid succession up to 17 times before necessitating the disassembly of the barrel for cleaning. Failure to do so would lead to various malfunctions caused by incompletely burned paper residue, such as misfires or diminished range and power, with the most severe consequence being a ruptured barrel. Fortunately, Xia Lin had devised a solution to this dilemma by employing a cleaning rune disc. He could ensure that each squad was equipped with one, allowing for the swift removal of residue from the barrel. Although the associated costs were somewhat less than ideal, he dedicated an additional 3 days to design a Type 2 rifle that utilized a magazine-fed mechanism, which he entrusted to Master Fawn and the employees at the armaments factory for development and production. Furthermore, artillery was also elevated on Xia Lin's research agenda. Leveraging the current technological capabilities of the industrial park, he designed an 80 caliber breech-loading cannon that combined a threaded and wedge iron mechanism for the closure of the breech. This breech design had appeared numerous times in history. Even Xia Lin had encountered it while reviewing materials for a batch of ceremonial cannons ordered by the city, during his time at a small processing plant affiliated with a steel factory. Notably, the renowned Armstrong gun from history exemplified this design, characterized by its simplicity, reliability, and ease of manufacture. Moreover, the combination of threaded and wedged breech mechanisms offered excellent sealing capabilities, though the loading process could be somewhat cumbersome. and the displacement of the cannon body upon firing was considerable. After finalizing the cannon's design, Xia Lin once again summoned a construction team to erect a rudimentary steel-framed shed at the research center, employing diatomaceous earth for fire resistance. Within, they began constructing a colossal quenching furnace for the artillery, alongside 2 quenching pools filled with cold water and cold oil. Chapter 87. The new district development company. As the development of firearms progressed, Xia Lin's long-cherished vision of an employee community and an elementary school came to fruition. He was on the verge of implementing the new district development and educational initiatives. To ensure the quality of the construction, Xia Lin convened a seminar on artillery, briefing Master Farn and the technicians from the arms factory on potential technical challenges and their solutions before hastily heading to the project site. Upon arriving at the construction site, still littered with debris, Xia Lin, along with Sharp and 2 team leaders, began to assess the quality of the newly completed employee community and elementary school. As they toured the site, Xia Lin contemplated whether to request a prestigious name like Star Blue Elementary from Her Highness to enhance the school's reputation. However, upon reaching the 3rd floor of an employee building and removing the plug from the water pipe in the restroom, he encountered a troubling issue. Why is the water flow so weak? Sharp, send 2 people down to the 1st and 2nd floors to remove their plugs as well. I need to check if the water pressure on the 3rd floor is sufficient. Xia Lin frowned, observing the feeble stream of water, and directed Sharp accordingly. Understood, boss. Captain Nova and Captain Rune, please head downstairs and follow the instructions. Sharp quickly called upon 2 team leaders to execute Xia Lin's orders. Soon, with the plugs removed from the 1st and 2nd floors, the water flow on the 3rd floor transformed from a mere trickle into a steady stream. Xia Lin felt a headache coming on as he witnessed the scene. While the design of the pump was sound and the finished products from the machine factory were also satisfactory, the issue likely lay with the pump's power supply. To pump river water into a high water tower, a substantial rotational speed was necessary to generate adequate pressure, and it was evident that the hydraulic power he was utilizing was insufficient for the pump's operational needs. Power is the heart of industry. Only with a robust and vigorous heart can industry flourish. Even if a steam engine were to be crafted with the current precision and sealing technology of machine tools, its thermal efficiency might barely reach 1, which would be inferior to the power provided by his own water wheel. After some contemplation, Xia Lin pondered whether magic could offer a solution to this problem. He realized that utilizing magic to circumvent the traditional step-by-step development of steam engines, heat engines, turbines, internal combustion engines, and electric motors could be much more convenient and expedient. If he could discover a form of magic that induces the axle to rotate and inscribe this magic onto a rod of magical copper to create a rune staff, it would constitute the most primitive form of a magical engine. Directly converting magical energy into mechanical output from the axle would provide advantages over any mechanical power source. Thus, the focus shifted to Xia Lin's magical research. According to his vision, the spell he had just named rotation technique should comprise kinetic energy runes and template runes. The template rune set could draw inspiration from the 2nd circle's whirlwind spell, as both spells aim to induce rotation in their targets. The next step is to resolve the rune connection, ensuring the successful implementation of the rotation technique and subsequently inscribing it upon the magical copper metal rod. Presently, this remains merely a concept. Lin, unable to address the water pressure issues in the staff building for the time being, can, however, inform the employees who purchased apartments on the 3rd floor about the situation, alleviating some of their housing loan burdens. To prevent any occurrences reminiscent of the landlord has run out of water, Lin has also established designated water usage times for each floor in the morning and evening. And he has designed a series of brass faucets to replace the simple wooden plugs in the original water supply pipes. Having accomplished all that was within his power and confirming that there were no further issues with these 2 projects, Lin prepared to sign the completion acceptance document. However, after contemplating the blank space for the principal party, he decided against accepting the project under the name of the industrial park and instead opted to establish a new district development company. As the name suggests, this new district development company will serve as the principal entity responsible for the district development plan. Lin intends to allocate all funds from commercial banks, excluding those designated for constructing the employee community, into the accounts of this company, entrusting it with its own management. The loan agreements for the employees purchasing homes in the already established community will be between the new district development company and the employees, rather than between the industrial park and the employees. This approach aims to establish the New Leaf Chamber of Commerce's authoritative relationship with the industrial park's most vital employees. Although the Star Blue Industrial Park is under Xia Lin's management, it is also a property of Her Highness the Princess and the Alliance, with Xia Lin merely serving as the executive director possessing management rights. By managing the most crucial human resources through a company controlled by the New Leaf Chamber of Commerce, rather than one directly under the Star Blue Industrial Park, Xia Lin can ensure the results of his endeavors are safeguarded. After consulting with the management of the construction company, Simon Peter was appointed as the manager of the newly established District Development Company. He, like Sharp, hailed from the literacy class of the industrial park. Additionally, a construction team leader named Jan Lester expressed interest, and Xia Lin naturally assigned them both as manager and deputy manager of the new company. He authorized them to recruit a team of 20 company employees under the industrial park's name. After finalizing the completion acceptance contract, Xia Lin quickly had tasks for them to undertake, specifically the distribution of flyers he had printed to the official employees of the industrial park. These flyers conveyed the news of the completed employee community and the collaboration between the New Leaf Chamber of Commerce's District Development Company and commercial banks to issue housing loans. The total price for a home would be merely 4 golden lut, with the option to pay in installments through employee wages, requiring only a repayment of 2 silver marls per month to move into the employee community. The flyers also indicated that this community was established to support the development of slums, with all profits reinvested into the construction of roads in those areas. Interested parties could visit the employee community to view available homes 3 days hence. In this regard, Xia Lin specifically trained Simon and Yang to help them articulate the merits of the newly constructed employee dormitories, such as the layout of 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen, which allows each individual to enjoy their own private space. The robust bamboo-reinforced concrete walls alleviate concerns about the winter chill. The small kitchen, equipped with a coal stove, facilitates easy meal preparation with readily available fuel. Moreover, the spacious restroom and washroom at the end of the corridor boast convenient, automatic faucets. Compared to the mud and straw huts of the slums, such a cylindrical building undoubtedly represents a significant upgrade. Xia Lin was not worried that his employees would remain indifferent after witnessing these facilities. The only concern was whether the staff could comprehend and accept the installment payment plan, which was the focal point of his training for the 2 managers. Meanwhile, in addition to distributing flyers, Xia Lin instructed the factory heads to organize a group of 30 managers to visit the employee community that day, while he prepared for the enrollment of the first elementary school in the slum. On November 13th, the heads of 6 factories arrived at the employee community, which had already witnessed the construction of 4 buildings aboard cargo carts arranged by the new District Development Company. From a distance, the 4 whitewashed employee dormitories, coated with lime, were visible. Although they had heard much about the employee community, witnessing the rare 3-story structures in person left the visitors somewhat astonished. My goodness, these dormitories are indeed tall and spacious. How many people can reside in just one of these buildings? Exclaimed Edmund, the head of the brick factory, reflecting his innate simplicity upon seeing these high rises. Each floor accommodates 6 households. Thus, the 3-story building can house 18 families, roughly allowing for 80 to 90 residents, explained Luo Yin, who had a good relationship with Sharp, the general manager of the construction company, and was well informed about the details. Greetings, esteemed factory heads. Yang had already awaited their arrival at the community entrance, accompanied by 10 newly recruited employees responsible for housing loan services from the new District Development Company. Meanwhile, Simon was still engaged in the recruitment of staff. Upon seeing the group disembarking from the cart, Yang promptly approached with his new subordinates, extending a warm welcome. This assembly of industrial park heads and their staff represented their clientele, and the initial capital for the new district development plan was heavily reliant on these promising prospects, compelling them to adopt a cordial demeanor. Chapter 88. Home Purchase. As the introducer, Assistant Manager Yang led everyone into the newly completed staff building. It did not take long for the group to notice the quality of the flooring. Adams, is this concrete made from the cement produced at your factory? Is it really being used for the flooring? How extravagant! Edmund exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the smooth cement surface. He tested it with his foot and discovered its remarkable solidity, devoid of the dirty, soft feel characteristic of slum dwellings. Such a concrete floor seemed far too luxurious for the common folk. He never expected a construction company would employ it in such a setting. Indeed, it is cement, but it appears to be somewhat different. According to the boss, this concrete is a blend of cement, small stones, and sand, resulting in lower costs and greater strength. Constructing houses with such materials is both swift and robust, Adams explained, brushing his hand against the pristine white lime finish on the wall, revealing a glimmer of desire in his expression. Although the factory managers had earned considerable sums, their families still resided in slums due to work constraints. While basic needs were met, their living conditions had not improved. In Adams' eyes, if they could purchase a unit in such a building, it would be a tremendous blessing. Even his dream of owning a vessel seemed to waver, while the other factory managers and employees were equally stirred. Indeed, as manager Adams mentioned, our staff building is constructed entirely of bamboo-reinforced concrete, ensuring high safety standards. The lime walls and concrete flooring exude a sense of cleanliness. Please follow me as I show you the specific layout of the suites within the staff building. With a smile, Assistant Manager Yang opened the wooden door to Suite 101, revealing an interior reminiscent of a bare apartment from Xia Lin's past life. Though it appeared rather rough to Xia Lin, the visitors found it quite exquisite. My goodness! This suite is enormous. How many people can it accommodate? Edmund exclaimed, his eyes wide as he surveyed the expansive 65-square-meter space, filled with awe. Manager Edmund, in our design. Each suite encompasses a total area of 65 square meters, sufficient for a household of 3 to 6 individuals. Each suite features a layout of 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen, ensuring that every member of a family of 4 has their own room, while a family of 6 enjoys a comfortable living environment. The living room can accommodate various furniture pieces for hosting guests, and although the kitchen is only 5 square meters, it is equipped with a coal stove designed by our esteemed boss, Xia Lin, for just 1 copper piece. Our residents can purchase a coal block from the newly established coal workshop in our Xinglan Industrial Park, sufficient for preparing 3 meals a day, eliminating the hassle of gathering firewood from the marshes. Assistant Manager Yang cheerfully elaborated. Can one actually have their own room? I am familiar with this coal stove. It is a new product from the machine tool factory, and it costs merely 2 silver marls. Upon hearing the explanation from Deputy Manager Yang, the employees exchanged astonished whispers. The notion that one could possess a room of over 10 square meters was beyond their wildest imaginations. But what about the latrine? However, Luo Ying glanced around, furrowing his brow as he posed a question. The term latrine referred to the act of using the toilet, as the slums contain numerous large pits designated for waste disposal, leading everyone to colloquially refer to using the toilet as going to the pit. The concept of a washroom was something Summer Lin encountered only after becoming a military student. Rest assured, we shall address this as well. Please follow me. Deputy Manager Yang responded with a mysterious smile, guiding a group of intrigued visitors to the restroom at the end of the corridor. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, this is the restroom, the place where we relieve ourselves. Inside, there are small cubicles separated by wooden panels, and this peculiar ceramic pit allows us to squat above it. Afterward, we can use the paper provided nearby to clean ourselves, and then utilize this wooden bucket to flush the waste away. As he spoke, Deputy Manager Yang turned on the brass faucet, and a stream of clear water cascaded into the wooden bucket below, eliciting gasps of amazement from the onlookers. My goodness! What is this? How is water flowing? Is this pipe connected to a well? Or is it the boss's magic? This is simply astonishing. I've made my decision. I must purchase a unit in the employee community. With that coal stove for cooking and water readily available, without having to trek to the river or well, it's incredibly convenient. The group gazed in awe at the faucet that dispensed water with a simple twist, marveling at its ingenuity. Water is undeniably the essence of human life, which is why any settlement is typically located near a water source. However, the task of fetching water in a world where productivity is underdeveloped remains a perpetual challenge. Thus, it is no wonder that their reaction to the automatic faucet overshadowed their response to the 65-square-meter suite. This is a brass faucet. Please come over here and observe that towering structure. It is actually a water tower, capable of drawing river water into its reservoir, allowing us to access a convenient water source by merely turning on the faucet. Deputy Manager Yang, who had also been astonished by the brass faucet, chuckled as he approached the restroom window and pointed towards the nearby water tower. How is this possible? It is truly remarkable. Will there be water available on the 3rd floor as well? I wish to purchase a unit on the 3rd floor, an employee exclaimed, gazing in wonder at the imposing water tower standing behind the employee building, then turning to inquire of Deputy Manager Yang. There is indeed water on the 3rd floor, although the boss mentioned that the water pressure may be insufficient, resulting in a lower flow on that level. Consequently, the boss has established designated water usage times for each floor. Notice the sundial outside. when the shadow of the central rod falls upon the blue section. It indicates water usage time for the first floor, the yellow section for the second floor, and the red section for the third floor. I wish to acquire a residence. For golden lens, is that correct? I can make the full payment immediately, unable to contain his desire to purchase any longer. Luo Yin inquired of Deputy Manager Yang while admiring the novel and convenient facilities. Indeed, it is 4 golden lens. You there, please escort Director Luo to view each suite. Director Luo, feel free to communicate directly with this young man regarding your preferred choice. Yang's smile grew more genuine as he unexpectedly found business flourishing so swiftly. Calling upon an employee whose name he had yet to memorize to assist Luo in the property viewing. As you can see, our staff building has been meticulously designed for your convenience. Even the construction blueprints were personally drawn by Mr. Xia Lin. We are currently in the employee purchasing phase, and the price is merely 4 golden lens. Furthermore, the new district development company offers low-interest loans to facilitate installment purchases. Soon, the concrete roads from the employee community to the industrial park, as well as the wooden railways, will commence construction. However, once these buildings are open for purchase to the workers in our industrial park, I fear there may no longer be an opportunity to reside in such splendid accommodations. If concrete roads are constructed, commuting to work will undoubtedly become much easier. I shall also purchase a suite. Upon hearing Deputy Manager Yang's words, Edmund's interest was piqued. He hurriedly exclaimed, for them, the affluent directors, for golden lens seemed a trivial sum, and their previous hesitation was merely Edmund wishing to confer with his parents. Now, with Yang's prompt, the thoroughly captivated Edmund felt compelled to seize the moment. I too wish to buy. How does the installment plan work? This staff building is indeed remarkable. I wish to acquire a suite on the 2nd floor. Having witnessed the enticing amenities of the staff building and the promise of future road and railway construction to enhance their commuting experience, over 30 visitors simultaneously resolved to purchase a suite. Observing this scene, Deputy Manager Yang's countenance brightened with joy. These sales would undoubtedly be counted as his achievements. He promptly arranged for the new employees of the District Development Company to assist each customer with the purchasing process and housing loans. Chapter 89. Teachers and recruitment, with the factory managers and employees either making full purchases or signing low-interest loan agreements. The funds of the new District Development Company suddenly became abundant, sufficient to support the construction of concrete roads from the industrial park to the employee community as instructed by Xia Lin. Beyond this initial group of 30 employees, the subsequent industrial park would also arrange for many internal staff to visit the employee community for house viewings based on their qualifications. The financial resources they provide will undoubtedly facilitate the smooth implementation of the new district development plan. Standing at his desk, Xia Lin surveyed the temporary researchers around him and spoke earnestly. Ram patted his chest, exuding a willingness to go to great lengths for Xia Lin, while the other temporary researchers nodded in agreement, echoing Ram's sentiments. Let me first express my gratitude for your support. Recently, I established a school, which is quite similar in nature to our Magic Academy. However, it focuses on imparting the scientific knowledge I previously shared with you, rather than magical knowledge. At present, I lack suitable candidates to serve as teachers for this school, thus I would like to request your assistance in rotating as teachers for 2 subjects, mathematics and natural sciences. You have yet to experience the sensation of teaching, have you? Although it may not be entirely applicable for mages, I believe the act of teaching is also a process of learning anew. Xia Lin felt a sense of comfort at the unreserved support and trust from the temporary researchers, nodding appreciatively before articulating his request in detail. Teaching? Is that akin to being a professor? That sounds quite intriguing. Count me in. It indeed seems fascinating. I would like to give it a try. Upon hearing the specifics of Xia Lin's request, the group of temporary researchers expressed their curiosity. After nearly 2 years of learning under the guidance of professors at the academy, they had never experienced the role of a teacher themselves. This novel opportunity sparked interest among them, and they eagerly began to sign up. Since everyone is interested, we will divide into 3 groups. The first grade of the school I am building consists of 4 classes, requiring 4 mathematics and natural science teachers. With you all in Harper, there are exactly 24 of us, allowing for a seamless rotation. As for the courses at the Royal Magic Academy, I believe you no longer need to continue those studies, correct? Noticing the excitement on their faces, Xia Lin smiled and inquired. After participating in a series of projects at Karl's laboratory, these second-year students had effectively completed the curriculum for the 2nd and even 3rd grades, mastering various runes and spell models. What remained was to construct and familiarize themselves with the casting of first circle spells based on their research findings, which would allow them to easily become first circle mages. Consequently, aside from the third-year practical spell course, they no longer needed to attend second-year classes at the academy. Of course not, Mr. Xia Lin. Do you know? Luna has already successfully cast a first circle magic missile. At that time, Professor James Lau's expression during the spell casting class was truly remarkable, exclaimed a girl, eliciting a bashful smile from Luna. Is it possible that a second-year student could successfully cast a first-tier spell? Luna, you are indeed a genius. However, let us not be discouraged. I believe that soon everyone will be able to cast first-tier spells. Summer looked at Luna with astonishment. After participating in a series of experiments at Karl's laboratory, it appeared that the girl had deepened her comprehension of magic significantly. Remarkably, in the first half of her second year, she was already capable of conjuring a first-tier magical missile. This development surely meant that Dean Manon would not oppose his students being taken away. After establishing a rotation schedule, Summer communicated with Dean Manon using a messaging spell. Upon learning that Summer had even founded a school, Dean Manon expressed curiosity about the knowledge being imparted there. Yet he did not impose any difficulties on Summer and promptly approved the temporary researcher's leave. Finding teachers for mathematics and natural sciences was relatively straightforward, while locating a language teacher proved even easier. In this world, there were few students of the sciences, but an abundance of those in the humanities. Summer swiftly secured 4 resident language teachers through the channels of Scholar Ferlinade. Despite his efforts, Scholar Ferlinade declined to assume the role of principal at this unprecedented institution, opting instead for the honorary title of a board member, leaving the position of principal to be personally filled by Summer. Moreover, the school, ultimately named the first affiliated primary school of the Xinglan Industrial Park, or Xinglan Primary School for short, boasted an impressive board of honorary members, including Her Royal Highness Princess Dorothea, Count Karen Hosea, and Count Stuart Lawrence, all prominent figures within the alliance. With the issues of faculty and principal resolved, textbooks for grades 1 through 5 were delivered to the school's warehouse, and Summer officially commenced enrollment in the vicinity of Xinglan Industrial Park. All children aged 6 to 12, regardless of gender, were welcome to attend, though the capacity was limited to 4 classes of 200 students, with 50 in each class. An excess would prove too burdensome for the inexperienced teachers and complicate management. Simultaneously, Summer announced that all administrative personnel within the industrial park would be required to attend night classes at Xinglan Primary School for a 3-month period of further education. Upon completing the coursework and passing the examinations to obtain a night school diploma, their salaries would increase by an additional 20%. However, failure to pass 3 examinations would result in a 20% salary reduction. Furthermore, the literacy classes within the industrial park would be abolished, and the minimum requirement for future promotions would be a night school diploma. Those bearing a graduation certificate from Xinglan Primary School would be directly assigned positions as management personnel within the industrial park.